What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name is Geoff Ulrich, welcoming you in for your Sunday morning DraftKings simulated football fix. And joining me on this glorious Sunday, Carolyn Asak. Up early, Carolyn.
Woo!
Is this normal for you? You're not an early riser. You're a normal person.
Yeah, I actually went to Pilates already. Got my coffee. Yeah, I started my Sunday off strong.
All right. Making me feel lazy.
Finally, the sun's coming out. I know that my co-hosts like to act like I'm this crazy partier that sleeps till 2 and I just go out all night. Social media is not real, but I like to keep up the persona because I really like to mess with Koff because I think Koff secretly wishes he was me, just out there, just living my life. But yeah, I'm up. And I'm happy to be here with you, Geoff, on a Sunday. I've never actually done a sim, I think, on a Sunday. Maybe once I filled in, but I'm happy to get it going.
All right, man. Well, that's good. I mean, I've been up since 5:30 because that's the time my dog apparently gets up now. So I'm an early riser
like having another kid
for the next 15 years, apparently. But it's all good. I don't mind it. Out early with the dog, so it's fun. But happy to be back in for 2 more sims. This is my 5th in a row, so hey, we got through yesterday. This is the easy part now. This is the home stretch. But look, we got the Eagles, we got the Cowboys. So it's going to be a late season. I believe we're still in week 17. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but this is going to be a late season. Week 18. You're right. Yes, sorry.
Yep.
Correct.
It's the first game of week 18. So I mean, what a perfect duo to have for this.
That's true. Let's kick off the new week. This gonna mess with me like for the entire season having 17 games. I'm gonna be saying week 17 when it's week 18. And
it's okay.
Whatever. Hey, who cares? Anyways, this is gonna be an interesting late season matchup. Obviously division. We'll see if Philly could maybe hang in there. This could be a game of significance. The Cowboys with Dak probably gonna hang in there too. So could be a lot on the line here. Maybe a wild card berth. But did you make a lineup for this one?
I did not. Did you make a free roll? I didn't see it.
I didn't. I'm sorry. That's like the one thing I did forget to do this morning. And I told people I was going to try and do it more. But I'll make one for the nooner. Not the nooner. The whatever, 2 p.m. Eastern one. So
it's
this
okay.
is on
like
me.
You have like a million kids. You have this dog that's now a kid. Now I'll start jumping in and making free rolls too because, I mean, you have way more responsibility than me. My responsibility was just to make it to Pilates so I wasn't charged $30,
My problem is that I rely too much on people like Tom and I hate to admit it, Kaufman, who always make the free rolls. So
right.
I forget that there are other people out there like me who have lives, and have other things to do than just make the free rolls all the time. So that's not a shot.
Well, Kaufman really doesn't, but
Kaufman definitely doesn't. But so anyways, but like I said, I'm the host. I should have done it. It's on me. I apologize, DK Sim fan, but we'll still track our lineups. Did you put one in anything else or did you just kind of no?
No,
That's cool.
None of the names were really enticing me when I looked and I was like, I want fun free roll names. Nothing was out there. I'm going to jump in. Oh, great. Tom is just putting us to shame. Freeze pops. Already put one in for 2 p.m. Eastern. Shucks.
I know. DFS Queenie is pointing that out as well.
Yeah, and I hate the Eagles, so I'm actually mad that I'm doing this game, but whatever.
Look, it's Sunday morning. You've got Carolyn and I here. Just fire up some questions. I think the chat is just happy that you're here with them, bringing in the start on the Sunday. So Poppy Herb's up. Yeah, he took down the APM last night. Second. I know, you were up there in both of them, Mr. Herb. I saw that you won that one. Second in the other one. Congrats. Sean Preston had a good night. Excellent, friends. Good to hear.
Yeah, I love to see Sean. Major member of the DK Sim fam, so we like to see them do well.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
What's up, Robbie Noble?
Ryan C, what's up? Boss man back. Yeah, I hope you guys all had a good Saturday.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll go over my lineup because I did actually get a free roll one in. I captained Sanders. I got Elliott in there, Prescott, and I faded Carson Wentz. I actually kind of like my lineup. It's also got the Eagles D and Blake Jarwin in there, and Marquise Goodwin. So All right, let's see what Carson Wentz can do here. Oh, that's Dallas Goedert. My dog was sleeping, and now, of course, as soon as the sim got up, she's awake. This is just amazing.
Wow, your dog seems like she really likes to torment you.
She's definitely doing that right now. She was sleeping, and now she's chewing. Now she's chewing. She's chewing on the door. So I'm gonna give her 1 second to calm down, and then I might have to get up for 10 seconds and get her something normal to chew on. But
and you feel too bad, right, to put her in the crate?
Well, I mean, I would have done that, but she was sleeping, so I just was gonna leave her. But now she's made the choice that maybe this isn't sleep time. She might just need a minute to settle. Anyways, dog drama. No big deal. We'll get through it. It was very good for the 4 Sims yesterday, I have to say. So.
Yeah, you've been crushing the Sims this weekend. People in the chat, if you've been hanging out with Geoff, you're just getting graced with his presence all weekend. How fabulous!
No, it was fun. It was fun yesterday. I mean, I'm just like getting over a cold, but it was nice because I actually didn't have to talk that much because Rossi hosted 2. Chirag came in and hosted 1, and then I was on with Lamarca, the last one. So it was nice. Got a good variety of people. It was fun to hang out.
Yeah. How was Chirag last night? I was excited to see his name on the schedule.
Yeah, no, it was good, man. I work with Chirag like from the playbook, and like he's my editor and stuff, but we don't like converse that much because obviously we're all through Zoom or all through like Slack and. So I haven't really talked to him in a while, so it's kind of nice. So yeah, sit down and talk to him for a bit. He's doing good though, yeah. Took a little, it wasn't an NBA night, so I think Shrug had a little bit more of an open schedule. I know if it was like the game was on, he might not have had as open a schedule. So.
Right.
I definitely appreciate him popping in.
Must be high. Coming in hot on this Sunday. It's a Sunday, people. We're supposed to be really nice on this day, so sorry that we didn't make a lineup. I know, make a dang contest. It will happen. I mean, jeez, can we just settle it down?
What's up, David? See you there. Yeah, we don't need any negativity. This is positive Sunday here. MVS, most valuable simcaster. I like that. All right, we got touchdown, Miles Sanders. That was the dude I captained. Too bad I didn't make a free roll. I'd probably be at top of it right now, but that's on me. Who do you think will be better between these two teams? Do you have a take? Really out on in or out?
Are you really asking me?
Yeah, why not? You don't. You can just say I have no idea. Now, screw off. It's okay.
No, the Cowboys. I don't like the Eagles.
Okay.
I did not enjoy watching them last season. They disappointed me literally every game. And I was just like, this team stinks and the organization has to get it together. And I've already gone off about Philadelphia fans. I feel like Philadelphia fans are a different breed. Boston fans, yes, very passionate. Patriots fans, even when I go out on Sundays to watch the games, they're kind of psychopaths. Obviously, Bills Mafia, that's a whole other breed of people. But the Philadelphia fans are so emotional. I feel like it really affects their life when the Eagles just stink.
It's so true. They run players out of town there so quickly too. Like Doug Peterson was like the hero of that city, and now it's just like he's gone. Like he's basically run out of town by like the beat writers too. The Philly beat writers are honestly the worst too, for being dead honest. They really take sides. They like freak out over everything. So I agree. It's like I don't even mind some of the guys on the Eagles. Like I really like Jalen Hurts, but as a fan base, and Philly fans are they're nuts. You're right. They're crazy.
They're crazy. And listen, I'm pulling for Jalen Hurts to have a good season and hopefully turn the Eagles team around.
It
wasn't enjoyable to watch.
If anyone can kind of has the confidence and maturity to just take the craziness that is Philly and like grind through it, it's Jalen Hurts. Like that guy got cut from his college team after winning a championship, for Tua. Then he came back and had another monster year. Like that guy's already been through adversity, so I don't think Philly's going to bother him too much. It's kind of a good fit in a way. So
Yeah, I hope not, because Philly, they'll just go light the city on fire.
oh, for sure. I mean, they'll just run him out of town is what they'll do, right? So bring back Carson Wentz, like after they, I don't know. Anyways, it's crazy town, crazy city.
Yeah, like Ben Simmons, like he had to definitely go into witness protection in Philly.
Right? Yeah, Ben Simmons. It's another guy that basically going to run out of town.
Right out of there.
And I guarantee Ben Simmons, as soon as he goes to another team, he'll be good. Yeah. He'll start like hitting jumpers, start stroking threes.
Yeah, we already know Ben Simmons was drastically in his head. He already has issues with that, but get him out of Philly, get to a different team. Let's see some Ben Simmons in action here. I did see in the chat, shout out to the chat. Thanks for hanging with us right now. We have 270 watching over on the YouTube, over on Twitch. Love you guys as well. If you're watching even on the DK website, what's up? Mike Bauer, yes. Christian D'Andrea is so kind. He does not mean it in all seriousness, calling the chat jerks. He just does that for fun. It's a shtick. He does it every chat. Christian does not mean it seriously, so please don't take it seriously.
Yeah. If you've ever heard a Christian cast, you know that Christian's authentic. He's just who he is, and he definitely does not mean it when he calls you guys jerks.
No way. How's the dog?
Look,
what's she doing over there?
He's just being real. He's just saying, you guys are jerks. You are jerks sometimes, for being honest. You're also very kind and you listen to us and we enjoy it. Just like you're just normal people. We're all 100%. Jerks sometimes.
Yeah, we all sometimes we're just jerks. Just like bozos. People don't understand. I actually say bozo in a very kind way. It's not meant to ruin your IQ or attack you. It's just kind of, oh, what's up, bozos?
Yeah, people get offended by stuff like that. I know, it's weird.
Yes.
I've used terms because I do the same thing, Tara. Like I'll call people. I'll be like, "What up, loser" or something, and
what's up, idiot?
You say it to the wrong person, and they get super offended. Like, you call him a loser,
Yeah, I guess the people are really offended. I've never seen this before, and Christian's not even on, so we'll have to let him know.
No.
Queenie, I love your sarcasm. At least she's being funny in there. Yeah, but guys, he really doesn't mean it.
Smash that like button, jerks. That's right.
Yes, I love that.
I don't think anyone's actually uppity at Christian. Everyone knows that Christian's brings the energy every time he's on.
Yeah.
Definitely one of my favorite guys to work with.
He totally is.
All right. So we had the Eagles touchdown with Sanders. Cowboys driving. Pretty quick first quarter. Eagles tore up a lot of time. Dallas now also doing the same on their drives. So that's going to end it.
Bada bing, bada boom.
So what we got on the slate today? We got the golf is finishing. So we got a major next week. Oh, that's the other thing. The Moose Open is up in the DraftKings Sim League. 200 people, $1 entry. Again, guys, fill it. It's a major week next week, the Open Championship. There's not many sports going on. I'll keep trying to remind you guys, but I'm not doing too many Sims Monday or Tuesday. So, I'll let other people promote it. So get in that. We got the NBA tonight. We had Shirag and Matt Lamarca on last night talking a bunch about that. But this we didn't even have an incomplete pass yet, Terrellyn. That's actually impressive.
Huh.
Went 6 for 6, Dax 3 for 3. So, all right, pretty good first quarter.
Yeah.
So, what did you get up to last night? Anything interesting or?
I produced all day. Produced The Sims. Great day yesterday.
I completely forgot. You produced like the first. What did you produce? The first Sim I was on, or the first two? I can't remember.
Just the first one that you were on. So I did.
Yeah. So you did the first
12, 2, and 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great day yesterday. Any sim with Rossi is always just a positive, like, burst of light and rainbows and sprinkles. So that was great. And then just grab some dinner with some friends, and it was nice.
Good for you. Also, it's funny you bring up the fact everyone thinks you're like this, crazy night owl.
They really do, and it's funny. Like, even Emerson's like, well, of course, Carolyn's probably going out tonight. And then Rossi was like, yeah, she's doing crunches in this sim to prep her for the night. I was like, yeah, that's exactly like what I'm doing.
Well, the Emerson saying that is funny because you probably work like twice as much as Emerson too. So Emerson does like 3 sims a week. He does the sweat like 3 times a week. Pops in. He does have another job, but still, it's okay to bug Emerson.
I just like to bug Emerson and Glash.
And he goes golfing and like takes pictures of his Springer Spaniels.
Yeah, all he cares about is the sassy Springers, and Glash just likes to take pictures of his watch and prove that he works out, which is fine. I can't let it go unseen though. Like, I have to make fun of him every time. I'm not as bad as Bukes, where I call him an idiot every time, but I definitely make fun. I'm like, oh, it's your watch again. Was wondering what it looked like. I forgot because you posted it yesterday.
Hey, the man's got a routine. Good for him.
Yeah, honestly, it is. I have to say too, like, Glash was, when we were in the office, and it was hard too during the pandemic. I'm sure people watching the sim, you can relate to it. Even major athletes said it was so hard to stick with a routine during the pandemic. And for the bubbles, that kind of forced them to do that. But other than that, like, I lost a lot of motivation during the pandemic, and Glash did too. But then he was like, I need to get into a routine. I want to lose weight, get healthier. And he's been sticking with it, and I'm really impressed.
Yeah, no, it's true. I generally, you're right. I mean, the Instagram posts are funny. It's like every second one is like his watch, but it's always good when people get in a routine, because that's what you got to do when you really got to get in shape. Like, you just don't miss days. Oh, there's Dak. I mean, regardless of what you're doing to get in shape, if you're just consistent about it, like, eventually you'll get in shape. So it's the biggest thing. There's Dak with a rushing touchdown. I'm going to tie things up. Too easy. Smash that easy button. Smash that like button too. We got TL in the house for a little early Sunday action. I'll be on for the first 2. Next one with Tommy. And I'm going to go sleep for a year. What are you up to the rest of your Sunday? Got anything else planned?
Rest of my Sunday, well, the sun came out, finally. I've been saying every day, I'm like, why is this Harry Potter Grey World every single day? I went to Nantucket for the 4th. The sun came out. It was a tease. It was like, hey, Tara, bye, Tara. And I need the vitamin D just to be a happy person. I am totally, if the weather stinks, I go into like this witch mode, like a little girl that like lives under a well with like a hood. And I'm like, ugh, like, when will the sun come out? But the sun has come out. I manifested it. I said all last night, I'm like, please, sun, come out. So I will probably go see my friend who lives down the street. She just announced that she's pregnant, and just grab some lunch with her. Little Sunday, you know?
Cool. Yeah, that is a nice little Sunday.
Yeah.
These are good.
You're going to sleep forever.
I mean, I wish I could, but I'm not going to. Sundays are good. I kind of like getting up. If I'm being dead honest, like I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted to because of the dog, but I kind of like getting up early on Sundays. I feel like I've already done like a ton already, so it's kind of nice. Kind of nice. Hope everyone else is having a good Sunday as well. Appreciate you guys hanging out as always. We've got the great Tara Lynn Asak with us, dropping in for one sim. You on any sims next week, or are you just producing?
I am on a few sims next week. Have it somewhere here. But yeah, I'm getting the sims under my belt now. I remember at first I was so nervous and I kind of wanted to die when it was just like me, Kenny, and Kaufman one day. But We've come a long way, Sim fam. Thank you for your support.
Do you prefer it when there's 3 people or just like this? I guess it depends.
I think it depends on
everyone's different, right? Like who you're working with. Yeah.
Depends who you're paired up with. Depends, I guess, on the day. If they're tired, I'm tired. I don't know.
Yes.
But sometimes 3 can be challenging. Sometimes I was saying that if you're not in person, because you can kind of vibe off of each other, like when they're going to talk.
Sure.
So
yeah.
We're talking over a lot, but it's fun.
Yeah. Hard to get in a word edgewise with Kaufman and Kenny. Although I guess maybe if you're like you said, a little tired, maybe that's a good thing because they can just like rant at each other.
Oh yeah, they just yell and you just get to relax.
You can just like take a nap.
Just take a nice nap.
You can basically just be like, hey Kenny, what do you think about the Jets next year? And then you can just like zone out for 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's great. It just goes off and there's honestly no stopping it.
Okay, be right back.
All right, so Jeff's leaving me to die. Just kidding. What's going on in the chitty chat? Obviously, Jeff's dog is getting in trouble right now. If you have any advice for Geoff as a new dog owner, the dog seems a little rebellious, I have to say. Just drop it in the chat because I think he needs all the advice he can get. They're not as obedient as the Sassy Springers. I don't know if Emerson just solely trains the Sassy Springers on being models. That's kind of the vibe that I've been getting lately. Geoff is obviously not taking the same approach, but any advice for Geoff as a new puppy owner? I don't have that experience because I don't want a puppy ruining this old haunted apartment. But yeah, the dog seems very sassy.
No, she's sassy, all right. She faked me out this morning. I really thought she was like out for an hour, and I'm like, okay, not gonna put her in the crate before the sim. That's okay. And then as soon as the sim started, she's just like, all right, let's go. Now she's trying to run upstairs to pee. Decided to throw her outside for a bit.
Bonkers.
She'll be good. Don't worry. We'll get through this. Down goes Wentz. She's a rascal is what she is. Changing her schedule on me here. Anyways, apologies, Sim fam. Apologies to TL.
Oh, you're fine.
Queenie, do you know that for real? Oh, and she'll be going to doggy daycare. That's for sure. She's just not old enough yet.
Right.
She'll be mixing it up. Doggy daycare is great. Just burns them right out. Do you have a dog growing up, Carolyn? Or?
I did. I had a Scottish Terrier.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, she was. I don't think she was like I had her when I was in middle school, so I don't really remember every single detail, but she was pretty sassy. And she was my dad's best friend because my dad would just like feed her steak all the time, and I think he definitely shortened her life by doing that. But she was sassy. She was like me in dog form. Yeah.
Scottish Terriers, they can be a little bit sassy. There's a couple that like live by us. They always bark at us and like, they think they're like, I think they think they're a little bit bigger than they are, so.
And the dog's name, everybody laughs at this. I named her Scotty Ann because, okay, obviously if people don't know by now, like I'm a goofball and I was in musical theater growing up, dance, all of that. And I was in the play Annie at the time. And I just decided to take Scottish Terrier Scotty and then Ann and just made it Scotty Ann. And my parents totally let me do it. And I don't understand why it wasn't questioned at all. But I thought it was a great name.
So that was legitimately the dog's name, Scotty Ann.
Yeah, Scotty Ann. The vet actually loved it. Yeah. They're like, Scotty Ann, please come here.
I like that they just went with it. They're like, oh, okay. That's the name.
Yeah, they're like, oh, our daughter like definitely has ADD, and she like if she sees a butterfly, she's just gonna stare at it for 20 minutes. Let her have this one with just naming the dog Scotty.
I mean, the names my kids were coming up with was like one of my kids is obsessed with like Marvel like bad guys like villains. Like I bought her this like Marvel book of like the villains in the Marvel universe, and she's like obsessed with it, and she knows them all. She's like, Dad, can we name the puppy like Thanos? I'm not like she actually.
Oh wait, that's hilarious.
I know. She's like, what about Ultron? I'm like, I mean, I'd actually be okay with that, but like your mom is not going to go for it, so.
Right. I actually love that. I think it's super creative.
She's just I don't even know. They're just like obsessed with like watching, and they love shows with like villains in it. Like if there's not like a bad guy in the show, she's like, Dad, can you watch the one with the bad guy? I'm like, all right, I don't know which one that is. But...
All right, I guess we'll give in here. That's so funny. My nephew too, when he was like 3 years old, my sister was like, okay, what do you want to name the dog? And the first thing that came out of his mouth was Frisbee. And that was the dog's name. My sister went with it. And honestly, it was the cutest name ever. It was a little border collie.
I just saw this note by Andrew in the chat. Sorry about Clash's watch.
I honestly, Andrew just gave me the most brilliant idea of all time. And
I think we need to start like a Google Docs page, Carolyn, is what we need to do. And share it with everybody.
Yeah, I'm adding a new sheet to the standings. We're going to be like Glash's standings, and we're going to track it.
I'm definitely going to post something on this next one.
Please. I'm going to go crazy on that.
Is that 2 seconds per minute, like per mile slower than the last one, Glash?
Glash, seems like you're getting a little slower. Shouldn't be cooking on the grill as much, I think. So from last year, since, I mean, we have to talk about the stinky Eagles, do you think going into this season, who has more pressure? I mean, we hear about that a lot. That's been a great narrative. Do you think Carson Wentz has more pressure this season to be great, or Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I mean, Hurts is going to have pressure just because of where he's playing. And, like, if he doesn't play that good, like, the Eagles are probably going to draft a quarterback high next year. But like Carson Wentz, like this is probably his last chance, if we're being honest. He's had like a couple bad years in a row. He's really bad last year. If he's bad again this year, like the Colts can easily cut him and like save a draft pick. But if he doesn't, I think he's got to play 70% of the snaps, and then the Eagles get I can't remember if they get an extra pick or if they get a pick boosted, like from a third to a second. It's something like that. But if the Colts sit him at some point in the year and like don't let him play over 70% of the snaps, they'll save a draft pick, and that'll basically end his time with the Colts. So I would say the pressure is more on Wentz, but, you know, there's definitely pressure on Hurts too, because, you know, he convinced some people that he should have a shot, but like if he doesn't take at least a small step forward, like the Eagles will go in a different direction next year. So
I agree. This is a big convincing season for Jalen Hurts. Like he has to convince a lot of people that he's there, he's athletic, take the chance on him, and let's see what he can produce. So I do feel like Jalen, and obviously we talked about Philly. They're crazy. A lot of pressure on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. So, I mean, pressure on both those guys, like, but for different reasons, I guess.
Yeah.
I do feel like, again, like Carson Wentz, though, like this will be his last chance at starting for a while. Like if he plays bad, or if, like I said, the Colts end up just kind of like cutting him loose, like this will be it for him for a while. So pretty big season for Wentz. Obviously, you know, Hurts, it's a big year too, but I'd say there's a little more pressure on Wentz. Hurts still a pretty young guy. Not much good. We had like no action that second half or second quarter. The first quarter was 2 nice drives. Second quarter was like 5 bad ones. So not much going on.
Aaron Hurts said this game makes me want to eat my own vomit. I mean, that's extreme, Aaron. Please don't do it. But yeah, not much production in that quarter.
Yeah, I agree, Queenie. Like Jalen Hurts, definitely a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Yep. He was, like I said, he was drafted outside the first round, even though he was like one of the best college quarterbacks. He was cut from his college team, came back. I mean, I think he's going to be good. I really think Jalen Hurts is going to really excel next year. I think the Eagles will stick with him, but he's got to show at least a little bit of progression, mainly as a passer. I mean, we know what he can do as a runner. Like, he was fantastic. It's basically a running back playing quarterback. So,
yeah.
All right, third quarter. Taraland and I opening up your Sunday. Hope you guys are doing good. We got 5 more sims on the way for you. Smash that like if you could, dudes. Appreciate it.
It's your Sunday service, baby. What's up?
All right. Eagles can get the ball first. Yeah, Gallup didn't do anything the last time out either. First time throwing Fortnite. Last time I watched the Cowboys, which was yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Again, this is a Week 18 matchup, so it's a pretty big divisional matchup. Like I said, there could be a lot on the line for these dudes. We're into Week 18 of the Sim season. Just a reminder. Dak back to pass. Oh, that's a drop. Triple covered as well. Reminder too, dudes. Home Run Derby is on Monday. There's a free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I believe it's $25K. Go check that out. I've said it like every time I've been on. Don't forget, because it starts on Monday. If you don't go over there now, you're going to forget. So DraftKings Sportsbook, free-to-play pool, $25K, Home Run Derby. Everyone's on Ohtani, obviously. That'll be the chalk. Leader in the odds as well. Check that out. There's some free-to-play pools for UFC as well last night. Let us know if you did good in those. Dak can go outside the pocket. Downfield, though. Just a little short. That could have been a nice play. Coming back to the ball, not quite enough. 4th and 10. All right, little punt action for Philly. Yeah, Deshaun Jackson, Amari Cooper not doing much there, Wes. Agreed? Yeah, I mean, it's free money, right, David? So, like I say, it's worth your minute to go check it out. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything, so. And it's fun. You're going to watch the Home Run Derby anyways, Why not? Why not do it? All right. Eagles ball. What are they at? 18. We lost TL for a sec. She's coming back. Don't worry.
I'm back. I was looking for my computer charger, and I found it.
Yeah, I figured it was a technical thing there. No worries. We got we got each other's back here. It's okay.
Yeah, we got dogs going crazy. We have TL just misplacing her charger. Well, we're back, baby. Big game tonight with my adopted team. Suns versus Bucks. What do you think?
Which one's your adopted team? The Bucks?
Ew, no, gross. I adopted the Suns.
Sorry. I should have. You know what? That was on me. You're definitely. Yeah.
Thank goodness I didn't adopt the Bucks. Giannis and his teammates that are apparently sleeping.
I had you as more of a Suns guy. Look, the Suns are kind of my team too. That's the only team I've seen play live in the NBA because I go down to Arizona like once a year. So, fan base, like that Coliseum. It's a fun place. I'm happy for that franchise, man. They deserve it.
Yeah.
They all deserve it too.
Chef Caesar saying Suns in 5. Robbie Noble here to say, I am here to stay now, Robbie. I'm not leaving. Got my charger. Don't worry about it. We're here. Yeah, so Rossi actually went off on a little bit of a tangent, which was funny because we never see Rossi actually get fired up. He is so fired up about me, ZT, and Kaufman buying Sun shirts and wearing them and adopting this team and being like, we can't hear anything negative. We're all in on the Suns. Bucks stink. He is like, you are the worst type of people on this planet. I hate when people adopt teams who have to be there since day one. If you are not there since day one, bandwagon, don't want to hear it, take a hike. I mean, Geoff, he went on like kind of a doozy tangent about it. And guess what? I wasn't even on cam with him. I was just producing.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. Like, whatever. I mean, that's the whole appeal of like the playoffs. You know, teams go on runs. He's just I don't know. He's a hardcore Celtics guy, I assume, right? He's a Boston Celtics fan, so he's probably like, yeah, how dare you, affiliate yourself with another team. I guess I kind of get it from that perspective, but still.
I do.
It's fun, right? Like, also Phoenix is like one of those like lost children out there, like they've just been cellar dwellers the whole time. Like, they never won a championship. Like, Phoenix is an easy team to get behind, right? Like,
yeah,
they need all our support. Phoenix is one of those teams. It's like, they'll win their championship. It's, now after they win a championship, you're probably not going to be like, okay, like, yeah, like become a Phoenix Suns fan, but, like over the Celtics or something. But it's okay to support.
I'll support some of the players, though, like I do with other, NBA teams. Like, love Devin Booker, love DeAndre, a campaign. I mean, they've really been putting on a show this finals. Also with Kaufman, his prediction saying, oh, the finals are going to stink. I'm not going to watch it if the Nets are playing, or I'm not going to watch it if the Lakers aren't in it, or the Celtics. And he was so dead set that these finals were going to stink if the main teams that are usually making it to the finals were not in it. But this has been great basketball and really entertaining to watch, and great storylines as well.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Suns too, like Chris Paul, obviously, I think most people just cheering for him. So there's a lot of factors in play. I mean, again, I don't think he's wrong about like the bandwagon jumpers. Like, they can be annoying, but I think it's more annoying when people get on teams like the Patriots, who have won like 5 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah,
and then they just, everyone just jumps on them, and they're like, "Oh, Brady's the best," right? Like, even though they have no like affiliation to New England or whatever or anything. So I don't know. Like, these scenarios, of course you're gonna root for the Suns. They're like the classic underdog franchise. So
I'm rooting for the Suns. I actually almost had a minor heart attack when they lost a player to injury in the series, because when it comes to the finals or any of these games, a playoff series, it can change in a second. So I'm putting it out there for the Suns. I'm not backing down because Rossi's trying to make me feel weird and bad. And
look, those shirts are pretty fire. Like, the one thing the NBA does very good is like the logos, the fashion. I wish more teams would, I wish more leagues would do that, kind of like get a little creative. So I honestly want to buy one of those shirts. I probably will at some point. Like, they're cool, man. It's awesome. And I have some affiliation to the area as well. So like I said, they're kind of like with my NBA team. So you know what? Screw Rossi.
Yeah, you know what?
Get out of here, Jake.
Hey, Rossi, if you're not in your backyard sliding on your slide or doing like home improvement, what you've been doing for the last week, if you're in the chat right now, kick rocks.
I'm just kidding, Jason. We love you.
Yeah, no, we do love you. And honestly, like, if I didn't have your positivity for some of these games, I would probably sound really depressed. So fine.
He's great. I love talking to Rossi.
Leading the $250 free contest, we got Zergrush X. I don't know what that name is.
Zergrush.
Cool. Zergrush?
Sounds like I have no idea. Sounds like a comic book hero name or something. I don't know. It's like an anime name. We'll go with it though.
We got a lot of people sitting at 96th place. I mean, the lineups are, they got Cowboys D, Jeffrey, Goodwin, Prescott, Elliott, Sanders.
Let's see here. Who do they have in the captain? Prescott? Zerg Rush X. There we go. Yeah.
Rush X has Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders. Yeah, 16.6% owned. He's got Zeke. He's got Dak. Actually, this is pretty close to my lineup. Well, my lineup's doing pretty good, actually. Yeah, I got 49 points. The leading lineup is 57. Because I put Sanders in the captain, and then I got Elliott, Prescott, Goodwin, but I got Jarwin. Actually, I'm only like one. My lineup is exactly the same as the leaders, except I have Jarwin instead of Alshon Jeffrey. Wow.
Okay.
So far.
Wow, look
Proud
at
of myself.
Today on this Sunday.
This is going to change something. Those Zerline field goal. That'll good for Zerline owners. Can we get some touchdowns at least, says Rich Sharp. No, we cannot. How about a field goal? Chef Caesar wants CD Lamb. See you there. Yeah, him and Gallup done nothing. Too bad. Did you see the? I've probably asked you this before. Did you watch the MMA fight last night? Or?
I didn't watch it, but I basically watched it from all of my guy friends' Instagram stories and their Snapchat stories. So I feel like I basically watched it. And then I watched, definitely caught up with clips this morning, watching different sport shows. I mean, tough.
Yeah, tough scene.
I mean, just a tough scene. I do feel bad. They're saying that might be the last fight that we've seen from McGregor.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I haven't followed the UFC closely at all, like the last 2 years. I mean, I obviously catch some of the fights, but I don't follow exactly what every fighter is doing. I used to be honest, but because I covered the sport a little bit. But that was nasty. When I first heard, I'm like, oh, he broke his ankle. I'm like, oh, that sucks. But I just figured, he was like limping around and he had to like go down and then stop. But like when you see the picture, it's like, like I wasn't prepared for it. So yeah, a little gruesome. It
brought me back to that PTSD when I saw the injury and I was watching the game, obviously live with Gordon Hayward. It just brought me back to that moment.
Sure.
And seeing this, I'm like, my stomach can only handle so much.
Yeah. It's one of those things, though. Like, I'm surprised we don't get more injuries like that in the UFC, to be honest. Like, they're legitimately, like, trying to break other people's legs with your leg bone. Like, they said, like, it probably, like, fractured on a kick he did, like, in the first round. And then obviously it was a fracture and he stepped back and it completely broke. But I'm surprised, like, that doesn't happen more often. Like, you're literally using your body to try and, like, injure someone. Of course something's going to break, so... But yeah, unfortunate. It does suck. Connor's obviously a big draw for the UFC.
Yeah.
It sucks. I mean, it probably would have gone been a long fight. I think Poirier had won the first round, but still, like, I mean, anything can happen, right? So.
Did you see the clip? Obviously, you didn't watch it, but this clip has been going around when McGregor, he's down and he yells, "This is not over," at the top of his lungs, like he's like a Viking warrior. I mean, the tenacity on McGregor is unreal. I don't even know if you can match it. I would be like raising my hand being like, get me out of here.
Yeah.
I've had enough. But yeah, he was willing to go more. And then they stretched him out and rushed him to the hospital.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, obviously the adrenaline probably running through his body at that point too. You're in the middle of the fight. But obviously a lot of pride in the line. I mean, look, to get to that height in the sport, man, the intensity has got to be at like a 10 all the time. So,
right,
pretty crazy what those guys do, obviously. But yeah, it does suck from a viewing perspective the way it ended.
Yeah, and Poirier said that they'll either fight in the octagon again or they will fight on the sidewalk. So, I guess we'll have to see which one.
Yeah, it'll be in the octagon, Carolyn, because that's where you get paid for it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, cool of him to say that, and I'm sure like part of him means it, but like, yeah, you're not like legitimately those guys are not going to fight on the sidewalk. Sorry.
Also, too, are you familiar with TikTok at all?
I'm familiar with it.
So there's TikTok stars, bunch of boys. They're in like the Sway house and all these houses. I can't believe I know all this information, but sometimes TikTok is great. They did a fight too in the ring, and they were talking about how much money they were offered just to step in the ring. Bryce Hall is the main one. He was offered basically just to put his foot in the ring. He got $1 million.
Wow.
It's crazy. So I don't be fighting on the sidewalk either. Get me in the octagon.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me the lowdown on these guys. We'll do a quick stat rundown, but I think I have the general gist of what like these TikTok guys are doing. But like, you can give me the heads up here because I'm actually kind of interested in it. I think from, like, just how people make money perspective, it's pretty interesting. We still don't have a passing touch on. You know what? There's nothing to update here. So, but basically, these guys live in a house, right? And they just produce TikTok videos, right?
Yeah,
that's all they do, right?
Yeah, they're dancing, they're fighting, they're even just kind of doing nothing, just to the hit songs that are trending on TikTok. And basically, there is something going around that these guys were handpicked. I mean, they're all attractive. They're all in the same age group. They all have great chemistry together. It's not just random by any means. That's what they do. And they get to live this crazy free life. They all get Teslas. They're all eating. I can't even describe the life that these kids get to live.
It's very, I don't even know, like, what, like, would you, as like a parent, I don't even know if I'd want my kid, like, obviously these guys have, I'm sure they got some cash. They're obviously successful at this, but like, I don't even know if I'd want my kid to do that. Like, what are you learning there? I mean, at some point this like fad is going to die down. And what is your skill level at? Like, I can do some dances.
Right. Like what's going to happen when they're, you know, say 30 or 40?
Sure, exactly. 30. Yeah. And like, no one wants to like watch them do dumb stuff anymore. I don't know. So weird, man. Social media is so crazy. Like some of the stuff. And like, I appreciate the grind that some of these people do. And look, I mean, these guys are smart at making money now that they can, but it's still, I mean, it's different, man. It's just different growing up now. Like,
right. And so we're talking about Conor McGregor, obviously very talented, works very hard up to this moment. And then we have just stars like these TikTok stars that just decided to randomly pick up fighting because their producer or their manager, their Kris Jenners, so I'll say, was like, oh, this is a good moneymaker for you. Let's get you in the ring. Just read too that for Bryce Hall to fight, he signed a $5 million contract. This is just a TikTok 22-year-old kid.
Yeah. And I don't know what this is what gets me. Like, what is the big appeal about seeing these guys fight? Like, why do people want to see Jake Paul fight? I don't understand. Like, he wasn't, like, I get the guy's athletic, but he wasn't like an athlete to begin with. It's like, don't you want to see like actual athletes, guys who trained at boxing since they were like born, like fight? But like, let's see the best of the best. We don't want circus sideshows here. I guess people do want circus sideshows because that's what's selling. But I don't know, man. I think it's a fad.
Very calculated. Yes, it's definitely a fad. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how to use the tools of social media. I mean, we just even saw Jake Paul and his brother Logan. They're teaming up with Dave Portnoy. Like they know exactly what they're doing to get people to dive into their story, follow them along. They have already a fan base already for being crazy on YouTube. But I know I want this fad to die down because it's the amount of money that these people are making. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous. It does feel like it's kind of hitting its peak here pretty soon. Like there's these Paul guys, there's these TikTok guys, but it feels like the guys that come after them are kind of going to be like, left in the dust. So we got David. So is Paul fighting Tyron Woodley next? Is that who it is? David, let me know in the chat. I'm not going to look it up because I don't care that much, but that would be interesting. Because Tyron Woodley is like, that guy's a little scary. Like he could legitimately just knock him right out. So
I hope someone knocks Jake Paul right out because also last night, a storyline, he was trolling McGregor and he was very happy to see that he got that injury. I don't care if it's your worst enemy. I do feel like the storylines are all put in place to get people to watch it in the first place. But he was saying disgusting comments. He already has made it known that he hates Conor McGregor. But I just want Jake Paul to just get knocked out. That's what he needs.
I feel like once that happens, like somebody actually just like destroys him, like a professional fighter. And look, I know Floyd Mayweather was a professional fighter, but Floyd Mayweather was 50 pounds, whatever, even more lighter than him, and in his mid 40s. He wasn't going to knock him out. He was just going to dance around and collect a paycheck. Floyd even admitted that. But when he actually goes up against a legit fighter and he gets, I think that's going to legit end this. People are going to be like, okay, we don't want to see this anymore. Like these guys they're not professional. Like the joke's over. I really feel like that's the moment that this is going to end. Like someone just needs to come in, be like, look, this guy is a joke, and That's it. So
honestly, put me in the ring, put me in the octagon with Jake Paul. I'll take $1 million, just like Bryce Hall, and I will knock him out, because how he acted last night after Conor McGregor suffered that horrific leg injury wasn't pretty, as we already described. And then he's just like, "Oh, Conor, of course you didn't do well. I'll give you $23." Someone needs to knock him out.
Seems to be a popular take.
Popular take. Thank you, chat.
So that is Paul's next fight with Tyron Woodley. Wow. Okay. Well, I think that could be the moment that this all jumps the shark, because Tyron Woodley is he's legit. All right, we're getting to the end of this game here. Track it a little bit. Cowboys driving up 3. They could 4th and 4 though, so probably are they gonna kick the field goal? They're gonna be wimps here. What are they gonna do? Yeah, they can kick the field goal. Go up 6. Another points for Zerline. We haven't had too much movement in the free roll. We had a little bit of change. We had DHD 1983 up top. Terrell in here on a Sunday, guys, for 1. I'll be doing 2.
You guys are lucky.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Guys are lucky that I'm here on a Sunday. But I'm excited to see Jalen Hurts this season, obviously. I do feel like he's feeling the pressure, so I'm an empath. Anytime I see somebody in pressure, I'm like, I hope Jalen does well. The Philly fans, you guys are crazy. But I'm also more excited for Dak this season, just because of what happened to him last season.
I hope Dak makes a great comeback. I'm kind of conflicted on the Cowboys because, Mike McCarthy, I don't really think is a good head coach, but
Okay.
I think Dak is like a very talented, driven quarterback, and he's versatile, and I think he could carry that team again. So it's almost like the similar story with McCarthy in Green Bay. He's just going to get carried by a really good quarterback, So
Andrew, speaking of snapping ankles, exactly, that was my segue. I was thinking about all broken ankles, and that was my segue right there.
That's right. Let's just talk about broken ankles, man. Let's break some ankles on this Sunday. Got over 350 people watching. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Obviously, sports dying down a bit. We got an NBA game tonight. This big showdown contest up there. We get the Open Championship starting next week. Hope everyone's, going to be into that. There's the Moose Open up there, guys, from the DK Sim Fam League. Appreciate that. We got Philly driving here, trying to take the lead. This game has definitely been slow. We had a good first quarter, but this game really petered out. Oh, wow. That would have been a game ender right there. 2nd and 10.
We got a good lineup coming in for the rest of the day. Wow, Geoff, I didn't know that you're on the next one too. 2 p.m. Bears at Vikings.
6 in a row, man.
Oh my god. This is wild. Geoff, you deserve Sim Man of the Year. Well, you and Freeze Pops too. Freeze Pops, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, Tom does this every weekend, so.
Yep, so we got 2 p.m. Bears at Vikings. We got Moose and Tom. Then 4 p.m. Packers at Lions. We got Brian and Tom. 6 p.m. Washington at Giants. Glash and Freeze Pops. Everybody asked Tom about his wedding that he went to yesterday. He was very concerned if it was open bar or not, and the man his face went completely white at the thought of being at a wedding with no open bar. So please make sure he is okay. 8 p.m. Colts at Jaguars. We got Glasheen and Hoffman. Then Madden After Dark. Panthers at Bucks, Flash, and Freeze Pops.
Moose-a-thon. Yeah, we got one leg left of the Moose-a-thon. Honestly, guys, I've been having fun. Like I said, hanging out. I got 4 different people. Gonna have 5 different people. Ended with Tommy, so. Wish this game was a little bit better, but at least we're getting a little action here. Eagles still driving. 2-minute warning. Need a touchdown, take the lead. Middle, that's going to be completed. Got Goodwin there on the catch, so starting to heat up a little bit.
Okay.
That feels like the first catch for Marquise Goodwin. Definitely not had big passing days. Second catch for Goodwin. Yeah, some of these receivers, TL, woof.
Stinking.
Yeah. Gallup, 3 catches.
who's your magnificent Moose player of the game? Who are you leaning towards right now? I know you've
I mean,
been mentioning
the points
a lot.
The points are so low. Like, I feel like we need to wait. Right now, it would probably be Sanders, maybe Elshon, but like, God, those guys like barely cracking 15 points. We'll see if someone scores here. If Elshon scored here, he'd probably take it. Actually, if Sanders scores here, he'd definitely have a stranglehold on it. Philly's still 3 timeouts. They could run it too. Wentz under center, and run or pass from this formation. They're going to run. Sanders going to get drilled, going nowhere. Sanders really hasn't had that good a game. He's got 36 receiving yards, but only 20 rush yards. 2 receptions, but he's got the touchdown. So I don't know. Man. Okay, shotgun. 4 wide. Oh, that's open. Did he get in? He did. Wow, toe tap. I think that's Goddard.
Wow.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
PE2. We had a tight end 2 and a tight end 3 score in the Browns game yesterday, but there's Dallas Goedert. I think that's like his 3rd catch at the sim too. God, Dallas Goedert is in contention for player of the sim as well, man. Like, that's going to really shake things up. If you had Dallas Goedert as a lone play, your GPP lineups or whatever, you are liking that. Carson Wentz going to take a step up too. What is Goedert's ownership?
I know, I'm not seeing him in much lineups here.
11.3% owned in the flex. That's actually, like our producer was saying, that's actually fairly heavy ownership for a tight end too. He's up to 10 points. Again, guys, lightning fast. We got the manual scoring, but we got Bert on ops here, who's also a grinder. I believe he was on a lot at Sims yesterday. Getting you updated super quick. We got Zach back there as well in the Drew stack. Taking us home. His first sim of the day.
Taking us home. That's Goddard's 3rd touchdown of the season.
Yeah, and now in the free roll, the big $250 free roll, Dallas Goedert line it in the captain spot. He's 0.2% captain. That's actually leading the free roll. So, you know what? Right now, I would make Dallas Goedert the player of the sim because no one else has really taken the bull by the horns. So we'll see what the Cowboys do on this last drive. They certainly have a lot of time left to take the win, but minute left, 3 timeouts. Tara Lynn with us. Smash that like, guys. Tara Lynn dropping in on a Sunday morning.
I need it.
Get her to 100. Let's get her to 100. Make her feel real good.
Please. If not, I'm going to go cry on the rest of my Sunday. Do you want that to happen?
A little quick hitter over the middle. Jarwin. Okay.
Well, apparently you guys do, so that kind of stinks.
Lots of people tuning in, though.
I love that.
I mean, I do love it. I mean, look, again, from a DFS perspective, as we watch Dak here, he's going to flick it. Oh, that was a bad miss. From a DFS perspective, having these Madden Sims when there's like a little, like the sports go down a little bit, it's super nice. Because you get the itch, you're like, okay, I just want to put in some lineups or something.
Yep.
We have 6 a day. This is week 18 there, Jeff with the J.
Yep, Jeff with a J.
Opposite Jeff. Yeah, it's week 18. Division matchup between Philly and Dallas. Could be a big game in real life purposes this year. Depending on, what. I think Dallas will probably be there. It's a weak division, though. Both these teams could theoretically be in the hunt for the title or even just a wild card. Again, Terrell and I are very pro-Washington. That's our team, so.
Yeah, I know. Rossi didn't like that either, but they're getting adopted by us, and I'm not letting him.
What is with Rossi? He's really got a bee in his bonnet these days, doesn't he? He doesn't like Washington either.
Like, sorry that I wasn't Washington's fan since day one. I've never even been there before, but I would like to adopt them, and they want my support, and I'm going to give it to them. And
you know what it is?
I've not been told by them that they want my support, but I can just feel it.
Rossi just knows that Ryan Fitzpatrick has owned the Patriots at times, and he's very anti-Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's what his problem is.
He's going to make some Fitzmagic.
Anti-Fitzmagic. Okay, 4th and 4. This is it. This is ball game right here.
Wow. producer Drew dropping it in. I mean, guys, you had me and Geoff for a big game in the sim season. The Eagles, even though I'm not a fan of them, but whatever, they're clinching the division with a win.
So it's an interesting spot. So, okay, they could clinch the sim season long division win with the win here.
Right.
And now we're at the 39. They're going to, Dallas has one timeout left. So they need about 5 yards to make this like legit makeable. This is Zerline does have a big leg though. So, stuffed. They can't. Okay, well, they pretty much got to kick it here. They're out of timeouts. So we're going to get a long one for Zerline. This is drama here. This is for the season.
I'm nervous. The dramatics.
What is Dallas's record right now?
Dallas sits at 8-8.
So I think this, like, legitimately, whoever wins this, I think, wins the division title.
And Philly's at 9-7.
Yeah. So this is basically this field goals for the division. We think, not 100% sure, but we think that's what it's going to boil down to here.
Bongo putting out some manifesting. He said, "Oh, he's got this."
I don't know. Zerline was pretty bad last year, but this is from 55 yards, 56. We'll call it 56. Here we go. Zerline for the win and the division. It's up. Oh, it's got the leg. Is it straight? Oh, it is. That was good from 65 right there. Greg the leg. Megatron. Living up to his name right there, folks.
Oh, my goodness.
Serious drama here in the sim.
Now your dog is creating drama. It's wild.
No, she's been good for a whole quarter, so. All right, we got one kickoff to go, and then this game is donezo, and it looks like Dallas going to sneak back, take this division.
Dang. I spoke too early.
Yeah.
Giving it to those stinky Eagles. And Dallas was like, have faith in us. You're supposed to be on our side. So, wow.
First time playing Fortnite. I see your question. I'm honestly not sure. I want to say yes, but I'm honestly not sure. Don't quote me on that. Best thing to do is if you're really interested, send an email to support. I know talking with Shirag, he was pretty pumped about the Olympic b-ball, but I'm not sure if that was just for viewing / maybe betting purposes, but could have been for DFS too. Again, I want to say yes, but I'm not actually 100% sure. All right, that's it.
All right, Cowboys.
Let's give the player of the sim, Terrelyn.
Magnificent Moose player of the game. Let's hear it.
Well, no, how about Terrelyn's terrific touchdown maker? Should we give it to Goddard?
I would like to give it to Goddard.
Yeah, me too. I think that's cool. I mean, he basically won the sim for the people who took a shot on him. He's like 11% owned. What about
11% owned, third tutty, 1 receiving TD, 26 receiving yards, 2 receptions.
What about Terrelyn's terrific bozo? Who should we give that to?
Well, I would like to give it to the Eagles, but I can't do that.
Really fun. What about CD Lamb? I feel like he had like 0 points.
Did you have him in your lineup?
I didn't.
Yeah, and he stunk. Let's give it to CD.
Just give it to CD. I don't even know how much he had. Zeke was just short of the bonus, 96 yards. Sanders with a touchdown. Dak with a rushing touchdown. Dak was okay. Yeah, I don't think CD Lamb had much. Alshon had 5 for 53. Yep. The passing totals were super low here.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton Schultz got 2 catches. Goddard went 2 for 26, but had the touchdown, so that really just pushed the Goddard lineups up there. Zach Ertz was a pretty big bust, too. We scroll down. CD Lamb, 2 catches for 16 yards. Yeah, he deserves it. All right, okay. Yeah. CD Lamb, terrible bozo of the game. Okay, here's what's coming up, guys. 2 p.m. Eastern, Bears at Vikings. It's going to be Tommy and I, and then I'm done for the weekend.
Jeff is going to sleep.
That's going to be a Week 18 matchup. 4 p.m. Eastern, Packers at Lions. You're going to have Brian from Ops on the call there with Tom. It's a little shaking it up again. You guys are getting a good variety of people here this week. It's going to be Packers at Lions, 6 p.m. Eastern, Washington at Giants, Glasheen and Tom, 8 p.m. Eastern, Colts at the Jaguars, Glasheen and Kaufman. So, I mean, I don't even know what those bozos are going to talk about. Colts and Jaguars, major bozo fest, though. 8 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern, Panthers at Bucks, Glasheen and Tom. Tom's back for one more. Yeah. And that'll do it, guys. Really appreciate you guys hanging out. And, guys, slow clap for Terlin hopping in on this Sunday morning, keeping me company. Smash that like again. Appreciate you, TL.
I'm back tomorrow at noon for the Nooner with Kaufman. It's going to be wild.
All right. There again. You can get more of her. Can't get rid of her. She'll be back tomorrow. Coming up right now, guys, Ross Tucker podcast, talking a little bit of NFL, so stick around for that. We'll see you guys in about 45 minutes.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday, a Greg Cosell day. Get excited. Presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And boy, oh boy, they have a ridiculous UFC 264 offer. I'll tell you after we talk with Greg Cosell, who's after I give out winners. That's what I do at the end of the week. Winners.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
You know, a lot of you have heard Mike Singletary say that for years, and yet you still don't want to be a winner. You still don't want to get in the best ball draft against me and Joe Dolan, which is going to be epic. I love dominating my listeners in best ball drafts. I love talking trash to you guys. All you have to do is be the first one that takes advantage of the Warby Parker try-on that I talked about yesterday with Andrew Brandt. Send it to me, and boom, you got it. I love spread the word winner, whether that's this week, Will Kraus, Kraus. He just liked one of our posts on Instagram. It wasn't me at Ross Tucker NFL. It was at Ross Tucker Pod. Just follow. If you like one of the posts, you got a great chance to go ahead and get a signed picture or card or press pass, whatever you want. I tweeted the other day, and I put on Instagram, my card is like worth a lot. I don't really know why, but my card from 2002 at least, or 2003 is like worth more than a lot of guys that were better football players than me. I'm not exactly sure why, or at least had better careers. And I was asking that question on social media. We've got the sponsor confirmation email winner, who is Scott Munchinsky. Raycon earbuds. Dudes, I've been spending a lot of time at the beach this summer, and I've been riding my bike a lot. Raycon earbuds are a game changer. If you see me at the beach, I guarantee if I'm riding my bike, my Raycon earbuds are in. I love them. Man, I had no idea how much better they could be. I was using some junk earbuds before. Now I got the Raycons. Woo! They're awesome. Scott, you will love them. The YouTube shout out goes to Coleman Friend. Coleman is a friend of mine. Rip, rip, rip. He can hit it anytime. Rip, rip, rip. You guys don't even know what that is. That's actually a softball team, a softball chant from the Paxtonia Pink Puppies. My phone's ringing. I'm doing softball chants because Coleman's last name is Friend, and he signed up for a free subscription to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I'm shouting him out. He's going to get a cameo style shout out that people pay $25 for. You get it for free, Coleman. Just email me, ross@rosstucker.com. I'll give a shout out via YouTube to whoever you want me to. We're rolling on a teaching tutorial Thursday. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg, let's start with N'Keal Harry. Before we get into the AFC South, I did want to get your thoughts on the first-round pick for the Patriots a couple years ago, who has formally requested a trade. What did you see from him coming out, and what have you seen from him so far in the NFL?
Yeah, Harry's one of those guys that my guess is was polarizing, Ross, because you look at a receiver like that. He's big, he's physical, he had some good run after catch, he showed some body control, some contested catch ability, and you start to think, okay, could he be a Michael Thomas type of receiver? Because he's not a vertical dimension, but people knew that. But then on the flip side, some people might look at him and say, you know what? He does not have great quickness in and out of breaks. He doesn't play quick or fast. He tends to round off his breaks. He was not particularly efficient at the top of his route stem. So he's one of those guys I think you go back and forth on when he came out because he certainly was productive in college, and he did have some plays, run after catch plays. But clearly in the NFL, the negatives have shown up more than the positives. And at this point in time, he's not the receiver that the positives might suggest he could become. So I can't speak to anything about professionalism, work ethic, anything along those lines. But the tape showed positives and negatives, and it's clear that the negatives at this point have outweighed the positives.
It feels like, Greg, when people are missing recently on receivers, it feels like it's the contested catch guys that, and I'm generalizing here because
Right.
there's guys like John Ross, who was a deep threat or whatever. So I'm generalizing. I guess all shapes and sizes of receivers haven't necessarily translated. But it seems like the guys with the speed or the route running, the McLaurins, the Metcalfs, some of these guys, that they've had more success than the N'Keal Harrys, the Arcega-Whitesides, and that, these contested catch guys aren't quite as able to do that at the NFL level.
Yeah, which is an interesting point because there's a lot of people who believe that at the NFL level, contested catch ability is important. But I think separation at the top of your route stem, and separation is a relative term, obviously, but separation at the top of your route stem is critical. And sometimes these bigger receivers who do not have that kind of quickness, short area separation quickness, they can struggle. And I think that's been one of Harry's issues. You can find, the thing is you can always find examples, Ross, of big guys who are good. You can find examples of smaller, fast guys who are good. You can always find examples if you want to and say, can he be like that guy? DeAndre Hopkins, and I'm not comparing N'Keal Harry to DeAndre Hopkins, but DeAndre Hopkins, I believe, ran a 4.57 or 4.58 40. There were concerns about his speed, and now we know what DeAndre Hopkins is. He's great. So these things are difficult, and that's why I said he's polarizing, because you can see positives and you can see negatives. And then it gets down to other factors, which you and I may not be aware of when it comes to other things. But certainly the negatives on tape have shown up far more than the positives.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with Harry. It's interesting because I want to get into the AFC South with you. And thinking of bigger-bodied receivers, let's start with the Tennessee Titans. Although I guess, and I know they can, Greg. I know Julio Jones and A.J. Brown can make contested catches. But that's not really what I think about when I think about those two guys. So those guys are big bodies, big, strong at the catch point. But I look at A.J. Brown. He kind of reminds me of T.O. a little bit. Julio Jones. I don't look at those guys as being quote unquote contested catch guys. Is that right or wrong?
I would say that's fair. Julio is just a different cat because Julio's 6'3", 225 and could run. Now, we don't know exactly what he is. Now he has some lower body. He's had some lower body injuries. He doesn't practice a lot. So we'll see where he is at in his career. But obviously Julio's a first ballot Hall of Fame receiver who he's just a different guy. A.J. Brown is a big physical receiver, but he's more than that. He's really good run after catch. In the context of their offense, they used him a ton on in-breaking routes off their play action pass game. He's very physical and competitive on in-breakers, and as I said, had very good run after catch ability. The big question for me about Tennessee's offense, and it's not an easy answer, and people assume it is, but it's not. And I've talked to coaches about this, this has been a Derrick Henry-based offense. Everything has started with the run game. Henry has led the NFL in carries in each of the last 2 seasons with almost 400 a year ago. It's very easy to say, oh, well, defenses are in a bind. Are they going to stop the run, or are they going to play 2 safeties deep? It's not a binary equation. Defensive coordinators are smarter than that. So I'm curious as to what their offensive philosophy is going to be, because their wide receivers last year, A.J. Brown and Corey Davis, as wide receivers go in the NFL, did not have a ton of targets relative to other teams. So it's a philosophy issue, and I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Now, it's always better to have great players to work through your philosophy than lesser players, but it's still something that they have to figure out, and they have a new coordinator in Todd Downing.
I guess part of me wonders, Greg, if they look at it and they recognized, well, first of all, they lost Corey Davis, so Julio Jones sort of replaces him. But I also wonder if they recognize that Derrick Henry only has so many touches, so many carries in him, and that they'd like to, even though they run it through him, not give him quite as many touches, be more of a play-action team, throw the ball a little bit more to save Henry maybe for later in the year or the playoffs.
It's a great point. And one thing to keep in mind, Henry, number one, he had far and away the most first down carries in the league last year of any back. Number two, what they've done in the past under Arthur Smith is they ran a lot out of base personnel, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, a fullback. Todd Downing's mentor in the NFL was Scott Linehan, and Scott Linehan was a big believer in 11 personnel, meaning 3 wide receivers. So that's just something else they have to work through. So again, we don't know the answer to these questions. It's very easy to say, wow, they are so talented, defenses are in a bind. They averaged over 30 points a game last year. They're not going to average 45 points a game, Ross. You know that. No one does that. So to me, this is one of the most intriguing storylines of the upcoming NFL season, what this offense will look like.
What about the Titans defensively? Because I thought they were disappointing there a year ago. They draft Caleb Farley. They bring in Bud Dupree. They're taking some big swings at some guys with recent injuries.
Yeah, and they were poor on defense last year because they couldn't do 2 things. They couldn't rush the quarterback and they couldn't cover. And they've tried to address that. They brought in a player as well you didn't mention who's a very good, versatile D lineman in Denico Autry. But drafting Farley in the first round, bringing in Janoris Jenkins, my sense is since those 2 players to me are best when they play press man, I would think you're going to see them play more press man coverage on the perimeter because the players can do that. So they need to be better than they were a year ago. They scored a ton. History sometimes tells us that teams don't score like that every single year. So we'll see. Defense is their number one concern right now.
Let's move on to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And obviously, much of the conversation will surround Trevor Lawrence. What are you expecting from him in this offense in year 1?
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what they do and what their approach is. They drafted Travis Etienne in the first round, and we know what James Robinson did a year ago, but Travis Etienne is a more talented player, than James Robinson. More explosive athlete, can give you more big plays. I know they spent a lot of the offseason with Travis Etienne working outside, but he's a running back. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out because Etienne gives you that explosiveness, that dynamic element to your offense. As far as Trevor Lawrence, he'll start. They can say whatever they want right now. He'll be the starting quarterback. This O-line has been together for about 3 years now, Ross. This is not a patchwork O-line. This is a group. I think it's been 2 years or 3 years. I can't remember when Andrew Norwell came from Carolina, but it should be an improving O-line. Obviously, it's a new coaching staff. Urban Meyer brought in Darrell Bevel. He brought in, I think, Brian Schottenheimer. So we'll see what the approach is offensively. Look, their defense was poor a year ago. The last thing you want to have happen is to ask Trevor Lawrence to have to drop back 35 or 40 times a game because he feels like he has to put up 30 points every week just to compete. So even though the focus will be on Trevor Lawrence, it would not surprise me to see this team really try to run the ball and shorten games, try to control the pace and tempo of games. They have two good backs in Robinson and actually three in Carlos Hyde, and we'll see how all that plays out. But obviously the focus will be on Lawrence, but I don't think they're going to ask him to be the driving force of this offense and this team early on.
You know, it's a great point, Greg, because they got the last two Seahawks offensive coordinators, and I don't know if it was their philosophy or Pete Carroll's philosophy, but they like to run the ball in Seattle, and that was what people always complain about with the let Russ cook stuff.
No, and you're right. And, you know, the thing is everybody points to the quarterback, and obviously the quarterback's important, but you've got a whole team. Their defense was really poor last year. They've tried to address it in some ways. Obviously, they drafted a corner in the second round in Tyson Campbell, a safety from Syracuse, who I really liked his college tape, Andre Sisco, in the third round. But it's essentially the same group up front. They really, you know, they're counting on guys to play better. So we'll see, because like I said, it's easy to look at Trevor Lawrence and it's easy to look at this offense, but you can't put a young quarterback in a position where he has to feel that he's got to score 30 every week just to compete.
Let's move on then and get to the Indianapolis Colts, who, look, I don't know that any of us know what happened to Carson Wentz last year. And I don't know that any of us know what he's going to be this year. I mean, let's start with that, Greg.
Yeah.
First of all, do you know what happened to him? Like, I don't know I've ever seen, like I said before, last week, I think, I've never seen a quarterback improve, maybe 2 weeks ago, improve as much as Josh Allen. Greg, I swear, I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback deteriorate as much as Carson Wentz did last year. I know there was other factors, but I just don't remember seeing a guy who I thought was one thing be that much worse like he was last year.
Yeah, and I can only speak to the tape. I can't speak to the other factors. Look, no question, the O-line was an issue. The Eagles, I believe, had more offensive line combinations than any team in the league, and playing with guys, as you know, who were street guys. So that you can certainly speak to that, but the tape tells you that Carson Wentz was poor a year ago, and that's all you can say. So the question is, can he revitalize his career under Frank Reich, who was there in 2016 and 2017, and when it appeared that Wentz was on his way to being a top 3 quarterback in this league? Unanswerable. So all we can do is look at what they are offensively. They do have weapons. Jonathan Taylor became a foundation back over the last 7-8 weeks of last season, getting 20-plus carries numerous times. I assume they'll do the same thing. They have great depth in their backfield with Taylor, Naheem Hines, Marlon Mack is back. I think that their receiving core is an interesting group. I think Pittman will take a big step up, and I don't know what that means in terms of number of receptions, but Michael Pittman is big and extremely talented. T.Y. Hilton still looked very good a year ago at times. I think Paris Campbell's the wild card here, because Paris Campbell was a second-round pick in 2019. He's big and he can run. And we know their offensive line is strong. So they have Eric Fisher to replace Costanzo. So it really does fall on Wentz, and we just don't know the answer to that, Ross. We just don't know. If he plays well, this could be a really good offense.
There's no question about it. What about the Colts defensively, Greg?
Yeah, the Colts defensively are really a solid defense, fundamentally sound. I think the question mark would be at corner. They have an older Xavier Rhodes, and they have Rocky Ya-Sin right now as the other outside corner, and he did not play well a year ago. In fact, throughout the season, there were times he was benched for TJ Carey on the outside. So Rocky Ya-Sin becomes an important player because Kenny Moore is one of the best slot corners in this league. People might not know much about him, but he is a really good slot corner. To me, it's Rhodes who's getting older, and it's Rock Ya-Sin, who was a second-round pick in 2019, and he needs to play to his draft pedigree. So to me, that's the number one question mark as we look at their defense. But I think Matt Eberflus does a great job. Really a fundamentally sound defense. They drafted Kwity Paye in the first round. I'm sure the hope is he just steps in and replaces Danico Autry, who they lost in free agency to the Titans.
Finally, Greg, let's get to the Houston Texans. And, this is one of those teams where I almost feel like you got to click on their depth chart because they've added so many people. It's like, who's even still on the team? Like, who's playing for the Texans this year?
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know how we address Deshaun Watson. And obviously no decision has been made by the league. So I don't know if he plays or not. But if he does play, they're pretty deep at running back with a good core of running backs with David Johnson. Mark Ingram is there. Phillip Lindsay's there. Rex Burkhead is there. The receiving position is interesting as well. Brandon Cooks, Randall Cobb. They drafted Nico Collins from Michigan in the third round. Big, long, and can run. Whether he's ready to play, who knows? The O-line got better. The O-line was a laughingstock there for a number of years. But if you watch the tape, the group got better. You have to keep in mind that Deshaun Watson, as special as he can be, he is one of those quarterbacks that moves when he doesn't need to. And when you move when you don't need to, yes, there are times that you make phenomenal, outstanding improvisational plays, but you also get sacked more. And it's not the offensive line's fault, Ross, as you well know, being an offensive lineman. So if Deshaun Watson cannot play, it's a totally different offense. It'll be Tyrod Taylor. And then you'll see a lot more of the design quarterback run game concepts. You'll see a different offense. So we just don't know the answer to that right now.
How about the Texans defensively? Another place where they brought a lot of guys in.
Yeah, and I think they still have some pretty good players. Obviously, they lost J.J. Watt. I think, Merciless is still solid. Charles Omenihu is a guy that I think they're counting on to really step up. He's shown flashes of being a multi-positional defensive lineman who can play inside and play outside. They now have Malik Collins, who's been a solid 3 technique throughout his career. The secondary is, the corner opposite Bradley Roby has been a little bit of a concern. It's I guess still Vernon Hargreaves, but he's been very up and down in his career, and I think he would be someone you'd be a little worried about heading into the season.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell. That's where you can always find this guy's work and what he's doing next. Always love getting his breakdown. Next week, we will wrap it up, I believe, with the AFC West. Really looking forward to it. Greg, thank you so much as always.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
Greg is such a legend. I mean, I take so many notes when he's talking. We get so much positive interaction on the YouTube page as well as social media for Greg Spots. Can't wait to talk with him next week. Should be amazing. Speaking of amazing, okay, just pick the main event fighter you think will win by first round knockout, and DraftKings Sportsbook will give you 264 to 1 odds on that fighter. All you have to do is watch the first round, hope that Poirier knocks out McGregor. If you're a McGregor guy, hope he knocks out Poirier. Put $1 on it, and you get 264. This is one of my favorite promotions they've had. Just make sure when you get the DraftKings Sportsbook app on your phone, you use the promo code Ross so they know your boy sent you.
Tux Takes.
All right. Good morning, Ross. So let's start with a movie, as evidently it came out yesterday. A movie's going to be coming out featuring the story of your Westwood One colleague, none other than Mr. Kurt Warner.
Awesome. So I'm a big fan of Kurt's. He's been on the show before. In fact, with this news, I'll probably see if I can get him on again. His life story should be a movie. I mean, the guy was literally bagging groceries, playing arena ball, and then he's the MVP of the Super Bowl. It's insane. I don't know how it works, Brian, and this would be one of the questions I would ask him. What took 22 years, 23 years? That was 1999. Like, what took so much time? I can't wait to see it. Love working with Kurt when he's in the booth and I'm on sideline for Westwood One. It's amazing. I don't know if Westwood One will have sideline this year. They didn't last year because of the COVID stuff, except for the playoffs. So I was with them for the playoffs. Hopefully I will be again this year because I love it.
Tux takes.
So Kurt played in a bunch of different leagues like NFL Europe and Arena Ball, but never played in the XFL, which announced that they will return in the spring of 2023 after talks with the CFL were tabled.
Look, I mean, Emery and I talked about this recently. I don't really understand why more of these leagues don't team up and pool their resources to take a 2 or 3 or 4 year run at this thing rather than XFL, AAF, this other league. The thing I like the most about this is that they're waiting until the spring of 2023 because they got to get their ducks in a row. And I don't know if they're going to have the funding or the deep pockets that they need to really get their ducks in a row. I believe, based on the AAF ratings and the XFL ratings, that a spring football league could survive. I just think you need to do it the right way.
Tux takes.
NFL Network reported 68% of the players have gotten at least one shot of the COVID vaccination with 3 weeks until the start of training camp.
Yeah, so wait till they get to training camp and they see how different the protocols are, Bri. We've talked about this a lot, but the protocols are way different for whether you're vaccinated or not. That number is going to go up quickly. You're going to have to feel extremely strongly that you don't want the vaccine to not get vaccinated because it's going to make your life a lot worse. Your day-to-day life, every day getting tested, every day wearing a mask. That number will be 95% by 2 weeks into training camp. Mark my words.
I hope you're right.
Last thing I would say there, by the way, Bri, the NFL has a deal with Twitter, a new partnership with Twitter, which I guess is good. They've already had it. They're already doing it where the highlights are now available on Twitter, which is great. Exactly what they should do. So I'm glad they mentioned that. I'm glad several of you either are going to try to become the first people to take advantage of the Warby Parker free home try-on. Free home try-on if you use my code that I mentioned yesterday. And perhaps I'll even tell you what it is again if I can find it. What, do you remember what it was, Brian? No, you don't know.
Yeah, it's a free home try-on trial.
Yeah, I meant my code.
Yes, it's warbyparker.com/Ross.
warbyparker.com/Ross. Free home try-on. In fact, you know what? 2 more entries. The first 3 people that do the home try-on, you're in. You're in the best ball against me and Joe. warbyparker.com/Ross. The first 3 emails I get from people that sign up for the free home try-on, not even asking you to buy anything. You are in. Can't wait to announce it next Wednesday with Joe. Let's get to an email, Bri.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
The email address is ross@rosstucker.com. I love your email questions. I love talking about them. What do you got, Brian?
Ross, what do you think the long-term consequences are going to be for teams that cut players that get injured working out on their own? There will be lawyers. Should we oust the NFLPA president? Back to the negotiating table? What do you think? That is from Mike.
Mike also says, you were drinking that frosé at the beach and not your wife. It is okay to admit it. I actually was not, Mike, but I have no shame when it comes to drinking girly drinks. Like, I'll have White Claws every once in a while. If I'm right on the beach, I might have a bay breeze or a sea breeze that's pink. Like, I've got no masculinity issues when it comes to that. And I actually tried her frosé. I had a sip of it. It was not mine, but I would enjoy frosé. Like, I would drink that. But she is the one that ordered it. I guess there will be lawyers. They'll try to file grievances for Jawan James and the other one, Deshaun Hamilton. I think they'll probably lose. The contract language is very clear. I don't think you'll see players be out of shape. I just think that they might be a little more cautious with some of the things they do. They're not going to get rid of the NFLPA president. They're not going to go back to the negotiating table. It's going to be mainly lawyers, and maybe players don't do some of the same things. Good question, Mike. Always love your questions. Always love the shout outs for our I Think We're Done Here patrons. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here. Have a great weekend, everybody. Got a huge week for you guys next week. Very excited. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in sight.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday, a Greg Cosell day. Get excited. Presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And boy, oh boy, they have a ridiculous UFC 264 offer. I'll tell you after we talk with Greg Cosell, who's after I give out winners. That's what I do at the end of the week. Winners.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
You know, a lot of you have heard Mike Singletary say that for years, and yet you still don't want to be a winner. You still don't want to get in the best ball draft against me and Joe Dolan, which is going to be epic. I love dominating my listeners in best ball drafts. I love talking trash to you guys. All you have to do is be the first one that takes advantage of the Warby Parker try-on that I talked about yesterday with Andrew Brandt. Send it to me, and boom, you got it. I love spread the word winner, whether that's this week, Will Kraus, Kraus. He just liked one of our posts on Instagram. It wasn't me at Ross Tucker NFL. It was at Ross Tucker Pod. Just follow. If you like one of the posts, you got a great chance.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Oh, man. Get that sweater out of here. Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name is Geoff Ulrich. Back for the 6th in a row. 6 of 6. That's right. Wow. Just like my golf lineups this week. Not. Joining me for my last ride here, Tom Carroll. Tom, how you doing, buddy? How's your...
I am doing well. Had a wedding yesterday, so a little later start to the day, we'll say. But all in all, powering through on this Sunday. I'm ready to get my 4 Sims on. I got 3 in a row, and then I got Madden After Dark. So I'm excited. I love Sims on Sundays. It's a relaxed atmosphere. The chat's chill. Doesn't really matter where you're finishing the contest. We're all having fun. So good times. Good times to be had all around.
It's true. Definitely was fun hanging out with Tara Lane the first one. Had over 350 viewers for that. So definitely some people tuning in. You know, there's not that many sports on right now. So again, the Dream Stream here for your sporting needs, your viewing needs, your DFS needs. We got the Chicago Bears. We got the Minnesota Vikings. A lot of divisional matchups coming up right now because we are in week 18. So there's a lot of divisional games to end the season. And again, we're going to get the records here for these guys. I just want to give people a look because the last game, Tom, came down to the end, a last-second field goal, and the Dallas Cowboys clinched the NFC East in our little Simper Bowl season here. And this one, very similar. We got Chicago 8-8, Minnesota 7-9 entering. So could be something on the line here. I'm not sure what their division is at. Bears still possibly alive, but not looking good. So I think Green Bay's got this division wrapped up, but this one could be like a wild card possibility for Chicago if they win here. So
I will make a bold prediction here, Jeff. This will not be a game that has playoff implications in real life.
In real life? Okay.
In real life, both of these teams will be out of playoff contention by the time they play each other this week in the regular season. I am sorry to our Bears and Vikings fans who are watching today.
Interesting.
Yeah,
because I talked about the Vikings a lot with Jason D. Rossi last night, and he's pretty bullish on them. I think he had them going like 10-7. I had them more going 7-10. They've got like a handful of games that I think could go either way, but I'm kind of with you.
Rossi has the most random predictions always.
I know.
Like, what about this Vikings team tells you they're going to go 10-7?
Yeah, I mean they did shore their. Drew, our producer, says Rossi has everyone going 10-7. They did show their defense up a bit, but I don't think it's to the point. Like, I just don't think Patrick Peterson is going to be like a huge difference maker at this point in his career. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think so. So, anyways, we shall see. We shall see. I'm kind of with you, Tom. I'm more bullish on the Bears' chances, not just because I'm a Justin Fields guy, but it is going to be a tough road. You know, rookie QB, even if they do go to him early or whatever, you know, it just doesn't happen that often with rookie QBs. So.
I mean, where is the track record that says any rookie QB has success their rookie year outside of Ben Roethlisberger? And when I say success, I mean success in the win-loss column.
Yes.
Because typically... Yeah, typically rookie quarterbacks, when they take over, they're taking over for bad rosters. And that Bears team, yes, they made the playoffs last year, but did anyone think that team was winning a Super Bowl? No.
Yeah. And they've you know, they did bring back Allen Robinson, but they lost a little bit on defense too. If the defense regresses even a little bit, I don't know. It's Bears are kind of weird. Like they still got a good defense, but And like maybe Fields makes them a jump on offense, but I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. I mean, I just don't know if I trust Matt Nagy either, right? So that team feels like it could go either way. I feel like I've seen enough with Minnesota to know that just like it's probably not going to be there. I mean, even if their defense is good, like you're relying on Kirk Cousins to win you like the big away games, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, Matt Nagy's interesting because I feel like after his first year in Chicago, everyone was super high on him. And it just hasn't continued to go that way since that first season in Chicago.
Yes.
And I do kind of want to wait and see on him to see how he looks working with a legit quarterback that can actually pass the ball.
Sure.
That doesn't look like a quarterback that played in the 1930s. We'll see. We'll see how things go with Nagy, with a guy who has incredible upside.
And look, like Matt Nagy, if we're being dead honest, he was carried by Vic Fangio's defense that year that they went like whatever, 12 and 4, whatever.
No doubt.
He was absolutely carried. Like his play calling has never been good. The Bears have never been like a top offense. Now, like you said, was it a Trubisky problem or a Nagy problem? We should find out with Justin Fields. Like we really should. I don't think Andy Dalton is going to solve that mystery, but we should find out with Justin Fields. Is Dalvin Cook on a little run there? So
yeah, I know you've said that you think Fields is going to start from week 1. Well, but Nagy's come out and said that's not going to happen. When do you realistically think Fields is going to take over?
Yeah, I mean, I look, it's hard for me to stick to that now that Nagy said that. I still think it's going to be early, like week 2 kind of thing. Like it will. Nagy will probably stick to his guns. If Fields, unless Fields is a disaster in preseason, I think it's going to be very early. Like if Fields shows up in preseason, Nagy will probably stick to his guns, probably start Dalton. But it'll be an early switch. That's kind of what I think will happen. You'll see Fields perform in the preseason. Nagy will be like, well, the veteran, and there'll be some chatter about it, but he'll stick to his guns, and it'll be like lightning quick. The first sign.
I kind of agree with you, Jeff. I think it's going to be like, well, I guess we'll see how he looks in some preseason games and how things develop in training camp. But just kind of knowing how Fields was at Ohio State. And how good Dalton is, which I think is more mediocre than bad, but still not a guy you'd want to have as your general out there trying to get you to the playoffs. I think it's going to be like when Deshaun Watson was a rookie, where O'Brien was like, yeah, no, he will not start. He will not be the starting quarterback. It's not his job, blah, blah, blah. And then after the first half of the first game, Deshaun Watson took over the job and never lost it. I could see that being the exact same situation. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, right? Like, why are we doing these semantics? Yeah. If you want to make the guy the week 1 starter, who cares about tradition and having to earn that spot and sit behind him? Did Deshaun Watson learn anything sitting for one half of football? No. Dumb. And that's why Bill O'Brien's no longer in Houston.
Yeah, and you'd like to make the argument like these guys are like maybe protecting the rookie quarterbacks and trying to take the pressure off them, but like I don't actually think that's what's happening. I think they're just like being like, these guys are rookies. I can't like make them a starter. I'll look like an idiot. I'll look like a soft coach. So, yeah, I don't think there's like next level thinking going on here. Even though if there was, I think like I could buy into that. But yeah. Coming out and saying Andy Dalton is your starter before you've even seen Justin Fields play,
weird move.
It's just it's basically like saying, okay, whatever you do, you're not going to be the starter, so don't try. Like
it's creating controversy before football even starts. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, like
because no matter what, there's going to be noise now. Like, okay, there's going to be questions to Justin Fields. Okay, yeah, well, no matter how good you do this preseason, you're not going to be the starter. How do you feel about that?
Why don't you make
to Andy Dalton, like, Andy, how do you feel about being given that starting job without ever having to really earn it? Blah, blah, blah. You're just creating a media circus before you even need to.
Yep. Ridiculous. Come out and say, whoever plays better is probably going to start week 1. What's wrong with that? It's a competition. That's what preseason's supposed to be.
That's what good coaches say. That's how good teams and properly run organizations handle that situation.
Yeah, Boston Joe.
Bears haven't been that in a long time.
Boston Joe, I want to believe that maybe you're right, but I just don't think that's what's going through magazine as we get into what it looks like. Okay,
Tim Green saying Ohio State quarterbacks don't do good in the NFL. I mean, he's not wrong. There's been pretty much no track record of Ohio State quarterbacks doing well at the next level. So it is interesting that we all kind of feel like Fields is going to be that guy that bucks that trend.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
He's the most complete guy we've seen, though.
Yeah, like, okay, who are the busts that come out of Ohio State? Obviously, Dwayne Haskins.
Let's look at this. I want to pull up Cardale Jones is another one.
And Jones never really got a fair shot, if we're being honest. Like, he kind of screwed his own career up. Like, he would have been like the #1 pick if he had come out that year, and then he went back.
Right.
Just ridiculous choice by him. But
a couple that come to mind, Troy Smith, who had a nice career as a backup but never really became that dude in the NFL.
And Troy Smith was never a guy people like pegged to be like an elite quarterback. Like I
right?
Think we all
no, he got drafted low.
Yeah.
Terrell Pryor, I mean, he had his problems at Ohio State off the field, and that led to him being a supplemental draft guy, and then he ended up having to switch positions.
Yeah.
Braxton Miller, a guy that I think from the jump decided he was going to get drafted as a receiver.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a bunch of guys here that looked great in college and were like at the top of their game at a certain point throughout their Ohio State career, but it just never translated to the NFL.
Like, the only guy I would label a true bust there would be Haskins, because like you said, Smith was drafted late. He kind of had a career as a backup anyways, so I'd say he lived up to his draft billing. Pryor was a guy who everybody knew probably wasn't going to make it as a QB because he was so reliant on his legs. Mm-hmm. And he switched positions, and that's what happened. So, again...
And had some success at receiver.
Exactly, right? So, again, kind of just lived up to his billing. Haskins was a guy who got drafted in the first round and didn't live up. Like, I don't really feel like of all those people we mentioned, there's no elite prospects in there. And Haskins came in a weak QB year, too. So, I don't really buy into anything that... I feel like Fields is easily the best QB Ohio State's probably put out, maybe ever. I don't know. I don't want to say ever because I'm probably forgetting some.
No, I agree. I agree with you, and I don't think you are. I think that Haskins was that guy before Fields. We were all saying this about Haskins. He can move. He has a good arm. He's accurate. I mean, he had a monster season at Ohio State the year that he was a Heisman Trophy candidate. But Fields just feels even more complete. It's like with every quarterback Ohio State has had, it's like they've taken another step forward in that complete game category. It feels like all the guys they had prior, and we're talking, last 20 years or so, because there's been guys that played for Ohio State in the past. None of them became great in the NFL, but they were more traditional pocket passer guys. But it feels like Ohio State has always really had this like hybrid athletic quarterback guy, and Fields is the one that is the most complete for him.
Arnell in chat saying Nagy said the funny thing about promises that they're subject to change. Did he actually say that? I haven't seen that quote. If he did, that, I mean, again, it doesn't shock me that he said that. Or if
that's him.
Yeah.
If he said that, that's him being like, oh man, I shouldn't have said that the other day.
And
and he's not wrong.
And I've said this before, but if Matt Nagy does end up changing his mind and be like, in Dez name Fields as week one starter, it won't shock me at all because we see this all the time. People say things and then they go back on it and whatever. But anyways, how's a quick first cue? Definitely not much going on outside of that field goal. So Dalvin Cook up 22 yards rushing. Thanks for joining us here on a Sunday. We got over 250 people already. Hit that like, guys. We appreciate it. Over 100. We really appreciate that. Got the Vikings, we got the Bears, we got Tommy in for his first one of the day. Fresh, was it an open bar yesterday? That was the question.
It was, yes.
It was? Okay, yeah. Judging by your, I don't want to say slowness, but just by your intro, I kind of guessed that you got lucky there and you got the open bar. So good for you.
Yeah.
Hope you had fun.
I did. Good.
Yeah,
I'm a little more subdued today. People throwing out Mike Tomczak as like a successful guy coming out of Ohio State. Won a Super Bowl. Okay, Mike Tomczak. There you go. There's one good Ohio State quarterback. Played for a long time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't classify him as someone that was ever a star, never made a Pro Bowl. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Mike Tomczak. If Mike Tomczak is the greatest quarterback to ever come out of Ohio State, that's not great for Ohio State, who's
one of bar.
Right. Like Ohio State is in the conversation for being the greatest college football program of all time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And you would think that they'd have quarterbacks to back that up at the next level. But they really haven't.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Jeffrey Orris asking, what type of tasty treats did you consume at the wedding? They had a nice cheese and cracker spread. That was delightful. They had a really nice pasta dish. It was a buffet style dinner, which haven't encountered too many times at weddings, so that was nice. Got to kind of pick and choose your spots. Had a nice roast pork option. Yeah, it was interesting.
No, that's good. Usually, you get like fish or steak or fish or meat,
Yeah, exactly. And then they serve you. But no, it was, you go up there, you scoop it yourself. I kind of like it. It kind of let everyone, let their hair down and relax.
Totally.
A little bit,
exactly, right? Yeah.
But it was cool. It was cool. And the food was good. And the bartenders were not light on the pores, shall we say. And there were certain points in the night where I'm like, no, that's good, thank you. And then later on in the night, it was like, oh, no, he already finished. I didn't have time to tell him to calm down there.
Hey, Rob, a little light on that pour there. Just getting tackled right at the 1 second. Oh, no, was that A-Rob? No, I don't think that was. I think that was Miller.
I thought it was Anthony Miller.
Yeah, it was Miller. Bert from Ops, already on it. It's Miller. We got Zach, Bert, and Drew Stack again. Tom Carroll and I. Here we go. Bears from the goal line. There's Montgomery, touchdown. Yeah, I mean the wedding people must be glad the wedding season's back. Like they're probably just happy to be serving people and back in business. So I'm sure it's been a while since they had like a full service, wedding to do.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I know a lot of people that work with us on DraftKings kind of do wedding stuff on the side as far as like shooting weddings with photography, videography, DJing. So that's sort of like how teachers sometimes are camp counselors in the summer. It feels like production people in sports media, weddings are sort of like their camp counselor job on the side.
Right.
And so I'm happy for a lot of my friends in this business that are able to kind of pick up that income again, because it's tough, man. The pandemic, it affected everything on every single level.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, a lot of those gig jobs, like, you don't even think about, right? But yeah, like wedding photography.
Right. Like it's like 80 degrees removed from something you'd even think about.
Yep.
But it's good that everything is clicking again here. We're slowly moving back in the right direction.
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely one of those things I wouldn't even have thought about. But yeah, wedding industry, and one of those things like the wedding industry, like it's a little bit seasonal, but it's also just like it doesn't slow down, right? Like it's one of those things you just rely on. Like people are going to get married, just like, like the baby industry, like people are going to have kids. So yeah, to see it get slowed down was probably very jarring by a lot of people, because it's what you'd call almost recession proof in a way. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
People are always going to get married.
Yeah. It's just like, it's morbid, but like,
funeral homes and package stores.
Totally.
Never go out of business.
No.
Recession-proof.
Exactly. Montgomery, 26.6% owned, 1.8% on the captain spot. We didn't even do lineups yet. Who'd you captain?
Ooh, I did Dalvin Cook. I always do Dalvin Cook.
Yeah. I had to go with Madden Mitch. We only have a few Madden Mitch Sims left. Who knows when we'll switch over?
That's a good point.
Who knows when we'll switch over, guys? It's gonna happen.
We're gonna have to have a vigil for Madden Mitch.
Oh, Madden Mitch, John Ross.
In the arms of an angel. Who would read the eulogy for Madden Mitch?
Probably me. I'm the only Madden Mitch truther on this stream, so yeah.
Who would be John Ross?
The only Madden Mitch truther in the entire universe. John Ross would be Rossi, I think. No. It would be Babysitter Billy, because Billy actually likes John Ross. That's who it was. Yeah.
He'd come back and do the eulogy for John Ross.
Yeah, he would.
And then who do we think Mostert's going to be that good in Madden 21? Probably not. Madden 22, sorry.
Yeah, he might get a little bump down.
You have to imagine. He's unstoppable in this game.
No, I know. I feel like he'll probably still be there starting unless something happens soon, like maybe gets cut. It could happen though. Obviously, Glash would read the eulogy there.
Giraffe King saying Funchess. Yeah. Funchess. We'll have a eulogy for Funchess. We're going to have to figure out what the last sim for each of these teams is before we switch over to the new game and dedicate a quarter.
Marquise Goodwin on the Eagles.
Oh, big time. Big time.
That guy's not going to be doing much.
Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, sure.
Because who knows who's throwing the football in Madden 22 for the Pats.
All right. 7-3 Bears. Montgomery on the touchdown. Vikes driving. The Sunday afternoon sim action. 2nd and 6 here with Tom Carroll. Divisional matchup. Again, we're in week 18 of the sim season. We got the 8-8 Bears. We got the 7-9 Vikings. The Bears on the verge of a wild card spot. They don't guarantee to get in with a win, but they could. The Vikings are pretty much done.
Darnell J69 saying Justin Fields is a modern-day Randy Moss. He's a Georgia Bulldog. He went to Ohio State for marketing. He still fell to number 10. Incredible. Chip on his shoulder. So I know, obviously, we all, if you follow college football, you know that Justin Fields was a transfer, but he didn't play at Georgia. All of his meaningful football in college was played at Ohio State. So that's why we're looking at him through the prism of an Ohio State quarterback. I understand that as a young college football player, he spent time as a backup on Georgia, and you can go back with hindsight and say that probably wasn't the right decision, but maybe he wasn't ready at that point to be that guy for Georgia. So that's why he's being viewed in that way. You can be a good player at practice and be a sponge in the training room and in the film room at Georgia, but you don't become a better player without playing games. So he became a quarterback. He became an NFL prospect as an Ohio State Buckeye.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously it was a transfer, but still, you're right. Like, it wasn't like Jalen Hurts where, like, lit it up at 2 different spots.
Like, I don't think that Justin Fields is going to be the guy that bucks the Ohio State quarterback trend because he was a transfer. I just think he's going to be that guy because he's that talented. It has nothing to do with him going to Georgia early on in his college career.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Where we at here? 1st and 10, 45.
Darnell talking about how this guy won, high school state championships and stuff.
Oh, look, I mean, Darnell, you don't have to convince me. I think Justin Fields maybe should have gone number 1 overall. Like,
we both are huge Justin Fields guys over here.
Trust me when I say.
I was crestfallen when the Pats ended up with Mac Jones instead of Justin Fields. I thought that people were undervaluing the crap out of this guy. As the Zach Wilson stock started skyrocketing, I was all in on being quiet about Justin Fields dropping.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like this is a real possibility.
Yeah. And I think it's good points, like just stating how talented he is. I agree. I think he's like very, very talented. I think he could be like, up there with Deshaun Watson, potentially like a better arm, Deshaun Watson. So yeah, that's why I say, like, I'm not very high on the Vikings, but I'm not ready to just say the Bears are going to be bad, because I really do feel like if he gets a shot early, like, you could see some magic. So that's the only thing that's keeping me from, like, being kind of out on the Bears. And plus they still have a good defense. And look, I mean, this is a team that made the playoffs last year. So say what you want. I mean, Nagy's made the playoffs in 2 of the last 3 seasons. It's been ugly sometimes, but not many coaches.
Bert saying, I still don't understand the Zach Wilson thing. It doesn't make any sense to him.
I don't either.
I kind of am with you, man. Like, the film looks really good, and it does have a little Patrick Mahomes flavor to it, and people are going nuts about that. And he's got those cross-body, cross-field, crazy throws in him, and he freelances and looks great. But the level of competition he was doing it with, there's not a huge body of work to suggest that he's going to be able to do that at the next level. It feels busty to me.
Behind a really good O-line too. Yep. Yeah.
And as a Patriots fan, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah. It's like a really banner year for QBs. It just makes it, I love these years because, it kind of reminds me like when Winston and Mariota came in, you knew they were both starting. It just makes it more interesting.
It's storylines that we can all get behind from the jump and follow right away. And there's 5 of them. That's cool.
Yeah. But, I mean, you're going to have Wilson and Lawrence starting from the get-go. Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, probably all going to see action. Some of these franchises are going to be changed forever. It's going to be cool, man. All right, Bears inside the red zone. Shotgun Mitch, 1 minute left in the second. Pass. Come on, man, Mitch. Let's go, friendo. Montgomery scored for the Bears. That's all we've had, plus a field goal. Jordan Lindenbaum still says, Fields over Trevor. You guys are funny. I don't know, man.
Oh, I wouldn't have picked Fields over Trevor. I wouldn't have picked him number 1. No, I'm not with you there. I don't get the anti-Trevor thing. You're not the only guy on this DraftKings broadcast team that is a little anti-Trevor. I don't get that. The dude did was ball out from the jump at Clemson. And that guy could have been drafted out of high school. I truly believe that. He was ready. That body and that arm and that athleticism, he could have sat behind a QB at age 18 instead of having to go to Clemson and risk injury. And he could have been starting in the NFL at like last year. I truly believe that.
And look, I'm not like down on Trevor Lawrence where I'm like, oh, like this is Ryan Leaf 2.0 or something. I recognize like this guy's a good football player. He's an elite prospect. I just look at him and I look at Justin Fields and like honestly I feel like there's just more like awareness and like you might just be better at football, I could be completely dead wrong on that too. There is Anthony Miller connecting.
Hey, there you go. I think he's in my lineup. Jordan Lindenbaum. First of all, is Lindenbaum a Jets fan? Because he's getting very defensive. Secondly, he says, of course, it feels busty to you, Tom, because you obsessively hate the Jets. Question though, is he busty based on the hundreds of hours of game film you've studied? I've studied 1,500 hours of game film and watched every throw of his college career. That's my Mel Kiper impression. I know it wasn't good. I'm sorry. It
wasn't terrible.
No, honestly, I haven't watched hundreds of hours of Zach Wilson tape because there isn't hundreds of hours of Zach Wilson tape. And that's the point, right? He doesn't have an enormous body of work to suggest that he's going to be able to be this dude at the next level.
Yeah, took a big step up. One big year. Well, I don't want to say one big year, but his last year was definitely, is what put him over the top. I think it's more of like a bit of a strength of schedule thing for me. And just as someone who watched most of his throws from last year and went back and actually did watch them, he's just working with a very good O-line. Like he's got time to maneuver on every single play, it feels like. And yeah, he does great with that, but I don't know, like it's going to be an adjustment. I'm not saying he can adjust. There's obviously arm talent there and talent. And again, we're working with, when we say it feels busty, it just means like these guys are obviously going to be good, but like maybe instead of being like the next Peyton Manning, he ends up being like the next Derek Carr, something like to that effect when we say busty. So it's all in degrees. I think all these guys were legitimate, like first round draft picks.
I'm not saying the guy's going to be Ryan Leaf. I just I don't think we're going to look back and be like, oh yeah, that was a dynamite number 2 overall pick at quarterback.
Right.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah. And Lindenbaum is saying, I think it's a reasonable question. You're making predictions based on narrative. No, I'm making predictions based on what's being given to me. I can only give opinions based on the information that's being provided and the body of work that is there. And it's for a guy like Trevor, we have years of watching the guy dominate the college level. For Justin Fields, we got 2 years of it, right? At Ohio State. With Wilson, it feels a lot more flash in the pan against a lower level of football at BYU. And like we see Mahomes do this type of stuff at the next level, and it's crazy, and it's something like we've never seen. When you see Zach Wilson doing it at BYU, it feels more like the guy who was the most athletic dude in high school, who just could be the best player on every high school sport that he played because he was the most athletic guy in the room. Mm-hmm. That doesn't translate at the next level a lot of times. And that's a part of the reason why you see all of these Ohio State quarterbacks flaming out of the league, because they're really good in college because they're great athletes, but that doesn't always translate to the NFL. And Zach Wilson profiles like that to me. Now, I'm not sitting here and saying I've watched every BYU game. I watched a lot of BYU football because I'm a big college football fan, and they were undefeated for a lot of the season. And I'm kind of a night owl, so I'd watch a lot of BYU games. They played, Pacific time zone a lot of times. So I did watch a lot of Zach Wilson. He was fun, but I don't know. I've watched a lot of college football in my life, and guys like that tend to be bust candidates from my perspective, especially being drafted at number 2.
Yeah. Anyways, we're dealing with 5 guys. Like I said, I feel like this draft was so QB heavy. Like you compare it to some of the other years that Mac Jones could have gone 5th overall in some of these other years. You compare him to the Daniel Jones year. We're about to get a field goal attempt here to end the Q and the half. That's going to be good. Dan Bailey.
Lindenbaum is saying that he doesn't feel great about Fields because of the Ohio State stuff. He feels like his tape shows him being a little iffy. I just saw a guy that was incredibly dominant in a conference that might be the best defensive conference in college football for his time as a starter at Ohio State. That's what I'm referencing when I get excited about Justin Fields.
Yeah.
He started 22 games over 2 years, had almost a 70% completion percentage, threw for 5,300 yards, 63 touchdowns in 22 games to only 9 interceptions.
Yeah, that's
bonkers.
Yeah, the turnover rate with Fields is and the touchdown to interception rate
63 to 9 over 22 games.
Yeah,
that's stupid in the Big Ten
against the best competition. So that's my argument for Fields too. And look, again, all 5 of these guys are really good. So we're talking splitting hairs here. We're just giving opinions, just lighting it up on a Sunday.
Exactly. That's what we're doing.
I will be the first one to come
baby,
back and admit I'm wrong if things don't go the way I suggest it might next year. So don't worry about it. I'm not trying to make myself out as an oracle. Neither is Tom. I guarantee it. So,
right? No, not at all. We're just going with the information we have.
We're just talking on a Sunday about a little football.
It's football. We're all having fun. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
Mad Mitch. Well, Mad Mitch is having fun. He's up 14-6. He's got the Bears ahead, potentially head to a playoff spot. Mad Mitch to Anthony Miller, passing touchdown. We also had a David Montgomery rushing touchdown, 2 field goals for Minnesota. Miller 3 for 30, the tutty. Not much passing yards going on, though. Need to get Thielen going. He's got 3 for 45. Haven't seen Jefferson yet. Tajay Sharp, 2 for 37. That's where we're at, folks.
Lindenbaum saying he does like Fields a lot more than Mac Jones. So do I.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. I know there was some I think I was texting with Buchanan that night. He was getting pretty pumped that Fields was falling and they were the Patriots were there, but I predict that the one thing that was legitimately the only thing I got right in my NFL draft prediction was that the Bears were going to end up with Justin Fields. The Bears were going to be aggressive, and if he fell, they were going to go up and get him. Legitimately, I was wrong. Okay, I got Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson right, but everyone got that right.
Yeah,
wrong about
we all knew that.
Yeah, and I did get the Bears going Justin Fields to the Bears. That's it, though. as Everson's tweeted that night, Geoff's wrong about everything. So, give him a like because he got this one right. So. Anyways, hey, we get to all talk about Justin Fields in these Sims next year, or we'll be watching Andy Dalton. That'll be an interesting dilemma for the Madden lineup makers.
Got the Euro final coming up here soon.
Yeah, when does
England
that start?
versus Italy. I think within the hour.
A little bit of footy. Are you gonna watch that, Tom?
I got it on in the background.
Yeah, in the background. Yeah, no kidding.
No doubt.
Soccer's like the perfect background for Madden.
It is. It truly is. I don't follow soccer. I'm not going to sit here and make any soccer, football predictions. I can openly say that. I take pride in the fact that I never fake it when it comes to football. Every 4 years when FIFA comes around, sports media guys love to pretend like they watched soccer over the last 4 years and know things about international soccer. It is one of my biggest pet peeves working in this industry. Like, dudes, stop lying. You're not believable in any way. Just enjoy it. You don't need to be an expert on everything.
Yeah, people
like,
get
look at that cross pass. It's beautiful. Oh, it's such a beautiful game. Their defense was impeccable. The time of possession. It's like, you don't watch soccer. I've followed you for 4 years. You've never talked about this once.
No,
You're
it's
not
football,
a soccer
Tom.
aficionado anymore.
Football. It's football. Not soccer. Football.
Football.
Everybody gets all uppity about that. Yeah, it's fun to watch, though. Love the international competitions. Dump off to feeling. Put down a feeling.
Tiger won IST. I think that's, or maybe Tiger first. I don't know. He says, come on. Wilson, I think he shouldn't have went top 5 anyway. Top 10, yeah. But top 5, nah. Not in my opinion. I agree with you. I think that he probably should have been the 4th quarterback taken.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Again, everyone's going to have their own different opinions. I know Jets fans generally hate people talking down Wilson. And, again, these guys...
They'll turn on him quick, though. Like, 5 weeks into the season, if he's not looking good, we'll have all the Jets fans on our side.
Well, who are they?
That's the beauty of Jets fans. They'll turn fast.
Well, we were talking about fickle fan bases, and Terrell and I decided Philly takes the cake for that. They are the quickest to turn.
Big. Boston's quick too.
Yeah, they just haven't had any reason to over the last.
Right, but they will. Trust me, I have. It happens yearly with the Red Sox. Red Sox fans turn on their team, think they're going to win the World Series a week later, and then immediately a week after that will call for the manager to be fired. Red Sox seasons are a roller coaster of emotion. Randolph saying that he wagers on soccer every day.
Every day. All right.
Every day. There you go. DraftKings Sportsbook. Check it out.
Ever heard of it?
Hawk Corleone saying there is no QB university, but it takes nuance to analyze QBs in college. Yeah, he does bring up a good point. It's rare that one college can claim to be like the best QB at the next level college. Every college kind of has their one guy, and then it sort of tails off after that. Like, there's no real dominant QB university. There's no like pipeline. Like USC wishes it was, because remember they had like Leinart and Carson Palmer, and then John David Booty was a guy that had a lot of hype, and then Matt Barkley and Mark Sanchez. Matt Castle came out of USC. He didn't play a lot, but like in the mid 2000s, like that was a university that probably felt like they were positioned to become QBU, and really, outside of Carson Palmer, none of those guys panned out in the NFL.
They became bust QB. They came to the exact opposite. Guys who get overdrafted. Leinart, Darnold. What happened to Booty?
John David Booty, one of the great names. He was floating around as a backup for a while.
Was he? Okay.
Here, let's look it up.
He was
great in college. Really good.
Yeah. He had like a hot stretch.
He was a 5th-round pick in the NFL draft in 2008. He was a backup for the Vikings for a couple seasons, and then he was a training camp casualty for the Titans and Texans the following 2 years.
Way back to 2008, man. Hey, I thought he was a little bit earlier than that. Okay,
he was the guy that directly followed Leinart.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Dalvin in the end zone.
Yep. Little chalk attack there. Dalvin Cook.
Little chalky.
82.4% owned, 34% owned in the captain spot. So if you got Dalvin Cook, you're definitely not unique, but you're punishing the
not special.
Punishing me. I didn't take Dalvin Cook.
I'm in 28th. Why would you ever fade Dalvin?
I don't know.
Geoff.
I don't know. Had to get Mad Mitch in the captain, man. Got to make room.
I got them both.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Pay up. There's some pretty good value options in the sim too. We had, Cohen's not that expensive. Tajay Sharp's not that expensive.
DraftKings saying Miami has Kozar and Testaverde, neither near each other, but not a real train of Hall of Famers. Miami also has Jim Kelly, who's probably their best pro. Miami has a very strong case for best QB university.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right.
I would say.
Yeah, who else did they have?
Those are the three that were the best at the pro level. They also had a guy, I'm blanking on his name, who won the Heisman for them.
Was it 90s. Gino something?
Carmazzi? No. Gino... Toretta. Yep, thank you, Jay.
It was Gino Toretta, wasn't it? Yeah.
Gino Toretta. Gotcha. Boom. All right. Brain working a little slower on this Sunday. But
no, I mean that's
those are the three that were great in the NFL. And obviously Ken Dorsey was extremely successful for them at the college level.
Yeah.
Ken Dorsey, someone I voted for the College Football Hall of Fame this year.
There you go.
Kind of surprised he's not in there.
The U. I always cheered for the U back in the day.
I'm a BC fan, so I don't like them at all.
Right.
Because they used to beat us in the Big East, and then they beat us in the ACC.
Well,
just really don't like them.
The best college football team of all time. I can't remember what year that was, but with like Andre Johnson, those dudes. Ridiculous team. First time playing Fortnite, says bullish on Italy. Interesting. I don't know, man. Don't know what the English are going to do if they don't get it done. Best chance. You need a long time to bring home a big trophy. You get touched back. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, tie game. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it on this beautiful Sunday. Over 300 people watching. Got the World Cup finale coming, or the Euro Cup finale coming up. I actually forgot it was on today until Tom brought it up. We got the NBA Finals going back on tonight. We got the Open Championship next week. Don't forget about the Moose Open. It's up there. Back up to 200 players this week because it's a major. Already up there. Go register now. It's $1 to enter the Moose Open, the Open Championship Bonanza. Go register. Go do it. Get in. Let's fill it. Don't forget, the golf starts Wednesday night this week.
Ooh,
Wednesday.
Early golf.
Yeah, so it's way over in jolly old England.
Kareem asking if Luke Kuechly was first ballot because I'm a BC fan. He was not eligible, or at least wasn't on the ballot for me to vote for. If he was, I would vote for him. Incredible at Boston College. Like, made every tackle.
Yeah.
If there was 30 tackles in a game, he would have 25 of them.
Yeah, that guy was a machine.
He had almost 200 tackles in a season once.
Yeah.
And by comparison, Manti Te'o, when he won, or didn't win the Heisman, when he was a Heisman candidate, had like 80 tackles on the year.
Yeah.
They played the same position, folks.
No, Kuechly was a beast. Kuechly was a beast in the NFL, too. I mean,
so good.
Yeah.
It's tragic that he had to retire early.
It is. I mean, he still had like a decent little career, but yeah, obviously retired too early because of the concussions, or retired earlier than he wanted to. Let me put it that way. Very, very high-end linebacker, though. All right, tie game. Cousins shotgun. 3 up top. We go down low. Dalvin Cook, X-Factor lit, gets the first down.
Super Bowl Baby 67 saying BYU, Jim McMahon, Steve Young, Ty Detmer, Steve Sarkisian, and Taysom Hill. BYU, sneaky, one of the better NFL QB schools, so maybe we are shorting Zach Wilson, although I don't want to use that as a way to say, oh, he'll definitely be good because of Steve Young. That's like the same argument as when they show the chubby picture of Mac Jones with a cigar in his mouth, and then they show it next to the Brady combine picture, and they're like, "Oh, yeah. See, both chubby quarterbacks that went to, went to the Patriots. So clearly, he's going to be the next Brady."
Yeah.
Jeffrey Orr is saying, "Are you a Hasselbeck fan too?" I got respect for both Matt and Tim. Shout out to the Hasselbecks. Yeah.
Hasselbeck put together.
I stumped for the Hasselbecks.
Yeah, put together a decent little career. He was never.
Look, Drew brings it up. BC is a good QBU. It's true. Flutie, Hasselbeck, and Matt Ryan.
Oh yeah, Matt Ryan. I always forget about that. It's true.
It really does have some cachet in that department. It's more of an offensive line university, but I mean that's a strong 3. I'd put that 3 up against a lot of schools. That 3 is better than anything Ohio State has ever produced.
Yeah, especially up until Fields, 100%. All right, time taken down, 4th and 4. This one stalled out a little bit. Minnesota got the ball.
Boston Joe doing a little research for us, and I appreciate that. Since 2005, Kuechly has the top 2 most tackles in a single season. So that means he's number 1 and 2 on that list. He had 191 tackles and 183 tackles in back-to-back seasons. Fake!
Oh, did he get there? I don't think so.
Oh, I think he's just short.
Wow, tried to stretch at the end, but yeah, you're a kicker, Dan Bailey. Dan Bailey just didn't have that Jets. I don't think that 31 speed on Dan Bailey was going to get it done there. So that's not his actual speed, but I'm just making it up. It could actually be his speed. I don't know. Good attempt, though.
That was awesome.
It gets a clap. Yeah, a little trickery there. Didn't work out. Bears going to take over. Oh, Madden. Mitch going to take over. Go, Madden. Mitch getting the first down. Okay. All right. Bears going to try and take advantage. Spicy action there by the Vikings. University of Louisville is a quarterback.
Well, they got Johnny Unitas, I believe, along with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 names that jump out at me right away. I'm blanking on anyone else that was good in the NFL, but those are 2 really strong ones. I remember Brian Braum was really good there in the early 2000s on those Bobby Petrino teams. Teddy Bridgewater, Louisville guy.
DraftKings. Great point. Yes, you do not get rushing yards for Dan Bailey. Kickers
you should, though.
Maybe you should, but we don't award the rushing yards.
Rossi would stump for that.
Yeah. He's the kicker guy. Hello, Lisa Robinson, as we end the 3rd quarter. Jumping into chat. Appreciate all you guys showing up, over 300 watching. We got a tie game. Kirk Cousins, no touchdowns, 171 yards. Trubisky, 1 passing touchdown, 116 yards. That went to Anthony Miller. Okay, so Dalvin Cook scored for the Vikings, and who scored the other touchdown for the Vikings then? Why am I stumping on this? They must have they got 2 field goals and a 2-point conversion.
That's correct. Thielen caught the 2-point conversion.
That's right. Yes. I knew they kicked field goals early. So that's what happened. Okay. So only 3 touchdowns, even though it's 14-14. Vikings converted a 2-pointer. That's where we're standing right now. Thielen actually close to the bonus, 6 for 77. So
cool.
2nd of 6 sims right now. We got Packers at Lions coming up next. Brian and Tom. You're going to see Brian for ops.
Yes. Bry Guy.
Have you worked with Bry Guy before?
I love working with Bry Guy.
I actually have never worked with him, so
love it.
He stepped in to give me a break, or I would have been doing 7 in a row. And right now, I'm very glad that he did, because I think 6 is the limit. 6 in a row, no matter how it's cut. Full day, over days. I think 6. That's it. That's the cutoff.
6 in a row. That's impressive.
Yes.
That's your Tiger Slam right there.
I know. That's it's the Tiger Slam.
It's the Moose Slam.
You ever done 6 in a row like this?
I lose track. I've done.
Yeah, I know.
So
you've done like 4 in a day so many times.
Yeah.
This is common to you. You're like, oh yeah.
Child's play.
Child's play, sir.
I think I've done 4, 5, 6. I think I've done 7 in a row before.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've probably put them back to back, like on a
where
Sunday.
I did 3 on a Friday,
right,
and then 4 in a row the next day. I'm pretty sure, but there might have been a gap in between that next day. But I mean, I've done a lot of sims.
Got a lot of fine leather-bound books.
Yes.
There goes. Oh, we're gonna get flags. Probably coming back. Holding, I assume. Yes, on the offense. That'll come back.
Super Bowl Baby 67 saying USC, Carson Palmer. And then honestly, you can just stop there because the rest of those guys were not successful NFL quarterbacks. Matt Castle, I guess you could say, had some success in the NFL.
He didn't even start there, though.
Yeah, exactly. He was Leinart's backup.
Yeah.
I remember when he got drafted, everyone was kind of making fun of that draft pick in New England. The guy didn't start a single game in college.
It's true.
That's how stacked USC was back in the day, though.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Castle could have been a starter in college. I mean, he was a highly touted recruit.
Yeah.
Great athlete. And didn't even play a game.
It is crazy to think about. Like,
they were a factory, man.
I wonder why he never transferred, though, or something, you know?
He just liked USC.
Yeah. Well, and, we could get into reasons why, but I think most people realize it is in
I'm sure he had financial incentive to stay there.
That as well. Yes, potentially.
You know what? Good for these guys in college, though, getting the chance to
right
cash in now finally.
Yeah,
on a non-black market level.
Yeah, Andrew, our producer saying, did he play baseball at USC too? I want to
honestly didn't know that. That would make sense though.
Yeah,
because
I think that's
a lot of QBs sneaky are relief pitchers in baseball. USC traditionally does have a nice baseball program.
Yeah. I feel like he did play baseball, but I can't remember exactly. Oh, Cousins getting it out there in traffic.
Super Bowl Baby 67. I like these lists he's just posting here. North Carolina State. Phillip Rivers, Russell Wilson. People forget he did play most of his college career there. Mike Glennon, Jacoby Brissett. That's a solid 4 there.
That's Arizona?
North Carolina State.
Oh, North Carolina State. I don't know why. I thought you said
the
Arizona.
Wolfpack.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Russ Wilson from North Carolina State.
He played most of his career there. Yep.
That's incredibly solid. I mean, Mike Glennon has started games. Jacoby Brissett has started games. Been a starter for a year. Rivers, obviously, and Wilson, like two of the most elite QBs of the last 20 years.
Yeah. D-Rod saying Peyton Manning and Vince Young for Texas. Peyton Manning went to Tennessee. Easy to make that mistake. Both wear that orange. Both begin with a T. Peyton Manning, a Tennessee Volunteer, not a Texas Longhorn. I'm sure Texas Longhorn fans would love to have had Peyton Manning. Both UTs, correct?
I actually always make that mistake, too. I always forget Peyton went to Tennessee for some reason. I don't know why.
His brother goes to Ole Miss, his dad goes to Ole Miss, and Peyton goes to Tennessee.
Yeah.
What a traitor.
Yeah, I wonder how that went down in the old fam, you know? I'm sure there's a story.
I bet they were secretly mad about it. Because I believe Cooper Manning went to Ole Miss as well.
Yeah. Maybe it was probably just the opportunity at the time. Like, I bet you there was, like, probably a good
Maybe
QB
Ole Miss stunk, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coop went to Ole Miss.
Yeah, I wonder how
And
that
they just kept it in the fam, Peyton. Had to be special.
Either Ole Miss probably already had someone really good at the position, or they were just, like you said, they stunk so bad at the time that... Yeah, or potentially that, Andrew. That as well.
Bert saying Baby Manning is going to Alabama. Arch Manning, dude, he's legit. Cooper Manning's son. He is going to be a legit 5-star recruit. That guy's going to get offers from everywhere.
Is this his first year in college coming up, or?
No. He's only going to be, I believe, a junior this upcoming fall.
Okay, so we got some time here.
Yeah, but like he's gonna be one of these dudes where ESPN's trying to put his games on TV as much as possible.
Okay.
He already had he had a game on TV this past fall on ESPN2.
Really?
Yeah, I watched it. He was great. He was awesome. He threw like 6 touchdowns.
I'm sure he was. I mean,
and he's so scrawny.
I mean, so was Eli. So
true. But
I mean, so was Peyton. So was Peyton.
Yeah.
Actually.
No, I mean, Peyton had like a thick neck though. Like you could tell that guy, he had some girth to him.
A little bit. But when he's coming out of college, he's still pretty scrawny.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, there was like that viral video that came out a couple weeks ago where Arch Manning was at the Clemson camp and he was just throwing absolute beauties of a ball down the field. Perfect little pump and go stuff.
Yep. Michigan, Bobby Hebert, Jim Harbaugh.
Bobby Hebert did not go to Michigan. He went to a small school in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Jim Harbaugh, Elvis Grbac, Tom Brady. That's true. That's actually a good trio, though. Elvis Grbac made some starts for sure.
He had his time in the sun.
Yeah, no, I think the Chiefs even had a good year with him or something.
Yeah.
Out to the 50. David Montgomery.
Orlando Hewitt throwing Troy Aikman in the Oklahoma bucket. He only started, I believe, 1 year there and then transferred to UCLA. So I don't know that Oklahoma should receive credit for that. That's like giving Ohio State credit for Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
But OU's putting together a strong grouping with Baker and Kyler and how they've looked. Jalen Hurts started a full season there, so...
yeah, the Ducks, actually, Robbie Noble. That's a good point. We got, obviously, Herbert, Mariota. God, I think there's someone else we're forgetting, but maybe not. Anyways.
Oh, Dan Fouts.
Is he Oregon?
Let's go. Dan Fouts was egregiously left off of our Chargers Mount Rushmore because of Rossi.
Oh, yeah. I talked to him about that. That was ridiculous. I love Rossi, but that's up there with
Fouts,
like his...
and Rivers were both left off the Chargers Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, you can't.
Egregious. You start with those two and then you work around it.
I think so.
I was outvoted. The worst part about it is, Jeff, I was outvoted by not only Rossi, but I was also strong-armed by the chat. The chat sided with Rossi and was like, we got to have Kellen Winslow Sr. and Antonio Gates on there.
No.
Over the two quarterbacks.
No way.
Fouts, who is one of the guys who innovated the passing game, and Rivers, who is retiring as the fifth highest passing yards quarterback of all time, and he's way up there in touchdowns too.
Yeah.
And I know Antonio Gates and Kellen Winslow Sr. are two of the best tight ends ever, but like, let's put a value on how these positions affect the game. Being an elite quarterback has much more impact on the game than being an elite tight end. It just does. And the other two spots were LT and Junior Sam.
Yeah, and I think those two guys should be up there.
Right. I mean, that's the four. That's the four.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
that's why Mount Rushmores are tough. Like, if there was a 6-head Mount Rushmore for the Chargers, that would be the Mount Rushmore.
I could listen to an argument that puts Winslow over Phillip Rivers. I really could. But Fouts has to be on there. And I would still probably side with Rivers over Winslow. It's tough, though. You're right. Like, those guys are good. Even Gates is like, needs to get respected. But
of course.
Yeah.
But you only get 4. Are we getting overtime here? What do you think?
Yeah, this is getting down to the nitty-gritty here. They can't...
They only got 2 timeouts here. We're indoors. Let's see if we can get
they can definitely get a field goal with like one completion here, but, nobody can complete a pass. Mitch keeps getting sacked. And, like, Dan Fouts, back to this, because Dan Fouts is a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Phillip Rivers, he's like a borderline Hall of Famer, but he's probably going to get inducted because, like I said, everybody likes him and stuff. So, like, a Hall of Fame QBs, they're not that common. So, yeah, Feltz 100% has to be on there. I don't even care. It's
100%.
Right. 2nd and 10. Enough Chargers talk. They're not even in this game.
Go Chargers, go.
Go Chargers, go. Oh, don't.
Oh, my. Oh!
That would have been perfect for Chicago.
That would have been so nice.
Chicago is the team that needs this win, too, from a playoff perspective. Again, they're still alive in, like, the wild card hunt. Minnesota's dead at 7-9.
Oh, Big John providing some good context. This may explain Manning going to Tennessee. The Rebels were banned from appearing on television and postseason due to severe sanctions handed down by the NCAA in November of '94. Perfect. I would say that is definitely the reason. Without reading it, that feels perfectly correct to me.
I recall that now as well. Yeah. Oh, did Italy score already?
Looks that way. England scored.
Oh, England scored. Okay. Well, geez. Good for England, man. They definitely need a W. Seriously, it's been a while. 4th and 7. Chicago's still got 2 timeouts, so... But this punt's probably going to go 89 yards and land at the 1 or something, so... Well, it'll go 68 yards or something. 65. Anyways, here it is. No
Austin Joe is asking for a clarification. And yeah, you are correct. I would like to state for the record, I did not do that. I was against having 2 tight ends over 2 quarterbacks on that Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, that was Rossi, Boston Joe. That was not us. Again,
I was strong-armed by Rossi in the chat.
The furthest I would go would be to at least consider Winslow Rivers. And like I said, I don't even know if I do it. I'd have to think about it. Fouts is on there, like, no doubter for me. Steao and LT would be on there. And then...
Have to have those 2.
The last one's between Winslow and Rivers. And I'm, like, just even thinking about it now, I'm probably siding with Rivers. But Kellen Winslow Sr. was, like, legit. I mean, he's the kind of revolution.
Yeah, no doubt.
He deserves, like, some cred. As does Gates, but I think Winslow, again... you're looking at what he did, the time he did it, revolutionized. I don't have all their stats in front of me, and I don't want to open them up as we get.
You don't have to.
I thought there was more time on the clock. I don't know what just happened there. Anyways, I thought the Bears had the Bears just didn't call timeouts. What is going on? Anyways, okay. Playing for OT. That's the way to go. Yippity doo.
Oh, you mean the AI made bad clock management decisions?
Never.
Weird. All right, what do you think is going to happen in OT here, Geoff? Prediction time.
Mad Mitch is going to send us off into the sunset and rush one in.
Wow.
I'm not sure who got the ball, though. I think the Vikings got the ball.
Hey, that prediction could still be true, though.
Oh, absolutely it could. We could get a fumble. We could get a quick 3 and out. I'm happy with whatever the DK Sim fam wants. Why not OT in my last sim of the weekend? 6 in a row. Let's do a little extra time. Who cares at this point?
No, I want this to end soon because I got food in front of me that I want to eat.
I, too, have some food that I would like to eat. All right, Cousins, send us off with a... that's not going to do it. Send us off with
Not
the
a
ball.
bad first play, though.
Just chuck... Oh, it's positive yards. Just chuck it long. Let Justin Jefferson go get it. I don't think he's even caught a pass in this game. Definitely the leader in the clubhouse for the Ulrich's ugly player of the game.
Which player was that? Sorry, I missed it.
Ulrich's ugly player of the game. Oh, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, he's in my lineup with last time I looked, a goose egg.
Yeah, that's the last time I looked, too. Just chuck her deep. Come on.
Ashley Edwards saying, when Freeze Pops calls the sim, I either take 1st through 12. Wow, I'm Ashley Edwards' good luck charm here.
Very specific.
I wish that I had the same results that you have. Although I haven't been doing poorly in this sim.
I'm going to check my lineup in a bit. I'm going to check it right
I'm
now.
at 32nd. That's not awful.
All right, well, the Bears going to get a chance to end it with a field goal. That was just pathetic effort there by Kirk Cousins. Where am I in our little free roll here? I'm in 95th. Yeah, I faded Dalvin Cook like a big dummy. So I've actually been running pretty cold in these lately, if I'm going to be honest.
You've been fading the wrong guy.
Yeah, that's what I do. All right. Field goal ends it.
Come on, Cordero. You got to have a better return than that.
Yeah. Oh, did we was I with you when we saw the return touchdown? No.
I don't think so.
I was with Lamarca. I saw a return touchdown.
Was it Cordero?
No, it was T.Y. Hilton. First return touchdown. I'm pretty sure it was the first return touchdown. Oh my god.
That's not what you
We're going to be here forever. First return touchdown, I'm pretty sure I've seen in 2021, though, for Madden.
Was it recent?
Yeah, it was like 3 days ago. Have you seen one?
No.
Okay, there you go. So, I mean, that's how rare they are, right? Like,
I've never seen a punt return either.
No. We used to see them all the time in 2020, at least maybe once a month or once every 3 weeks kind of thing. All right, we're going to have 3rd and 12 with the low. But, yeah, crazy times, so. All right. Battle of attrition rages on here, 3rd and 12. Mad Mitch has been super inaccurate. Can he pick it up with his legs? Can he actually hit a receiver? He's going to chuck it.
Oh, he's open.
He's got him. Go. Oh, all right.
Nice.
Close to field goal range. Felt like that.
You got to turn on the Jets there, Allen Robinson. Yeah. You had space.
Give a little stiff arm. All right, we'll take it, though. He's up to 76 yards, Allen Robinson. So Allen Robinson owners loving this OT. Smash that like button if you could, guys. Really appreciate it. Over 300 people's watching. Again, we got the World Cup going on. Jolly old England up 1-0.
Euro Cup.
Sorry. I'm just gonna. It's almost over, so whatever at this point. But
Allen Robinson with another grab.
Yeah, 91. 9 yards from the bonus. And they're at the 38, so very close to being in Pinheiro range. Although Pinheiro doesn't have the massive legs, so you probably want to get to like the 30 here for like a sure thing kind of dealio. They're going to run it, be cowards, but they're going to get the they can get inside the 35, which definitely makes it more doable.
Who do you think should be the wooden nickel winner?
God, this game has been so like kind of
yeah, it's kind of tough.
This is like the last one too. There's nobody really.
I've got 32 points from Dalvin in my captain spot, which is fine.
I'd give it to Thielen. He's low owned.
Okay. We're going to give it to Thielen.
Yeah.
We're going to give... Oh, nice move. We're going to give the Vikings receivers awards today.
Yeah.
Wooden nickel goes to Thielen. Babysitter Billy goes to Jefferson.
Yeah, without a doubt, Justin Jefferson. 32.2% owned, 0 catches. He's very hit or miss, feels like, lately. So.
Yeah, I didn't feel great when I put him in there. I usually like to go with Tajay Sharp for like a second-level Vikings receiver.
He's so cheap, though, Jefferson.
Yeah, that's the thing. I also made my lineup without thinking about it. Probably took me 8 seconds to make the lineup. I usually put a little more thought and care into these things. Today, did not do that.
Hey, you made the free roll, which is more than I usually remember.
Exactly. I did those late last night, too.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Good God,
I had the presence of mind to do that before I fell asleep. Got to give me credit there.
Oh, we're going to get it. Okay, don't fumble. They're probably going to kick the field goal here.
Just kick it. I got Pinheiro in my lineup, so there you go.
Well, you should be getting – they should march the field goal unit out right now. A little garbage time action for Tree Cohen as well if you got him. Let's see what they decide to do.
Just kick the field goal, guys.
Usually where they do that. Oh, my God. This is risking disaster.
I don't like this.
Putting Mitch, I don't like this.
You know what, though? Matt and Mitch might run it in, like you said.
I don't want him to run. Don't run.
Oh, my God.
Oh, okay. Wow. A little scary.
Just kick the field goal, guys.
Yeah. Now, I think you're close enough.
Nope. We're handing the ball off here.
We're going to get a fumble, like 100%. This is getting fumbled. I guarantee it.
Get in. Yeah.
I got it. Okay. All right. David Montgomery with the garbage time action. The Bears.
There you go.
David Montgomery, second touchdown of the sim. It's going to bolt the Montgomery lineups up. Some good action there. Some good garbage time action. 30.5% owned David Montgomery. He only had 46 rush yards, but 16.6 points. Him and Thielen, both kind of good values there for sure. And
nice.
That, as the kids say, is going to do it, folks. The Bears getting the wild card, potentially at least giving them a life.
They're alive.
Yeah, we're alive.
I'm alive.
So Bears finishing at 9-8, Vikings finishing at 7-10. Hate the 17-week season just because it makes me add and do math, but that's correct.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time to get used to that. We're going to be saying 16-game records for like predictions for the next 10 years.
Yeah,
getting it wrong every time.
I am glad there's an extra game though, like that. So
yeah.
Anyways, that's your ball game there, folks. This is going to wrap it up for me, so I'm going to make this quick. Really appreciate hanging out with you guys over the last, day and a half, 6 in a row. I'll give you the schedule coming up here quick, and then we're going to get Tommy out of here because he's still got a long ways to go. He's got 3 more to do. We got Packers and Lions coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's Brian and Tom. Washington at Giants, Glasheen and Tom at 6 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern. Colts and Jaguars. We got the drama duo, we'll call them, from the Jersey Shore, Glasheen and Kaufman coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. They're on together, prime time. 10 p.m. Eastern, Panthers at Bucks, Glasheen and Tom. Tom's going to come back to close things out. So that is it, folks. Again, really appreciate it. Hit that like button. I will see you guys next week. We got the Open Championship. Tune in for Get the Green on Tuesday. It's at 3 p.m. Eastern. It'll be Emerson and I, or potentially Reed and I. I'm not sure, but I'll be on it for sure. Let's get the green for the Open Championship. Enter the Moose Open. We got Pat Mayo coming up with some season-long fantasy rankings next. See ya on the flip side, dudes.
Mayo experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Football Rankings. Top 150 overall half-point PPR. You want to find the rankings in list form, chronological list form too, like 1 through 150. You go to DraftKingsPlaybook.com or hit the description where the rankings will be updated every single week with breaking news or a change of opinion. That's just how we're going to do this. Remember to smash the like button for the video in the comment section. Give me your top 5 players overall in half-point PPR entering the 2021 fantasy football season, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Why wouldn't you subscribe to Mayo Media Network at this point? Because we're going to have a ton of fantasy football content, including a brand new fantasy football show, which will be launching very soon. And one of you might end up being the host of that, or at least a host of a few of the days, because I'm doing a huge contest to find the next fantasy football host out there in the world. I don't care how much experience you have. If you hit the description of this video, you'll see a link to my Twitter profile, and the pinned tweet that's up there right now shows you how you can enter that contest. It's a paid gig. You're going to get plenty of exposure. And if you've ever wanted to get into the fantasy football realm, talking about it on camera, this is the opportunity you've been waiting for. So submissions are due July 10th. So if you want to get in, you got to submit yours before that. And then, yeah, if you submit them on like the 11th, I hate to tell you, then you're probably not going to get it because I'm not going to look after the 10th. Other than that, there is the biggest news possible. Everyone knows that I've been associated and helped co-found FantasyNational.com, which is a tools and stats golf site, which people have won millions and millions of dollars from by becoming a member. It's a customizable stat site. There's no content. I had so much success with that, I wanted to make that translate over into the NFL. And as of today, I want you all to go to runthesims.com because a brand new tools and content product is up there right now. So you can go ahead and pre-order your package by the end of July, and you'll get our Founders Club pricing. It'll never be this low again. $249 for the year, but if you use code MAYO, you get $50 off. So it's $199, well, $199 for the entire NFL year by using code MAYO. And the best part is that you'll lock in that annual rate for life. So if you get it right now, when the price goes up to like $400 next year, because it's so popular and so amazing and so easy to use, you're going to lock in that $199 for life. So again, code MAYO at runthesims.com. So just hustle up and go get it. We have some unbelievable tools for you up there right now. It's going to cover season long, daily fantasy, and the betting market. And the best part is that there's no one on the site telling you, oh, you need to play this guy. You need to play this guy. It's all going to be projections and simulations that spit out, and you can personally go adjust those. You don't agree with the projections that are up there? There are easy slots where you can be like, no, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to have a 64% completion percentage. I think that he's going to have a 69% completion percentage, if he stays with the Packers, mind you. And then that will trickle effect into every other Green Bay Packer on the team, and you can adjust run rates for teams, pass rates for teams, touchdown rates for teams, and actually optimize the projections to how you actually want them. Again, it's not me up there telling you to play this guy or this guy. It's a set of tools that you can customize so easily and have all of the numbers at your disposal as you want. And it's so easy to use. There's going to be an optimizer for daily fantasy, and you can go check this all out right now for free at runthesims.com. Now, that offer ends at the end of July, but the site will remain free for the end of the month. You just go in, sign up, and you can go check it out and see if you actually like it. I promise you, once you see how customizable and easy to use all of the tools are, and again, whether you're playing season long, you're playing best ball, you're waiting for daily fantasy, you want to make some bets on NFL futures, you just love props in season, it's going to be the perfect product for you. So go to runthesims.com right now. It is live, and a lot of my rankings are off those projections as well, at least my customizable projections, and use code MAYO. You get that founder's discount if you do it by the end of July. Jake Seeley from theathletic.com is on the line. Jake, I have made my rankings for each position. Shows I'll go into, at a later date, but I wanted to get through the top 150 with you, so you're going to help me build my rankings. How do you feel?
Well, I feel good. Hey, my projections and rankings have been a thing for years, so it's about fixing yours.
Well, I mean, listen, you don't even need to fix mine. You can go on and listen. You've been using Run the Sims. It's pretty easy, right?
I will say it's a terrific site. It's a lot of fun to play around with that and see how things move. But it was more for the fact of just what does this do? Like you mentioned, like the completion percentage, the touchdown percent, like all that type of stuff. Just seeing how it does it on the site, where I had to do that all manually, and now I can just do it on your site for a lot of fun.
Yeah, like once you have your profile, you can save everything to it. So, like I said, if you think that all of a sudden, like we have the Bengals, for example, to pass an awful lot this year. If you think that they're going to be a little bit better, the defense is going to be a little bit better, and they run a little bit more, that would help Joe Mixon's projection, mind you. But it would just take away. You could be like, no, I don't think they pass at a 61% clip. I think they pass at a 55% clip. You just go type in 55 where 61 is, and boom, brand new projections instantaneously. The biggest thing is going to be, though, when the games actually start to occur, you're going to have the ability to customize your run rates and everything like that, and then simulate the games up to 10,000 times to see what your median projections, or if you want ceiling projections. That's Justin Freeman is the co-founder of the site with me. He is the Showdown master. He's won like millions playing Showdown, and that's how he does it. Like he just runs these simulations. When you play in giant GPPs, you want to take some of these ceiling performances from guys, and that's how you go about both differentiating your team and shooting for the highest upside. And I think some of that can be applied to season long too, because as you always know, listen, I'm not in the business of trying to win my fantasy league every year. I think that if you are, I mean, listen, I would love to, mind you, and that my rankings are going to reflect that, but I think you're diluting yourself if you think that you're going to win your fantasy football league every single year. If you play in a league that you do win every single year, you better league is all I'm going to tell you right now. It should be more competitive than that. Like if you can win once out of 3 years in your fantasy football league, you're doing fantastic. That is such a high rate of winning. And that's what my rankings are really geared towards. What is going to be your highest upside lineup? Does that mean you're going to flame out and burn like half the years? Yes, absolutely. That's the way I like to play it, Jake.
That's certainly, that goes into your rankings. We talk about it all the time. We've talked about it on a couple of your shows already. You want first place or nothing, and that's how you should play. And I don't disagree with that at all. I thought you said Sealy rankings at first. I was like, yeah, that's what we're doing, Sealy rankings. But I'm a little bit more conservative than you are because I want to basically finish top 3 every single week, as in like the points scored. So like I'm one of the 3 or 4 best teams any given week. So by the end of the season, I should be the first place team. But to like go boom or complete bust, I think that comes down to just like your taste. And like you said, that's why it goes down to your adjusting the projections yourself as well. Like you mentioned the Bengals, like, well, okay, boom would be like, hey, I think they're going to pass 68% of the time. And I'm just going to ride that to the death. And, that's why it's fun to go through these things.
Well, let's get to the rankings then. Number 1
let's do it.
through 10, half point PPR rankings. No big shocker. I'm going to have Christian McCaffrey, number 1 overall. I'm going to have Delvin Cook, number 2 overall. And then I think that it's a real thing where you can start making arguments all the way down the board. So my tentative running back rankings right now go McCaffrey, Cook, Derrick Henry, Zeke, Saquon Barkley. That is my top 5.
You almost had the exact same top. I chuckled when you said Derrick Henry at number 3. I've already made the case that I would never do it for Christian McCaffrey's use last year. We've talked about it on your show. That one game was 97% of the time he was on the field. I'm still taking Christian McCaffrey, but you could make the case that the safest is Derrick Henry at number 1. But I wouldn't do it. I have McCaffrey, Cook, Henry. I just flip Kamara and Zeke. I have Zeke at 6. I have Kamara at 4, Barkley at 5. So I'm just a little bit different than you.
All right. So the rest of my top 10 in terms of running back rankings are Kamara at number 6, Cam Akers, number 7, Eckler, Najee Harris, and Jonathan Taylor. I felt you and I did not get to discuss Jonathan Taylor. That was Mike Leone and I. If you missed any of the division preview shows, hit the description. They're down there right now. I just worry about his overall upside because, and people laugh at me when I say it, but I think that Marlon Mack comes back and steals a few carries a game. And they'll end up, go ahead. You can laugh at me all you want. I think that's a real possibility if he's okay coming off of the Achilles that you can run. Listen, if he's active and listen, if they leave him off the roster or he's not playing in the preseason, I can adjust my rankings. It's July. These aren't set in stone. But if I'm drafting today, I do have a bit of concern that he doesn't have the potential to be the number one running back. And I feel like, I mean, you can make a case with, I mean, you can make a very logical case with Eckler that he won't be either. But if all of a sudden he can score like 12 touchdowns this year, yeah, he could be based on his receiving volume.
Yeah, what it really goes down to is I was chuckling because I don't expect him to possibly be on the roster. We're coming back from career-ending injury. This, like, nobody, I don't say nobody, but like 90% of the people don't come back from this injury. And I say even come back, it's like they come back and play, but they end up not making rosters. They end up being a shell of their former selves. So that, now if he does stay on the team, I really don't think he's getting that many touches per week. We talked about it on another show. It wasn't that division because I know you and I already had this conversation because I saw the same comment where people were like, "You're so stupid. He's coming off Achilles, you dummy." But at the same time, when we talked about it, I just think it's a talent disparity. I think Jonathan Taylor is worlds better than Marlon Mack. And I do have Marlon Mack for 63 carries. I have him for 10 receptions, but that's it. That's not even 100 touches over the season. I don't think he's involved enough to downplay Jonathan Taylor. And for my projections, I still have Jonathan Taylor for 268 carries and 35 receptions. So he's over 300 touches. I have him for 12 combined touchdowns. And that alone, where I'll agree with you, doesn't get him to number one. I think the biggest factor of why we have Taylor a little further down is because he doesn't finish number one, because even if Mack is out of the picture, even if he's not on the roster, Nyheim Hines is not going to go away. He's still going to get 40, 50 receptions of his own.
And we have to live with the possibility that Carson Wentz is just the Carson Wentz that we saw each of the last 2 years.
For the Eagles.
And just isn't all that good.
Yeah, certainly. I think Carson Wentz is a great bounce-back candidate, but he's a candidate. He's not a guarantee. And even if you go back to the season that everybody thought he was going to come off of, and everybody's like, look at how good he's going to be one of the next top 5 quarterbacks. That season was pretty darn good, but it wasn't like he was coming off 35 touchdowns and 4,800 yards. He was trending up. He was looking pretty dang good. He's had questionable talent with him at the Eagles for most of his career, especially the offensive line, which was down to the 3rd string last year. We can make all the apologies, but he's, to your point, far from a guarantee of being a bounce back, like a guaranteed bounce back.
And the way that I look at it with the tiers that I'm thinking about at running back, like Najee Harris is probably on his tier. I have him at number 9. Maybe that's, overshooting the mark just a little bit. But when I'm drafting my running backs, especially my workhorse running back in rounds 1 or 2, I want someone who could potentially be playing over 80% of the snaps, getting 80% of the carries, all the goal line work, and still do enough in the receiving game to make them viable. Derrick Henry is really the only outlier to that because we know that he's not going to do anything really in the receiving game, but he does so much on the ground and so much in terms of scoring that it really doesn't matter.
Could you imagine if he got 40 receptions in a year?
He'd be the best. He would be the best running back.
I still, is it just me, or does it feel like it's very few times that he actually gets this opportunity, but every time they throw it to him in the flats, it's like a 70-yard game.
I think that just sticks out in our minds because it happens like once every 8 weeks that they finally call the play, and the defense is just like, whoa. I can't believe this is happening. We have no defense for this because you really bucked your tendencies on this one because you never run this play. I just think that he's so safe. But what you had said before, like with Derrick Henry, could you imagine him taking him over Christian McCaffrey? I couldn't, because the only reason McCaffrey's not the number 1 running back is if he gets hurt, and anyone can get hurt.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's also coming off injury. We're assuming he's 100%. But we've seen running backs, like, let's go to the Barkley situation. We've already heard from Giants beat reporters, and whether or not it's true, we have time to find out. But we've heard from the Giants that Barkley might not get his 100% share, which obviously isn't 100% of snaps, but not get his 100% share until weeks 3 or 4. Christian McCaffrey could be the same thing. So does that knock him out from number 1? No, because now we also go back to the argument that even if he was out for the first 3 weeks, it's the argument you and I had years ago where we both agreed when we were on an island. I remember at the time, and I will victory lap this because you should too. We were on an island talking about Le'Veon Bell's suspension that year and saying, no, he's still a first rounder because you take him in the first round, you get a replacement guy for 4 weeks, and you combine the two, and that's still a top 5 player. And that's what happened that year. That's the same thing with Christian McCaffrey. So, yeah, I'm still taking McCaffrey every single time. I was just saying, if you were scared he wasn't 100% and you're drafting right now, I could see it. But, again, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend Henry at number 1.
Are you good with Barkley at number 5 and Zeke at number 4? This just feels like the ultimate people are still talking up like, man, Tony Pollard's so good. Tony Pollard might be good, but you have to imagine for this year specifically, like these aren't dynasty rankings, these aren't keeper rankings, these are for 2021, that Zeke is going to eat with Dak back. And is Dak going to be 100%? Probably. Who's like really the last guy that came off one of these injuries that wasn't 100% coming back? Like medical technology is through the roof at this point.
It definitely is. And I keep saying this. I'm going to roster a ton of Zeke Elliott this year because people are letting me slip out of the first round. Because I don't know why. Because the Tony Pollard thing. And look at what happened. How many times have we said it on the show alone? First of all, Zeke was a top 3 running back before Dak got hurt. And then after that point, he was still top, I think he was 18, 17 or something like that, and wasn't healthy for much of the rest of the season. And the 2 weeks, go back and look, the 2 weeks he was off the injury report come Friday, were the 2 weeks he ran for 100 yards with crap quarterback play. He was banged up a lot. He had no Dak Prescott, and he still was able to get 100. And he still had a decent season for what he was dealing with at quarterback and with how that team went. So I would still go Barkley, but I don't mind Zeke there. Again, because I'm on the Zeke bandwagon 100%.
The only thing the injury might lead me to believe with the Cowboys that maybe Dak stops calling his numbers so much around the goal line and hands it off to Zeke, and maybe you see a spike in touchdowns for him this year.
Yeah, I could. I was trying to find where I got Zeke for touchdowns. I got Zeke for 10 rushing touchdowns, and that even feels conservative.
I mean, even at that, though, he still rates out to being a top 5 running back, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, for mine, no, he's 6 at mine. That's because I have Kamara higher than you do. I have Kamara still right in front of Barkley.
Yeah, I have Kamara at 6, and I think that I just don't feel great about him going into the year as an elite running back. I think he is the best of the next tier down behind those guys. Because, like, even when I think about the rushing share on this team, like, we have him projected out at 45% right now, and that means, Taysom Hill is going to get his rushes. Latavius is going to get his rushes, and maybe that is too conservative. But I don't know how this offense is exactly going to look, that if they do play Taysom Hill a lot of the time, and it's not, when we spoke about the NFC South, that, if Jameis is the primary quarterback of this team and he takes 95% of the quarterback snaps, then maybe I'm probably too low at number 6 at running back on Alvin Kamara. But I think that's enough to ding him, that unknown part of it. Like, that's all you have to do with the top end here. Like, I've been trying to make a case against Jonathan Taylor, who I have at number 10. I have him at number 10 at running back. I think he's going to be awesome. But when you get to this very high level, you need to nitpick somewhere who has the fewest amount of drawbacks to them. And at least in my crazy mind, I do see a potential downside to Kamara that maybe hasn't been there in other years. Like, you make Drew Brees the quarterback of this team, even decrepit Drew Brees at this point, he's like number 2 or number 3.
I think the good thing here is, everything you said isn't wrong. And we talked about it on that show, and we're hoping for Jameis Winston. The downside on the floor, which we don't know yet, is how much Taysom Hill will be involved. And that's the risk. If you want to bypass Alvin Kamara, now granted it was a super flex. I even tweeted about it. I put you on the tweet because I got Travis Kelce at the turn. It was a super flex, but my picks were Kelce and Kamara. Kamara fell all the way to the 12th pick in the first round. There was only 5 quarterbacks gone at that point. So you have the 5 quarterbacks, you have the big 4 running backs, 5, depending on how you're talking here. And then Tyreek Hill went, and Kamara was sitting there. I think a lot of people are concerned. They say the same as you with the Kamara situation. And I'm looking at my projections in the receiving department. What it comes down to is maybe the 77 receptions, because he basically gets that almost every single year, is a little aggressive. Because, maybe Winston, we know Winston doesn't throw to running backs as much as Brees does. Brees is one of the top 3 before he retired. So maybe that's a little bit of aggressive, but it's more of the target shares. Like, the target share is still really high for me because they don't have a clear number 2. We're assuming it's Traquan Smith. That's not a guarantee. We talked about on that show. Is Troutman really going to step forward as much as I like him? It's still a big question. It's a second-year tight end. Marquez Callaway, Deontay Harris, Lil Jordan Humphrey. I think the benefit here is that where the target's going to go, it's going to be Thomas and Kamara.
I agree with you. Like, in the projections that we see right now, I have him projected as the highest target share in terms of running backs with 123 targets, which feels like a lot of targets for him. But now it's it's 17 games now, too, when we think about it. I only have 3 for over 100, though. It's Kamara, it's McCaffrey, and it's Eckler. I have Barkley at number 4, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I have Barkley 4-2. And what do you have him for targets for Barkley?
For Barkley, I have him at 92 targets.
92 targets. Wow. You're outpacing me. I'm for 77.
I think that's just a product of how this team works. Like when you talk about like the beat reporters, I don't believe the word beat reporters say, because according to beat reporters, everyone on the Jets is awesome this year. It's like, okay.
Well, that's because the people who write for the Jets are like Tim's friends or something. I don't get it. Like this team, if you only read the beat reporters, have like won 5 Super Bowls in a row at this point.
Yes, I mean I'm actually shocked they haven't won 5 Super Bowls based on the way that they're reported about. Everyone.
Speaking of which,
go ahead.
Can you see it?
You got a Jets mini
helmet? Well, no, it's a mini helmet because this weekend there's a signing in DC and Michael Carter's going to be there, so I'm getting a Michael Carter signed mini helmet.
Is it weird going to an autograph signing to get an autograph of someone half your age?
No, because I'm not going.
Oh.
It's a buddy of mine, and I'm sending the 2 helmets with him and giving him like $25 in gas money.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you send someone else to go collect your weird.
I just realized you can't even see my shirt. What the hell? Like it's Scrooge McDuck as in the Nirvana cover, and you can't even see it. Like you see, yeah, bad shirt choice.
Do you own any colored shirts by chance?
Yeah, I do. Oh. I just only wear them on dates, and since I don't get any of those, they've been hanging in my closet for a long time.
So listen, you need to wear them on the show. Get yourself out there. Get your color game experience up just a little bit.
Nah, I have a T-shirt game because that's all I have going on.
Okay. Rest of the rankings. I guess we should talk about Cam Akers for a second, who I have at running back number 7. I think that what everyone wants to mine from Jonathan Taylor this year, Cam Akers is actually that guy with the upside if everything breaks right for him. I think we can talk about the downside of Cam Akers when it comes down to it, but if we're thinking about someone who could crack, like I got him projected at a 64% rushing share of this team, he could crack 70, especially if Stafford doesn't run at all. If he's the goal line back and he is involved in the receiving game, a little bit to what we saw towards the end of the year last year. It wasn't a ton, but a lot of people are projecting receptions onto Jonathan Taylor that came from Phillip Rivers. Like, no matter how many times Carson Wentz throws to his running backs, it's not going to be as much as Phillip Rivers did.
Certainly, Phillip Rivers was it was second, and I think it was complete percentage, and then running. I forget. It was second and first. There's different running back stats in that facet. So, of course, with the Cam Akers, I'm looking right now, and you give him 2. I have him for 9 rushing touchdowns. You give him 2 more, and that bumps him all the way up to right behind Saquon Barkley on Ezekiel Elliott's heels right there. So that's how slim that margin could be, where we could be talking about Cam Akers as a top 5 running back, certainly, especially with Stafford at quarterback now.
I think my ranking reflects that. It's a little bit, at running back number 7, he's going to end up being a first-round pick once we insert these wide receivers and Travis Kelce into the first-round mix here. But do you think that Najee Harris deserves to be a top 10 running back?
Not top 10. We talked about it on this show, and I love Najee Harris. You know that. We've been talking about this.
It doesn't sound like you love him as much as me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It doesn't sound like I don't have him inside my top 5. I hate the guy. But it really comes down to, we've talked about the offensive line and how people overrate that when we're talking about run blocking. We have every single year, we have 1 or 2 running backs finish as RB1s on bottom 10 run blocking offensive lines. And we have the verse side is like the top 10 offensive lines don't produce it because they share too much. We want volume in fantasy. We want it. Najee Harris is going to get it. The concern here is it going to be as much as it used to be with the Steelers like 3, 4, 5 years ago, especially with Le'Veon Bell? Probably not. And mostly because they have 3 great wide receivers. They are passing a little bit more. I don't know if everybody's seen the numbers out there, but how much better Juju and Ben both are with play action, which Najee Harris is going to help. But I say all that to say, I still only have Najee Harris for about 40 receptions. And that alone, when you're still not at 50, 60 and stuff like that, it's just going to keep you on that tier right below. Najee Harris is in the same group with the Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers. He's in that group for me.
Okay, I think the Cam Akers is above that group, but I see where you're coming from. I think it really depends on how you think that the carries are allocated in the Steelers offense. I just don't think that you go up and get a running back to say, you know what, you're also splitting time with Kalen Ballage and Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell. Like our rushing projection for him, like the baseline is going to be like 52%, I think that it is, from runthesims.com. I manually adjusted that up to 70% just to see what it would spit out. And all of a sudden he's a fringe top 10 guy. And I think that talent-wise that he can really get behind that as well. Because when you talk about like bad run blocking offensive lines, I think that is a narrative that's a bit too played up. Only because, listen, we're bad at projecting football as it is anyway. People make mistakes all the time. When it comes to talent evaluation, how players are going to perform on a team, the timeshares that they're going to see on the field. But now everyone's offensive line expert and how that can change year to year. It's like when people go into fantasy drafts and be like, well, they were the number one fantasy defense last year. Obviously the number one fantasy defense again this year. Like, defense doesn't work that way. And although you can see good cohesion on an offensive line, and the best ones tend to stay really good until the moment that they're not, bad ones with a new piece and some health can get good really quickly.
Big, absolutely, no question about it. And go back to last year's, a couple sites rated, and just going to go to the usage standpoint is, you know, my feelings. We've talked about David Montgomery. David Montgomery, I think, is above average running back. I don't think he deserves to be in this talent conversation. And last year, the Bears on many sites were rated as a bottom 10 run blocking offensive line. And you look at David Montgomery, the volume, he was inside the top 10. So look at that factor right there. Yes, you could tie break. If you want to say, I like this offensive line 10 times better than this offensive line, and you're saying, all right, do I take Nick Chubb or Najee Harris? And because I trust the Browns offense and I trust the offensive line, that's going to be my tiebreaker, and that's fine. But if you said, I'm not putting Najee Harris inside the top 20 because the offensive line is trash, that's just, you're overthinking it.
Yeah, I think so too. And trying to embrace some of the stuff that we don't know for positive variance is something that I want to do in this spot. So if you have a bad offensive line, let's say it marginally improves, and it's like the 20th best instead of 31st best in the league. So obviously that's going to help you a little bit. You know this team is going to be pretty pass happy, but that didn't really work out for them too well towards the end of the season, that maybe they do take a lean on the running game a little bit more. We do project their defense to be pretty good. That Najee Harris is in a really particular spot right now, and I do have him in that group that you talked about, along with Chubb and Aaron Jones and Jonathan Taylor. Like, he's a part of that grouping to me. And I think the Cam Akers is one above him, where if things really break poorly for him, he's running back 18. If things break really right for him, he's like running back 5. So I think at number 9, it might be an over projection and over ranking, but I'm good with going down with that shit. Maybe I'll move him back. Like, would you take Nick Chubb or would you take Najee Harris in a draft?
I would take Nick Chubb barely. And I was looking right as you were talking about that too. I have Najee Harris for the 10th most rushing attempts in the league this year. So there's the usage right there. But I just have Nick Chubb edging him out by a slim margin. It also comes down to the rushing touchdowns. You could talk about that being the offensive line, despite the fact I believe in Najee Harris. That's an area where you could say they could struggle a little bit, similar to Nick Chubb did back when Nick Chubb was having the issues of 3 straight rushes and not getting in the end zone. So, that could be a factor with the Steelers. But if you want to take Najee Harris over Nick Chubb, I actually wouldn't mind at all. But I would take Nick Chubb. He's one spot in front of Najee Harris for me. Joe Mixon's one spot in front of Chubb. It's Mixon, Chubb, Harris for me, just so you know.
Okay, so that's interesting. Where's Aaron Jones fall in that for you?
Right in front of all of them. He was the one. He's in between that group right before and then this group that we're talking about now.
Do you have, when you're drafting right now, and obviously this should be settled by the time the end of August comes around and people are actually doing their drafts, but how much of the Aaron Rodgers factor are you playing into Aaron Jones right now? Like, does it hurt him or help him if Aaron Rodgers isn't there?
Oh, it absolutely hurts him if he's not there, but I'm factoring it 0. I think at this point, first of all, I've been on I think Aaron Rodgers is staying in Green Bay situation the entire time. I could absolutely be wrong, but at this point, I don't see where the move is left. Unless he just sits out football, I don't see where we're going from here. Packers don't want to trade him. The Packers have passed the point of getting the best potential trade value by not doing it during the draft and getting picks on top of it. And maybe it's next year's picks, and some of the packages being thrown out there are just such an absurdity from the other side of the team. And I understand he commands that in a real NFL situation, but I think a lot of teams at this point don't want to give that up. Like, if anybody's ever seen the Broncos one when they're talking about Nick Chubb, they just drafted Patrick Surtain and they want to include him along with 3 first-rounders like this. The Broncos, as much as that would make a ton of sense to have Aaron Rodgers on that team, you're still asking, like, That's insane for a quarterback at his point of his career. I know he's an exceptional quarterback, but I'm going forward as Aaron Rodgers is playing for the Packers. If it bites me in the ass, that's fine. But similar to your point, because you're also getting a value on Adams and Jones right now, if Aaron Rodgers is back, you're getting 100% upside. You're going for first by getting Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones in the second round, mid to second round, because if they play, they should be first rounders.
Well, back once again to how I construct my rankings versus some other people. Some people will just do their projections, and those are the rankings. I try to think about how I want to draft a little bit in with it. So I have Aaron Jones behind Nick Chubb. So he'd be at number 12 at running back. And that's solely because I think that, not that I like A.J. Dillon or think that he's going to be particularly valuable as a standalone. I just think that that's where I want to go in the Packers backfield because the price is far more reasonable. He's going in like the 9th, 10th round, something like that. And if anything happens to Aaron Jones, all of a sudden you have a lockdown on that backfield regardless of what happens. So if you don't have Rodgers, let's say he does sit out, which I do think is on the table. He seems like the perfect type of guy just to say, you know what, screw it. I got a ton of money. I don't care. I'm going to sit out until you want to trade me. Have at it. I can see him doing that. I'll go host Jeopardy and play in celebrity golf tournaments. Not a big deal for me. And then Aaron Jones and his overall value is diminished anyway if he's not there. Plus, there is consistency issues with Aaron Jones, not necessarily on the overall scope of the season, but week to week, you can see some ups and see some downs. And then if he ended up getting hurt, all of a sudden, A.J. Dillon's like the last man standing back there, that he would be in a fantastic position. I think that's how I would want to attack the Packers backfield and just hope that that happens. If it comes down to A.J. Dillon, I never have to play him all year long. Well, then I made a bad pick, but it didn't cost me much, where at the very top of the board, I can make some different decisions with guys that I like better.
Yeah, and you could honestly go the route of getting Aaron Jones and then arguing that Dillon is one of the top 5 handcuffs right now, because I agree with you. I think A.J. Dillon, I said in the draft, for people that don't know, I was saying A.J. Dillon's kind of a lesser version of Derrick Henry. 80%, 85% Derrick Henry, that's kind of like how you have to think about A.J. Dillon. Is he's going to bowl people over. He's not going to be a huge factor in the passing game, but that's, he's stepping into Jamal Williams' role, probably without, again, the passing game upside that Jamal Williams had. But if, you mentioned it, if something happens to Aaron Jones, it's not like he's going to all of a sudden go only from a 30% share up to 40%, and they're going to play Kylan Hill or Dexter Williams, who might not even be on the roster. It's going to be an A.J. Dillon kind of bell cow situation. So I'm with you. And I think the cost of Dillon being as low as it is just makes a lot of sense.
So the top 15. So Nick Chubb I had at number 11. Aaron Jones, Joe Mixon, Antonio Gibson, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire would be the top 15 at running back for me. Let's insert some wide receivers into this mix, though. So I'm going to list the names of the running backs, and you tell me where to stop for the wide receivers to start coming into play, okay?
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry, Ezekiel Elliott, Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara, Cam Akers.
Oh, stop. I don't remember I was waiting for Austin Eckler. I didn't remember if you had Eckler in front of Akers or not. I was going to stop after Eckler, but I would take Tyreek before Akers.
So you have Tyreek at number 1 over Devontae Adams.
Yeah, because everything I just said about Aaron Rodgers, because Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams are so close, that's a tiebreaker where it's like, I will, with how close most projections spit out, including mine, I'll give the edge to Tyreek Hill because you have Patrick Mahomes, definitively.
So I look at it right now, and I have a top 4. I actually have Hill at number 1 as well. So it's Hill, Devontae Adams, Stefon Diggs, and Calvin Ridley are my 1 through 4, and I think that they are the tier 1 of wide receiver. I'd be happy with any of those guys. I think those are the 4 guys who are most likely, obviously, they're my rankings, to finish as wide receiver 1. They're not the only candidates, mind you, but if we just ran the season, like again, if you go to runthesims.com, run the season 10,000 times, I think you would see that those 4 guys at the top of the plotting would be the ones who finish as wide receiver 1 most often.
Yeah, and we talked about on that show is I flip Ridley and Diggs. I have Ridley at 3 and Diggs at 4, but what's my difference? 3.5 points for the entire season.
Yeah, so it's all within the margin of error of these guys. So then you have, for me, at wide receiver, Michael Thomas at number 5, because I love me some Michael Thomas this year. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Yes. Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Allen Robinson, and DK Metcalf. And then Justin Jefferson followed by A.J. Brown would be my top 10 at the wide receiver position this year. But I think that there's a distinct tier between those top 4s and the rest of the guys. So would you do something as simple as McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Elliott, Barkley, Kamara, and then the 4 wide receivers, then into Cam Akers, or would you change that up a bit?
No, so for mine, again, I have Eckler with Akers, so I would go both of them, and then Taylor, and after Taylor, before we got into now we're talking Joe Mixon's situation. It's all positive, but it's always a question. He's lacking in the touchdown department, and that could change too, but he's just lacked in years in the touchdown department. But the Chubb situation, I just mentioned Mixon, and then the other running backs, that's where I'd probably take the next 3 wide receivers before I jumped into that tier.
So, okay, so that would leave the rankings now that it would go Kamara, Akers, Eckler, Tyreek, Devontae, Calvin Ridley, Stefon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, then Najee Harris, or Jonathan Taylor and Najee Harris would be next for me. So would you continue to put the receivers in at those next spots, or would you said you would go Taylor, Harris, Chubb, and Jones and Mixon, then the receivers?
No, I would go Taylor, then the receivers.
So Taylor on like sort of an island by himself. You have Taylor higher up than me. I think that he's closer to this Harris, Chubb, Jones tier and Mixon for me in the way that
that's the argument a lot of people will have to decide on.
So
because that's the difference between taking the wide receiver or taking the running back. If they're more on your side of things and concerned about the workload, even if you're not concerned about Mac and you're laughing at you, Pat, and you're like, but I just mentioned it too. If you're more concerned about Hines than I am, you think that Nyheim Hines could potentially get 60 receptions. Then you put Taylor behind those 3 wide receivers. If you're like me, I go Taylor, then those 3. But we're just nitpicking one running back in this group.
What up, DK Sim fan? Brian Berard and Tom Carroll here with you for the 4 p.m. Sim. It's the Lions and the Packers. Tommy, how you doing today, my friend?
What is going on, dude? I love Bry Guy Sims. I just finished my lineup there. That's why I was looking down for a second on my phone, getting my lineup in. I always like making Packer lineups. I feel confident when I have the Packers to pick from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is it just the Packers that you have confidence in, or the other teams that you have confidence in?
So when it's the Packers against a really bad team, like the Lions, I feel really good because I can just focus on my Packer guys that I like, you know? And I don't know what my record is all time with Packer Sims. I'm guessing it's probably not good because my record is bad in general here in Simland. I've only won once. I don't know what my average finish, I guess I should say, is. But I know that I feel good when the Packers are on tap. So I feel good right now. So, Sim number 2 for me for today.
Okay.
Cheeseheads on deck. Let's go.
All right. So the Packers here, this is week 18 of the simulated season. The Packers 12-4, Lions 8-8. Now, here's the thing, Tommy. I mean, we have a lot of drama on the line for this game here, okay? If Green Bay wins and gets a Seattle loss, they can get the first round bye, the elusive one first round bye because of the extended playoffs. Now, this is where it becomes really fun. All right, the Lions need to win, and I think they need all the stars and the moons to align to get into the postseason. But how do you think these sim players are going to react in this environment, knowing that they need to win, both teams? Like, how do you handle this pressure if you're a simulated player?
So I think the Lions are going to be pressing here. They're not typically in this position. The Packers, over the last few years, I mean, they've been there, done that. They know how to perform towards the end of the season to lock up a playoff spot. The Lions haven't done this in years. It's been a long time since Matt Stafford, young in his career, with a young prime Calvin Johnson. I mean, it's been a long time. So I think Detroit's going to be pressing. I think Green Bay gets it done here today. I don't know if that means my lineup's going to do well, but I think the Packers get the dub. I'm predicting a Packer win here in Detroit.
Predicting the Packer win. Now, do you think that's also going to be the Seahawks loss to give the Packers the first round bye? That's the question.
You know, Seattle is more hit or miss for me than Green Bay. And I know that they're in a position here to be the top overall seed, but I just know from my personal experience, when I have the Seahawks, I feel less confident that they're going to get the W than when I have the Packers.
No,
I don't know that that makes any sense. There's no rationale behind that other than just gut feel here.
No faith in Dangerous. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Now, like,
we're fine. It's all fine.
The thing is, too, I mean, these sims, that everyone is very well aware of their surroundings. I don't think I've ever seen one mistake. So I just don't know how you play loose as we have the kickoff here. I don't know how you play loose here because all these simulated players, they're so aware of what's going on in the game. We've never seen any premature jukes. We haven't seen any fumbles that are costly. We've never seen that. So this is going to be interesting.
Never. They're always buttoned up here in Simland. No bad clock management positions.
Who did you captain for your lineup here? Oh, God, what do we got here?
There you go.
As I said, they're very aware of their surroundings.
Yeah, exactly. Great spatial awareness there by Stafford. Not in my lineup. The only Lion in my lineup is TJ Hawkinson. Got Packers the rest of the way. Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, Alan Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, Aaron Rodgers. Discount double check.
How about him hitting the game-winning putt there for the match? I know they definitely don't call it the game-winning putt, but that's just what came out of my mouth.
The match-winning putt. I don't know. I don't know the golf terminology there. The clinching putt.
Whoa.
Possibly. Oh, what a catch!
Wow! 49-yard bomb. Danny Amendola on the reception. He just did that. He took that sack to get more yards in the passing game.
Yeah, he just wanted to flex.
Smart quarterback.
Yeah, he was just flexing for everybody there. I like to put Dola in my Lions lineups. Typically, didn't do that today, and I think I made it clear. I like to stack the Packers when I have the Packers. That's why. But I'm one to roster Dola. I think he's undervalued here at Sim.
Playoff Danny showing up. Oh, geez, there's another sack. That'll make 15.9% of the Packers owners very happy.
Hey, Lions offensive line, bad. This is why they drafted Sewell where they did. So in real life, I think Goff will have a little more help than Stafford has here in Sim.
Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, we saw the last time they had a 2nd and long, and Stafford's like, I'm just going to air this one out. Be back right quick.
Yeah, so maybe we get another Dola bomb here.
Oh, it's 2nd and 17, though. That was 2nd and 23 on the other one. But you can't have a 45-yard bomb here.
Let's see. I got Kerryon Johnson in my lineup randomly. Oh, no, you know what? No, I don't. I had him, made a quick change for Lazard.
Almost had another sack, but he's going to throw that one away. So I'll bring up 3rd and 17 here.
Jordan Lindenbaum saying that Dola is usually awful. He's just suddenly been good the past few Sims.
Well, that's playoff Danny. I mean,
yeah, exactly. He's gearing up towards the end of the season.
When the pressure's on, he shows up. 3rd and 17 here. All right, we're gonna have a little dump off. I think that's to Hawkinson.
Grockinson.
Oh, Gronkinson.
I forget who called him that originally, but it makes me laugh every time.
So on the 39-yard line, 4th and 13. I think in the real NFL, I don't know if they would go for it because this is kind of a questionable area of the field. Now, I'm sure they're going to go for the field goal here, and it's going to be like 20 yards short. But like in real football, I think the 13 yards to go thing would probably make me hesitant to go for it. But I don't know in real football if they would go this and living on a Prater. Oh,
that was deep.
Oh no, he missed it.
It had the length though. When you have Prater, you're pretty much in range at all times. One of the biggest legs in NFL history.
Wow, I think it was just a smidgen to the right.
Just a smidgen. One of my favorite units of measure, smidgen.
Yes.
We don't know how long a smidgen is, but we know.
Boston Joe on YouTube says, Stafford in the huddle. Danny, you go deep. The rest of you guys block. Fair enough.
I wonder if that's how Stafford calls plays.
Hand off to Adams. Gain of 2 on the play, so that'll be 2nd and 8 for the Packers.
CEH saying, Detroit made the playoffs? Not yet.
They could. Now, if you are a real Lions fan, you see this. You know that there is potential for your team, even though you have a completely different roster. But there's still, there's potential for your team to make the playoffs in the expanded playoff format. Trying to be positive here, Tommy. Trying to be positive.
Well, okay, if you're a Lions fan, you got to be hoping that Goff is just playing with so much anger that he's dominant like Rodgers was last year. Rodgers was clearly mad that the Packers drafted Jordan Love, and he balled out on a level we haven't really seen Rodgers do in a long time. You have to think that Goff is going to be trying to prove some doubters wrong, and he's going to come out of the gate trying his darndest to show that he's still that dude. I personally don't believe he is, but if you're a Lions fan, that's what you have to tell yourself heading into the season.
So that was a 14-yard rush there for Aaron Rodgers. And it's going to be a play action. Look at this pocket.
Plenty of time. He almost threw a pick.
Geez. I was going to say the Lions offensive line should take notes there out of block.
That was close. Rodgers almost had too much time. He overthought the throw.
It'll be 2nd and 10, not a 2nd and 23 or 2nd and 17. So a little bit more manageable 2nd down here for the Packers. What do we got here? We got a 1st down here? What do we got?
Yeah, I think that we're going to get 3rd and... I was going to say 3rd and short. Looks like we're going to get 3rd and medium here. If there's one team that you could pick Rodgers to play for next season that's realistic, what would it be and why? Looks like Bry Guy froze.
But there we go.
Looks like you froze up there for a
Quick
second.
Throw again.
Bry Guy.
I froze.
What was your?
Boy.
Oh, did I freeze or did you freeze?
No, it was
we
me.
all freeze for ice cream.
Jeez. Am I here? Hello?
Hello, I have you. Yes.
Oh God. Off to a smashing start here. But
what was your answer?
I said Denver. I think he'd be a good fit in Denver, but I don't think he's going to want to go to Denver. I mean, I just don't know if Drew Lock is the guy in Denver.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's where I think he realistically could land. I should say. I said land up. That's not a phrase.
It is now.
That feels like the most realistic spot for the quote-unquote list that he has: Denver, Vegas, and San Francisco. It doesn't feel like San Francisco it would be going that direction. Now, if the opportunity presented itself to get Rodgers, I'm sure they'd be happy to punt on Lance and Jimmy G and whatever they have as a plan at quarterback and go with Rodgers for a few years here, because they have a championship window, that Niners team. They do. But I don't know how easy that is to pull the trigger on.
See, I don't know exactly what the 49ers plan is, because, I mean, not to try to bring this back to the Patriots, like every sim seems to have that ability to, but I think everyone knew that Bill wanted Garoppolo, and I think the 49ers knew that, and they weren't going to give him up easily, as Adams is going to go nowhere. Actually, he's going to gain a yard here. I just don't know what their plan is at quarterback. I mean, yeah, they have Trey Lance, but everyone, I think, can agree that he's going to be a project. Although, I don't know how much of a project he really is going to be. I mean, I don't know how successful he's going to be coming out of North Dakota State playing a handful of games. So that's probably why he's going to be that project. But you still have no idea what he's going to be. Oh, Adams, just get in the end zone.
Yeah, come on. Fall forward more, bro. Come on, Aaron Jones.
Hey, Aaron. 3rd and goal.
Mike Bauer saying, watching the Brewers and Packers right now. Bucks later, getting the Wisconsin trifecta today.
Ooh.
I think the Bucks lose again tonight. It's a bold prediction for you.
And we got a touchdown to Devontae Adams here. Here we go. Finally getting some points, getting some offense.
In my lineup, as my captain, what's up?
So for just under 15% of you, Captain Aaron Rodgers, roster just under 74% of all lineups. Devontae Adams, captain, just under 18% in roster, just under 60%. So good stat.
Both of those numbers lower than I would think they should be.
So it'll be 7-0 here for the Packers, courtesy of a 2-yard touchdown pass to Devontae Adams. Brian Berard, Tom Carroll here with you for the 4 p.m. sim. How we doing out there, DK Sim fam? Are we having ourselves a splendid Sunday?
We are.
I am. About 30 of you 30 in Twitch watching, 240 on YouTube. We got 127 likes. Let's try to get that number up to 150 by the end of the sim. If I could get 13 of you.
I like that number for a Sunday at this point in the day, though. We're on a good pace.
Yes. And when I say 13, I really meant to say 23.
Math is hard. It's the weekends. You should not be expected to do math.
I went to a public high school during budget cuts, and that's my excuse.
I, too, was a public school boy. Maybe that explains our malfunctions here. We're not these highfalutin private school types. No disrespect to anyone that went to private school. I know a lot of good people that did.
Here we go. I love this comment. It comes in like every sim from Brian C. Bry Guy and Tommy Freeze pops on a Sunday 4 p.m.er. Where the bleep do I sign?
Amen, Brian C. Anytime I get Bry Guy on tap, it's a solid day for your boy here.
See, Brian C., what I want you to do is just find any piece of paper and then just sign it. And that's where you sign up.
Just sign a random piece of mail sitting on your counter. Your wife or girlfriend's going to look at it and be like, why did you sign our cable bill? Had to sign up, baby.
Had to sign up. Makes sense. Stafford with the completion over the middle here for another first down. Also, shout out to Bert for doing the scoring and ops, and our tech director, Andrew, and producer, Drew, behind the scenes.
Stack.
Producer, Drew, like the FedEx guy. Just sign it for me. Oh, Mr. Nick says, let's go Packers, stack them. 4th in your free roll currently. Mr. Nick, let's go.
Hey, let's see where I am. I know it's early, but it's always fun to check.
Obi-Wan says, don't blame our public school system, Bri dude. I never you. It's just a convenient excuse for my mistake. That's all. So 2nd and 10 here for the Lions. Going to get a handoff up the middle. Pretty good carry. Close to first down yardage. And that's carry on my wayward son.
There'll be peace when you are done.
Oh, see, we got a serenade on a Sunday. That's it. This whole sim is just not going to be
Serenade Sunday. Serenade him with your instrument there. Outrageous fun. You ever see that video?
I have not. Another run
Couple
here.
of guys, couple of gals.
Carry on.
So much fun out on the boat.
First time playing Fortnite. Pretty fly for a Bry guy. I love that.
That's good. We should get that on a shirt with your face.
We should. I'm definitely I'm going to draw them up right now. If
there was a Dreamstream shop with like all the Dreamstream like sayings and stuff, I'd buy everything.
Oh, buy it. I might buy 2 of everything.
Instead of getting my DraftKings paycheck that month, I would just say, just give me all of the shirts.
Give me all of the shirts. So it's 7-0 after 1. Devontae Adams with the 1 touchdown reception from Aaron Rodgers, and that's pretty much been all the scoring. Danny Amendola, 3 for 63, though, in the first quarter. I bet you won't see anything from Amendola until the fourth quarter, though. That's usually how these sims go, Tommy.
And that's fourth quarter Dola for you. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a
fourth
clutch
quarter Dola.
performer.
I think he used too much energy at the beginning, and he has to take the second and third quarters off. Then he'll be back in the fourth. It's okay. No one freak out. Nobody panic. It's like that scene from The Office.
Nobody panic! Oh, and they're all just like... You know?
Yeah. You know? So I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I didn't have, like, the Zoom window up, and I just heard nothing. I was like, oh, is my internet crapping out again?
I was like, does he not see what I'm doing here? Why isn't he saying anything? I'm not saying something. Brian, you're supposed to say something.
Then I opened up the Zoom, and I was like, all right, now I know the scene you're talking about.
Executive session saying, Tommy, was that a vocal challenge? No, I don't think Bry Guy and I would ever do like a sing-off here. I think we're more of like a duet, you know? maybe a quartet. Get LaMarca in the mix.
Oh, absolutely.
Come up
now,
with someone else.
A while ago, and I want to hear your thoughts on this as Stafford goes over the middle yet again. I want to hear your thoughts on this. I was in the 3-man booth for a hot minute with Emerson, Latzia, and Reed Fowler. And we were trying to come up
that might be the best looking 3-man booth in the history of DraftKings.
Thank you.
3 studs.
We were trying to go over if we were going to have a 5-person like boy band with just out of DraftKings people.
Okay.
Who would be in the boy band?
Yeah.
Oh, is this carry on? All
you
right.
got to have Kenny in there because you need to have the obligatory shortest guy in the group.
That was actually Adrian Peterson on the carry. So I think I went with LaMarca. I think I also put Emerson and Reed in there. I want to say I put Samir in there.
Samir, okay.
Remember Samir?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember who I put as the 5th member.
I mean, I understand if you didn't put me in there, but I feel as though I've been snubbed.
I mean, I don't know how long ago this was.
Okay.
I don't even know if you were on The Sims yet. You very
That's
well
fair.
could have.
Then I get it.
I couldn't.
If Samir was in the mix, then it was probably before me.
But, well, no. So here's the thing. Producer Drew says has to be Glash. I specifically remember this, that we said Glash is going to start the girl band.
Glash would be the guy that would try to start his own solo act way too early on. But Drew brings up a great point. It would give you a TikTok presence, which would be huge. In
And he has some good TikToks.
Dude is really good at TikTok.
I mean, if you go to TikTok, I'll have to look up his TikTok username, but it's good content. A lot of good basketball content out there.
Look, we've seen it this past weekend. You could be a TikTok star, and it can get you far in the sports media world.
Yeah, so it's just Brendan Glasheen on TikTok.
Addison Rae this past weekend doing like reporter stuff for UFC. Went to 3 months of broadcast school, but she's got like a bajillion followers on TikTok.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah.
From Ashley Edwards in YouTube. She says Koff looks better than Emerson.
Wow.
Don't let Emerson hear that.
I think it's a pick your poison type thing, you know? If you're into more of like the distinguished academic look, you go Koff. If you're into the vanity, model look, you go Emerson.
Producer Drew says, don't let Koff hear that either. Handoff up the middle here on 1st and 10. Pretty good run, though. Kerryon Johnson, 4 for 25. That's a gain of 7. Bring up 2nd and 3. Hopefully the Lions are done with the 2nd and 23 and the 2nd and 17s, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
Yeah, no, it's the Lions. I don't want you to suffocate and die over here if you're holding your breath too long. I would love me a TJ Hawkinson touchdown here.
Well, then let's get it, damn it.
Give me some Gronkinson. Oh, he's open. No, now he's not. Oh, he's open.
Oh, no, he got rid of it.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
Speak it into existence. That is the power of the commentators.
Yes, the opposite of the broadcaster jinx there. Yeah, let's go.
So, barring a shanked extra point, we're going to have a tie ball game, folks. Hawkinson is rostered in 41.5% are your lineups. Captain in 5.8. There's the extra point from Living on a Prater. Tie ball game 7-7. Let's check in here on.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to check my scores because I have Hawkinson, so I want to make sure everything gets in there. I have Adams, who has the touchdown for the Packers in my captain spot. I'm feeling like you might see Tommy Freeze Pops towards the top of this contest, Brian.
Okay. So we'll look at the $250 free contest. Hadayaro, I believe that's how you say it, in first place. He has Hawkinson in his captain spot. Also has the Packers DST. Ooh.
Oh, okay, so there you go. That's helping him early. It's always when you have the defenses in your lineup, you're usually helped out early on, and then slowly you fall.
They do have a couple sacks though on the end.
They do. True.
So let's see if the Packers can come back and retake the lead. Brian,
are you in live chat or top chat on YouTube?
I'm in top chat.
Get into the live chat, baby.
Oh, all right. Let's get into the live chat.
Get into the live chat.
I'm here in the live chat now. I'm with the common
I just switched over. I always forget.
What is the difference?
You get every single chat as soon as it's sent with the live chat, whereas top chat curates what they deem to be like the most important stuff.
Oh, okay.
Unfiltered.
I like
baby.
this. Brian C says, Brian Berard, Tom Carroll, loving the energy in this particular sim. Thank you.
Love that.
Mr. Nick in YouTube, don't worry, ops will go over it. They won't miss a thing. They always get it right.
That's right. Best team in the business.
Jones on the carry again. That'll bring up 3rd and 1.
A lot of good emojis in front of my face here from the live chat. What is your top emoji? Like the emoji you use the most? Mine is pretty boring, but I'd like to
go with like the okay hand.
Yeah, mine's the thumbs up. Very similar.
Yeah, I
don't venture too far into the emoji game. I'm a thumbs up guy, maybe a heart when I'm texting with my fiance. But
now I learned
not too crazy. Maybe a flame emoji when I'm talking with the boys.
See, like that's the thing I learned of recently, like a couple days ago, is depending if it's like your wife to be or groom to be, fiance is spelled with like an extra E.
Yes, you might have seen that from me. I posted about this.
That probably was you then.
Yes, because I didn't know that until I don't even know who brought it to my attention. It might have been Morgan, who told me that, if you're a female fiance, you have the extra E at the end. Male fiance, it's just one E. So I posted about it because I thought it was interesting and people would... I thought it would make for interesting conversation. I'm sure people would be kind of polarized on either side of it to be like, that's not a thing. Or then there'd be the people that speak French that are like, oh, yes, oui, that is a thing.
That is a thing.
Come to find out, that's exactly what happened. There was like 50 Facebook comments going back and forth about this thing.
Look at you. You're just opening up the world.
Yeah, look, I like to start good debates. You know?
DraftKings says, I like the shrug with the hands halfway in the air.
That's a good one, too.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting question for you. So you know how on iChat, group chats, you can do the, and not just in group chats, but in, iMessage in general, you can do the reactions to texts?
Yes.
I'm big on those.
Yes, I've gotten more and more into those.
Yeah. What I don't like is when you're in a group chat with a non-iMessage user, and when people do the reactions to the texts, and then it sends you the full text that says, so-and-so emphasized, and then it puts in quotes the entire text that just happened.
Yeah.
It's like, that green texters need to get out of here with that. Or at least, here's the iPhone makers, Apple, if you're listening, you need to just let the green texters be normal with us in group chats. Like, stop discriminating against green texters. Let everyone be blue, regardless of phone.
Hawk in YouTube said who scored for Green Bay. That would be Devontae Adams. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we have to have different colored texts.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Now, do you also? I'm assuming that you have an iPhone because we're talking about this.
Yes.
Do you use like the memojis?
Oh, like the ones where you can make your face like
yes
talk in the emoji? No, I don't. But I have a friend that does that, and it's very creepy. He always uses the cow, and I have a cow talking to me in a group chat. It's frightening.
I mean, that'd be hysterical, especially if you're going on like an angry rant.
It's a great idea. Yeah, it's underutilized for me. You know what Rossi does? Since we're just talking about like text, stuff here. Rossi is a big voice memo guy.
Oh.
Like, instead of typing out a long text, he'll just send you like a 55-second clip of himself telling the story that most people would text. And I actually kind of respect it.
You know what? That's a good move. Especially if you're like driving, and we don't advocate texting and driving.
No,
like,
absolutely not. But in the case of emergency, of course.
Yeah, but like if you're got something busy, and the voice to text thing is great. Or not even the voice to text, but if you just use like a voice memo, I love the voice to text thing because like I'm getting old. But I'm like no one has time to type this all out.
No, absolutely. I've had an Apple Watch for about a month or so, maybe a little over a month. And I use the voice to text on this thing all the time. Because you get the text on here and you just click beep and you talk into your wrist like you're a Power Ranger. It's kind of badass.
You get a field goal here from the Packers. It'll be 10-7. Couldn't quite
Mason
get it in.
Crosby, one of the best kickers in the league. Been doing it for a long time.
Yes. I'd say probably underrated because not a lot of people pay attention to him.
There was a time where he was like a can't-miss fantasy kicker.
Oh, absolutely.
And then there was a time a few years ago where I think people were started rumoring that he was going to be out of Green Bay. But that chatter has seemed to subside. Like, Mason Crosby is just going to be there for a long time now.
Oh, Reed Tease, did you know, giving us an update on Euro 2020. It says goal Italy.
1-1.
Dude, England scored like 2-3 minutes into that game.
In the 66th minute, it looks like, Italy putting away a goal. 1-1 in the Euro final.
It wasn't Berardi that scored.
Is that your dude?
Yeah, it's just my name with an I at the end.
Yeah, you got to get that kit. Is that what they call jerseys in soccer? See, I talked about this on the last sim. I am not a guy that pretends to be a soccer expert. Like, I enjoy having the international stuff when it's relevant on in the background, but I'm not the guy that every 4 years is going to pretend that he watched soccer nonstop. Like, when the Women's World Cup team goes to the final, I'm not going to be that dude that's going nuts, buying Megan Rapinoe jerseys and, like, pretending like I'm all in. Like, I'll watch it. I have fun. I want Team USA to win all the time, but I'm not going to claim to be an expert. I'm not going to be a fraud like that for you people.
Yeah, I like that. That's what I respect about you. And yes, they are called kits.
Yes, I nailed it.
Now,
Mr. Nick drawing attention to our contest. I don't want to say what he's saying because I'm not going to jinx anything. I want to say thank you, Mr. Nick, for enlightening me to take a look, and it will be monitored.
Second and 3 here. Another completion here for Matt Stafford. All of a sudden, this offensive line for the Lions have figured it out. Another first down. But they're not using their timeouts, and there's under 30 seconds left, and I am confused.
Terrence Peterson is complaining about throwing on the goal line as if that's not something that NFL teams do constantly in real life.
Well, the Seahawks tried that once.
Didn't work out so great.
No, not great. Not great, Bob.
The goal line fade, though, it's a thing. There's dudes that are in the league specifically for that play.
Oh, absolutely. Especially you got like a monster in there. Like, how many times did the Patriots do that with Gronk?
I mean, that's why Gronk is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I think that was a corner or safety blitz there from the Packers. But gets it away. Matt Stafford does. So it's 2nd and 10 with 17 seconds left. Ball exactly at midfield. See, we got some Italy fans here in the Twitch chat.
Boston Joe, yes. I will not read your questions so as to not even come close to doing the thing that you're talking about.
Yep, I feel you there. I feel you there.
Same thing.
Well, that was completed inbounds, so that's going to run out the clock here in the first half, and not really an exciting second quarter there, Tommy.
No, not a lot.
Goal from Mason Crosby. But
not a lot happening.
But Danny Amendola did get a reception, but this is kind of turning into a snoozer, not going to lie. Like, I tried to come in here, bring in some energy, and this is kind of turning into a snoozer. I don't know.
Well, what did we talk about pregame? These Lions players are going to be pressing.
That's
right.
That's
clearly what's happening here.
They're playing a defensive game, trying to get into the postseason.
Yep.
Maybe the Packers are kind of just hands off. Like, look, they know they're in the playoffs. Who cares if they don't get the first seed and get the bye? They know they're in. But they still are leading, though. So don't you think the Lions would maybe want to push the issue just a little bit more here to get into the postseason?
I would think so.
Now,
but, hey, there's a reason why real-life Matt Patricia is no longer in Detroit. Feel like Simland Matt Patricia probably not as effective as you'd want him to be.
You're very right on that. So
now, if Dan Campbell was in the mix, he'd have them fired up.
Oh, yeah, and they'd be biting off kneecaps left and right. That was probably one of the most unique press conferences I've ever...
Unique's a word for it.
You say that at college and high school. Like, I don't think that mentality works in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, I could totally see my high school offensive line coach saying stuff like that.
And, like, when you're that age, you just eat that up. And you're like, yeah, all right, this guy's...
And then you get one guy that tries to do it, and, like, you're like, no, he was kidding. He was kidding.
But like in the NFL, they're like, what is this guy up to right now? He biting kneecaps off? Now watch, like, they're probably going to go, like, 15-2. just run the table, run train through the NFC North. Now, here's a question about the NFC North. If Aaron Rodgers isn't on the Packers, is this the Vikings division to lose?
That's an interesting question. Because it feels like that division is wide open if the Packers aren't in the mix.
Now,
and like logic would tell you that the Bears would be next in line because they made the playoffs last year. But I think it's a coin flip between Minnesota and Chicago. I really do.
Now, that also depends on how well the QB1 in Chicago, Andy Dalton, plays.
So we talked about this on the last broadcast because we had the Bears. I think Andy Dalton could get you like a 500 record. I mean, he did that in Cincinnati for years, right? They could go whatever it is, 8-9 or 9-8 with Andy Dalton. I think that's plausible. Here's a question for you. If Aaron Rodgers leaves the Packers, does the NFC North have the chance to be similar to an NFC East where a really bad team makes the playoffs? Or a mediocre team, we should say?
Well, I mean, naturally there'd be a mediocre team that's in there. I mean, even if Aaron Rodgers isn't in there, I mean, it's a debate between the Vikings and the Bears, but like, what if they go 10-7?
I just don't think they have 10-7 ability.
And that would then be.
Wait, so you're saying Packers without Rodgers could go 10-7?
No, I'm saying like if the Packers. I mean, if Rodgers isn't on the Packers, could like the Bears and the Vikings, like, are you expecting 10-7 from them? Like that would be mediocre.
I would say no. I'd say still no. I mean, I guess you get the Packer wins, right? So that's 2 more wins than they wouldn't have gotten. So maybe I'm discrediting them too much. Because if I'm saying they're going to win 7 games with Aaron Rodgers on the Packers, 8 games with Aaron Rodgers on the Packers, I'm, without looking at their schedule, probably giving them 2 losses to Green Bay. So you might be right.
Jones carries up the middle.
I'm glad we're talking through this. I'm starting to figure out what you're trying to say here, Brian. It's Sunday. The brain's moving a little slow.
Like, if Rodgers leaves the NFC North, I don't think it's going to end up as bad as the NFC East. Like, I don't think you're going to have a few teams that are below 500 vying for a playoff spot. I still think that, nice throw there on the run there to Devontae Adams. But I still think you're getting the Bears, even if they had Andy Dalton, or if they go with Justin Fields, and the Vikings, I still think they could both get above 500 this season without Rodgers in the division. I still think that. Like, in the NFC East, I wouldn't be surprised if all 4 of those teams finish below 500, and of course, naturally, one of them has to go to the postseason.
Right. I actually do think that 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC East take a legit step forward next season. I think the only team that I'm not confident in taking a step forward in is Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I think they take a step back, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I like Jalen Hurts, I just don't think the rest of the roster is very good. I think that Washington, their defense gets even better next season. Fitzpatrick is an upgrade, I think, at quarterback with what they were dealing with last year. Even if Fitzpatrick isn't like a Pro Bowl guy, he's still going to steal you some games. He's crafty. And they have good weapons on offense. They do. So I think Washington takes a step forward. I think that Dak coming back healthy is going to help that team tremendously down in Dallas. And I like how the Giants finished last season, so I want to see what they can do with a healthy Saquon next season. So I think the NFC East takes a big step forward.
In Philadelphia, Sirianni there, the new head coach, comes in, and then pretty much Jalen Hurts is a new QB. I know he played a few games last year.
Right, but a brand new system, exactly.
So, like, I think you're right on the ball. I don't really have much faith in Philadelphia coming into the season. I think the only thing that's going to help them is the NFC East. I think you and I talked about this on a sim many moons ago. It's like, that's easily the Cowboys' division to lose. Like, how the Cowboys do not win that division.
McCarthy should get fired. Well, I don't know if should, but I feel as though Jerry Jones will fire Mike McCarthy if the Cowboys miss the postseason this year.
Absolutely. He deserves to be fired if they miss it. I mean,
I truly feel that way.
The only way they don't make it is if there's a big injury to Dak again.
Exactly.
He might get injured. Like Zeke were to get injured, I think they can get by with not having. If Dak gets injured again, like that season's over. But like again,
Tony Pollard's a good running back.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very good running back, and he did a very nice job of coming in for Zeke when he was injured last
They have
season.
a good one too. See, if they're all healthy, there's a lot of talent there on offense.
I mean, there's no reason why that Cowboys team shouldn't go at least 12-5 with that full roster.
Right. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I mean, they're playing a third place schedule next year, last place schedule. So they're going to have a seemingly easier ride. Yeah, they finished in last in the NFC East. I think CeeDee Lamb is one of the more underappreciated young players in the league. He was so good last year. His team just stunk.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like,
and I know, understandably, like Justin Jefferson got a ton of credit after last year, as he should have. CeeDee Lamb looks real good to me, man. I'd take either one of those guys on my team.
I'm surprised the Eagles passed on Justin Jefferson.
In the moment, I felt the same way. I was surprised all of those teams were passing on Jefferson when they were. The guy was a monster in college.
Now, back to the sim here. Are we going to get a touchdown here? We got a first and goal from the 1 here, I think. Or the 2.
I will take...
From the 1.
I will take a Aaron Jones rushing touchdown. I will take a Devontae Adams corner fade. I will take a Mercedes Lewis touchdown. I'll take a Rodgers rushing touchdown.
Oh,
get in! Yes! Right on cue!
You be kidding!
Right on cue. Rodgers! Discount double check!
Finally, we got some points here in the second half
Let's
on a
go.
QB sneak from Aaron Rodgers. How about that? The hair that he had going on there for the match.
Yeah, I think it looked bad, man.
Oh, you thought it looked bad?
I think it looked bad.
You know, sometimes people, you got to try it out. I went with the flow. It looked horrible. Sometimes you got to try it out just to know for yourself.
I respect him for embracing the flow look when he's having this like rebel off season. It fits the brand. But as soon as he signs with a new team, like gets traded and maybe signs an extension, which it seems like that's what he wants, I think he's got to do the haircut right away.
Yeah.
Show that you're all business right away. Unless his plan is to start becoming a man bun guy or a top knot guy.
Now, here's the argument for keeping the hair. He did win the match. So he's a winner with the hair.
Yeah, but that's golf, Brad guy. He plays football professionally.
Winning is winning. There's looks like an 8-way tie in the $250 free contest. Aaron Rodgers, the captain, in all those lineups.
Chad Chaotic saying, does Carolina have a better season this year with Darnold? I say that they'll probably be about the same to worse.
Yeah, I don't know about the Panthers. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater did a fine job. I mean, he had a couple of 300-yard games for the Panthers last year.
Right. I think Bridgewater, for some reason, has become underrated throughout offseason chatter. I think Bridgewater was decent last year. Bronkinson with the catch.
It's amazing how, like, just chatter will just change someone's
narrative
stock.
Like,
yeah.
I think he's going to be the starter week 1 in Denver if the Rodgers trade doesn't go down.
Oh, I think they absolutely should.
And I know it's an open competition. I think they should just hand the keys over to Teddy Bridgewater until Rodgers is their quarterback.
It's Marvin Jones on the reception. By the way, that was 18th rushing touchdown for Aaron Rodgers in Madden 21.
Captain Blood, I see your comment, and that is correct. That's all I will say.
Oh, Stafford's starting to warm up here, though.
Another catch from Gronkinson. Daddy eating 7 catches on the day.
58 yards for him, so he's getting towards the B word.
Love it. A B word from a guy on the Lions when he's your only Lion on your lineup would be quite nice.
It's almost as if you know what you're talking about here.
You know, when you do like 300 of these in your life, at some point you have to think you're going to start to win more. I'm coming up on exactly 300 here soon.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah.
How about that? Let's smash the like button for Tommy Carroll, almost getting up to 300 sims.
I might have already surpassed. Let me do some math here.
Yeah, do some math
take
here.
over for a second.
I'll take over for a sec here. It's 2nd and 3. Oh, you had him wide open. You had Marvin Jones for a touchdown there, and you couldn't even find him. So to bring 3rd and 3. By the way, that was Kerryon Johnson with a 7-yard gain on first down for the Lions. So 3rd and 3. Dare I say that maybe we'll see a sack here? I haven't seen a sack from this Packers defense in quite some time. Dare I say we see one here?
Not since the first quarter.
Nope. Quick release. Gets it out. Another first down. Marvin Jones on the reception.
Marvin. That's a phrase
second,
you don't hear anymore.
2nd or 3rd reception for him on this drive. Producer Drew, good point. Lions are playing like their sim season depends on it.
It is.
You get playoff Marvin going out here now.
Playoff Marvin. I think LaMarca said on these Sims, and I kind of agree with him, Marvin Jones is one of the more underrated players in the NFL. Just season after season, a guy that puts up numbers. He's not going to be like a top 10 receiver ever. Consistently a guy that's in the top 25, 30 at his position.
Now, do you think if they had like a legitimate offense around him, could he be top 10? I think so, easily.
I mean, at this point in his career, maybe not, but earlier in his career, absolutely.
So 2nd and 8 here for the Lions. On the 15-yard line, it's going to be the last play of the third quarter, and Kerryon Johnson gets 1 yard on that carry. And that'll bring us to the end of the third quarter with the Packers leading 17-7. I love saying it like the northern accent there. The Packers with their cheese heads.
The Packers.
So we'll go over some stats here after 3 quarters. Stafford, 16 of 20 for 177. Rodgers, 12 of 15 for 134. Nowhere really near the B word for the QBs. We'll check out the rushing stats in just a moment, as Emerson likes to say. Aaron Jones, 11 for 40. Kerryon Johnson, 7 for 35. And Rodgers, 4 for 25 in the rushing touchdown. Peterson has 1 for 6. And Danny Amendola, playoff Danny, 1 rush for 2 yards. Moving
this
on
is
to
my
receptions.
287th sim.
287. All right, we'll get you to 300 by the end of the weekend. Hawkinson, 7 grabs for 58 yards. Amendola, 4 for 76. Devontae Adams, 4 for 53. Those are the only ones that you can maybe make an argument for the B word. Mercedes Lewis, 4 for 24. Although Lazard, 3 for 51. He has the opportunity to really bust open a huge play. But other than that, Kenny Golladay, he might be in the running there for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. 1 catch for 7 yards. Oy.
Yeah, not good. I'm glad I faded him today because he's a Lion that I throw in my lineup when I have the Lions.
Not great. DeAndre Swift, 1 catch for 5 yards, and that's pretty much all the notable stats.
Shout out to Jace Sternberger, someone I will remember forever because it was a Glash pizza bet. He said Sternberger over under 1.5 catches, and he took the under, and Jace Sternberger had 2 catches within 30 seconds of that pizza bet being made. Right in a row. 2 Jace Sternberger catches.
By the way, I made a small mistake earlier. Zach in ops, crushing it with live scoring. Not Bert.
Apology accepted.
Oh, wait, but Bert is in the call here. I don't even know what's going on. There's just too many of us. So shout out to Zach and Bert and producer
Yeah,
Drew.
the whole ops team.
And Andrew as our tech director. Brian Berard, Tom Carroll with you. Bert says he's just monitoring. And you're doing a hell of a job at monitoring.
Exactly. You know what? And Zach, you're doing a hell of a job for a new guy, crushing it so much that Bry Guy thought you've been here forever.
I just assumed. I mean, Ops just kills it every single time.
Ops is the real MVP.
Go for it. Come on, your season's on the line, cowards.
Lame. Do fake field goal.
Boo this man.
Wow.
Whatever.
Prater must wield a lot of power in that locker room.
Probably.
You gotta let Prater get his, you know?
I think I know what happened here. I think that Sim Matt Patricia had Prater in his lineup. The only explanation.
I wonder how much fantasy these guys are all participating in.
That would be interesting to know. Because I have to imagine that.
You have to imagine that these guys have at least season-long fantasy teams.
Oh, absolutely.
DFS, I would say no, because that's kind of a conflict of interest. But fantasy,
yeah.
I bet they have season-long fantasy teams.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a touchback here. I remember the one year when we had the replacement referees, and I think there was a ref was doing a Saints game, and he went up to Drew Brees. He goes, "Hey, you got to do good for me today. You're on my fantasy team." And they had to change all the refs out for that game.
Awful.
But the real refs did eventually.
The replacement referee season, what was it? 5 weeks that they did with the replacement refs? Was it 3? It wasn't very many.
No, it wasn't.
But it was
long.
memorable. The Fail Mary, one of the most iconic moments of my football watching career. I'll never forget that. It was in my college apartment. It was a Monday night. And we used to treat Monday Night Football like it was a Pats, like, any national game, we'd pretend like we were all invested like it was a Pats game because it was just an excuse to get together, drink Diet Cokes, and have a good time. So everyone's in the living room going nuts. Oh my God, did he catch it? Oh no, what's happening right now? We're all freaking out. I'll never forget that night.
Oh yeah, one ref calling a touchdown, the other one calling for like a
right in front of
touchback.
each other, just different calls, right in front of their faces. And that was the linchpin moment. That was the last of the replacement refs. Ended with a bang.
Ended with a bang as the Packers pick up a first down here on 3rd and 3.
James Thorpe, today is my birthday. Can I get a birthday shout out? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear James Thorpe. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, James.
Jim Thorpe, one of the all-time great football players.
Hey, let's smash the like for his birthday, huh? Can I get 9 of you to get us up to 150, por favor?
Give James a like.
Fumble! Fumble! Oh, it was recovered. Still 1-1 here, the Euro final between Italy and England.
Now, are you a soccer dude? Like, you would not be a fraud if you talked about soccer? Or are you like me and you're just casual when the big events are happening?
See, I am a hybrid. I'm not a diehard, but I think I probably know more than the casual fan.
There you go. I respect that.
And then tonight is the first match in the Gold Cup between the United States and Haiti.
Speaking of international competition, how about Team USA losing to Nigeria yesterday? And I know it's a tune-up, so it doesn't necessarily count, but Team USA, anytime they lose in basketball, it's notable, especially to a team like Nigeria that's not a powerhouse by any means in international basketball.
See, a pick!
Oh, what a pick!
The Lions came here to play. I'm going to be real with you. I had no idea that those two were even playing last night.
Yeah, that happened, dude.
I barely follow.
Oh,
Olympic
I didn't know it was happening either. I just had texts from my buddies later. I had no, because who's paying attention to international friendlies in basketball? Nobody, because Team USA wins by 50.
See, like I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really follow basketball in general.
Oh yeah, you're not even like an NBA fan.
No, I'll watch it, but I'm not like, like
you're not a hoop head.
No, I'm not a hoop head.
Brian C saying it's his half birthday. Happy half birthday to you. Happy half birthday to you. Happy half birthday, dear Brian. Happy half birthday to you.
First time playing
Thorpe saying his grandkids started screaming. Thank you all so much. Made my day.
First time played Fortnite and Twitch set. Hey, B. Barrard, can you fudge the records to get the Finns into the playoffs?
No.
I'll talk to my rep.
That was not a good look for Team USA basketball yesterday. It has heavy bronze medal in Athens Team USA vibes.
I'm sure they'll pull it out and probably win the gold medal.
You'd hope so. You hope that's the wake-up call they need.
See, I'm more interested in USA baseball and how they do in the Olympics, because their last appearance in the Olympics was 2008 where they won the bronze medal.
Baseball's back, baby.
Yeah.
I saw Edwin Jackson is going to be playing for Team USA. I think he's like 36 or 37.
And I think Todd Frazier is on that roster as well.
Awesome. I love that. Just get the old guys in there.
And then a bunch of guys from AAA. Yeah, but there's no baseball or softball in the 2012 or 2016 games.
Yeah, I'm the type of guy that I would be super inclusive to any sport in the Olympics. LaMarca is opposite. We've had this conversation. LaMarca wants to get rid of like speed walking.
They should get rid of speed walking.
No. Give me all of the weird sports. It's the Olympics. It's supposed to be like that.
All right. Put it in the chat. right now if you want speed walking in the Olympics or out of the Olympics. I need to know from everyone. I need get speed walking out of here.
No,
like, I wouldn't have a problem with it if they didn't get rid of baseball and softball to replace it with speed walking. It's like, come on.
Give me all the speed walking, baby.
And if I'm not mistaken,
I want speed walk. I want to see a World Cup of speed walking every 4 years.
See, if there was like walking soccer, I've done walking soccer before. Not as easy as it looks, by the way.
Walking soccer? I've never heard of that.
So it's like soccer, but here's the kicker: you walk.
How do you legislate how fast someone's allowed to walk?
Well, this was kind of like regulation, or not recreational. So it was kind of like, hey, calm down over there. And they're like, all right, fine.
That's the way to do it.
Hey, like
calm down over there. All right.
That could solve so many problems. Hey, knock it off. All right.
Hey,
sorry.
Was the goalie allowed to move fast, or did they have to walk too?
They had to walk as well, but like
was the scoring extremely high?
Depending on how many people showed up, that's really what. Because like sometimes you'd have like 7v7. Oh, the tip drill!
What a catch!
But yeah, if you had like a 7v7, you'd have a lot of scoring. But if there was like 10v10s, there was like just no room whatsoever. Because we didn't play like a full size outdoor soccer field. We played like on an indoor, like boarded soccer field.
Indoors fun. It levels the playing field for us large men, you know?
First and 10 here for the Packers. Trying to just run. We're going to get the first time out, aren't we, from the lines? Yep, there it is. Right on cue.
All right, so here. Aaron Jones making a very strong case to win the Babysitter Billy Award. I know he's probably going to get some touches here over the next 2 minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and give him the award. Nearly 80% ownership in the flex, less than 5 points.
Gordon Lindenbaum agrees with me in YouTube. Get rid of speed walking. Get it out of town. Send it to the moon.
I will walk my way to the moon to save speed walking. Bring it back.
Super Bowl Baby 67 says, can DraftKings lobby to get Ultimate in the Olympics? Are you talking about...
I love Ultimate. Ultimate would be awesome in the Olympics. Now, incredibly fun game to play.
Are we talking about Ultimate Disc here?
I assume so.
Okay, because I was hoping that, because I was like, I don't know if there's another sport, but we should get Disc in there. And of course, every Friday night here on the Dream Stream, you can check out the American Ultimate Disc League. Get that big disc.
AUDL, baby.
Yeah. Tell Richard Branson to bring it. That's right. They did go to space, or did they go to the outer depths of the atmosphere of Earth, which is considered space, but it really wasn't space.
It's like fake space.
Fake space.
Ty Raider says Extreme Solitaire.
Extreme Solitaire.
I don't know what makes it extreme. I'm in, but I want to know more about it. But either way, I'm in, so I guess it doesn't matter.
So the Lions out of timeouts. Green Bay just needs 1 first down, and they have done their part to get the first seed. They would just need the Seattle Seahawks to lose.
I'm not going to say that I would like a big play from Aaron Jones here, but I'd like a big play from Aaron Jones here.
But you're not saying it.
I'm not saying it, and there's no reason why, but I needed more out of Aaron Jones there.
So 3rd and 6. Ty Raider, we need to know about Extreme Solitaire.
If Aaron Jones was to catch a pass and maybe run for a few yards here, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Why would it? Of course they're kneeling. No timeouts left for Detroit.
I've never seen a handoff in this formation, but there's a first for everything.
Okay, well, I'm not going to mention why yet, because who knows? Scoring is not final yet. Things are being finalized, but
oh, here we go.
Looks like that second win isn't going to happen yet.
Boston Joe, Olympic badminton is surprisingly intense, and then
badminton's awesome.
And then
I
he
love
brings up
that.
ping pong, like table tennis. Those are crazy. Those table.
The guys
tennis.
are just like ta 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 ta.
Yeah, and then they stand. Oh, nice punt there, for whatever reason. But like in the ping pong or table tennis, whatever they want to call it, like they'll stand like 10 feet away.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's honestly incredibly impressive.
And then like I've seen them like stand in the stands to like hit a shot, and then like at that point, like once you just hit like a nice little dinky shot, and they'll still like sprint out of the stands and like dive and still hit like a nice backhanded. I'm like, how do you even do this? Like, if I can get like 5 volleys in a ping pong game, like I consider that a success. And these guys go on for like 30 minutes just to get 8 points.
Yeah. No, but back to your badminton point, or whoever in the chat mentioned it, incredibly underrated game.
Now, do you remember the David Ortiz badminton commercial for vitamin water?
Yes.
Oh, that was such a great, and he's like, the shuttlecock is launched in Lau's leg, and it was just sticking right into his shin. But now David Ortiz just...
Looks like I'm going to finish in second here.
Second place. Let's check out the free roll here. As of right now, there is a 6-way tie for first place, but stats are not finalized yet. But, Tommy, I think you've seen a good chunk of the stats here. Yeah. Let's start off with our Krusty Koff player of the game. Who are you going to give the wooden nickel to?
I kind of want to give it to TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah?
18 points in the flex, under 46% ownership. TJ Hawkinson going to be my guy that earns himself the wooden nickel. Congratulations. If you're in St. Louis, you just won yourself a free mini cone from Lion's Choice Roast Beef. And the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, Aaron Jones. Not my kid, not my problem. You are the reason why I came in second. Thank you, Aaron Jones.
Unfortunately. Like you said, though, the stats are still being finalized. True. But as you said, as of right now, it looks like a 6-way tie in the $250 free showdown. So here's what we have going on for the rest of your Sims. At 6 p.m., it's the Washington at the New York Football Giants. Glasheen will be on with your boy, Tom Carroll. At 8 o'clock, it's Colts at the Jaguars, which is America's team. Glash and Kaufman. Oh, how about that? Glash and Kaufman, 8 o'clock on a Sunday night. And then at 10 o'clock, it's Panthers at Bucks. You're back on with Brendan Glasheen. But before we get to all of that, hear from our friends at the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast, presented as always by DraftKings. Huge UFC fight coming up this weekend. More on that a little bit later. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. I got 5 podcasts. Ross Tucker Football Podcast, 3 times a week in the offseason, 5 times a week during the season. Will Brinson was amazing on yesterday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast talking about beer and Russell Wilson, and not necessarily in that order, but we got into it a lot. Should have Andrew Brandt on tomorrow's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We got to talk about a lot of things, including rookie contracts like Trevor Lawrence, NIL, on what the name, image, and likeness is going to mean for the agent business moving forward, franchise tag deadlines coming up. So quite a bit to get to with Mr. Brandt tomorrow. We will have Eric Eager from Pro Football Focus. He's a data scientist. He is on today's Even Money podcast. So awesome week. We'll have the fans.
yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast, presented as always by DraftKings. Huge UFC fight coming up this weekend. More on that a little bit later. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. I got 5 podcasts. Ross Tucker Football Podcast, 3 times a week in the offseason, 5 times a week during the season. Will Brinson was amazing on yesterday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast, talking about beer and Russell Wilson, and not necessarily in that order, but we got into it a lot. Should have Andrew Brandt on tomorrow's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We got to talk about a lot of things, including rookie contracts like Trevor Lawrence, NIL, and what the name, image, and likeness is going to mean for the agent business moving forward, franchise tag deadlines coming up. So quite a bit to get to with Mr. Brandt tomorrow. We will have Eric Eager from Pro Football Focus. He's a data scientist. He is on today's Even Money podcast. So awesome week. We'll have the Fantasy Feast podcast tomorrow. Andrew Brandt does the business of sports. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. All of the shows always get posted to at Ross Tucker Pod, Twitter or Instagram. You can engage on the other platforms as well. And yes, we are on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, which is one of the first places I really knew that my co-host on this show, Emery Hunt, was going to be an absolute rock star. At F-Ball Game Plan on Twitter, but Football Game Plan on YouTube was way ahead of the ball game. Check it out if you haven't already. You can also always pick up footballgameplan.com draft guide, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide, or you can start to get ready for the 2022 draft guide as well. Emery, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Ross. Glad to be on the show as always, talking some shop.
Yeah, so a bunch of things to get to. We've been talking about this for months, right? We're going to do the 2018 NFL draft. People always say, you can't judge a draft for 3 years, and then they never actually go back and do it. And I'm not here to, give out grades or evaluate. I just want to know, okay, what can we take away from it? What lessons, if any, can we take away from the 2018 NFL draft? But before we do that, actually, Emery, some draft news. If you're into college football and you're into the draft, and if you're listening or watching this podcast, I have to imagine most of you are. By the way, we will start breaking down the top prospects in the Power 5 conferences and otherwise starting next week. So we are full throttle into the 2021 NFL, or actually 2021 college season, 2022 NFL draft starting next week. But first, we'll do a 2018 draft. However, it looks like the 2022 draft, Emery, is already going to be a little bit different in the sense that they're moving the Shrine Game. And I saw you tweeting about it earlier, so I had to get your thoughts on, before we even get to the timing of it, just your thoughts on moving the Shrine Game.
I get it from a business standpoint, but just from a evaluator and fan and traveler standpoint, I hate that it moves away from Florida. When I go down to, the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Game, it's in the South, it's good weather. It's like a Friday practice during the season. But when you move an event to a major city, everything feels like punt return, right? Everything is just happening so fast. You got to move in and out of traffic. You got to get out the way. You got to keep your head on a swivel, and you don't really get a chance to decompress because you know how we are during the season. It's nonstop go. We're on the move, calling games, scouting games, doing work in the studio. And so going to an all-star event, it's a chance for you to relax, get back into the groove, kind of decompress while also still working. But you move to a major city, man, and it just sounds a lot like in the middle of the year, playing football in Times Square.
Well, I was going to say to you, though, I mean, I guess I don't know if all the practices are at Allegiant Stadium or if they're somewhere else, but I mean, the weather, well, actually, yeah, the weather should be nice in Las Vegas that time of year.
It is. And I'm just saying this from a personal perspective. I don't like flights over 2.5 hours. So obviously that is a problem for me. But I guess I'll have to get used to it and the 5-hour flight and get ready for it, get myself ready to go. But that's why I love Florida, because it was 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes, and we caught good tailwind, and I'm in and out like that. And that just made travel easier for me.
What about the fact that, and I think it was Chase Goodbread might have tweeted this, it's going to be the same week as the Senior Bowl, I believe, which I guess that makes sense because it's the same week as the Pro Bowl, and the Senior Week is always the same week as the Pro Bowl, whereas the Shrine Game used to always be the week before the conference championship games. That is interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to compete with the Senior Bowl to get players. I mean, I wonder which one will get more attention from NFL Network. I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, I got a ton of questions, and it goes right along the lines of what you're talking about, competing. I particularly don't like to see all-star games compete with one another because it kind of takes away from the reason why the all-star games exist, to be a showcase for the players. Now, granted, you want to have, NFL scouts and a lot of NFL scouts and coaches attend your event. And I can understand why the Shrine wants to go toe-to-toe with the Senior Bowl in that regard, because now you have guys that are there, let's say in Vegas, for it's a bigger market and it's easier to get in and out of. So it's easier for scouts to travel there as opposed to going to Mobile, where primarily everybody flies into New Orleans and drives to Mobile. Some, fly into Mobile, take a connection. But for the most part, people drive into, Mobile from New Orleans. And so I just don't want them to compete toe-to-toe. Because, again, I'm used to going to all of these all-star games, and I would like to continue to go to all of these all-star games. And if you put them all in the same week, it's like, man, what are we doing? But if you're the NFLPA game, you're probably like, wow, we have a full week to ourselves, because they were trying to compete with the Shrine Game over the last 6 or 7 years, having their event the same week, and it wasn't competing with the All-Star Game, it was competing with Florida. Do you rather go to Florida, or would you rather go to Carson City, California? And Florida will win out 14 times out of 10. And so now with them having a week to themselves, it'll be interesting to see how big the NFLPA game grows too.
Yeah, that's an interesting part of it that I hadn't really thought about, the NFLPA game. But yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know how many people went to both, I guess is the question. How many people would go to the Shrine Game and then go down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl?
I would probably try to do it, because I know how vital both games are and critical both games are. You kind of want to get to both because you've gone to both, for the last decade, and you don't want to break that tradition. It's going to be tough, though, because, again, if it's the same week, and we know how the Senior Bowl week starts practically Tuesday, the Shrine usually starts on a Monday, so you can kind of maybe catch the kite out after 2 practices and go down to the Senior Bowl and try to catch 2 practices there. So it'll be interesting to see how people divvy it up.
Well, we're divvying up our schedule here on the College Draft Podcast by diving into the 2018 draft. Very, very interesting. I was reviewing it earlier this morning, and before I even get into that, I just want people to know it might be the best UFC ever. McGregor, Poirier 3, all set for UFC 264 this weekend. DraftKings is offering 264-1 odds on a knockout in the first round. 264-1 odds on a knockout. So you don't even care who wins the fight. You're just hoping somebody gets knocked out. He got knocked the bleep out. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code Ross when you sign up to turn $1 into $200. Dude, this is me right here. I don't like to stay up that late, and I like favorable odds. So 264-1. I watched the first round Okay, that stinks. It didn't happen. Oh, yes, he's gone. I love it. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Make sure you use the code Ross. All right, Emery, let's dive into 2018 draft. And we'll just go, I don't know, we'll do 3 picks at a time. The Browns went Baker Mayfield. Then the Giants went Saquon Barkley. The Jets went Sam Darnold. Really interesting because Mayfield, the jury was way out until this past year where he got a new coaching staff, and now people seem to feel better about it. Saquon started out on fire, but then has had injury issues the last couple of years. Darnold flamed out with the Jets, but in Carolina, they think he's the man. I mean, I don't know if I have any takeaways from these 3 guys yet, other than I think my big takeaway from these 3 guys is I don't have a big takeaway yet. I feel like I need one more year for all 3 of these dudes.
You know what's interesting? When you look at the 3, Saquon made the Pro Bowl and won Rookie of the Year, I believe, that season. And the talk leading into the draft was, how high do you take a running back, right? And I remember being on a radio show in Cleveland at the time because the Browns had 2 picks in the top 5. And everyone was asking, well, what do you do with their 2 picks? How would you play it? I was like, well, I'll take Saquon Barkley number 1. Everybody lost their minds. How could you pass up Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield or Josh Rosen or Josh Allen? I was like, because I know I can get the best quarterback at pick 4, and that's Lamar Jackson. So I'm going to have a backfield with Saquon and Lamar and lead the league in rushing for the next decade. And so for me, I would have played it differently. However, the Giants, I still think, made the right move taking Saquon Barkley because he's a difference maker, and he proved to be that right out of the gate. Now, Darnold, I had as my 2nd graded quarterback in the draft class behind Lamar Jackson, and my comp for him was Tony Romo. I felt like he was a guy that could make some off-script plays. He was athletic enough to scramble and make plays with his legs, but had a turnover issue. And that right there has shown to be true so far. Baker Mayfield, I compared him to Case Keenum, saying like, he's a guy that kind of can be solid. Remember that year Case Keenum was coming off the Minnesota year where they got to the NFC Championship game. So it wasn't a knock. It was more of a stylistic comparison. I didn't see Baker as a first overall type pick, but someone that you can win games with if you had the right team around him.
The next couple picks are interesting as well. You've got Denzel Ward at 4 to Cleveland. Denver Broncos took Bradley Chubb at 5. The Colts took Quentin Nelson at 6. I would say perhaps maybe with the exception of the injury to Chubb, I would think all 3 of those teams are pretty happy with those selections.
Yeah, and you also have to add in the injuries with Ward. Ward misses about 3 games a year. So he has to find a way to stay healthy. And I think if you had a do-over, you probably would say maybe Cleveland takes Nelson as opposed to Ward, or maybe they go Chubb. I know that was a thought, out there, like you get the quarterback and you get the pass rusher. But health permitting, all 3 guys that when they were out there, they've been very productive, with Quentin Nelson obviously being the best out of the trio.
The next 3 picks, you got the Bills taking Josh Allen at 7. The Bears taking Roquan Smith at 8. And the linebacker, obviously, people know quarterback Josh Allen. And the Niners taking offensive tackle Mike McGlinchey at 9. Boy, the Josh Allen one, first year was like, second year, third year, whoa.
Yeah, and it's funny because for me, and I have my original scouting report here, I wanted to pull that one specifically because I wrote down for Josh Allen, inside the red zone, Allen protects the ball rather well, seems to maximize the opportunity. And as the field shrinks, he's much more decisive and accurate. Man, that's dead on, because once he got inside the red zone, you look at his red zone numbers in the NFL, I don't think he's had a turnover inside the red zone at all. And the goal for him was, from 20 to 20, it was an adventure. But inside the 20, he locks in, the field shrinks for him, and the ball gets there accurately and he's throwing strikes, he doesn't turn the ball over. That's a great quality to have, but you had to mitigate through the 20-20 area with him, and we saw them have the patience and be able to do that, and that's why he had such a breakout year this season. Now, you want to know if that's more to come, or was it an anomaly because he had one bad year, one average year, one great year. Now you find out in year 4 which one really it is. But I thought that was the pick that everybody talked about in the first round. I thought Roquan Smith was chalk. Everybody kind of had the Bears to take him, and you also look at McGlinchey was kind of people thought it was a reach at the time, but he's proven to be a solid starter for them up front.
Then you get 10, 11, 12. The Cardinals taking Josh Rosen, the quarterback from UCLA. The Dolphins taking Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Alabama safety who's now with the Steelers. And the Tampa Bay Bucks drafting defensive tackle Vita Vea. What lessons are we learning from Rosen, first of all?
Sometimes you have to trust what you see. And I wasn't as high on Rosen as most. I had him right below Baker Mayfield grade-wise, or right at Baker Mayfield. They had the same grade. I had him higher than Mayfield, honestly. He was my third quarterback. But I had a 77.5 grade on him. And I compared this game to Eli Manning. I just thought that athletically he wasn't there. People made a big deal out of his tennis background, say he has the athleticism. But I told people this. I feel like he maxed out as a college freshman. He was so good as a freshman, and we didn't normally see freshman quarterbacks step in and play well. And you kind of had that initial picture, stuck in your mind, and have that throughout the entire time he was in college. But you go back and watch his career, he never really got better. He stayed the same way, which is good for a freshman, but is not good for a junior. And so I thought people kind of overrated his ability. And that's probably why we hadn't seen the success. And some people still hold out hope, saying he needs a chance. Well, man, the Cardinals gave him a full season to start without looking over his shoulder. Then he goes to Miami. They give him every opportunity, and we saw it play out in real time where the offense just looked better with Fitzpatrick out there. So I think that's the lesson. Sometimes things are what they are, and you can't create things that don't exist.
Yeah, that's interesting. Going on from there, Minkah Fitzpatrick and Vita Vea both have become really good players.
I was shocked that Miami gave up on Minkah so early, and he goes and becomes a 2-time All-Pro with Pittsburgh, because he's exactly what you want in today's game in terms of someone that plays safety. It's a positionless position, so he's essentially a defensive back. He can do a lot of different things, but Miami was trying to make him be one thing. And that's not why you drafted him that high. He goes to Pittsburgh, and we know how that is the fountain of youth for so many players and prospects. And I think that's why we've seen him just take off and become the player that he was at Alabama. And Vita Vea, I mean, it took him a while, but man, last year he was dominant up front for Tampa.
The next 3 picks, you've got Washington taking Daron Payne, the Saints taking Marcus Davenport. Daron Payne, D-tackle from Washington. Marcus Davenport, DN from the Saints. And then the Oakland Raiders took Colton Miller, the offensive tackle.
Yeah, and rate them in that order, because that's how their career has gone, right? Payne has been solid for Washington. Davenport has been inconsistent. And remember, the Saints traded up, and I thought, they traded up to go get Lamar Jackson. But they trade up to get Davenport. And Davenport, you can make a case that Trey Hendrickson, who they drafted later in this draft, was better, than Davenport. And I think that right there shows you the unknown part of the draft. Davenport checks all the boxes athletically, but hasn't been able to put it all together on a consistent basis. And Miller has gotten better, but initially, man, it looked like a complete whiff by Oakland at the time. But you hope that he can continue to take steps in the right direction. But that was the one out the 3 that many people believed that was the big whiff.
What's interesting to me about that is, the Raiders already gave him a second contract now, and they're paying him like he's big time. I don't know that he's really there. And I think he might be – somebody has an email to me that we're going to get to probably this week at the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, where he's like the second contract the Raiders have given one of their first-round picks since like Darren McFadden, like something crazy. I got to look it up, but something really, really crazy. The next 3 picks, man, this is a talented draft. I mean, the next 3, you got the Bills taking linebacker Tremaine Edmonds, the Chargers taking safety Derwin James, and the Packers taking corner Jair Alexander.
And wow, what a value Derwin James is at that spot, right? You just hope that health permitting, he can see out there, because that has been his bugaboo. But when he's out there, he's been tremendous. A really home run pick there. Jair Alexander, I had a higher grade on than Denzel Ward. And to see him just continue to thrive every year with Green Bay has been spectacular. And, Tremaine Edmonds, this is why folks got to take emotion out of everything. Folks want him to be Brian Urlacher or Ray Lewis, right? But they never talk about when at this draft, when he was selected, he was 19 years old. So fast forward 3 years, he's 23 now. I mean, the dude is still rookie age and has gotten 3 years of NFL experience. His upside is through the roof. He's 6'4", 250, can play inside or outside backer, be patient. He's been productive, and he's going to continue to get better. But he was 19 years old when he was taken. Remember, Amobi Okoye was 19 when he was drafted by the Houston Texans, a decade or so ago. But, man, 19 years old, playing linebacker in the NFL and played it well as a rookie. It's impressive.
Yeah, I remember meeting a lot of these guys before the draft. I forget even where this draft was, maybe Dallas. And Edmonds and our next guy, Van Der Esch, really big dudes. I mean, they were like legit 6'5", 250 type guys. The next 3 picks, the Cowboys took Leighton Van Der Esch, 19. Lions took Frank Ragnow, 20. The center from Arkansas. The Bengals took Billy Price, center from Ohio State, 21. Wow. Think about just that, Emory. Just the difference between getting Frank Ragnow at 20 versus Billy Price at 21. It's a big difference, man. That's a big difference.
That really is. Frank Ragnow was my number 1 center in the class, and Billy Price was my number 2. So initially I thought, wow, this is great. We got 2 centers going in the first round. That tells you how good the position was, in my opinion, in thinking in terms of 2018. But looking at it with 2020 eyes, like you said, what a big gap between Ragnow and Price. And Price is like Rasputin. He has still another opportunity this year to make things right, as Trey Hopkins, who I like a lot, got hurt in the last game of the season for the Bengals towards ACL. So we don't know how healthy he's going to be. So guess who's next up on the depth chart? Billy Price. Here's your chance once again to right some wrongs. For Van Der Esch, I wasn't as high on Van Der Esch, to be honest, coming out. I thought he was stiff athletically and could be a liability in pass coverage. But, this dude went out there and balled out his rookie year and became an asset to that team and was just outstanding. So that was a whiff for me in terms of how well I thought he was going to play right out of the gate.
I distinctly remember while we were in Dallas, I was working for DAZN, there had been rumors about a neck injury for Van Der Esch. And I asked him about it. And he was like, nothing wrong with my neck. I have no idea what you're talking about. Because that had come out. Well, he goes to Dallas. Right away, he's wearing that neck collar. So he's got something wrong with his neck. Okay. And now he's had issues with it to the point where they draft Micah Parsons this year. I would say my big takeaway from looking at this draft, Emory, is just how important health is. And there's only so much you can do, right? Some of it's just luck, but there was obviously some information out on Van Der Esch before it. But Barkley's health, Bradley Chubb's health, you mentioned Denzel Ward, the health of Derwin James. I mean, health has been a huge thing. Van Der Esch now, I don't remember if the other 3 guys, there was something out beforehand for them, but there was definitely stuff out on Van Der Esch ahead of time, and the Cowboys took him anyway.
Yeah, and health and situation matters the most. Situation, we talked about Rosen, we talked about Minkah Fitzpatrick. It matters tremendously. And I always said injuries are a freak occurrence, but unless there's a pattern of injury following you from college, that's what you have to trust. And like you said, you got information that came out in Dallas with that, and and it proved to be true. And you're right, we were in Dallas because that's where I ran into you at the food station. It's funny how that was a pretty good spread down there in Dallas.
All right, so the next up, we got the Titans took Rashaan Evans, the linebacker, at 22. The Patriots took Isaiah Wynn at 23, and the Carolina Panthers got DJ Moore at 24.
Evans has been solid for Tennessee. When we talk about injuries, he has to find a way to stay healthy. He's been hurt or missed time every year in the league. But when he's out there, he's playing well. So you got to hope that guys can stay healthy. And that's going to be the biggest key. And DJ Moore has been as good as advertised. He's gotten better every year. He's a physical player at the point of attack. And was one of those guys that everyone liked as a prospect, amongst the draft community. And he's proven to be a very solid pro.
Then we get to 25. The Ravens take Hayden Hurst, the tight end who's now in Atlanta. And speaking of Atlanta, they took wide receiver Calvin Ridley. And the Seahawks took Rashad Penny, the running back from San Diego State.
Penny was my number 2 back in that year, that draft class. I had him 10 points below Saquon Barkley, who I had as a 91 grade. So I had about a late first on Penny because of his explosiveness and speed. But we never got to see that because he stayed hurt, nagging injuries, wasn't in shape, and it's tough because this was someone that you watched him at San Diego State. He ran for over 2,400 yards, some ridiculous number that season, and had many long runs, but just couldn't get out of his own way as a pro. And now may just end up bouncing around. He's still with Seattle, but you may end up seeing him bounce around the league as a complimentary guy. And that's not, that's a probably my biggest whiff in the first round. Hayden Hurst, the big thing about him was the age. He was 25 years old, but he had the good speed, the good ability to get out and get down the field. But people were worried about his upside because he was 25, I believe. But he's been a solid player. It was good for the Ravens that rookie year, and solid enough to where he warranted trade value to go to Atlanta and play there. Now he's gonna have to work behind Kyle Pitts and Ridley. I'm surprised Ridley fell this far. So that's a big time pickup for Atlanta. He's going to be their number 1 this year, co-number 1 with Kyle Pitts, but Ridley has been phenomenal with the Falcons and probably should have gone way higher, at least ahead of DJ Moore, in my opinion.
Next 4 picks, the Steelers took safety Terrell Edmonds. The Jaguars took D-tackle Taven Bryan from Florida. The Vikings took cornerback Mike Hughes from UCF. Those are 3 pretty rough picks, actually. The bottom of round 1 was not nearly as good as the rest of it.
Yeah, Edmonds was a shock. Bryan had, some interest. I like Bryan as a prospect. He was quick off the ball and flash, but he'd do it consistently, and that kind of can get you into trouble. That's something that I learned. Watch how these guys play over the course of different games, because when they flash, it kind of can be fool's gold. But he has to find a way to stay consistent in the NFL. Sony Michel is my number 3 back in this draft class, and injuries, just consistently not being able to be out there kind of hurt him. Mike Hughes was my number 1 overall corner in the class. I really liked his game. He gets out there, plays well, plays into a starting lineup, and then gets hurt, tears his ACL. I think his first or second game of, that rookie season, and has been, dealing with nagging injuries since then. So for me, to your point, injuries is critical to a lot of these guys' success. If you could be out there, you can get a better chance to realize your potential.
Perhaps the most interesting pick of the whole draft, the last pick of round 1, the Baltimore Ravens traded with the Eagles to get Lamar Jackson, Emery.
Funny how this works out, man. And I sent you the tweet this morning, talking about, my thoughts was after I spoke with Lamar at the combine. I went out in the lobby and tweeted out what I tweeted out, that no matter who gets this dude, that team will be in the playoffs this season. And lo and behold, he leads them to the playoffs that year and wins the division. And this is the part that people don't give Lamar Jackson a lot of credit for. Imagine being thrown into the game as a rookie quarterback in week 9 and having to play essentially 7 playoff games to get to the playoffs. This dude went out there and won 6 of those 7 games. They had Kansas City beat. It took a miraculous Mahomes toss on 4th down to beat the Ravens, and that pushed that game into overtime. So Lamar went out there without the offense catered around him. Week 9, they were 4-5, had to rip off a lot of those wins to get into the playoffs. To me, that's more impressive than his MVP season. How many rookies can you say were able to thrive in those adverse situations like this dude did, thrown into the mix, needing to win every doggone game, and they did it.
It's really interesting if you look at round 2. I mean, near the top, you've got home runs like Nick Chubb. And how about the Colts back-to-back in round 2, getting Darius Leonard and Braden Smith? It's big time. But then you see other guys that haven't really panned out quite as much so far. Kerryon Johnson, Dante Pettis. I mean, there is a wide range of outcomes for these second-round guys. That's for sure. We mainly did round 1. We weren't going to go through all the picks for the other rounds anyway. Starting next week, we are diving in. We will pick a conference. Emery, I'm going to let you pick. We'll surprise the folks what conference we start with next week. The college football season will be here before you know it. We'll make sure you know about the best prospects, the best players on each team. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, what's up? How are we? Sunday night feels right. Pretty soon this is going to be like normal. We're going to be watching real games. Yeah. But the Madden is holding us over. Tommy Freeze Pops, it's holding us over. We have the football team from Washington, D.C. taking on the New York Football Giants. How is you, my friend?
I am on sim number 3 of the day. I had a wedding yesterday, so moving a little slower today, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Had breakfast at like 3 in the afternoon type of day.
Wow.
Yeah. But we're doing all right,
Happy
it's
to have
Sunday.
it.
We're relaxed. We're having fun. We're watching a little Madden. Got some soccer on in the background. Just saw the PKs. Italy winning the Euro. Viva Italiana!
Good for Italy. Nice win.
We all win when England loses, right?
I sign off on that. So,
but I'm excited for this matchup. We were talking about the NFC East a little bit last sim, and how I think of the 4 teams in that division, I see only one of them taking a step back. The rest of them, I think, take a step forward. I think with a healthy Dak, the Cowboys move forward. I liked how the Giants ended last season. Now they have a healthy Saquon coming back, and they brought in some nice pieces this offseason. So I think the Giants are moving in the right direction for the first time in a while. And I like Washington. I think their defense even gets better with more experience next season. And you put Fitzpatrick in place on an offense that has nice weapons. You add Curtis Samuel. I think that those 3 teams all take a step forward. Eagles are the one team I don't feel great about. Jalen Hurts is going to have to learn a whole new system. I do like him, but new coach, new system, bad roster. I think the Eagles take a step back. But NFC East will be better next year. That's my hot take. Hot take Sunday.
And the winner of the division probably still only wins 10 games. If that. Maybe 9. 9-8. Maybe 8-9.
Maybe. But I think better football will be played on.
Okay. Good take.
I came in 3rd in the last free roll. So I'm feeling good in that regard.
Nice, dude. Nice. So what's your lineup looking like here for the football team and the Giants? And just a quick housekeeping item here. The football team is not making the postseason in our 2021 NFL schedule simulation. They're 5-11. They are eliminated from contention. The Giants are also eliminated because Philadelphia and Dallas are both 9-8. Even with a win for the Giants, they will not get to 9 because there's only 1 game left.
And that's how math works, Clash.
Correct.
Look at you doing math on a Sunday.
Math on the air, it's never a good idea. But when you start to think it out and it all comes together, it's not as bad as you think.
Yeah. I got Sterling Shepard in the captain spot, Washington DST, Barkley, Inman, McKissick, Sims Jr. I mean, you can't do a sim and not have Sims in your life.
Fair. Last night, Friday night, the Connecticut Sun.
What? Start over.
Okay. Haskins on 2nd and 10. He dumps it off to McKissick. That's a first down to the 36. The Sprinkler is 34% owned. Let's see. McKissick is highly owned per usual. 64% overall. 17.5 on the captain. Friday night, the Connecticut Sun played the Atlanta Dream. Point guard for the Dream. Ready for it? Odyssey Sims.
That's an awesome name.
Odyssey Sims.
Like O-D spelling of Odyssey?
Yep.
Like Shakespeare Odyssey? Nice.
Mm-hmm. Her nickname is O.
Not like
Sims.
That's awesome. Not like Odyssey, the name of the radio company that's confusing, that everyone probably spells wrong if they don't know.
Or like, oh no, I'm thinking of Audat. No, anyway.
Yeah, Odyssey. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
You always want to call it Audacity, like the audio editing program. But Entercom rebranded as Odyssey.
Yeah, right. 2 different things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stupid.
But free.
Dumb name for a company.
But yeah, so I'm with you. I played, so my lineup, right, back to...
Give it to me.
So the Sprinkler is my captain. I played both running backs, Barkley, McKissick, Steven Sims Jr., Golden Tate, Darius Slayton.
Okay.
I kind of like my lineup quite a bit.
We have a little bit of a different approach here, so that makes for good conversation.
Back to the ground from the 20. So this game is meaningless for the standings, for those curious. Philadelphia and Dallas are tied atop the division at 9 and 8. Dallas, though, is 2-0 against Philadelphia in our simulations. Therefore, the Cowboys would have the tiebreaker.
Cowboys!
How about them Cowboys?
Hey, how about them Cowboys?
Here is a 2nd and 6 play where McKissick. Is it McKissick? It is. No, it's Steven Sims.
Talk about the Sims.
Talk about the Sims.
So I saw you posted either on Instagram or Twitter or somewhere.
Yeah.
That you said see you in August as it relates to the WNBA. Do they take some sort of break, or you just don't have games until August?
For the Olympics. Big Olympic break.
Oh, okay. They take off for the Olympics. Makes sense.
Oh, touchdown. McKissick.
Yes.
You played Dwayne Haskins. Good on you, because you get the passing touchdown. He was only owned, Haskins, 34.7% of lineups, 4.4% in the captain. McKissick, as we went over, highly owned. He's in the end zone.
I was talking about this with Moose on the 2 o'clock today.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
He's all right?
Yeah.
Worried about him.
So. He did 6 straight sims. He did 3 last night and 3 to start the day. He completed the Moose Slam.
Been there, done that, so.
Yeah, but for Moose, that's heavy lifting.
In the one chair.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
That must have stunk.
But we were talking about which guys that are major players here in Madden 21 will we have to have vigils for as our Madden 21 sim football comes to a close and we transition to the new game.
So like Tevin Coleman from 20.
Exactly. But like Dwayne Haskins is a guy that we're not going to see in the new game. It clearly isn't going to have an impact. Mitchell Trubisky was another one we threw out there. John Ross, probably not going to have a huge impact in the next game. We were trying to come up with which sim broadcaster would read vigils for each of these guys. And Jeff would be Madden Mitch. We said Babysitter Billy would be John Ross. I was saying that Mostert probably isn't going to be unstoppable in the next
I agree. 100% agree.
And I think you would be the guy to read the vigil for Mostert.
Thank you.
I don't know that I'm associated with a guy like that. So I don't know that I would be a part of that.
O.J. Howard?
Oh, O.J. Howard. Gotta have him. Gotta have him.
And my friend, we have a Bucks game tonight at 10. So if we really want to bother people, we can do a Brady hour tonight at 10.
Brady hour on a Sunday? As Brian C. in the chat would say, where the bleep do I sign up? I don't know, Jim.
Speaking of ops, Jim, and my voice is back. I'm having tea.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Congrats on that.
We are back. We are getting Doug back. Tate and Bailey here tonight from ops.
Solid squad.
Fidelis, I'd read your joke out loud, but you had to type it twice, therefore it wasn't as funny.
Ooh.
Sorry.
That invalidates your joke.
Yeah, like you had to try too hard.
You know what's always bad when you're in a group of people and you tell a joke and no one hears it because everyone else is talking? Awkward. And then you repeat the joke and someone's like, dude, yeah, we heard you the first time.
We just thought it stunk.
Yeah, that's always tough. I've been there. It happens. When you're the funny guy in the crew, sometimes you fire off duds. It happens.
Great to have all of you with us. The Twitch fam is filing in slowly but surely, 200 plus on YouTube. Hope you all had a fantastic weekend. It's still going. So thank you for being here. We do appreciate it. Producer Michael is with us. Tom, our technical director, is here. someone else says your joke and they take the credit. Yeah, it's always the worst.
That's happened to me too. I've also taken jokes from people too.
All the time.
You find
Yeah.
your spots, you know.
I mean, it's like great broadcasters. You know, you steal those lines from broadcasters and you make it your own.
100%.
So, I mean, we all steal everything when you think about it.
Yeah, there's no original ideas left.
Nothing. Zip. The chat is very NBA Finals focused, which I guess makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Because and that's fine. I'm just observing. Tip off is at 8:00 tonight. Game 3.
That seems to make sense.
In Milwaukee. What do you like? I think the Bucks are going to steamroll them.
I don't think so. I got Suns winning this gun.
All right.
They can't do any wrong right now. They got all the mo. They feel like the 04 Red Sox to me right now.
Phoenix?
Yeah.
All right. Explain.
Look at the game Giannis had, and they didn't have a shot. And I know that Milwaukee's going to be home, but I just feel like Phoenix is on a roll here.
You know, you realize they shot like 50% from 3.
And they still won.
I know. Well, yeah. Right.
You're saying you're saying they can't do that again.
Phoenix can't do that again.
Yeah. Well,
they could, but I don't think it's happening in game 3.
Right. It's hard to do that back-to-back games.
Right.
I just think they got all the momentum right now.
Okay. I just I don't want to pull that. Well, I'm gonna do it. So when you say I don't want to, but I'm going to
do it.
If the NBA, if we're all going to be, at least I am excited that it's a little bit of a different look in the championship.
You want a longer
round here.
series.
Yeah, it's a little bit different in terms of the matchup. It's not teams we're accustomed to seeing.
Right.
I like to think that the league has got that in mind. And
oh, you're being that guy.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Plus, also, Game 3 throughout this postseason has been Milwaukee's best game. And Game 3 throughout this postseason for Phoenix, it's been their worst game.
Hey, by the way, something's happening on my television that I love this. And people might think of it as a sore sport thing. But the English players just had their silver medals being put on their necks. And as they were getting them put on, they immediately took them off because they're upset that they came in second, not first.
I appreciate that.
I love that. Don't celebrate your loss. Absolutely love it. I would do the exact same thing.
First time playing Fortnite.
Put them on, shook hands, take them off.
I respect that. Makes sense to me. Yes, listen, everybody, please. We have Tate from Ops. He's training young Bailey. And Bailey, if you're not young, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence. Just
new Bailey.
Say it again.
New Bailey is better.
New Bailey. Bailey's new. Not young. That's better.
You don't want to assume age.
Bailey's new. So we're training more people. This is all a good thing. I know your lineups aren't updated right away. I get it. But we're adding time. People, which means these are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay? Appreciate the patience. Really do.
The Guru 805 asking a good question here. Do all DK employees have a beard and wear a hat? Yes, it's a requirement.
Next question.
So you would classify that as a joke that landed flat? I thought it was fun.
I mean, that's a joke from last summer.
It's kind of funny though.
Yeah. Sarah, hey.
Saquon, get in.
What's wrong? Outside? Oh, probably because England lost. Wow. Sarah just said she walked by an adult man outside crying over the loss for England.
Brutal.
Poor guy.
I feel for you, buddy. I've cried after losses. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm better than that.
It's too bad. Did you tell him it's going to be okay? Sarah's Italian, so yeah.
Oh, so she's happy. Congrats, Sarah.
The guru says I could be trained in 5 minutes. I love
Not
those
true.
comments.
Okay, sure. Send Guru an app. Let's see if he's qualified.
Ooh, Daniel Jones.
Jones.
Hey, baby.
Daniel Jones and me tell each other fairy tales. Oh, it is lit in Italy right now, fam. You know it. People in the streets going nuts as their team celebrates on the stage right here. Would love to be in that country right now. Crushing some vino. Sucking down some spaghetti.
Ooh. Sarah, that door to the closet with the running washing machine was closed for a reason because people want to hear the game. I know I didn't. I'm sorry. I don't know. Can I call the game, please? I got to talk about the sim.
Oh, Glash. What is going on?
Distracting. First time playing Fortnite. I am into your contest, that is. You asked if I wanted to play in the NBA contest, which I'm in. Send it along. I'm in. Because
Ashy Dairy saying they just bought their tickets for the Korn and Stained concert in Austin. So excited. Let's go. Korn would probably be a fun concert.
Would be.
Just jump around, go nuts.
Jump around.
Super sweaty. Crush some Diet Cokes.
Mm-hmm. So Daniel Jones. Ooh, nice spin move by McLaurin. Yeah. It's a 13-yard gain. First down to the 37. Washington's touchdown belongs to J.D. McKissick, receiving from Dwayne Haskins. So, forgive me because I forget. You had mentioned you discussed the NFC East with someone today. Was that Moose?
I believe it was Bry Guy.
Bry Guy. How's he doing?
Looking handsome as ever.
Yeah? Is he all right?
No, I can't speak today. It definitely has to do with my wedding attendance yesterday. Yeah, he's doing great.
Okay. Good. I wish you were doing the 8 and the 10. I have to work with Kaufman at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that stinks. I'm sorry, man.
So annoying.
If I could have moved my 2 to the 8, that would have been good.
He's gonna break up our chemistry tonight. We're gonna be rolling. It's gonna be 7 o'clock when this sim's over. 7:05, 7:10.
Yeah.
Oh, hit the pause.
I'll see you later, bro.
See you at 10 because we got to get.
Off's got to get his requisite sim of the day in.
Yep. Koff needs his hours. Ridiculous.
Get out of here.
Unbelievable.
Who is this guy?
And it's the only sim he's working today. Dude, just take the day. Take the day. Go dust off the bobbleheads. Take the day. Go dust off the memorabilia, Krusty. Come on. Go wipe
dust
off the
the
DVDs.
bobbleheads.
Get out take a wet rag and wipe them down. Nope, gotta call a sim. All right, that's cool.
Hey, I actually was talking about this on the last sim, and I actually do think there's a real venture to be had here where we could make some real money. We gotta start an online shop for DK Dreamstream t-shirts with Dreamstream phrases and stuff like that with logos, and I think that people would be down. People would throw cash at that type of stuff. Like a Krusty Koff t-shirt that's just like a piece of pizza with Koff's face on it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a picture of Billy holding a baby in his hands, babysitter Billy.
Now,
a wooden nickel t-shirt.
Are you suggesting this should be posted on the DK store?
Possibly, but maybe we could just do a side thing and just not have any DK branding.
I see.
I don't even know if we're supposed to talk about stuff like this.
Yeah, probably not. But it's good to imagine.
Just think there's money to be made there. You want in? You want to get fired with me?
I got nothing. I mean, just forget you said that, and then just go do it
Anyways.
later without saying anything.
Let's talk football.
Yeah. 7-7's our score. 3:05 3:04, 3:03 to go in the second quarter.
How long did it take you to get your voice fully back?
When I did a sim Friday at noon with Rossi, I felt great.
Okay.
So it took me like 4 days to.
It really does take that much time.
No, like I underestimated. That's a great play to Sims. To the 7. I underestimated the amount of singing and yelling and chanting I did over the 4th of July weekend. And yeah, it was a process.
It can catch up to you, man. When you talk for a living, all the talking you do when you're not on mic, touchdown McKissick, having himself a ball game. You realize, like, oh yeah, like all of that talking counts too for my vocal cords.
Right. I think it was you who said it to me during the week. You're like, you got to conserve. You just can't speak. You can only speak when you really have to.
Yeah. Save your words.
But it also, what was I going to say? It's like the other thing too that I think about. McKissick's got 2 touchdowns, 1 receiving and 1 rushing, as we just saw. I just had a thought and it escaped my mind.
Talking about saving your words.
Yeah, but
saving your
voice. What was my point going to be? But I haven't had something like that happen to me ever, really. Oh, I know what I was going to say. It was the fact that after the weekend, of course, Sims, right? But the Sims is there's such a good back and forth with whoever you're working with that it's not it's not that much of a heavy lift in that way.
Yeah,
but I thought like the whole mindset changes in the sense I knew my next Sun game was not till Friday. Like if I knew I had a Sun game on Tuesday after the holiday,
yeah, you might have had to take
maybe
Monday
I'm probably,
off.
maybe not. Maybe I would have been a little bit more cognizant,
Yeah.
So, that's
for sure.
That's my thought.
Well, because on those games you have to talk like the whole time.
Right. It's not like I don't know. It's just different.
It's a totally different vibe, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. How many entries we get here? We got 8,714 entries in the $250 free contest. So the first half of the Major League Baseball season wraps up tonight. Do you know what is the Sunday night game tonight in Major League Baseball?
Don't know that off the top of my head. I can find out momentarily.
Okay. I only bring that up because if you guys like baseball,
MLB draft is tonight.
Yes, it's true. And then we're going to have the deadline in a couple weeks.
Doesn't look like there is Sunday night baseball.
Which makes sense because they're letting guys get their All-Star break started. That's actually, that's typical. That's typical of this, of when it's the Sunday before the All-Star break. That's a sack of Jones. Allen gets him. That makes sense. That's why I asked me, when I asked you, I was like, oh, wait a minute, there probably isn't one. But the Home Run Derby is tomorrow. And there are free-to-play pools available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. 25K Home Run Derby pool, the 25K Home Run Derby final round pool. And we will have a Home Run Derby follow-along, just like we do NBA playoffs, just like we did for the match last Tuesday. We will do a Home Run Derby follow-along after the 8 p.m. sim tomorrow night. So I suggest you all stick around and come hang. Because guess who will be here? Me, Kaufman, and our guest, Steve Buchanan.
Ukes.
So if you really enjoy picking on me and really picking on Kaufman, you will have a good time with Mr. Steve Buchanan. The only issue, there's Sterling Shepard first down with a minute to go, timeout. The only problem is Steve has that capability of blocking people with his YouTube powers. So I would like to propose before we start the follow-along tomorrow night. Steve, let's give people a little longer leash, okay?
Is he one to block? Is he quick with the block trigger?
Yeah.
I guess if you have the power.
He does. Shepard snakes his way to the 6.
I've never worked with Bukes.
Really?
Never worked with him.
I'd keep it that
He doesn't do sims that often, so that's why.
No, he's too cool for us. He can show up for a follow along, but
he's done a few though, right? I know he did one with was it Ross Tucker?
No, he did an MLB. No, he did an NFL.
It was an in-between. It was like an in-between sim thing.
It was an edition of the slate. Yes. Daniel Jones, rushing touchdown again? No, he'll throw.
No, little jump pass.
Golden Tate.
Wow. I thought he was over the line of scrimmage.
I did too. He could have scored another rushing touchdown if he wanted it.
The only sim broadcaster I haven't worked with at this point is Reed.
That's another one. You're not missing much. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway.
We were on the Simper Bowl pregame show together. We were in the same segment.
Same Zoom room.
Yeah.
Were your boxes next to each other in Zoom?
Yeah.
Did you feel the chemistry?
The boxes touched.
So yeah, that's the wind up and the pitch for tomorrow night. So come hang out with us. There's no NBA Finals game tomorrow night. Of course, the Stanley Cup Final is over. So none of you have an excuse. Come watch the Home Run Derby with us. It'll be like the fastest 40 minutes of your night because there'll be 3 of us.
Are you excited for the Derby? Like, do you have a guy that you think is going to win?
Ohtani.
Like, is that okay? You think Ohtani's going to win?
How can you not root for this guy?
Well, I understand rooting for him. And it's not like I've tracked these things, but it always feels like the guy that has the most buzz going into the Home Run Derby doesn't win.
But this guy, as we talked about in the first quarter, like stealing content from others.
Steal it.
You know, Mr. Matt McCarthy from 98.5.
Yeah.
I worked with him on Thursday, and he loves this guy. Like, McCarthy calls him a god. He is. He's a god.
He's so good.
He can't do no wrong.
He's a 6-tool player.
Yeah, and he hits like 280.
Well, he doesn't field. I guess that's not fair. But yeah, he's really good. He's really good at hitting. He's a power guy, and he can pitch. It's awesome.
He could very well.
Babe Ruth didn't even do this.
Right. He could very well hit 60 home runs and win 17 games.
It's amazing.
It is.
So your heart is with Ohtani.
Yeah.
Is that where your head goes as well? I think Trevor Story's my guy. I'm going with the safe pick.
Hometown guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knows the park.
Knows the pack.
It's a good ball. It's a great ballpark for home runs, as you fantasy players know. Real quick, Unlucky Gamer in the chat, and I understand some of you come into these. You come into the chat. You haven't watched from the beginning, so when we say something, you didn't hear us the first time. Tate is training Bailey, who is new to the ops team. So thank you so much for all of you with the patience. I know if your score is not completely updated, it's a little frustrating. Happens. So it will be correct when the sim is over, as a lot of you know. But if you're new or if you're just not here the whole day, we get it. So thank you very much for your patience. It's appreciated. Who else is in this thing? I had it up earlier. Trey Mancini is like well, I guess he's the biggest underdog. There is Jeremy Sprinkle. The Sprinkler! Dude, when's the last time you worked with Ducey?
Months. It's been a long time.
So Ducey and I did a Washington football team game, quarters over, 14-14. Ducey has it queued up on his phone. He's got the YouTube clip of a sprinkler sound effect. It's pretty.
Oh, nice.
Pretty phenomenal. Pete Alonso's in this thing. I like Pete Alonso too. Juan Soto.
Didn't he win last year?
Well, they didn't have one last year.
Or whenever the last time they did it.
19.
Yeah.
I think producer Michael had mentioned that. Yeah, 2 years ago. Right.
The polar bear. It's a great nickname.
All right, looking at stats, 12 for 16, Dwayne Haskins, 111 through the air.
Sean Callahan asking where Ducey's been. Rossi kind of went on an epic why doesn't Ducey work on the weekends rant yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Rossi was firing on all cylinders against people that don't work on the weekends.
Because you know why? Because Rossi's a radio guy.
Because Rossi's a weekend warrior.
He's a radio guy. You're a radio guy. You got to work weekends in radio.
Yeah, exactly. We're used to it.
Yeah.
Kenny, though, when I've only done a few sims with Kenny, he has radio as like a part of his background.
Sure.
He told me, he's like, I like that you're a radio guy. I used to work in radio. I think of myself as a radio guy. So he, that's in his DNA. Maybe there's something to Rossi's rant.
No, there really isn't, though. Where's Julian? Where's Steve? Where's Reed?
He went on a rant against all of them.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. Well, that's different. You didn't say that.
He mentioned everyone, but Ducey was the one that was his main target.
Well, that's not fair. I mean,
it's like they have like a weird thing, though.
Yeah, I mean that's just
That's kind of how that's their song and dance.
I mean, where would we be without you, Mr. 4, each weekend day?
Probably wouldn't be any Sims, or there'd be someone hired specifically to work weekends. I said it on a sim a few weeks ago. Maybe it was in the last week. I don't know. I lose track. This fall, I have a ton of weddings coming up. So there's going to need to be some people stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, man. Look, we've got the 2021 simulated schedule thing wrapping up, which means we're going to have postseason, playoffs, and
playoffs.
There will be less Sims as a result of that because the group shrinks.
Less games.
Less games. Right. That's a better way of saying it. So just looking ahead, a week from yesterday, so the 17th, there's only 2 games on Saturday.
I'm on one of those.
You're on the 8 o'clock. You're doing the Super Bowl, the Kaufman.
That's right. It's an honor. I'll wear a suit for it.
Will you?
No, probably not.
Do it.
Who am I doing it with? You or Koff?
Koff.
If Koff does, I will.
No, you set the tone. You do it.
Yeah, but I don't want to do it alone.
Who cares? You wear a black
then
t-shirt
it's not,
and a black
then it's not as
time.
fun. Yeah, but then it's not as fun. We both need to do it together. Then it's more legit,
I disagree.
Okay.
So the guru has now told us not only can the guru be trained to be an ops team member in 5 minutes, the guru says, send the app, I'll do weekends, I have a beard and a large hat collection.
Okay, but large hat collection, not necessary. One plain black hat is all you need.
That's it. I have my black. Remember I ordered one? Like in the winter? I still
I've
have
seen it in some TikToks.
It's true. Very, very solid TikTok accessory.
Speaking of the TikTok, you should plug it right now, dude.
Hey, if you guys have TikTok, please follow me at Brendan Glasheen. I'm nearing 800 followers.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you got 1,000's my goal. To me, if you guys can, make accounts or send it along. At Brendan Glasheen on TikTok. I don't do all the dances.
Get this man to 1,000.
If we get to 1,000, you have to go live. I want to go live.
Wow. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing. So it'd be appreciated. If not, all good. Thank you.
You'll get there soon. I mean, you're already at 800. You're trending in the right direction, my friend.
Feels good.
I got denied by Twitter verified as well, by the way.
Oh, did you post it and tell everyone you're
No, I didn't want to steal your bit.
Oh, come on, man.
I was thinking I was going to reply to yours, just say same with the picture, but I didn't want to step on the bit. But yeah, also got the D-Day. I just want to know what their standards are. Like, there's people that have like 300 followers that have a verified.
I just got a new follower.
There you go.
Over Dash.
Following Glash on TikTok. Everyone else do the same.
Well done.
Yeah.
14-14 is our score. For the Giants, Daniel Jones has rushed one in. He threw a touchdown to Golden Tate. For Washington, McKissick has a receiving touchdown from Dwayne Haskins, and he's also rushed one in. What are you typing?
Talking to the chat.
You're a loud typer.
I have fat fingers.
Yeah, we've been over that.
Got my ring size measured the other day. Got a size 15 ring. It's large. Touchdown.
Easy money, Saquon. Attaboy. Saquon Barkley.
Saquon in my lineup.
Are you in on Saquon next year? If he fell to you in a draft?
If he fell to me, I would.
It's going first round, right?
Yeah, I think so. But
is there a chance he doesn't? He has to.
No, if you're passing on him, like if you're at 10 and he's in your lap, or at 12, like you're crazy.
Also, just
there's guys I'd pick ahead of him. I do worry about taking a guy coming off injury.
Yeah. Well, and just as another side note too, like me and Rossi were having this conversation on Friday. It's really, really hard to find solid, reliable, productive depth at running back in fantasy football. Like you've gotta prioritize that position first.
Yep.
Because you can find the great receivers. There's plenty of receivers. Look at the last two drafts. The last two drafts have been awesome. It's a passing league now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can find a great receiver. You'd almost rather, if you're at the end of the first round and all those great running backs come off the board, it's not ridiculous, in my opinion, to go after a Kelsey or Kittle, maybe, but probably just Kelsey.
Waller, I'd say.
Or Waller. True. Yep.
Because he'll get the targets.
Nice catch by McLaurin. Super Bowl baby 67. You would have to take him at 10 through 12. David.
Yeah, you have to.
Georgie. Yep, I see you, man. Hope you hold on. But as the chat has noted, our scores are still being updated manually.
I'm still a Dalvin number one guy. And I know that's not a hot take. Some people would still go McCaffrey. His injury last year worries me too. Yeah. And LaMarca was kind of reading me the riot act why I shouldn't worry about the McCaffrey injury. I look at a guy who's undersized on an offense that's going to lean on him heavily after a season where he missed most of the year. I mean, look, he's still really good, and I would take him if I had the opportunity to. But if I have the number one pick, I'm going Dalvin over McCaffrey. I just am. I think once you get to a certain echelon, you got to look at the health situation.
Yeah, but my counter to that is McCaffrey has not been that injury prone before last year.
He hasn't, but he's coming off of an injury prone season. And I know there's plenty of time for him to recover, but once you have that injury prone season, it opens you up to having a season like that again.
Fair.
He's still young enough where we don't know if it's just going to be an anomaly or not. What is that, year 3 for him? Year 4?
For Dalvin Cook?
No, McCaffrey.
No. Yeah, you might be right. Christian McCaffrey. Pro Football Reference. This coming up will be, year 5.
Yeah, so, it's not like he has this 8-year body of work where we can be like, oh, yeah, that's a one-off.
That's fair. I mean, you really can't go wrong if you go with Dalvin.
No, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't want Christian McCaffrey on your fantasy team. I'm just telling you why I would pick Dalvin over him. And I know Dalvin's had his fair share of injuries, but I'm just looking at who's coming off the healthier season. Both those guys are going to be major focal points of their team.
Mm-hmm. You could argue, though, more McCaffrey because Jefferson has emerged. You still got Thielen in Minnesota. It really comes down to, too, like, how much do you believe in Sam Darnold versus Kirk Cousins? Like, I think you got to keep this in mind with Carolina. I think they're going to be improved with Matt Rule, Darnold. Rule really likes Darnold, blah, blah, blah. Point being, I think they're going to be trailing in a lot of games, which means they're going to be throwing the ball. So the PPR value with Christian McCaffrey will be there. And not to say it won't be with Dalvin Cook. I think the Vikings are too well coached. And I think their roster is too good when healthy. You could make the same point, though. Well, they're just going to keep feeding Dalvin Cook the rock and play low-scoring games and win ball games. I think the Vikings will be a good team. So from that standpoint, I'm with you on Dalvin Cook. Oh, come on! Missed a wide-open sprinkler.
So our producer TP throwing into our Slack. According to Fantasy Pros, this is the running back rankings for the 2022 season. They have Dalvin Cook number 2, Christian McCaffrey number 1, Cook 2, Henry 3, Kamara 4, Barkley 5, Zeke 6, Jonathan Taylor 7, Chubb 8, Eckler 9. Kamara is someone that scares me a little bit just because I don't know what that offense is going to look like next year.
Yep. Oh, and there's a small sample, but it didn't look great last year when Breeze was
Taysom
out.
Taysom Hill didn't work Kamara into his situation the way Breeze did.
Aaron Jones at 10.
That makes sense. Versatile. I mean, again, that's another one. If Rodgers isn't there, who knows what that looks like?
Jordan Lindenbaum, yeah. The hat trick for McKissick would have been nice.
And then Cam Akers at 11. So Cam Akers was a guy that I had on my roster for like too many weeks because he started out the year injured. And I was like, okay, I'm done keeping this guy on my roster, waiting for him to not be...
Touchdown.
There we go.
Sorry. Number 3.
Waiting for him to be healthy. I couldn't do it anymore. And then I cut him, and then he had his first, breakout game that next day.
Sorry, Mo, you're not getting a Barber touchdown. Sorry, Fantasy Hawk. I digress. Hawk's new thing now. When Hawk makes an argument or a point or a mission statement, he doesn't elaborate. So instead of elaborating, he says, you know what? I digress. But continues to chat. I really don't get it. Like, Hawk, you're going to keep yapping. It's fine. Keep yapping, dude. We love you.
Flash, this is going to be a weird question, but did your mic change for some reason?
Uh-huh.
Did you switch over to laptop mic?
Nope.
Randomly?
Nope. You want to know what happened?
What happened?
You might be able to relate to this. You know the mic covers?
Oh, yeah.
The foam?
Windsock?
Windsock. I've used the windsock for months. Brought it to the sports hub on Thursday, left it there. So it sounds like crap. Does it sound like crap?
You just sound different. I wouldn't say like crap. It just sounds different.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like you.
Okay.
TP says you sound muzzled. I wouldn't go that far.
Should I put like a koozie over it? Would that help?
No, I think that would make it sound worse.
Okay. Hawk says, thanks for giving me permission to type. Oh, no problem. Just an observation, Hawk. I digress.
Look, I know a lot of people are talking about Dalvin Cook's injury history. I'm saying, coming out of last season, who was healthier? I'll let you answer that, Glash.
Dalvin was.
Okay. So I'm worried about current bodies.
Is that Barber? No, sorry, that was Jones. Second in inches, third quarter is winding down. Good sim here, 21-21. Mo says you don't sound as crisp. Really, it's that much of a difference, huh?
I think it's when, if you're a windsock guy for that long and then you don't have it, people are going to notice. Mo Hendy saying, Tommy, read the chat. Mo Hendy, tell me what I can't scroll back. You've said a lot of things. Tell me what you want me to read. Retype
No,
it.
don't you get it, dude? Mo's the only one in there. He's the only one you can read.
You're flooding my chat. I can't see what's happening. Tell me what's happening, and then I'll address it.
Mike Bizzle, because tomorrow we start the postseason in our 2021 NFL schedule simulation. Therefore, not everyone's playing.
Jordan Lindenbaum saying that doesn't matter, Tom. It is a small sample size. It is literally meaningless if there is no carryover. I disagree. When it comes to injury stuff, I think you are allowed to focus on the smaller sample size because it's your body and how it's reacting to stuff that's happened more recently. Who cares if a guy hurt his leg 5 years ago in college? Is he healthier now than the other guy? That's what I care about. I don't care. I just think you guys are missing the point here. I'm telling you why I'm going Dalvin over Christian McCaffrey if I had the number 1 pick. I'd still pick McCaffrey number 2 if I was picking number 2. I'd be happy to have McCaffrey on my team. But I'm just looking at what happened last year. Heavy workload upcoming on a bad team after a year where he was injured a lot. I like Dalvin Cook better than McCaffrey.
Mike Bizzle, I have a better answer for you on the why there's only 5 games tomorrow. Because when you factor in all of the bye weeks for all the teams as we simulate the schedule, I think it's because it's based on the fact that there are only that many games left in what would have been the real simulated week. Point being, the regular season is winding down in our simulation. So we're just running out of games before we hit the postseason.
Jordan Lindenbaum saying, but there was no carryover, Tom. They are both equally healthy. How do you know that there is no carryover for McCaffrey? Like, how do we know that there's no lingering injury?
To your point, it happened. Like, remember he came back, he balled
and
out
then he
for
left.
games, and then he got hurt again.
Right. Exactly.
And that was annoying because I had him in season long, and he was awesome. And I'm like, oh, I can't trade him. And then what do you know? Following week, done.
Thank you. It happened in the middle of the season. And Jordan Lindenbaum making my point. He says he had a high ankle sprain, and he recovered from months ago. Ankle sprains never really recover. Like, when you have an ankle injury, that first time you get it, it basically re-injures forever. Like, he's going to continually deal with that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get your ankle back to 100% once you sprain your ankle, like, one time.
You know why I remember that so much? Because I was doing leaderboard live.
He came back against the Chiefs. They almost beat the Chiefs with him. I remember.
Right. I was doing leaderboard live, and McCaffrey's ownership was like, it was low. It was, but some folks took a risk on it. And it worked because he scored like 34 points or whatever in the flex. He was great.
Yeah, and then he was out.
And he went out.
And Jordan, to your point again, how do you know any two players are equally healthy? I don't. I'm going off the information I have.
Right.
Dalvin Cook was healthy last year and was a beast. Christian McCaffrey wasn't.
Right. No one's ever 100%. But the other way, there is a way to look at it in terms of guys being severely hurt. That's the news we get during a season. We never find out, like, we don't get updates from Adam Schefter. You know, Christian McCaffrey is feeling 80% healthy. Right. Or like he's feeling 80% good. Usually the wording is spun. Well, he thinks he can give 80% because he doesn't feel as bad with this particular injury.
Jordan Lindenbaum saying, what about his ACL tears? Those happened a while ago. Now look at Cook. He had a great season. Again, who is healthier right now? None of us know. I'm going to go with the guy that wasn't injured all of last year, who's on a better team.
Just agree to disagree. It's all a crapshoot. None of us know.
Exactly. None of us, and that's the best point to be made, Glash. None of us know anything, so that's why I'm going to try and follow the tea leaves that I have to follow. And I saw McCaffrey miss a ton of time last year on a bad team. He's going to come back and be the focal point of a bad team again. I'm going to watch Dalvin Cook come back and be the focal point of a better team.
Queenie, a lot of really good players are gym rats, and it doesn't matter. They can have great work ethics, be in the gym a lot. If you're hurt, you're hurt. And that sucks. But it's true. Like, we can't, just because like some injuries that occur, we can't question folks in their work ethic. They just might be injury prone, period.
Right? I don't know. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Why? It's fine. It's good. It's good content.
Because I just feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall.
You're going in circles. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not going to end as long as you keep responding.
And I know the next point I want to make, I know what the response is going to be. It's, oh, Tom, you're not a doctor. You didn't go to medical school, so I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to respond. Where's your degree, Dr. Carroll?
Well, my favorite was this guy named Kelvin a couple weeks ago. Maybe it was last week. I hate listening to people who aren't athletic. Well, in that case, none of us would have Jen.
Then watch Sports Muted. Have you seen these play-by-play guys? All of them are like 5'3".
Let's just hire a bunch of doctors to do play-by-play.
It would be cool to have an injury expert as a part of every broadcast, the same way they have like a Mike Pereira on broadcasts.
Yeah, Tate says, LOL, then don't listen to like 90% of professional coaches. That's a good one too, because all these former coaches or coaches that get let go or they step away from the game, like your Joe Girardis, your Doc Rivers, Urban Meyer, right? Like I just gave you an example in 3 different sports. They'll go do TV for a year and they spew a bunch of crap in pregame, halftime, postgame, and a lot of the times they're wrong too. Part of the business. It's great.
Yeah, no one knows anything. That's the thing that I try and work that in as much as I can. None of us know anything.
That's why the world just keeps going around. Because if everyone knew everything, what's the point? You know?
Right. None of us know what the heck we're talking about.
It's fun.
Yeah, hi, this is Dr. Freeze Pops here. Let me take a look at your ankle. Oh, yeah, it looks like a high ankle sprain. But according to my colleague, Dr. Lindenbaum, you're going to be fine. Just keep running out there. We're going to run 80% of the offense through you.
Ooh, did he get that first down?
He did.
All right. 24-21. Pretty good sim here. Disco on Twitch. Not John Gruden. He knows things. Sure does.
I do kind of miss John Gruden in the booth. I know he was kind of polarizing. I liked it. Gruden's grinders.
I knew Must Be was going to bring this up because when I brought up James Harden a few weeks ago, James Harden being fat and out of shape didn't have anything to do with how he got hurt in the postseason. I guess that wasn't very fair. Now, it Must Be. What's this Beast Boy thing? Go back to the drawing board, Must Be. Beast Boy? It's the Beastie Boys. That's the band you're thinking of. What, because I have a couple of burger meats hanging out of my shirt? Yeah, real funny. Real original. Back to the drawing board, dude. Then I'll verify you, okay? Had enough. I'm here. Oh, by the way, I'm here for the next 2, so strap on in.
Throw on the seatbelt, Jim. It's going to be a wild ride.
Mo, no, you didn't miss it. We'll drop that now. There's a good energy in the sim. Play clock to 2. Here comes Saquon.
Oh, what a move. Oh, he stays on his feet. Sean Preston wants Slayton. Do I see Slayton?
All right.
Let's see. I don't think he's on the field for this play.
From the
I'm in 59th. Where are you?
All right, let me find me. 67th.
Okay.
Yeah, Mo. Good energy. Love it. Thank you all so much for being here.
By the way, apologies for spelling your name incorrectly in your Twitter handle earlier today.
How do you not catch that? The account
Because okay, I'll be honest.
All right.
You
always thought I was EN, huh?
No. So the way that I do those preview tweets is I put that into my calendar ahead of time when I see my schedule, and then I just copy and paste stuff in.
Smart.
And you were a late addition to that on the grid, and I looked at that last night after being at the wedding to add your name to my calendar. So I wasn't like being vigilant, we'll say, at this time of night. And that's how that happened.
The sim is running on fumes, Jim!
I don't know, Jim!
Hey, Joe. I don't know, Joe. I don't know, Jim. What's after this? What's the next sim? Let's check.
You and Cough, baby.
Yeah, I know that. Colts, Jaguars. Great. Click, 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 type, click, click, type. 2nd and 8. I'm writing out the movie script.
I need to get like a, you know how they have like soft closed toilet seats? They need to make like soft typing keyboards.
Hey, what do you say, everybody? We get to 200 likes. We're all getting along real good tonight. Smash that like button. David says, thanks for being honest, Tommy.
I like that phrase. I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep using it.
No, it's fine. I'm just teasing. Ingram to the 4. Giants can put this one away. The final sim tonight. So you're back at 10. What are you going to do during your break?
Coming on back. We're going to get some dinner, actually, with Morgan's parents.
Oh, nice. When are you going to order my pizza?
Whenever you tell me to, you chump. Lindenbaum used the word chump here on YouTube.
Can you order? How about tonight?
No, not tonight.
Why?
Because I'm busy after this. We got a quick turnaround. We got to go to this dinner and then get back here.
It's a phone call.
No, we'll do it another night.
You just said whenever you ask. I just asked.
Except tonight.
That's not cool.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm sorry.
Wow, I thought we were friends.
You're going to have to wait for your pizza. You've already waited this long.
Ryan C. says, if I were you, I would have cursed out 5 to 6 people in this chat over the past weeks. You do a good job of maintaining composure. It's part of the business.
Yeah, we're all having fun. None of us really take any of like what's going on in the chat and the back and forth all that serious.
No, we do. We actually have meetings after, and we rank all of you and how much we hate all of you.
A chat power rankings?
Yeah.
That would actually be fun to do one day.
And you're all lying if you say you don't care. You'd be curious where you are. Oh, whatever. No, you'd care. You'd be like, oh, where am I?
That would be great discussion. That'd be great discourse.
You would look.
Yeah. Updated
you
power
might not
rankings.
care, but you'd look. If we put out a list on Twitter, like a thread, you don't think people would look? They'd look.
Oh, 100%.
They'd look. You rank us all the time. Why can't we rank you?
McKissick gets the wooden nickel.
It's my opinion.
Congratulations. If you're ever in St. Louis, you get a free mini ice cream cone. And the babysitter, Billy. I don't know where to go with this. Sterling Shepard was not as good as I would like him to be at almost 40% ownership. Saquon, though, only 11 points for me in the flex at 81% ownership. Did not have a Saquon-like game. So I think Saquon is the guy I'm going to go with for the wooden nickel. If you have Saquon in your lineup, you want better.
All right.
Opposite of wooden nickel, babysitter Billy.
Yep. All good.
McKissick wooden nickel, other running back.
MJ Harp right now, because we have Tate and Bailey updating your scores. Right now, McKissick is the captain in the winning lineup. Jones, McLaurin, Shepard, Tate, and the football team. That's the build. And then in our contest, Cool Hair Live, and John
Either way,
Burney.
it's a great name.
And John Burney. Nice work. In the $250 free, I think. So, maybe not. No, 9 points short. Okay. Well, good effort. Hey, man, see you at 10. Like I said, what did I say? 7 o'clock? What do you know? 7:01. We're going to have to
right on the
restart
dot.
whole engine because some people just, they have to fit their way in at 8 o'clock. Just got to mess up the mojo. So it's okay.
It would have been nice, honestly, if I could do this one and then he could do Bad and After Dark with you,
No, I'm glad you're coming back. Yes, Coffin and I will be together at 8. So that's the most you'll hear from me tonight. Colts and Jags should be a good time. Thanks to producer Michael. Tom on the 1s and 2s. Tate, Bailey, good work. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with Bailey. He's new. Coming up now on the DraftKings Dream Stream, it's the Pat Mayo experience. The guys continue their discussion on what we were kind of talking about, the NFL and fantasy football rankings. Here it is.
Yeah, well, I'm good with putting all 4 receivers above Taylor right now. So going Eckler, the receivers, then down to Jonathan Taylor. Then that leaves me with Michael Thomas. I just think that Michael Thomas' target share is going to be astronomical. And
ridiculous.
It's a down year last year. He's coming off an injury. He was the number 1 receiver going into last year. And now, in some drafts, I'm seeing him go pretty low. We have him conservatively projected at a 27% market share at runthesims.com. And that would make him wide receiver 7 in half-point PPR when all was said and done. I'm bumping that up to 32%. If you ask me, let's just play this game. If we're talking about target share amongst wide receivers this season, who do you think that the top 5 are going to be? I would say it's Adams, granted if Rodgers is there, Adams, Thomas, right. Diggs, Ridley. Then it would be a toss-up between Allen Robinson and Keenan Allen.
Yeah. In that case, I would go Allen Robinson. But yeah, those are going to be probably your top 5. There's no we kicked out A.J. Brown now that Julio's there, so I don't know who else you really throw into that. I was going to say DeAndre Hopkins, but no, I feel like he's that next group.
Yeah, and he is efficient enough and scores enough touchdowns that he overcomes. He's going to have a 27% target share. It's not that big of a deal. But the only reason that I bring up something like target share is that although I do like to play for the upside with a lot of these guys, I think that having a solid base in place is paramount to trying to generate that sort of upside. I don't want to have to bank on A.J. Brown scoring 6 80-yard touchdowns this year. And that's what separates him from being top 5 for me and being number 10 for me. Where someone like Keenan Allen, he's probably not going to score any 80-yard touchdowns. But when I look at his target share and overall targets at the end of the year, I think he's going to be inside the top 5. And if you can just have a little bit of positive breaks your way, it's an outlier season for him in terms of touchdowns, and all of a sudden he scores 12 or something like that. He's in contention to be the number 1 wide receiver at that point.
Oh, it's just the yards. I don't think he gets there. That's the biggest thing.
What do you have him out for yardage right now?
Well, I'm going back to his past couple of years, is that he's only averaging around 10 yards per reception. I'll tell you where I have him. Let's see. Where is Keenan Allen? Because Keenan Allen is in not even the next group for me. Keenan Allen's starting. He's kind of the Zeke of that next group. He's at the top for me. And the target share is terrific. But when you're dropping from guys averaging 12 or 13 per catch to him, which is 10 and a half, and I don't see that really changing much. Where is Keenan? Oh, there he is. For 1,059 yards. and 6.5 touchdowns. That's the issue. Like, again, you're not wrong, and that could swing the other way. It's just, I think his ceiling is just a little bit limited, especially with how that offense kind of used him last year and doesn't look to be changing for this year.
I think that, I mean, they have a brand new they have a brand new head coach. I would hope that they limit the Herbert runs enough. They don't run at the stupidest possible moments, and kind of agree like, hey, Keenan Allen's always open. Let's just throw to him.
Right. But okay. So that would be the issue. I need the targets to go up. I still don't think I don't think his usage in the yards, because how he plays is just who he is. I just don't think he's going to get to the 12, 13 yards per reception. That's what it is.
Even if he could be around 11.5 and 12, I think that he could end up with like 110 catches this year. And I would take that even in half point and hope that what you really need is an improvement in the touchdowns. And I mean, it's not like he's not a fixture as a part of the red zone package, but just last year was so weird with Anthony Lynn at the helm that maybe that translates a little bit differently this year. And instead of scoring 7, like I said, he scores 12. He scores 12, has the 110 receptions and 1,200 yards. He's going to be a top 5 guy, or potentially even more if things break the right way for him.
It certainly could. I think that's a lot to ask, is all I'm saying. I think that if we got the touchdowns, or we got him back up to, like, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago, where he was at that 11.5, 12 per reception mark, but asking for both is a lot for me. So look, hey, that's just where they go. That's why you run your own projections, right?
And that's why I have you on the show, so we can debate this stuff. It's fun. People, like I said, people always think that we're mad at each other. We can have different opinions and argue about these players. I choose to go along with the upside of Keenan Allen, because I think that offense is better this year and more efficient this year. Because last year was just a lot of raw numbers being put up because they were down in so many games. And I think that it's going to hurt more the Guytons and Mike Williams of the world rather than Eckler and Keenan Allen, because I think those are efficient throws. I think those are high percentage throws, and I can just see a lot of them in that Chargers offense this season. So I have Keenan Allen up there with Michael Thomas. I think that they're very similar type receivers. That's why I went with those two. If you go onto runthesims.com right now and you go under the fantasy tab, you can check out the advanced stats hub as well. If you want to break down all of the analytics per team by week, you can sort by any stat that you want, whether it's going to be target market share, and you can track the progress throughout the year. You want to sort by certain weeks to really narrow it down to, when this guy was playing and this guy was on the field. That's all up there free for everyone to go check out right now. runthesims.com. I have McLaurin right after A.J. Brown, because this is really the hard part for me. Of where do I put these guys into the overall rankings? Because with the way that they kind of shake out right now, in the way that we've been talking them through, that picks, let's see here. McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Elliott, Barkley. Those are your top 5. Kamara, Cam Akers, Eckler, Hill, Adams. That's your top 10. Diggs, Ridley. That's the top 12. So that's technically my first round when it comes down to it. That's the way that I would want to do it, minus Travis Kelce, who will be in there somewhere. Then you have Jonathan Taylor, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, Mixon, then the rest of the running backs. I want to put these receivers in there. But again, you have to sell me like you want to put the next set of receivers after Taylor before Najee Harris. You think that's a safer move. The issue I have with that is that if I'm picking at number 11 by the rankings, then I'm going like Diggs, Michael Thomas as my 11th and 14th picks kind of thing. And obviously you don't have to follow the rankings to a T. If you don't want to take 2 wide receivers to start your draft, you want to get one of those bell cow running backs up there. That might be the way you should do it. But I think I should make my rankings reflect that at the same time. Don't you think?
Yeah. And it's why I write that article, like how to draft as like a fantasy 101 every single year, is because I tell people, don't go to, like, people ask, where's your overall rankings? I want overall. And for what you're just saying this is why, is because if you did, and I use this as examples, like if you just ran down ADP last year and you just followed ADP to a T, and I picked a random spot of the draft, like the 8th spot, it's like your first 4 picks would have been running backs because of how it fell, or it would have been like 3 running backs and a tight end, I forget. And it's like you're ignoring the value at wide receiver. Conversely, you could have a situation where you're doing the other thing and you're ignoring your need. And what it comes down to is value-based drafting. People, you see that every single year, VBD tossed around. And what you're talking about is that scenario. He's like, yes, your rankings might say this, and you're crossing off names down our list. Your rankings are mine. And you picked 11th and you took a running back, and then you get to, 14 or 13. And then you think, well, do I do 2 running backs or 2 wide receivers? If you do a wide receiver to start, you probably don't want to double down, because now you're looking at the 3rd round. All the bell cows are gone. You're probably, if you're going running back, you're going to reach at that point. And if you don't, now you're heading towards the 0 RB that everybody wants to toss around. So you kind of put yourself in a bind. I would go wide receiver, running back at worst case scenario. But that's what I say. I'm team bell cow elite, whatever you want to call it. I'm getting a running back in the first 2 rounds.
And I think that's the way that you should try to approach this as well. Like, you can go scout all the ADPs right now. I'm using the high stakes ADPs when I'm looking at them from just the past 2 weeks, nffc.com. You can find it up there and adjust your time frames to go look at everything. And what I'm seeing at the moment up there is, like, if you're just playing it out 1 through 12 and then going in the reverse, like, you can still get Cam Akers at pick number 11. I have him higher than that. So even as the rankings kind of unfold, if you have pick number 11, you probably do have Cam Akers or even Eckler still available to you in that spot. And then you can just take another receiver or take both those guys if you wanted to. So yeah. I don't think I necessarily have to put the Taylor, Harris, Chubb group ahead of the receivers that, frankly, I would just rather have. I would rather have Michael Thomas than Jonathan Taylor. I'd rather have Michael Thomas than Nick Chubb. I don't know if that necessarily means that Michael Thomas outscores both of them, but I just think that it's going to be close, and he's way safer.
Yeah, and I'm not going to disagree too much with Michael Thomas on Nick Chubb. I'd rather have Michael Thomas than Nick Chubb. It's the Jonathan Taylor one, and even that, if you said you want Michael Thomas, I've already said that to you. It's like, I don't care. You can go do it, as I knock my microphone around. But yeah, it's really what it comes down to. I actually have a draft where I mentioned this. You might want to just, by the way, Pat, you might want to fade Kelsey at this point, because I don't know if you saw my tweet. I've done 5 drafts. I have Kelsey in 4, despite the fact we talk about him all the time. That probably means this season's destroyed. I have that kind of curse, a forewarning for everybody. But I've gone Kelsey wide receiver at the end of the first round. I don't love how the team turned out, but I want to say it was Kelsey. It was Kelsey Ridley. I couldn't ignore it as much as I wanted to take. I think the running backs were like the Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, and I said, I just can't. I can't for what's right there. You're going to give me Kelsey and Ridley. I'll suck it up and take it. Again, don't love the team, but the Ridley, Thomas is just better than what those guys are right there. And you can find, we talk about it every single year, you can find other options at running back. I want a bell cow, but I'm not even beholden to do that every single time. I don't even know if beholded a word. I just made it a word if it's not. Can you use that in the past tense?
Well, you just did. And listen, we live in the internet age. Everything's a word at this point. If it's not, emojis are words. Jake?
That's fair. Wink emoji. There you go.
So this is what I'm struggling with then. So I want Michael Thomas instead of Joe Mixon. I want Keenan Allen instead of Joe Mixon. I want DeAndre Hopkins. I think I would rather have Allen Robinson. Would I want Allen? Yeah. Would you rather have Allen Robinson or DK Metcalf?
Allen Robinson. I'm concerned about DK Metcalf. We talked about it on the Athletic podcast, and I said, sorry, Brandon, because he's Seattle Seahawks fan. DK Metcalf's second half, I don't think people realize enough how much his second half was a drop-off from his first half on yards, especially yards per reception, because we have the entire industry talked about how smart the Seahawks were by just letting Metcalf be Metcalf. Don't ask him to run comebacks. Don't ask him to run over the middle. Don't ask him to run curl routes and stuff like that, because that's not how DK Metcalf is. At the same time, the NFL and defenses are smart enough to say, you know what? He is limited in that facet. So let's stop, trying to get, press coverage on it. Let's drop more onto him. Let's bracket him deep. And you saw in the second half, his yards per reception dropped extreme amount. I want to say it was like 5, something around that. And it's his target usage didn't really go down. He was still around 8 per game with about two games that were over double-digit targets. So his usage was the same. It's just that teams got smarter. Now, can the Seahawks, under also a new system, use DK Metcalf a little more intelligently? Absolutely. Could Russell Wilson cook for the entire season? Absolutely. But I'm going to take Allen Robinson because I know Allen Robinson is Allen Robinson, even with his quarterback question that people can throw out. Just because I think that DK Metcalf was the second half of the season kind of turned into what Tyler Lockett was, as in a wide receiver 1 with 30 points 1 week, 12, and then a 5, and then a 12, and then a 5. And so, I feel he's heading down that path unless they change things this year.
For Allen Robinson, do we think that Dalton is better at quarterback for him or Justin Fields?
Justin Fields, unless Dalton isn't the converse of the Carson Wentz. The last 2 years of Andy Dalton, is not the best quarterback Allen Robinson's ever played with, because the last 2 years of Andy Dalton is trash. If he bounces back on this team, then sure, it might be one of the best quarterbacks he's ever played with. But for me, I want Fields at quarterback week 1. Fields, for everybody that was talking about Zach Wilson, look at this in the gym rollout pass, flinging it down. Justin Fields was making the same throws, and nobody wanted to talk about Justin Fields making the same throws. Justin Fields would be a boon to the offense as a whole.
All right, so here's how I'm going to do the top 24, and then we'll add in Kelsey, and we'll call it a day for the top 24. So the first 2 rounds, McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Zeke, Barkley, Kamara, Akers, Eckler. So a lot of running backs to start. Then you have Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Stefan Diggs, and Calvin Ridley as the top 12. Then Jonathan Taylor, then Michael Thomas, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Allen Robinson, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, Joe Mixon, Metcalf, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown. Does that sound sensible to you?
Sounds sensible. I mean, we've talked about the little spots where we differ, but I have no problem with that entire group, really.
All right, so let's throw in Travis Kelce and see where he goes into this mix. Is he better? Is he more valuable at his position than any of the wide receivers?
Yes.
So he should be taken above Tyreek Hill.
For argument's sake, yes.
Well, how about not in argument's sake? How about for pertaining to these rankings' sake?
I just wouldn't take him over Tyreek Hill. I wouldn't take him over those. I'm looking right now. I'll sort by I can get him up to 12. He would be the last pick in the first round for my ranks, which is right behind the Akers and right in front of your Jonathan Taylor. He's behind my Jonathan Taylor, in front of your Jonathan Taylor.
I'm just looking at it. Would I rather have Alvin Kamara or Travis Kelce? Which makes me higher on Kelce. But I always have him like number 7 in my rankings, potentially even higher.
I know you do.
I make the same case for him every single year, is that he's the tight end 1. When was the last time he wasn't tight end 1? Like 2016?
No, but the case that I make, conversely, is that 2019, even though he was the number 1 tight end, the gap was minimal. So
sure,
that's what it comes down to.
I mean that substantially hurts his value if he's not the tight end 1 by a lot. Right. But just the fact that he's always the tight end 1 leads you to it's a certain amount of safety that you just don't seem to have at any other position.
Absolutely, but I don't think, if we're talking about health not being a factor, I don't think there's much downside at all to Tyreek Hill. I don't think there's, if Aaron Rodgers, or again, assuming the Aaron Rodgers conversation, there's zero downside to Devontae Adams. So I'm still taking both.
But that is sort of the argument to itself. Like, you don't see there's a ton of downside to Hill. There's not a ton downside to Ridley or Adams or even Stefan Diggs at this point. But the fact that there's 4 of them and there's 1 of Travis Kelce is the reason that Travis Kelce is so valuable. That maybe someone can challenge him for tight end 1, but that's a maybe. With these other guys, like, which one's going to finish wide receiver 1? Well, it could be any of the 4 of them.
Sure. And that's where, like, again, that's something I've never disagreed with. I'm just going to take those wide receivers because I feel like even though there are 4, there's such a reliability and upside to those 4 over the next group that I want one of those 4. I want one of the running backs for the same conversation before we get to that third. I don't want to get to the third tier running backs. And at the first round, I don't want to dip into the second set of wide receivers yet. If, similar to the draft where I took Kelce, if those 4 wide receivers are gone and that running back tier is already pushing into the, now do I make Nick Chubb a first rounder? I'm taking Kelce. So it really depends on the board whether or not. But for me, Kelsey's going to be the back end of the first round. And it's going to be how the board falls. For you, he's going to be mid first rounder. And it's not that big of a difference.
I think, let me see here. I like Austin Eckler a lot, but I agree that there's substantial downside with him if he's not scoring touchdowns. That I'd rather have Kelce than Eckler. I'd rather roll the dice on Cam Akers over Travis Kelce in this spot in case he just ends up being running back number 1, which I do think that he has the potential to do if his receiving game numbers do see a boost with McVay, with Matthew Stafford now in this new look offense. Not necessarily new look offense, but it's going to be substantially changed. And what they're able to do with Stafford versus Goff, I think, is going to lead itself. Some pretty easy receptions if Akers is playing 75% of the time, which I do project him to do. So I'm going to put in Kelce between Akers and Eckler. So he would be number 8 overall for me, then Eckler, then the receivers.
Okay. Yeah, I would put him right behind those wide receivers again, which puts him at 12, right in your rankings, or 13?
Okay. So now let's put Darren Waller into the rankings, who I have at number 2. Do you think that he's closer to Kelsey or closer to Kittle? Because I think he's closer to Kelsey.
I actually think he's closer to Kittle, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kittle outplays him this year. I don't know why everybody hates Kittle so much. And like, oh, they have so many more options. Blah, blah. Everything broke 100% right for Waller last year. And the only way, which I'm not saying isn't possible, but the only way he repeats last year is if Ruggs turns out to be a complete bust of a pick, if Bryan Edwards is a complete bust of a pick, if John Brown has nothing left in his career. And that's the only way. Like, Waller's target share was absurd, and I just don't see it being the same this year. I still like Waller. I still have him neck and neck with Kittle. But if I'm drafting a healthy Kittle, the healthy Kittle was the one that was pushing Travis Kelce's heels, and only 0.1 per game behind him 2 years ago is what we were just talking about. And everybody just hates Kittle now all of a sudden. I think everybody's buying high on Waller and just ignoring what Kittle can do. So I have them back-to-back super close, and I would, to be honest, if I'm drafting and I'm taking one, I'm taking Kittle. And I think I'm on an island on this one.
I don't think you're necessarily on an island. Like, I'm looking at the overall numbers right now. And I guess I was wrong when I said Waller closer to Kelsey than Kittle, because my numbers do not reflect that. I have Travis Kelce in half-point PPR as 259 overall points. I have Waller at number 2 at 206 points. And that leaves Mark Andrews and George Kittle right around 200. Then there's a giant gap between everyone else. Now, you can manually adjust Kyle Pitts up if you want to make him number 2 or number 3 or number 4, or however high that you want to put Kyle Pitts. But I think that's
number 1.
That's the group of 4. Maybe Waller is, the slight edge in that group of 3 after Kelsey, but maybe they're all right around the same. I have less faith in Andrews than maybe the numbers do, but I have a bit more faith week to week that he's going to. We talk about consistency, and if you're trying to perform each and every week, that it would be Waller, then Kittle, then Andrews in my mind. Those are still going to be my top 4. I don't have the guts to go Pitts number 4 like you do.
Okay, and that's certainly fair. And you said you had Waller at 205.9? Is that what you said?
Waller at 206.6, Kittle at 200.3, Andrews at 200.4. Okay. That would actually put Kittle number 4, but I just think the Kittle's better.
Yeah, I have Mark Andrews further down than you do. I think he's hurt by Bateman being there just to have another option, and the usage being consistent wise. And what we've talked about already with Lamar Jackson, a 20% boost to pass attempts would make him 500 pass attempts, and he's not getting 20% boost most likely. I went back and asked about the Kittle thing because I have Kittle at 202.6 and I have Darren Waller at 199.2. So it's a slim margin, but again, that's why I have Kittle just barely in front of him. I think everybody's just forgetting how good Kittle is.
Yeah, I think it is like, when you add in Ayuk, you add in another new running back, a potential new quarterback. Debo is going to be healthy for the entire season, presumably. He's not hurt coming into the year. That
right.
Yes, Kittle is going to be wide receiver 1 on that team, but it's not going to be a there was only so much to go around in that pretty run heavy offense to begin with, that I don't necessarily know if we see the heights that we saw 2 years ago, that if last year on a per game basis was still excellent, is probably a bit more the norm than what we saw 2 years ago. And with Andrews, just catch a third of the touchdowns you dropped last year and you're doing great.
I mean, we could say Evan Ingram catching a third of the plays that you dropped, and he could be a good tight end in Evan Ingram. But I will say one thing about, as we're talking about this, Kittle for me also, I will agree, has the lower floor because we're not even incorporating the fact of what if they turn to Trey Lance pretty quick, and Trey Lance is Josh Allen as a rookie, which is very likely, and completing 53% of his passes or whatever it was, which everybody wants to call him the next Josh Allen, which we've dissected a million times, but there is a lower floor with Kittle. So I will never disagree with that.
So where do the tight ends go in then? I obviously put Kelsey in. Let's put Waller and Kittle into the rankings. Do you think, I like to, when I do my top 150 rankings, I like to showcase tiers in the rankings. And that way I think that people can get a better gauge of really what I'm looking at. Here's a pocket of wide receivers I would want to target right now. Here's a pocket of running backs. Here's a pocket of tight ends. Do you think that these 3 top tight ends should be spread out a little bit? If I have Waller above Kittle, which I do as tight end number 2, should he be in a tier by himself just a little bit higher than Kittle, or should they just be back-to-back in the rankings?
I wouldn't mind if I'm looking at my overall rankings and there's 2 running backs in between them for me. So if you I think they're end of the second round, early third round, in the groups of the running backs we haven't even talked about yet, like the Dobbins and the Gibsons of the world, and the wide receivers being like the Coopers and the Julios of the world. Like that's the names that they start to drop into for my overall.
Okay, so would you go Darren Waller or Antonio Gibson?
I would go Gibson.
Would you go Terry McLaurin or Darren Waller?
McLaurin.
David Montgomery or Darren Waller?
Waller.
George Kittle or David Montgomery?
Kittle. So
Clyde,
back to back for you.
All right, the tight ends or Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
I go Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay. Would you go Cooper Kupp or Darren Waller?
Flip a coin.
Okay. Amari Cooper.
How do you want to build your team?
Amari Cooper or Darren Waller?
As of today, Waller. This is good. We talked about it on the show. Amari Cooper, this injury is starting to like give me pause. Now he completely 100% by week 1, but I also think that even if he's 100%, there's a scenario where CeeDee Lamb is the best wide receiver on that team. I think it's open for that possibility.
I think so too, but that's how he's being drafted now. That CeeDee Lamb is going like pick number 11 at wide receiver.
Oh yeah, he's going in front of him.
Yeah, I'd still rather have Amari Cooper at this point. Like,
which is crazy because we never wanted Amari Cooper.
No, I know, but now that he's becoming like a relative value compared to another guy on his own team who just hasn't done it before. And I'm not going to sit here and debate the merits of that. I don't think that the skill might rest with CeeDee Lamb, but it is year 2, and I don't think that Michael Gallup is a 0 on this team. Like there is a non-zero chance that Michael Gallup is just in the mix with these guys every single week.
No, 100%. Actually, and I was looking at that earlier today while I was adjusting to make sure my percentages made sense. Michael Gallup has the highest touchdown to reception rate of the 3 wide receivers for me.
See, that works out well. That's one of the easy inputs that run the Sims. Like if you go over 100% with anything, it will tell you at the bottom that you've gone over 100%. So you might want to scale that. It'll still let you run the projections. You might want to scale it back for accuracy's sake.
You mean you can't have everybody catching 40 touchdowns and the quarterback only throwing for 30?
Exactly. I mean that's just something that it will not let you do.
I will say something for everybody out there. I would never even go to 100%. I would cap it off about 95% because you have to factor in the random no names, injuries where those guys come. Like I would never put it this way. For my projections, my quarterback never equals 100% of the targets and touchdowns and yards. There's always a little room for players that don't even make the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. We factor that into the baseline projections if you want to go look at it. So, like the market share of passing for Dallas this year is Dak Prescott 98%, Benedenucci 2%, and then like Gilbert 1%. It's like 97-1. So it does take a few attempts and completions away from him as a build into that.
Was there even a consonant when you just said his last name?
What, Benedenucci? Like that? You got to say it with the hands. With the hands. Benedenucci. Yeah, man, you should be watching my European tour picks. All the Italian golfers are great now. It's so much fun to say.
I had sports on in the background and they were doing the tennis thing and the 2 announcers couldn't even pronounce the last names of they kept screwing up the men's tennis players. And I'm like, this is your job. And they can't even get their names right.
Hey, it's my job too, but people are here to listen to me do funny voices and do things with a really bad accent.
Yep. And nicknames.
And nicknames.
That I can't ever do.
Yeah, the nicknames are just, they're my bread and butter. That's really what separates me from, the real analysts is that, some people have good advice like you, some people have good nicknames like me, and then we can come together and talk about all this. So I kind of need to figure out where to put these guys in because it's becoming kind of tricky at the moment. Like, so we want McLaurin and those guys, McLaurin, Gibson, Edwards-Helaire. So that was sort of our cutoff point in terms of running backs. Because after that, like you have Swift and Dobbins higher than me. I have Swift and Dobbins sort of at a tier by themselves where I acknowledge that.
No, I have Dobbins. We agreed on Swift. We agreed that Swift has a lot more risk than people are giving him.
I think they both have a lot of risk. Like the J.K. Dobbins thing just comes down to a lot like the Aaron Jones thing, where I'd just rather have Gus Edwards.
Yeah, and I'm the complete opposite way. I am team Dobbins for life over here. It really comes down to, I already made the argument. It's like the reason Mark Ingram was even a 5th rounder last year was not because Mark Ingram's that great. It was because he's on the Ravens. Touchdown percentages should normalize across the league, but there are some offenses that lend themselves to it, and the Ravens have done it since Lamar Jackson's been at quarterback. It's not all of a sudden like, maybe a touchdown percentage of like 8% is ridiculous, but I can't see it even probably dropping, if I could just talk, under about 6% for Dobbins. I know he scored in every single game, but Gus Edwards was also a top 25. He didn't disappear. He was a top 25 running back the same time J.K. Dobbins was 8 once Mark Ingram was done. So that's where I am. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong, but this is why I love J.K. Dobbins. I'm a huge fan of him as a talent. I actually think he's underutilized in the passing game, and we know Gus Edwards is not going to be the passing game option. So that's where I'm at on Dobbins. But if you want to break Dobbins off, I'm not going to argue at length about it.
Well, the big thing with me in this, and the reason that I tier Swift and Dobbins together in the rankings is mainly because I envision an upside to them where they could potentially be top 5 running backs this year. Everything would have to go right for them. All of that unrealized potential and usage within both of their teams' offenses would have to come through. I'm just betting that it's not going to come through. And the way that when I say I like Edwards over Dobbins, I don't necessarily mean that Gus Edwards is going to outscore J.K. Dobbins. But what I'm saying is that J.K. Dobbins is going at pick number 28 overall. Gus Edwards is going at pick number 111 overall. I'd just rather have Gus Edwards.
Yeah, and I see it. I would rather just have both, because if something happens to Dobbins, Edwards is going to be enormously valuable. I don't know how much you're going to be able to start Edwards every single week, even at that almost a zero cost. That's around 12. Yeah, that's a terrific value.
Yeah, so you don't, and the thing is, you don't now have to play him every single week. You can just wait for something to happen. You're in a pinch, you need to play someone. It's not like he's a zero guy every single week, even when J.K. Dobbins is playing. Now, I'm losing, and it's funny because it's sort of antithetical to what I talked about at the beginning of I want to shoot for the highest upside possible, but I also have to make concrete stances on guys too, where I just think that's a bit too high for me when it comes down to it. Like, there's receivers I'd rather have, and if the opportunity cost is I could take Clyde Edwards-Helaire, DeAndre Swift, or J.K. Dobbins, I'm taking Edwards-Helaire and then taking and taking the backup running backs from both those teams 100 picks later and just hoping that works out.
And yeah, that's the way you go about it. Where did Dobbins fall for you overall? I know you said he's going 28th overall, is what you said?
He's going in high stakes ADP. He is 28 right now.
Okay. And where do you have him overall?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So we're through 24.
I was going to say, because I actually have him a little bit higher than that.
So we're at picks 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So he would be 30 for me at the moment. But we still haven't put in this next tier of wide receivers yet, which is, it would now go A.J. Brown, McLaurin, Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Waller, Kittle, Dobbins, Swift is how the rankings would shake out. Like that would be
what are your next wide receivers?
My next wide receivers up on the list are going to be, let me find the wide receivers. Where's my wide receiver list? I had it out. Now I don't have it out. It's Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Julio Jones, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Kenny Golladay, DJ Moore, Brendan Cooks, Devonta Smith. I think that all those guys are a part of that tier, but I think that some of them I would rather have than Dobbins.
Yeah, well, not Dobbins for me, but Swift, yes. And you know how much we already had that conversation. Everybody just go watch the show about the DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, I'm putting those two guys together. Like that's going to be
right.
That's going to be a tier for me. They're going to be back to back, and it's going to go Dobbins, then Swift, and that's going to be a tier for me. I just have to know. I just have to figure out: do we want the Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, and Robert Woods of the world to be above Waller, to be above Dobbins, or do they come in after above like David Montgomery?
I would say above David Montgomery. The only ones I was thinking about, because you're putting them back to back, but if it was for me, I might split them and slide in Julio and Godwin, then go to Swift. But either way, if we're doing this, they're in front of David Montgomery. If you're keeping those two together, they're behind them and in front of David Montgomery. I would definitely take those guys before Montgomery. I think we talked about it on that show too. It just people are forgetting how valuable Tariq Cohen is in the passing game, and David Montgomery's value was the volume was off the charts. You can't deny that. And also the schedule helped a lot. He's not going to be facing 5 of the 7 worst run defenses for the last 5 games of the season for the rest of all 2021.
Well, it's funny because I kind of packaged Dobbins and Swift together as a tier. I actually have Montgomery, Mike Davis, and Chris Carson as a tier as well. 3 running backs who are entirely volume-based that no one really wants but could be really good.
Did you skip past Jacobs? Because I put Jacobs in that group.
No, I have Jacobs behind that group.
Oh, I would put Jacobs and Gaskin in that group. I think Gaskin's in the same situation as Mike Davis. It's a volume. If he is the guy again, that's a great situation, but there is risk that maybe he doesn't even get 1,000 rushing yards and they split it up more than we think.
That gotta watch out for him.
I forgot about Carol Gaskin.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how quickly some of this stuff goes out of the ether after being the biggest thing on TV for like 10 days.
That's a name I haven't heard in some time.
I think that there's a big difference between Davis and Gaskin, to be perfectly honest with you, because I think that we've seen enough from the interchangeability of the running backs on Miami. Plus, if you take a leap forward for Tua and he does call his own number a little bit more, that you could just be in a situation where even to give Gaskin, a decent percent of the target share, I think he's good, mind you. But if all of a sudden like Salvin Ahmed or Lynn Bowden is somehow, being used in the backfield as like a scat back and that takes away from him. The thing with Davis is that he's just this year's David Montgomery and that there's no one taking away. Like essentially what you projected out for Todd Gurley last year is what you can project out for Mike Davis this year. Probably plus a little bit more in the receiving game.
See, and that's where we kind of differ a little bit. I'm looking right now. I have Gaskin's target share more than the rest of the backfield combined. Ahmed, Malcolm Brown, Laird, and even if Dokes makes the team. I think he's going to be used that much. But where I will say, I do agree with you, and maybe he's not in the same conversation as Davis. It's just I don't have him even getting 200 rushes because I do think Ahmed and Malcolm Brown I think people are forgetting they brought in Malcolm Brown. But if you look at that, I think Mike Davis's rushing numbers are safer. I think their receiving numbers are going to be very similar.
I actually have Gaskin an 9% target market share, which is the equivalent of every other running back on the team combined. So Ahmed, Brown, and Laird all together. And that's not including Lynn Bowden, where do I have him at? Lynn Bowden.
I'm at 2.2%.
I have him at 1%. I actually think he gets, that's the whole thing with this backfield. Like, no one wants to believe that Mike Davis is A, good, which is pretty debatable, and B, that he'll just end up being the running back in Atlanta. Everyone is just searching for another option. Like, oh, could it be this guy? Could it be that guy? Could it be this guy? Will they bring someone in to eventually replace this guy who's no good? What if he's just the running back? Then all of a sudden he's a steal.
Yeah, we discussed that very thing on this NFC South show. And I said,
Jake, you have to remember that not everyone watched that show.
No, I was trying to help you by getting people to go click and watch that one as well.
But they can watch this one. That's the case that I'm making.
Okay. Yeah, but you get double the clicks. I was trying to help you out. Screw
okay,
that.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I was going to say is I am a Javian Hawkins fan. I thought he should have been drafted. I understand because of this draft class and a lot of the teams' needs that there just wasn't enough room for all these running backs. And there's a lot of talent that fell into the undrafted free agent pool, which isn't a guarantee. I like Hawkins. I think he should step in and be their Tariq Cohen. He still has to make the roster. He's still an undrafted free agent who this team didn't care about until after the draft. So I'm saying that to be like, I agree with you. I think Mike Davis still today and for a while until the fantasy industry is talking about him so much, I do think he's finally going to get to the correct price point. But as of right now, Mike Davis is one of the best values at any position in drafts, even if Javian Hawkins makes the team, is what I'm getting at.
Yep. It's happening
dude.
again.
What would you say? Young cough summer?
No. Hot cough summer. That's what it is.
Just gonna get that out of the way now.
Yeah, we've been talking about that in the Dream Stream for many moons, my friend. It's arrived.
Wait, you've actually said that before?
Oh, many times. Yeah, so many times. Except,
summer's only been like 20 days in so far.
It actually we talked about this like in the fall. I mean, this has been a long time coming. But now that the hair is cut, now that the face is shaved, now that there's a tan, you know where it began? It began when
Please,
I don't remember.
enlighten me.
I don't remember who I was with. It could have been anybody, but maybe it was Lamarck. It was the day that we discovered your website and we were playing parts of your reel over the sim. And I am just honored to be part of your resume reel. At least you're one of them anyway. I know you have many, and it's me and you at the desk. And I look tan, I look healthy, and that's what where Hot Cough Summer was born.
Yeah. So, you still look the same. You look good.
Thank you.
You still look healthy, I think.
Thank you. You know what it was? Yesterday was my wedding anniversary, and we went out for dinner, and I said to my wife, I'll actually try this year to look decent so we can take a picture. And now
nice of you.
Yeah, now it's just the beginning of looking like crap again. Turns out there's a sim. This is the middle of 3 for you, huh?
Yeah. It's a long glass night in a hot cough summer.
I like that. See? Now we're doing things.
What's your lineup look like for this one?
Oh, it's such a great question.
Thank you.
I had to get into the YouTube and do a little muting action.
Oh, and you're Eminem, by the way, if you couldn't figure out what that meant.
Yes. Yeah. Obviously, we have a bit of a controversy to discuss. And good to see people hopped into the last-minute Suns-Bucks contest. And I did up the ante. Upped the ante just a little bit because it is Game 3, so I made it $3 buy-in tonight. Popcorn and M&M's sharing is caring by Glash. Glad to see you made a contest.
Thank you.
Obviously, I did not. My lineup is Trey Burton at captain, which is I mean, it's not chalky. It's not unpopular. 13% of people did it. 57% overall owned in our smaller free roll, 107 entries. I have, as many do, cousin Chris Thompson, Zach's cuz, as we know, Naheem Hines, T.Y. Hilton, Ty Hilton, as I like to call him, Zach Pascal, who's kind of a punt play, I guess, based on his ownership at least, not so much the price, and Chris Conley. How about you?
I captain, so Conley's in there for me. I captain Chris Thompson. Cousin Chris, I like that. I've never used that one.
Oh, yeah, we use that all the time. Feel free.
I got to tune in more.
Yeah.
Naheem Hines is in there. Hilton.
Too busy vacationing.
Yeah, guess so.
Singing from the rooftops with your buddies.
Yeah, we were in a yard, not on a roof, but...
You were at restaurants singing.
Oh, that was in a kitchen.
Oh, that.
Wow. I have to keep these things in mind now, I guess, when I post on my social media. Hilton, so Thompson captained, Hines, Hilton, Burton, Conley, Marlon Mack.
Okay.
I had
Marlon
like $800
a little
left.
value.
Yeah.
Joker says, holy cow, home from camping and we get these two knuckleheads? Cool stuff. Litzau, thank you for the kind comments. So, Choker, it's ironic that you bring that up. Glash, I was supposed to be camping this weekend. The plans were, and I was still going to be doing this sim. It's just the reason that I didn't work at all yesterday, as people may or may not have noticed, and I didn't work at all Friday, is because I was supposed to be camping this weekend.
Okay.
And the weekend in particular got derailed because
weather.
Nope. Weather had nothing to do with it. I mean, maybe the weather ultimately would have sidetracked us, but the weather ultimately was not what it was. My parents are moving. And so they were in the process of cleaning out the house, as one does when one moves. And my dad was cleaning in the garage, like cleaning off shelves and whatnot. And he fell off a ladder.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, he's not thrilled about it either. Shattered his knee.
Oh.
And so, so I have been at the hospital all weekend.
Oh, crap.
trying to help this man walk again, which he will, by the way. Like, let's not You know, I mean, it was a bad break, but a very routine surgery. So it's not like.
Well, you hadn't said that yet, so.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you that now. I'm telling you that now. But so I mean, he totally screwed up the camping plans. And he's like, come next week, like go away for the weekend. It's your anniversary. And I said, no. I would much rather hang out in a hospital than go. So at least we were able to get dinner in last night. But that's other than that, yeah, I've been hanging out.
Wow, now I feel like I have to be really nice to you.
You don't. It would make me uncomfortable if you're really nice to me. So do not do that. I want you to be just as, if not more so, disagreeable as you normally would.
Well, good to see
you. But Joker, I hope you had fun camping, because I guess I'm kind of, living vicariously through you in that sense.
Now, do you go all out on the if you were to have gone? Tenting, air mattress, that whole deal. Like, what's the cough camping experience?
So, here's what it would have looked like. So I'm not, this will not come as any great shock to you or anyone who's gotten to know me through the Sim Fam here. I'm not an outdoorsy person. So when it comes to like, what are we going to do? Like, what are the big camping plans? Like, I defer. I very much defer to, like, you tell me where I need to be and when and what I need to do and what I'm going to need to survive through. I am not the person who's going to, like, let me just go grab these 2 sticks. Like, no, like if I'm starting a fire, like, give me a starter log. That's the kind of camper I am, which I know, lame camper. I get it. But my friend has, like, a good friend of mine has her family, because this is not like Cough and his wealthy friends, her family has an island. Like, their family, they have an island off Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire. So we were going to go camp, and this island, like, there's no electricity, there are no flushable toilets.
Yep.
There's, like, this was very much like this was camping. This was a tent. This was, I don't even think, maybe air mattress. We hadn't even gotten that far in the discussion. But there was this is tent. This is like, don't bring your phones, because
this is legit. Yeah.
As soon as you run out of juice on that battery, you're done for the weekend. Like, don't even bother. Yeah, this is very much escape it all. We're off the grid for a couple of days. No twittering. I know. However will we cope? I was a little concerned about the no flushable toilets thing, but nevertheless, didn't come to fruition anyway. But yeah, this was going to be real deal camping for old Cough over here.
That's the kind of camping that I do with my dad's side of the family, and that's why Sarah has chimed in. I want to go camping with Cough. It sounds like my kind of speed in terms of what you would prefer. Well, I guess not prefer, but what you would imagine as an ideal camping situation.
Dude, my ideal camping situation is set up a tent in the front yard of my house. And like, let's be outdoors and, whatever in the tent. And then as soon as you do need to go to the bathroom, like, go run inside. That's my kind of camping.
You should do that with the young Coughs.
Yes, should. You should come over. We'll camp out on the porch.
Could do that. You have a nice fire pit now, too.
Yep.
I have your mail. I have to give you your mail.
Camping, how long is that extension cord? I meant to ask you about this. So Glash, I don't know if this has come up on a sim or not, but Glash went to the office recently, was kind enough to pick up my mail, and he just has it. Like, he just has my mail. I don't think he's, as far as I know, he's not holding it hostage. We just haven't met up or anything like that. And you just have my mail. You know it's illegal for you to open that, right?
I know. I haven't opened it. It's
I know.
Wait, what if I open it with you here?
Is that illegal? That's a good question.
That's what I thought that'd been picked.
First pass for old Phil.
We had an experience on a team Zoom call months ago. Wait, yes. I just noticed this. This is hilarious.
I don't even know what my mail is, so please, whatever it is you notice.
So I'm pretty sure this first one here, it's really hard to read.
Okay.
I think it's signed by Mike Bizzle from the chat on the top.
Nice. Love that. Biz, did you send me mail? Is Biz here with us?
I am not joking. I just noticed this on the back of this envelope. Read what that says. Can you read that?
Crusty.
Because you are, in parentheses, ridiculously crusty. Wow. And then Brandon Garcia is your other.
Oh, so I know what Brandon Garcia's is. Old Boop there. Boop.
It says Boop on it right here.
Yeah, Boop. Yeah, that's Brandon Garcia was going to send me and Moose, maybe Freeze Pop, some of us, some trading cards.
Oh, we got to open this then. I mean, you have to give me permission, unless you want to touch it. Koff doesn't want to open it.
I think I want to wait.
Come on, it's just going to go up on that shelf anyways. So, what's the diff?
What if it's for the kids and they're not here listening? You know, they could be tuned in for the sim.
We'll package it back up. Oh, do you think this is for your? You think these are for the young ones?
I think the cards might be for the young ones. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. So I didn't know that. I thought they were for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Hi, Prib, by the way. It's good to see you in the chat.
What about this one?
Lyndon Palm says camping's okay, but definitely more of a room service guy. End of quarter, 3-0, Jags. What, the Bizzle one? Are you believe that to be Bizzle?
Mike Bizzle just came in the chat and said yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can open that. But hey, if I'm trusting your judgment here. If it strikes you as something that you should not present on the internet, don't. But you have my permission to open it. I'm giving you legal permission to open up one piece of mail, seemingly and apparently.
This is actually really nice.
What is it?
So first of all, there's an Irving Fryer card in here.
Oh, cool.
Let me read it.
Okay.
Deeds Rights greeting cards. That's not what it says. AK, it's always your birthday, and you already have the cheese head. Thanks for the countless hours of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you, Koff.
Oh.
You are my team, never fade. Art, smiley face, Mike Bizzle.
You know what?
I positively couldn't live without you. Happy birthday.
I'm a big fan of you too, Biz. You know that. Irving Fryer, huh?
And there's the card.
Yeah.
Trading card.
Mean, what's that a picture? Is that a cat?
Looks like a sled dog.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that Meowster? Turns out it's not.
No, it's not. That's kind of cool though.
That's very kind. Yeah.
All right, I'll put it back.
What about you? Did you get any mail from anybody?
No, I just remembered. I remember the last time I was there, I said, "Oh, let me go to Koff's desk and grab his mail."
I'll tell you what we didn't get. Meager, if you're listening. Meager.
I know. I brought this up when you were out.
Meager claims that he sent us wedding invitations independently. So that's 2 pieces of mail that are lost. Lost, I say, if in fact they did not make our way to us, given that they were genuinely sent. Or Meager is a dirty, filthy liar and didn't invite us to his wedding, which, I mean, he shouldn't have to, but now he should feel bad if he didn't.
Be a good prank.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. T-Pike, Undercover Boss Tom says Clash gets LinkedIn messages. Is he referring to what you posted on social media today? Or do you actually get LinkedIn messages?
No, you don't remember this when I went on Twitter and I yelled at people that message people on Twitter or message people on LinkedIn about jobs?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
sorry, I'll text you next time.
I thought we were talking about you actually getting like a kind note from a member of the Sim Fam over LinkedIn or something.
Oh, no. That was Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Different.
I gotcha.
But I thought the LinkedIn jab was for me whining on
that could be. I mean, you did.
Which is fair. I did. Yep, I did.
You did.
Yep, I did.
But you weren't wrong.
Yeah, but I probably didn't have to put that out there. I just couldn't help it. It's happened like 4 or 5 times. Just add it up. It's like, you know what? Enough.
Yeah.
Mike Bizzle says that he sent me one too. Oh, okay.
But you didn't get it.
Didn't see it. Nope.
Well, next time you're in. 3-0 Jags. Seconds into this second quarter. We're doing a real good job on the whole focus on the sim thing. Brendan Glasheen, Adam Kaufman, we've got Cobra K, Tate Knobs, Bailey as well, and T-Pike Undercover Boss, our technical director, and of course, producer Michael. Here's a fun treat, folks. You guys are very familiar with our NBA watch-alongs, and we did it we did it for the match, Moose and I. We've done it for golf before in general. As rumored, as hinted at, we are going to do a watch-along, a follow-along with help from the DK Sportsbook. This time, well, not quite this time tomorrow, but after the 8 o'clock sim tomorrow, so 25 hours from now, for Major League Baseball's Home Run Derby. And you do not want to miss it. You do not want to miss it, because this is going to involve something you have never experienced before when watching a sim. You will have me, you will have Glash, and you will have Steve Buchanan. The three of us keeping track of Major League Baseball's Home Run Derby out in BK's native, resident, Denver, Colorado. You do not want to miss that. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I brought this up in the last stream as well. There's free-to-play pools available. I think they're $25K, both of them, the final round and then the whole derby itself. Right, 25K Home Run Derby pool, the 25K Home Run Derby final round pool. And like you said, we'll follow it along and even some live stuff as the derby unfolds. Who do you like? How do you not root for Ohtani tomorrow night? Or how do you feel about Ohtani? I guess I should start.
Well, I love Shohei Ohtani. I love all things Shohei Ohtani. I wish Shohei Ohtani played for the Boston Red Sox and I could buy an Ohtani Red Sox jersey. I might even buy an Ohtani.
I mean, it hasn't stopped you
jersey.
from buying jerseys for teams.
No, I'm saying I might have to get an Ohtani Angels jersey. I love Ohtani.
You should get an Ohtani custom-made Valley t-shirt.
Sure, put two things together that
Put
I love.
Ohtani on the back of the Valley t-shirt.
Shohei Ohtani is and I've said this before, and people think I'm being, facetious, and I'm seriously not. Shohei Ohtani, and this is not hyperbole either, he is the best thing to happen to Major League Baseball since the steroid era. In terms of drawing interest in, bringing fans, all things Ohtani. What makes me admittedly a little bit nervous is we've seen the track record of how guys perform in the second half of seasons after just going all out, bananas, bonkers in the Home Run Derby.
It happened here in Boston. Adrian Gonzalez.
And I would love for this dude, and I don't think it's super realistic. I really don't, but I would love for him to be able to flirt with a 60 home run season. And I'm worried about the All-Star game. Well, not the All-Star game, but the Home Run Derby, just dismantling that potential. And we see 15 homers in the second half, and he winds up on the IL at some point, and all that. I just don't. I don't want the Home Run Derby to do him in.
Okay. Maybe he seems like a different animal, man.
I hope so. And he's young. What is he, 27?
Good question.
So it's not like he's in his 30s.
Just turned 27. His birthday was July 5th.
But I mean, does anyone not like Shohei Ohtani? Like you said, what do you think of Shohei Ohtani? Like, isn't he universally beloved? He should be.
Joey Gallo, Pete Alonso, Matt Olson, Juan Soto, Trevor Story, who's the hometown guy.
Mm-hmm.
Salvador Perez, Trey Mancini. That's the field this year.
Is there anyone that you are rooting for more than Shohei Ohtani?
I like Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
He had a big year in 19.
He did.
Yeah. Didn't he lead baseball in home runs as a rookie?
I don't remember if he led the game, but he hit 50.
He was in the MVP conversation. I think
he was absolutely
teetered off that year, but he was.
Yeah, I mean, he was he was Rookie of the Year by a zillion, and that was also the year, as I recall, that Jeff McNeil, his Mets teammate, was awesome and would have been, a Rookie of the Year contender if not for the fact that he was just so far beyond everybody else. But was also an all-star.
I think it would be fun to. Coors Field is going to be great. I think it'll be fun to see the Trevor Story being the hometown guy in the Home Run Derby is always fun because the crowd is just way more into it.
Mm-hmm. Producer Michael pointing out back in 1998, last time the Home Run Derby was at Coors Field. My guy, Ken Griffey Jr., a lot of people's guy, 19 home runs, I'm assuming in the final round, against Jim Thome, who had 17. Ken Griffey he had 19 total? That can't be. Across all the rounds? How different were... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. The format was really, really different back then. But he was the champ in 94, 98, and of course 99 in Boston. Man, think about how different that format was. Guys hit double that now.
See, now it's timed, right?
Correct. Yeah.
As opposed to 10 outs
format. Right.
Yep.
That's right. I totally forgot about the number of outs versus the time format. It's been
a
few years now.
Well, because the outs thing, sometimes this thing would take like 5 hours to finish. It was getting ridiculous in terms of how long it was taking. The home run derby.
Right.
Bobby Abreu, I remember a few years ago, he hit like 26 in the first round, but it was just insane because it was just taking too long. But I like the timed element, a little more urgency.
Well, and like you said, puts a clock on it for the sake of the broadcast and everything. You know roughly how long this thing is going to take. Mary says in the chat, by the way, Adam should apologize to Brandon. You're Brendan, but Brandon.
Brendan and Brandon.
I think Mary means you for reading his LinkedIn profile on the sim after Brandon was hired by the Sun. Brandon got spammed. Adam was jealous that Brandon got a real announcing gig.
Those are two separate occurrences, though, Mary.
What was the other? Now, what was the? When did I exude jealousy? Reading your LinkedIn profile, what happened? Was this me?
I don't know. You tell me. I have no idea.
Game, but
what I'm trying to tell Mary is that me whining about LinkedIn was totally separate from me. Like when I came on here and echoed my tweet about being annoyed about people that ask for jobs on LinkedIn, 3 or 4 members of the Sim fam managed to then message me on LinkedIn and say, "Hey, can you get me a job at DraftKings?"
That's good. No, Mary. I mean, I don't remember if I read. Maybe I did. I don't remember if I read his LinkedIn page. 6-0 Jacksonville at this point. After that latest field goal there, fire up that Lambo. But what I do remember is what we were trying to find. This was when you were hired, but there was no. We were trying to find a bio for you on the Sun website, and that wasn't there. So we were looking around at your webpage, your personal webpage, which is how the whole thing about the reel and all that to bring us full circle. Mary says, I don't know. Seemed like fake niceness. To fix the energy, Adam should apologize for slamming Brendan for wearing costumes and then wearing a Phoenix Suns Valley costume, even though he is a Celtics fan. I'll tell you what. And I mean, I don't need to say this. I'm confident he knows this, but I'll say it anyway. There are some people in this world that I might be inclined to be fake nice to. Like I'd say I'm happy for them, but I'm not necessarily really happy for them. Glash is not that guy. I'm thrilled for Glash. After he told me about the gig, which by the way was long before all of you found out about it.
True.
I said to him, like, and no disrespect to the WNBA here, obviously it's a wonderful product. But I said to him, like, next step to the NBA, man. Like, road's on. We were texting back and forth about it. Big deal. I'm thrilled for my man right here.
I love the line, the second sentence, to fix the energy.
Let's fix the energy. What I'm not going to apologize for 1 second for, Mary, though,
is the Valley t-shirt.
Mary, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, Mary, Adam M. Kaufman. If you don't, I posted a picture of me from, did you see this yesterday? I posted a picture of me when I was, I don't know how old I was. I was probably early teens.
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
Wearing
see this. Was it a Barkley
Charles
shirt?
Barkley Suns jersey. It wasn't even a shirt. It was a jersey. So I am no Phoenix fan over
Who's
Boston,
all the way on the,
clearly.
Who's all the way on the end?
That was my brother wearing my younger brother wearing a then Michael Jordan 45 Bulls jersey.
Oh. You looked cooler back then. What happened to you?
It was the hair.
Yeah.
It was that really sweet mushroom cut or whatever that was. Rossi's Fat Cat.
You bring that back.
I have seen Black Widow, as a matter of fact. And I have many thoughts on it, but to be spoiler free, I will tell you I really liked it.
Better than Fast 9?
It was absolutely better than Fast 9. It exceeded my expectations. I had very low expectations, honestly, for that movie, and it exceeded my expectations by a lot. I thought it was very good. The sister, her sister, was just awesome. Like, scene stealer, was so good in that movie. The poser bit, and that's all I'll say about it if you haven't seen it. The poser bit is unreal. It's awesome. And of course, don't forget, because it's Marvel being Marvel, you got an end credit scene you don't want to miss to, set up the continuation of all things Marvel. That's pretty good. I really enjoyed it. So I would recommend it to anyone who's thinking about watching it. Mary adds, Adam should also apologize for creeping on Brendan, DMing Brendan's wife, being cheap, smuggling M&Ms into F9, whispering Twitter hashtags into his ear, and spilling Brandon's popcorn. There's a lot there. That's a lot there.
Thanks, Mary.
I'm not sure Mary was. Was Mary at this movie with us?
I did say the other day, I can't remember what day it was, I do want an apology about dressing up, because now I guess it's okay to dress up and wear things from other teams. I haven't been doing that for a year and a half.
Yeah, you've gotten lazy. What's up with that?
No, don't change the subject. I just want an apology. I was looked at as different, weird, for trying to be Matt Patricia, Andy Reid, Russell Wilson, Tom Brady, Cam Newton.
You painted your face like a cat.
Yeah, a cat. Joe Exotic, the Joker. I'll go on.
I mean, did I really? Well, two things. One, did I really dress up by wearing a T-shirt with another, in support of a team?
It's more that you and Zach.
And also,
you and Zach did your little coordinating. Oh, let's wear your shirt. I wear my shirt.
Yeah, don't forget Tara Lynn, who bought a shirt with a picture. Shirt. She got a shirt with a picture of a sun on it. That's her Phoenix Sun shirt. But also, if you were going to attack me for the whole dressing up thing, wouldn't it have been months ago when I was wearing jerseys for every single sim but that was the time to attack, not now. When I wear a Valley T-shirt.
Well, see, I became mentally ruined because Sarah then got in on it, and you both ordered a jersey. You both tortured me.
Well, yeah, and she had told me, is she still listening? She had told me that was going to be for
the TV's roaring right now, so there's something else.
She told me that was going to be for an upcoming sim landmark, and in addition to just trolling you a little bit, and apparently she got busy with her actual career, and didn't do crazy photoshops anymore.
Nope. We've all got lives now.
People have moved on, apparently. We're not. You know what, though? I mean, it's true. We are not collectively as cool as we were during those 4 months where there were no sports.
Which not a lot of people can say.
That's true. That's true. Most people were at their lowest of low at that point. And I'm not even talking about real world things. I'm just talking about I don't know, being cooped up inside and not where do I go? What do I do? We here in the Dream Stream, we were traveling from city to city on Moose Air with the finest of accommodations.
We got to do everything that no one else could in real life.
That's right. CEH says, I got to see this 90s cough photo. It's right there on my Twitter, man. It's not hiding from you.
I'm assuming that's your mom in the middle.
That's my grandmother, actually.
Oh. Sorry, cough, Mom.
Well, it's probably a compliment to my grandmother, though.
Yeah. You get that, kind of half smile, but I'm cool,
That's how I always look.
I'm wearing my NBA jersey. Look at me. Go Barkley.
If there's one thing that has been hammered home whenever I am at my parents' place, my grandmother's going through old photo albums, which was the case here. I was just looking through a photo album and I saw that picture. I did not seek it out. And I was like, I got to take a picture of this. So a picture of a picture that I posted there. But if there's one thing that's been hammered home is that, not to say it's all that much better now, but my fashion sense at really any point in life, pre-18, like I said, probably since, but not great. not great. And that picture supports that. But I like to think it was really all of us at that point. Like I was just, in the style that was then. And that is a style that is not remotely now.
No. But wearing jerseys at that age was great.
Sure.
That was a thing.
Like I said, I still have them. Well, not that one, but I have newer ones, which is probably worse.
You have any idea where that jersey is?
Actually, my brother said he has it.
Oh.
And I don't know why, because I can't imagine it fits him.
I'm really not doing this for the bit because of Dom Toretto. I didn't even know you had a brother.
Yeah, well, he didn't show up until the 9th sim. The 999th sim of that I've done.
Does he have a DVD wall too?
No, he definitely does not. He has other habits and hobbies. Tiger Woods Koff oozes cool all over wherever he goes places. Well, thank you. Alana says now Koff is super styling with the mesh pants. That's true. Wear your finest Lamarcas whenever you do a late night sim. Hopefully everybody saw Lamarca cut his hair.
I was just going to say that. Go to Matt Lamarca's Twitter.
Yeah, go to Lamarca's Twitter. M. Lamarca. And is that what it is? Or is it Matt Lamarca?
Matt Lamarca.
Matt Lamarca. That's right. His DK name is M. Lamarca. Go to his Twitter. It's Matt Lamarca. And that man, you won't recognize him. You will not recognize him. He had all that long hair, all that ugly, disgusting long hair he always covered with the Mets cap, gone. Finally cut it. The beard, see you later. Lamarca he's a different looking man now.
Looks good.
He does look good. He looks really good.
Lamarca's giving me vibes of Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball. After he cut
those
his
are
hair.
not vibes you would want.
No, meaning he cleaned up and then he goes to the Dodgeball championship and he's like, "Hey, Peter, it's Steve."
That's right. That's 100%. Hey, Peter.
It's me, Steve.
Is that Steve?
Hey,
That's
look, it's Steve the Pirate.
That's a great call. Producer Mike likes that as well. Solid call. Got Mike. We got Undercover Boss Tom, Cobra K, Tate, Knobs, Bailey. Welcome, Bailey, one of the newer members of our squad. This is our family right here. There were all these, as you know, you probably talked about this. There have been all these 6-0 Jacksonville on top of Indy early third, by the way. Flash, cough. There have been all these Fast 9 or specifically memes. Vin Diesel memes, Dom Toretto memes. I retweeted yesterday. So again, recent on my Twitter if you want to look at it. But far and away my favorite one that I've seen, which is it's a 4-box, thing. And so in the top left, it's Vin Diesel looking away, like giving the box next to him the Heisman, if you will. And in that box next to him is the logo from the Friends TV show. And then the one below is him smiling and pointing, and icon next to it, the box next to it, is the Family Matters logo from the old sitcom. Because as we know, Dom, he doesn't, as he says, I don't got friends, I have family. Or no, I don't have friends, I got family. That's what it was. So because, family matters.
I kind of want to tweet out a meme now of Lamarca next to Steve the Pirate. Like, Steve the Pirate, then cleaned up Steve the Pirate. And
Please do, so I can retweet it.
Stand by. Let me work.
What I was thinking about going back and looking for, and I don't know if Undercover Boss Tom knows where we could find one, or if this. I mean, no disrespect to Tom, like Daniel probably already has one saved in a folder somewhere. But there have been times where I have made fun of Lamarca's hair, where we've been on camera and he's taken off the hat and he has shown us that disgusting flow. And if I had a screenshot of just that, and you could put the before and after, oh, so good. Tate says if Lamarca's Steve the Pirate, who's Patches O'Houlihan? I see you, Tom. Wait, we had a guy who dressed as a pirate? Oh, that movie.
I'm not trying to give characters from Dodgeball. It's just that kind of, the comparison of the way he cleaned up is just
100%.
Freaking funny.
It's dead on. It's a great call.
Thank you.
Can we get that like? I mean, we're almost at 200 here.
Yeah, this game has been bad too. I feel like we'd move our attention if someone was moving the ball well, but a couple of Lambeau field goals, that's all he's got.
And if it continues at this pace, the sim might be over by 8:45 Eastern time. It would be the fastest sim in the history of sims.
All right, now I got to find a picture of old Lamarca.
You just got to scroll through the dream stream and find the time that he was on. The problem is he's always got that hat on. It's not easy to find the hair.
Lamarca also needs to update his Twitter photo because it looks like he's 16.
I love it. I was thinking to myself earlier after I saw the picture of him with his haircut, but I was thinking about the way he looked prior to the haircut. And then I was thinking about that avatar. And it made me want to say to him, if we were in the middle of a sim or something, it's a real roundabout way of getting here, I know. It made me want to say to him, like, what would young, clean-cut, short hair Matt LaMarca think of what he's looking at right now? Just
good. I got one.
Just petrified. Petrified of the future. Mark could probably say, well, this guy lived through a pandemic. That guy didn't know what a pandemic was. It's an old chuckling Glash over here.
I'm making these memes, or I'm pretty much done.
Nice.
Sorry, I can't help it. If I don't do it now, I won't. I'm just so committed to this.
Oh, there's only so much time between sims. I get it. Speaking of my Valley Suns, by the way, they're up late first quarter, 28-25.
My Valley Suns.
DeAndre Ayton, man.
So should we expect this now every year? But now when the Celtics lose in the conference finals, should we expect this now?
Me to adopt a new team?
Yeah, you're gonna spin a wheel and see. All right, that's the team this year.
Maybe. I mean, at least you're conceding that I adopted them that early, and I didn't just hop on the finals bandwagon or something.
So who's the NFL team this year? Who's the new Packers?
We'll find out. I don't know. I haven't decided. I guess I got to make that call before the season starts, right?
Yes.
Well, all right. You want one? I'll just give you one now. And it's not for even remotely the same reasons as why I adopted the Packers last year. Very different reasons, very different type of team. But the answer is Kyler Murray's Cardinals. All in on the Cards this year.
Why is that?
I really like Kyler. Who doesn't like Hopkins? I was excited about them before they added J.J. Watt, but I'm curious to see what he does there. I just think this is an insanely competitive division. You know, BK and I have talked about, that's the actual Brandon Mary. BK and I have talked about the possibility of all four teams being playoff teams, which is, unlikely because you would have all the division winners and then you'd have to have all four. That's the only way that can mathematically happen. I think it's more realistic that there were three to come out of that division, and I just believe the Cards are going to be one of them.
All right. My Lamarca creation. It's not as good as I thought it would be. Give me a minute.
Mr. Chillin. The Cards? Really? I didn't say it's a team that I think is going to win the Super Bowl. I just said it's a team that I'm going to really support.
Okay. I think I've talked about this with Zach Thompson quite a bit. I like them too. I don't think they're getting enough attention in that division.
Yeah. I thought there was a realistic chance of them making the playoffs last year, and they came awful close. They fell short. But I absolutely think they take that step forward.
Well, and to be fair, it's not their fault, but think of the offseason they had, and they're fourth on the list in terms of a team with buzz. They go get J.J. Watt. They add A.J. Green. They drafted another receiver. Kyler's Kyler. He's pretty compelling as far as his ability. They're fourth on the list in terms of team that made the most noise in that division in the offseason. When you add it all up, the Rams with Stafford, the Niners, what were they going to do with the draft? Do they believe in Garoppolo? What quarterback are they going to take? Russell Wilson demanding a trade. Oh, yeah, and the Cardinals got J.J. Watt, A.J. Green, added to their offense. They got Chandler Jones coming back. Kyler Murray's pretty good. And they're the fourth they were like the 4th team this offseason, unless something changes in training camp. But it's not a bad call. I like them too.
Thank you. You want to get a jersey or something?
No.
Okay. 2nd and goal from the 4. Touchdown!
Touchdown, Eifert. Nice. Why can't we just leave it at that, though?
Why can't we just like a team?
Yeah. We have to go buy shirts now.
Again, says the guy who has, like, what was your DK expense account for Amazon?
Everything was here. Everything was from the Sarah closet. I'm serious. Well, I went and bought face paint.
You did get face paint. I was waiting for somebody to say in the chat. Now imagine if Arizona somehow lands Aaron Rodgers. Goff will be unstoppable. Or unbearable, one or the other. 25th touchdown for Eifert. Mr. Miyagi. How did he catch that?
All right, at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, my Matt LaMarca, Steve the Pirate comparison.
Oh, let me get it. Let me get in there. Did you tag him in it at least?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. Oh, it's just, I mean, it's so well done. It's just so well done. Good for you. He looks like a werewolf in that second. He looks straight out of Teen Wolf. Oh. Oh my goodness, I can't stop looking at it.
It's so good. I want to hear from Lamarck. I hope he chimes in. Koff's retweeted it too, at Adam M. Kaufman, at Brendan Glasheen, if you're curious.
That's just too good. It's some of your finest work. Definitely your finest work today.
It's funny when you say that, because sometimes Lamarco will be the guy that will be like, oh, some of your finest work. And for, like, if I post a dumb TikTok that no one really likes or thinks is dumb, he's always the one that's encouraging me. Hey, that was good.
Did you see that he had this, we talked about it on the sim after the fact, but he had this thing on Twitter the other day about he doesn't like people who call people big guy. After watching the match and seeing that Tom Brady calls everybody big guy. So, of course, we did a sim together shortly thereafter, and I just called him big guy nonstop.
Huh.
Told him I'm going to start to call him Slim, though. Hey,
that might be worse.
Slim?
That might be worse.
14-0. At least they got the 2-point conversion. Now it looks like a regular football game. 14-0. How are people doing in our contest?
I'll check it.
Kirkland Dodgers in front.
I am in 77th.
Oh, I'm in 78th.
Really?
Yeah. Look at us. Just look at us. Who would have thought? Just hanging out.
But I think you know why he probably sorry, you know why he probably doesn't like it? Because it's overused.
Big guy.
Too many people get the big guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely sort of chuckled when I saw his tweet because I for sure will call people big guy from time to time. Not, I guess, in the frequency of Tom Brady, but I absolutely throw out big guy, buddy, man, bro, kid, pal. Underused is chief. I'd like to mix that in a little more frequently.
I hate that one.
You hate chief?
Because it sounds like you're actually trying to bug someone.
Okay.
Hey, chief. It's like, just say buddy or pal.
You know what I throw out a lot.
Hey, pal. Hey,
I guess I'm trying to think if I say it a lot, if I say it a lot versus might say it on Slack or in a text or an email or something like that. I might write it more. Boss. I'll call people boss a lot.
I don't think you say chief, or maybe you do.
No, but boss. I'll throw out boss.
The boss.
Yeah. How you feel about boss?
It's okay.
Okay. All right. Good.
There's a different commentator you might want to talk to about this. He's got a whole checklist.
Oh, you mean Kenneth?
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
He's got takes on this. He's got takes on everything.
Do you not mention his name anymore? Is that a thing?
No. Didn't want to name names. I figured you could put 2 and 2 together.
Alana, no, I like to spell things out. Makes me feel better. Alana says, buy stream trash. Big guy, champ, sport. I'd have to buy big guy. And then I'd probably go right in that order. I think I'd stream champ and I would trash sport.
I'd trash sport too. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to. Yeah, if I had to pick from the 3, I'd prefer big guy as opposed to hey champ. Champ's like what you call like your dog. You go and rub your dog's head. Hey champ. Hey buddy.
Or a little kid.
Yeah.
Hey champ.
Right. That'd be like you.
How'd
like
you hit him
coaching.
out there today, champ?
Yeah, that'd be like you when the kids come off the after soccer after a good play. Nice play, champ. Coach Koff.
Alana, how's the Marvel binge going? By my count, you should be at about movie 13 by now. Maybe 12.
I'm really looking forward to Lamarca's reaction to this. Maybe he's sleeping.
Lamarca? Nah, he doesn't sleep. So
He might.
Norris, he waits.
No, he's watching basketball. He's got to be watching basketball.
Yeah, probably. Maybe he's
Which
watching the MLB draft. See
Could
where the
be.
Mets land.
Yep.
Maybe that already happened. I don't even know. I mean, I know the draft is ongoing. I just don't know if the Mets have picked yet. Smash that like. We're almost at 200. Little re-entry sim right here. This is fun.
Come on, Colts, make this interesting.
Joe, I'm with you, Joe. Joe says the Sims are cool because it's like hanging with some sports-minded friends who talk about everything under the sun. It's what we always say. We want these to be kind of a, let's hang out at the pub feel, you and your buddies.
I mean, think about it. Anytime you go out with your friends and you're watching games, or if you even go to the house, you're not talking sports the whole time.
Yeah, you're going to talk a little nonsense.
You just kind of, like, you can always go back to the sports. Oh, there's Hines.
Naheem.
Yeah,
Get there. Just barely. Touchdown.
Val says, wow, they put coughing Glash on during the finals.
Well, yeah, I mean, something's got to try and pull away from the ABC ratings, right?
That's how it shakes out, you know?
Yeah.
I think I've worked a sim all week during every finals game, which actually the 9 o'clock tips during the week, I was like, oh, this is actually okay, because even doing like the 10 o'clock, I'll catch most of the fourth quarter.
Sure.
But 8 o'clock, probably not going to catch much of the rest end of the game. So we'll see. Did you make an NBA lineup? Oh, you did. You made a contest.
Yeah, I did.
What's your lineup look like? Are we allowed to do that?
In quite a while. Been a long while. We should do that at some point here during the finals. My lineup.
Just curious because I made one too in the.
Oh, did you?
In the Twitch chat, did one.
Oh, nice.
Quick invite in Twitch at the end of the 6 o'clock.
Happy to tell you. So I have. Oh man, I'm just noticing this. So I created a 10-person contest, just a little last-minute action, and I'm tied for first with 2 others. So 3 out of the 10 of us have the exact same lineup, which is this: Giannis at captain.
Same.
Middleton.
Yep.
Ayton.
Okay.
Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Connaughton, and Craig. Or Craig.
Craig was a go tonight, right?
He was a go.
Okay.
Cheap play, $1,000.
Ah, so you played Ayton. Interesting.
Yeah, he's doing well. Has
What
about
did I
22
think?
fantasy points right now.
How much was he?
Hang on. I closed out of it. Let me get right back. He was
9,000.
9K, yep.
I played Giannis captain, Middleton, Holiday, Brooke Lopez, Cam Johnson, Bryn Forbes, Buck stack.
Okay.
Not sure how I feel about it.
So how many total points do you have right now?
66.25.
So you probably shouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah. I don't feel great about it.
He said, I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Oh, well,
The
yeah, I
answer-
don't
the
feel
answer's
great.
not great.
That's basically what that means.
I mean, you got plenty of time to turn it around, obviously. They're still in the first half.
Yeah, I reached a little with Brooke Lopez. 2 points. 2 points. That's it.
I just am not a fan of using Brooke Lopez in fantasy. I'm not a big fan of his game in real life.
Yeah, he just chucks. Sometimes he has a good night. Just throw to Chark. for the chat, by what the chat is saying, Aiton's been busy here so far. Do you have the game on your TV?
I don't have it on, but I've been following the box score.
Oh, okay.
And he has a game high 16 points, real points, early in the second quarter. 7 of 8 shooting. He's doing very well. Matt, appreciate the knowledge. Kumar Rocker went from Vandy to the Mets. Alana says, we just finished Guardians Volume 2. It's going well. Hopefully going to bang out another movie tonight. Keep it up. Like that momentum. Way to go, Kilgores.
See, okay, I got to ask you this. And I'm really, this is not me. I'm not saying this as a criticism. I'm actually saying this as a, I really want to know how you do it.
What does that
How do you binge during this time of year? Really, since sports have come back. And not to mention work, you're a dad, all of it.
All of it, yeah.
How do you have time to binge shows and watch movies like this time of year with NBA finals?
Yeah.
Golf. I got the Stanley Cup final recently.
Sure.
Just all of it going on. Like, how have you had time? How do you have time to watch TV? I don't get it.
Do you mind if I answer your question with a question?
You can go. Yeah, I appreciate the question. Go ahead.
How? And I guess it's 2 questions if that counts as one. How many hours a night do you sleep on average?
Oh, see, I get my 8 in. I got to get my 8.
Okay, so I sleep 5. So between the 2 of us, then that means I have time for an extra movie and a half a day.
Okay, but how do you stay awake?
Well, if something keeps my interest, it'll keep me up.
See, I can't do that. See, I'm with you. I'll try and stay up late, put a movie on, put a show on. I'm out in 5 minutes. Like, I pass out.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, Koff has the screen TV. Yeah, I got that old picture-in-picture format where you can just watch a bunch of different... I'm like my guy Jared Carabas, if you ever look at his MLB setup on his Twitter page. That's me. I just have like 6 different screens. I'll watch something on my laptop, on my iPhone, on my TV, on a secondary TV, all at the same time, and then I can just tell you I watch it all. No, that's not how it happens.
I think it's impressive.
But it's not. Like I appreciate that. It's not impressive, and here's why.
Well, I don't know if you should feel good about it, but
well, okay. So I guess maybe that's the fine line. Like, think about all the other things in this world that those hours could be commanding. Like, I could have cured a disease by now instead of just watching TV. Like, what am I contributing to society? I mean, truly. I think that's part of why I'm up so late every single night. Instead of crying myself to sleep, thinking about the lack of value added, I'm just watching movies. Boy, I was not planning on this turning into a therapy session. Hang on, let me lie down on the couch.
I'm just like, wait a minute. How does he have time for that? Alana says, Koff is actually asleep right now. Those are eyeballs painted on his lids. It's wild.
Well, thank you.
I don't know if you want to get thanked. Whoa, fumble.
Hello.
Wow, keeps the Colts in it.
I mean, safety territory. Here we go. 14-7, final 2 minutes. The handoff, and well out of safety range. Hines gets himself out to the 8. Actually, it's Matt.
I know we have a handful. We have a handful of Colts fans that tune into these, like CEH. So sure. I don't mean to just keep mentioning this to rub it in, but the Colts in this simulated season we're doing, the 2021 season, they are 4-12. The Jags are 7-9. This game is meaningless for the Stanley.
Didn't they start like 0-11 though?
Yes.
So they're actually on a roll.
Yeah, they're playing better. They are 4-1 in their last 5. So this game though has neither of these teams is making the postseason.
Producer Mike sends out the reminder. I'm sorry, this is unrelated to the Colts or staying up and not sleeping and watching movies and sporting events and whatnot. Did you get in the Moose's contest for the Open this coming week? So because it's a major, Ole Moose, he followed the advice that I gave him. I said make 100-person contests for regular tournaments week to week. And
Koff
has not always run. Has not always run.
Last week it did not fill.
No, but he was bold. He stuck to the agenda. And he went.
Hoff was right.
He went 200 people for this contest this week. Now, of course, lineups don't lock until Thursday morning. You have plenty of time. I just looked. There are only 30-some people that have reserved a spot. Me included, by the way. I'm in. I want this to run because Glash knows if it doesn't fill, it doesn't run. And I want to play. I want to play golf against all of you. And I don't want to have to kill Moose again for his contest not running. So let's make this happen. Fumble was reversed.
Oh!
No! Another fumble into the end zone. Pick it up. Sack him. Safety! You can dance where you want to. You can leave your friends behind. You jerks. 16-7 Jacksonville.
I hate that just happened after you just did your stupid rant again about how contests don't run if they don't fill. You should just record it at this point and just play it.
That's like using the buzzword. You should just record something and then...
Which the chat actually suggested that this week because I was recovering from the 4th of July. My voice was kind of gone. I felt like you. I had
that
a
is
rough week.
the lamest thing I've ever heard, by the way.
What?
You can't say the same word for a minute straight because your voice is recovering?
No, but you know the purpose of the buzzword. You got to shout it. Like when we did it at the porch. Like really shout.
No, I think you were just trying to annoy my neighbors. That's different.
Well, sure. But on any given
sure, yeah, okay.
Any given sim day, any given buzzword, some are louder than others.
Yep.
Lamarca has acknowledged the lookalike, and he said, "I don't know why this is so accurate.
It's captivating. It really is."
Well, I'm glad he liked it. I think. Wow.
Wow, what a moment. What a safety.
So after Bucks Suns, what are you binging tonight?
It's funny you should ask that. There's a new series that begins on CNN tonight. It's History of the Sitcom. CNN has done some of these, the history of comedy, the decade, the 2000s, the decade 1990s, decade the 80s. The CNN has done a bunch of these things. And so starting tonight, and it's their hour-long episodes, and they're releasing the first 2. It's called History of the Sitcom. And so I'm going to, in fact, I think it starts like right now in 3 minutes if anyone wants to set a timer for it. Series recording or whatever. I'm sure they go on demand too. But History of the Sitcom on CNN. As you know, I'm a big TV guy, so I'm really interested. I know CNN has done these well in the past, so I expect it's going to be good. And after I'm done with my work and the Suns and Bucks tonight, I'm going to put that on. So thank you for asking.
It's a good guess. Or a guess. I figured you'd be binging something.
That there'd be something, yeah.
There's always something.
Captain Blood, now. Obviously, I do enjoy safeties, though. 2 likes from 200. Who wants to be the 200th like? Philip. Out of bounds.
Postseason starts Wednesday. For
our postseason, yeah, you confused me for a second because obviously we're in the NBA Finals. NHL is done. Major League Baseball All-Star break. It took me. The hamster had to pause the wheel for a second. Yes, our postseason starts when is this a known thing? Should we spoil this? I don't know if you've talked about this. You've been on for a couple sims today. Obviously, we haven't gotten into it. Our sim schedule this coming week, folks, because of the playoffs, is going to be a little erratic. I apologize because I know you guys like especially the hashtag team always here. You like to be here for the old 42-7, as I like to say. Because of the playoffs, the way these are going to go, tomorrow, for instance, you are going to have sims at 12, 2, 6, 8, 10. There was no 4 o'clock sim. That is the exact same thing on Tuesday. Now, on Wednesday, you will have sims all day long. Those are wild card games. That is the beginning of the playoffs. We are obviously tomorrow and Tuesday wrapping up the regular season. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're really going to feel the impact here as we get beyond the wild card round. Because, and I don't expect you to remember this right now. We'll talk about it again throughout the week. On Thursday, there are only 4 sims. Those are at 2, 4, 8, and 10. On Friday, there are only 4 sims. Those are at 12, 2, 6, and 8. And then at 10 o'clock, you will still have content. It's the American Ultimate Disc League. On Saturday, that's when we end this thing. There will be a consolation game for the AFC and NFC runners-up at 2 o'clock, and there will be the championship game, the Simper Bowl, at 8 o'clock. There are no sims the rest of that day. So only 2 sims on Saturday, and then Sunday we get back to our normal schedule. So you will not have too many full days of sims this coming week starting tomorrow. I apologize, but that's just the what comes with playoffs.
What I'm interested in is finding out, and something we'll have to look into before Wednesday starts. Phillip Rivers chucking again. Okay, 2 seconds. They can throw one more time. I'm curious, the free-to-play pool that we had for this sim season, if you all got in, which a lot of you did, thousands, couple, I think it was close to 35, 40,000 folks got into this thing. I'm curious, because I'll be honest, I forget what the questions were, but I know one of them was like, who will win more games, the Jags, the Jets, or the Bengals? Like, those are all things now that are going to come to fruition with this. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike said he's going to look into it. I'm going to check the info for you. 16
who won, like,
final.
Like who won each division, if your picks were right. And I think some of you, of course, can go in and look. We can't play in that, so we can't monitor how we're doing because we're not in it. So, that's something we'll have to we'll look into.
Someone asked earlier, by the way, I think it was Choker, if you saw, specific to you, because I've talked about this, if you saw the Tomorrow War and have a take on that movie.
No.
Okay. All right, good.
Do you?
I mean, I do, but we're at the end of the sim. We need to do stats and awards.
I thought you were waiting for me to ask you.
No. I did see it and I enjoyed it, but I've done all that on the Sims. We're at the end of the game now. Where'd you finish, by the way? Crooklyn the winner.
58th.
56.
Wow. Yeah, I was just ahead of you too.
Barring stat corrections, so we'll see.
Bailey's new. I told folks this at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Tate is helping Bailey along, showing him the ropes. So thanks for your patience, everybody.
Barring any changes, and there very well may be some with the manual scoring, so do be patient. But barring changes, Kirkland Dodger looking at a W with cousin Chris in the captain spot, despite a lousy game, to be perfectly honest. Only had 14 points in the captain, at what I'm looking at right now. And then had Minshew, DJ Chark, Burton, Eifert, and the Jaguars DST, who, you tell me, man. Jags DST for the Krusty Koff Award, 3.7% owned and 12 points.
That was a pretty wild ending with the fumbles. I know we were in the middle of talking about other stuff, but there were some fumbles and the safety, and you lost your marbles. So
sure did.
I think that was worth it. That moment, we'll never forget that.
You'll forget it by the end of Madden After Dark, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
All right, so Jags DST. And how about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Is it going to Cousin Chris for the ownership combined with the lack of performance, or are you going to look in the direction of, say, a Chris Conley or a Phillip Rivers, a Ty Hilton?
Yeah, TY was not
got a lot of options, man.
Well, let's work together on this. We both played Conley. He was 2.9. 2 for 9's not great.
No, it's bad.
Oh, but, you know what was good is Paris Campbell had 1 for 2. One catch, 2 yards.
At $6,200 in a third of your lineups.
Yeah. That's pretty low.
It's bad.
All right, we'll give it to Campbell. Give it to Paris.
Right. Paris Campbell. There it is. That was easy. So you are not done. I have Sims tomorrow at 12 and 8. Oh, I'm going to be with TL for the nooner, so maybe we'll both rock our Valley shirts after the Suns.
Hopefully she's got her internet all figured out by now.
Oh, has that been a problem?
Oh, she was at it was great. She was at the coffee shop on Thursday trying to call the sim with no headphones. So I was just folks were walking in and out of the building. And I'm like, bye, hi, bye. Oh, it's great.
That's awesome. That's so great.
It only
Why would
lasted
you
about a
not
quarter,
wear
though,
headphones?
because the internet wasn't good enough. So
Bummer.
we made it through, though.
T Pike, Undercover Boss Tom says one of them literally waved back too.
They did. He's not kidding. So
That's
I
awesome.
said bye, and someone turned and waved. It was great.
As Buzz Killington says, forget Paris. It's a movie reference if you didn't know that, Glash.
Yeah, it's enough.
You should know that. That's an NBA movie. Billy Crystal. Look it up.
Okay.
Look it up.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of star power in that one.
For those of you watching Madden After Dark tonight, looking forward to it. Tampa Bay, Carolina. So a lot of Brady for an hour. 60 minutes of Tom Brady. So
as it should be.
Looking forward to it. Okay.
As it should be.
All right, Koff. That was fun. Good to see you.
It, really was.
Really dark start to this one. Yeah, my dad fell and...
but he's okay.
I know, but you didn't say that initially. You said, oh, yeah, I was supposed to go camping. My dad fell.
Yeah. Listen, I assure you, I would not be here if it was, more dire straits.
What was he doing again?
He was cleaning out the garage. Fell off a ladder.
Get over there and do it for him next time.
I didn't know he was doing it in the first place.
Well, do it before he does
How
that.
about a little heads up? Let a guy know. Can help you out,
Unbelievable.
Right?
You let me know when you go over and I'll watch the house. I'll watch the wall.
When can I have my mail?
Yeah, true. Your mail. Right here.
Do me a favor. Bring me that with my Chinese food.
There it is.
All right. We'll see you later. Thanks to Mike, to Tom, Tate, Bailey. Bye-bye.
Okay, so the running back rankings for me go. It's Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. That's the next thing. Do you think that Miles Sanders should be on that tier? Like if that's a tier of 3, do I just make it a tier of 4?
I think it's a fair tier for him. And I say because I could also see him getting back to being Miles Sanders and jumping up to the next tier. But we've talked about a lot with these running backs is things have to go right. This team is the Eagles have told us nothing, but they are also concerned about Miles Sanders in the passing game by who they brought in, and they still have Boston Scott. So I say there's an issue here of the downside, but Miles Sanders' talent and his ability, if he can get right, he's still good enough to be talent-wise a top 20 running back, and for fantasy purposes, even potentially top 15. But he deserves to be in this tier because of the concerns.
So I'm wagering that I'm higher on Cooper Kupp than you are, as I have Kupp at the beginning of this tier and Woods at the bottom of this tier. I think that they're close. I think I'd rather Cooper Kupp for this season, though, with Matthew Stafford.
I agree with you. What do you have him at wide receiver overall?
Wide receiver 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 12.
Okay, you are higher, but not by much.
So
I'm at wide receiver 17.
The rankings for me go Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that's a tier unto itself, or does that get broken up like Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Jones, Thielen, Gap, Evans, Woods, Chase, Lamb, or Evans and Woods a part of that first tier, or do you think you're good with all of those guys?
I'm good with all those guys.
Would you throw Deontay Johnson is
ahead.
next on the list? Does Deontay Johnson
I'll
deserve
throw him
to
in
be
that
in that
group.
tier? Does Kenny Golladay deserve to be in that
No.
tier? Or is that the break?
That's the break.
Okay. So I take that group of, let's say, 9 wide receivers. Now to put them in the overall rankings, we kind of agreed that we like Darren Waller and Kittle more than all those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then,
and this is what's so good about taking a running back is because almost all those wide receivers, or like 80% of them, are sitting there in the 3rd round.
Oh, for sure. Like that's where these receivers are ranked in mine is going to be above where I believe that their ADPs are at the moment. That might not break down that way because people are really overdrafting wide receivers at their running backs at this point, like the Swifts and Dobbins, at least in my mind, that those guys are just going to go higher than them. So would you put that wide receiver tier after Kittle, before Dobbins and Swift? Or is it Dobbins and Swift, then these guys, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery type of thing? Like, would you rather have Chris Godwin or would you rather have J.K. Dobbins?
I'd rather have Dobbins, but I'd rather have Godwin than Swift.
Interesting.
But it's close enough that if you're talking tiers, I would almost just smush all those wide receivers with Dobbins and Swift. Like, just what did you do in the first 2 rounds? Do you go Swift or Dobbins, or do you go with one of these wide receivers? I think it just kind of depends on where you are. I know we're doing wide receivers and tiers separately, but I would just smush it into all like one big tier of 10 guys.
Okay, I can see that. So then we go like on an individual basis. Then we go J.K. Like, would you go J.K. Dobbins or Cooper Kupp?
I'd go Dobbins, but if I already have a bell cow running back, then I'd probably lean towards Cooper Kupp.
It's funny because I think if you have a bell cow running back, Dobbins is a nice complement for something like that, where
of course
now you don't need the lean on him to like really come through. He can have his like down weeks where like Edwards or Lamar does most of the rushing, but you still get to bask in the glory of these like top 5 running back weeks along with your McCaffrey or Kamara or Barkley or whoever it is. I think he's a nice complementary piece.
I don't disagree at all, but also we're talking about that next tier of running backs that aren't in this group that we already talked about. It's, if I go Kupp there, I could get one of those running backs who have similar upside, a little less risk, but it's more of the wide receiver. It's going to depend on, I know we're trying to make your rankings, but it really just depends on how you did your first 2 rounds for me.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be unknowable because everyone's going to be different with that. Okay, so
no. You don't get the questions of who should I take at the 8th pick, like because the first 7 picks.
Yeah, I just honestly, when people ask me dumb questions like that, I just say Christian McCaffrey.
I like it.
Makes it easy, and then they get the point. I think like you can use these as a guide to go through. So I'm probably going to have Dobbins a little bit more down on this. It's really that Julio Thielen type thing. I think like we're dealing with like wide receiver ones on teams who might not even be the highest scoring receiver on their own team. So I'm making a choice here that I think that Kupp is better than Woods. I think that Cooper is better than Lamb. I think that Godwin is better than Evans. Not by a substantial amount, but that's the way that I have them ranked. I think that Brown is better than Julio. I think that Jefferson is better than Thielen. And that's sort of this entire tier. So I'll go Dobbins after Godwin and before Julio. But then when I put Swift in, like, would you rather have Robert Woods or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
Would you rather have Adam Thielen or DeAndre Swift? That's it. That pause is it. So that tells me volumes. So that now goes A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin. This is the beginning of the 3rd round. So A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, J.K. Dobbins, Julio Jones, and Adam Thielen. I believe that is 12. Let me count that to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nailed it. And then the beginning of the 4th round would be Swift, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. Do you think that, I mean, that when we talked about the tiers, that sounds about right? Or would you elevate that little mini running back tier above Chase and Lamb and Woods and Mike Evans?
I think, again, kind of smush them together.
Okay.
They're in the same conversation.
I'll just leave them as tiered within my ranking so people can see the distinction between those guys.
Yeah, for half and full point PPR, the receivers are the better bet.
But, I think if you're looking for the safer bet anyway, the receivers are the better option. It's just if we're playing for upside and, like you said, like value, that if you hit the running back here, you hit big.
Yeah, you could, but and this is why I don't want to be in the 3rd and 4th round and forcing myself to pull up these running backs.
Well, that gives us about a tie. It gives us the top 48 on the board. And you can check out all of my rankings down in the description up on DK Playbook. And we're going to be talking more and more about this. Maybe we'll try to continue to fill out the rest of the rankings and debate them through on next week's show. And like I said, we've already had 10 fantasy football preview shows. Find them all in the description up on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Plus, if you're in the market to win some just cash, if you go rate and review the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast right now on Apple Podcasts, you can find that link in the description. You say 5 stars, something nice about the show, leave your Twitter handle or email address. I'm doing a draw. It's for the British Open, but hey, I don't want to exclude my fantasy football brethren as well. You go leave that review right now. You're in a draw to win. I mean, there's going to be a pool of like $1,000 of a giveaway. All you have to do is go leave that review. It takes 20 seconds. You can win like $200 or something like that. So I suggest you go do that right now. Okay. Apple Podcast. Help us out here and share the show around. I want to end with quarterbacks and where to put these guys in, at least at the top. Obviously, I have it as Mahomes. My rankings are Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler, Dak. Those are my top 5. I think that those 5 guys are better than the rest. Do any of them deserve to be on this list of the top 50? Like, where does Mahomes go?
I mean, he will.
He will. Yeah, where he goes and where we rank him, because we both kind of agree that his ADP right now of not CJ Uzomah, Patrick Mahomes of 26, probably a bit too high.
Too high.
But that doesn't mean that he's outside the top 50 at the same time. Like there would become a point where I'm looking at the board, Patrick Mahomes isn't gone. I'm like, yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes. That's a good pick now.
I'd say I'm looking right now, like around 30-ish. Like once Gibson at running back is off the board, and once we get through Waller and Kittle and that wide receiver group that we were putting in there with like that Cooper tier.
So would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or Amari Cooper?
I'd still take Cooper.
Would you rather have Chris Godwin or Patrick Mahomes?
Godwin.
Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Patrick Mahomes?
Dobbins. Keep going.
Julio.
Now I'm thinking about
that actually works with the tiers because it goes Godwin, Dobbins. Like Dobbins is sort of the breakup of that wide receiver tier. Like it's one tier, but it's kind of split into part A and part B amongst all of the running backs. I mean, that's where Mahomes could easily go in. You could go Waller, Kittle, Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Dobbins, Mahomes, Julio, Thielen.
Yeah, I could work with that.
And that would
then Murray and Allen coin flip.
25,
get into the conversation.
7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make him 35 overall in the rankings.
And that's usually about where I say like I'm willing to take a running or a quarterback is late third, middle third, depending just on how the board looks at that point.
All right.
That makes that works out perfectly.
Well, what about Lamar Jackson then, who I have at number 2, but I think that he's very much smudged in this tier. Like I think all 4 of those quarterbacks are very, very similar in terms of baseline performance. The reason that I have Lamar at number 2 is just I truly believe that his upside is higher than these guys. Like, unless Josh Allen rushes for like 12 touchdowns, which I don't think that he's going to do, I think we might see a little bit of a step back in terms of the rushing numbers, at least for the health and safety of the poor guy. I think that's going to be the case. But no matter how you kind of cut the projections, how you think about it in your head, Lamar through Dak should be really close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Lamar Jackson can still finish as the number 1 in front of Patrick Mahomes. I would have all 3 of them in a group, and then probably Dak is on their heels, but there'd be a smidge of a gap where I think all of them should be in the 4th round conversation.
You mean Lamar, Josh Allen, and Kyler Murray?
Yes.
Okay. So would you go Mike Davis or Lamar Jackson?
I'm going Lamar Jackson.
So that's the tier then?
Yeah.
So would you go Jamar Chase or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson.
Would you go Robert Woods or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
DeAndre Swift or Lamar Jackson?
Probably depends on how my team turned out. So right there is that to answer your question from earlier, where I just gave you the answer by pausing.
Yeah, okay. So that would then look like we have at number 35 overall, Patrick Mahomes would be there. So 36, bump him down. So then the 4th round would start Thielen, Swift, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Do you think that's too high for them? It picks like 40?
I don't think it is. Again, I wouldn't like I'm trying to, you're looking at the value lost at the position of what you gain from everybody else. And I mean, that's why I say Dak even deserves to be here, because Dak was the number 1 on a points per game basis. You're getting that edge, because now as soon as you drop off these 5 quarterbacks, now you're talking about, don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. All right. Even if you say Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but now it's Herbert in his 2nd season, Tom Brady being able to throw like a madman again this year with no rushing upside, which we talked about on that show. You talk about Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, Joe Burrow in his 2nd season, like all those guys, they're in a whole nother group where it's almost like these quarterbacks should be going mid-late 4th round. Maybe they make it to the 5th, but then you're waiting another round or 2 before you start getting to the other quarterbacks. So that's where I could see making the argument that they should be around here, because it's similar to the Kelsey, Kittle, Waller conversation of what you drop off of this tier. It's actually it's like a couple rounds versus just being, all right, it's this, 10 picks later.
Okay. I went back and slaughtered them because I wanted to leave a substantial, like not a substantial one, but enough of a gap in the rankings between Mahomes
and these guys. I think that they're close, but they're not quite on his level. So Mahomes goes in between J.K. Dobbins and Julio Jones. Lamar will come in after Deontay Johnson before Mike Davis. So it'll go Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, Montgomery, Miles Sanders. And that would be your top 55 picks overall to start these drafts.
That's pretty solid.
All right,
I can even see going Dak over those two of those guys.
I mean, I can throw Dak into that tier too.
He could be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
rankings.
When we're looking at outliers now, like Dak and Russell Wilson are a bit of an outlier, is like a sandwich tier. Mark Andrews and Pitts and Hawkinson, I think, are like, they're not necessarily all on the same tier, but those are very clearly, at least in my mind, the next three guys off the board at their particular positions. I just have to figure out in terms of running backs and wide receivers where those guys are going to fall. And I'll have that in the, you hit the rankings right now, and you'll see what the finalized list will. And I think I'll have Meany on next week, and we'll break down this tier. Maybe we'll go position by position, try to flesh everything out. But I think that I'm pretty satisfied with this. Thank you for help walking me through this and holding my hand.
I'll hold your hand. We were doing it side by side. We were walking like boyfriend, girlfriend bumping against each other, and they can't walk because they try to put arms around each other.
Oh, that's so nice. Do you dream about this? Would you wear a collared shirt for that date?
I know, because if I'm going on a date with you, I can't live up to your shirt game. So no, I would have to just do a t-shirt.
I mean, I'm sort of the opposite in real life. I wear this on the show. I wear the t-shirts in real life when I'm out. But I'm also married with kids.
Should do. Confuse everybody.
Yeah. Well, when are your rankings dropping?
Draft kit. It's the week of July 12th. I don't know if it's the 12th, 13th, 14th. It's Monday, Tuesday. Like, that's when they come out. Also going to have a lot of customizable if you want to download it and play with you can play with the scoring system too.
Cool. TheAthletic.com. You can follow Jake on Twitter at AllInKid. I told you about the giveaways. Leave a 5-star rating and review with your Twitter handle and email on Apple Podcast to get in that pool of people who could end up being drawn as a winner for some cold, hard cash. But the big thing today, runthesims.com. Use it free right now when you sign up for the next month. You want to get that early bird founders discount. If you use code Mayo, it's going to be $199 for the year for NFL, and it will be $199 for life, like the NWO. So that's probably something you're going to want to get now. Go in right now. Go use all the tools. Go use all the projections. Check out the advanced stat hub. You can even play around with the optimizer and all the props from week 1 last year just to give you a sense of what it's going to look like and how easy it is to use. And when you have your own profile, you can save everything that you want to make sure that it stays there. It's like old school Nintendo. Once you get to a certain level, you want to hit save to make sure you don't need to go back to the beginning. We have that feature built in for you. Again, runthesims.com. Highly recommend you go check it out if you want the most customizable tools and stats. And no one telling you what to do, you get to tell the tools what to do so it accurately reflects what you want to be doing and what you're looking for and what you think is going to happen this season in the NFL. Other than that, smash the like, give me your top 5 in the comment section, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Find all previous shows down in the description as well. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience! Experience!
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back.
Back.
Let's go. How was your dinner?
More importantly, how was cough?
Fine. It was good.
Okay.
It was good. It was actually a good time. We caught up.
Okay,
we
there you
actually
go.
had not spoken in a while, so.
There you go. Good. I know you were worried.
Yeah. That was fun.
I had a nice dinner with the fam. It was good. Went to this place called Trainwreck, known for their burgers. Got a burger with like onion straws on it and fried pickles. It was very good.
Hey, so when's the move to Rhode Island?
Labor Day. We're moving Monday of Labor Day.
So like once you've settled, got to come over and do a sim.
100%.
Well, it's nice.
That needs to happen. Needs to happen. In-person sim is a must.
In.
So in. We need to just set up like a location one day where we know we're all working and just all be in the same room the whole day.
That's called an office.
Oh,
you
yeah.
hear that?
Things.
126 entries in the Clash and Freeze Pops Carolina at Tampa Madden After Dark contest.
Wow.
So
you nailed it.
Yep, I can read, kind of. What you got going on with your lineup?
Oh, let's see. I just closed out of it like a dummy. All right, I got Chris Godwin in the captain spot.
Okay.
TB12 because it's a big game. Got to get the clutch players in there. Gronk, McCaffrey, even though he's injury prone. OJ Howard, gotta have him. Gotta have him. Factor in the passing game. Factor in the running game. Gotta have him. OJ Howard, gotta have him. And Robbie Anderson.
Okay.
Gotta have him.
Gotta have him. I played him for that reason.
You have to have him.
23% owned in our free contest, our smaller free roll. Played McCaffrey, played Ian Thomas, Gronk and the captain, Brady, Evans.
Gronk and the captain. I like it.
Gronk is always, in my opinion, just a nice little value. Now, is he going to score touchdowns? Not necessarily, but he can go for like 6 and 67.
Yep. He's become a must-roster guy for me. Godwin is always my go-to captain for the Bucs. I think I get the best value the rest of the way in my lineup with him at captain.
Giovanni says, no baseball. Basketball lineup is trash. Let's get some back on this last sim. Nice.
Baseball draft on ESPN. Good counter programming for the finals.
This is selfishly, as a team, I speak for DraftKings. I don't think anyone would disagree. It's a good time of year for us, like tomorrow, no NBA because the finals, of course, they'll take a day off in Milwaukee. Baseball's taking a break. Hockey's over. Of course, football's not back. You get your DFS fix with these sims. So,
heck yeah.
I mean, that's what we really mean and I'm talking 2021. 2020, just, this time last year, we were still trying to figure out, like, what our lives were.
There was still no sports, right?
Right. We still didn't know what the hell we were doing here. We still kind of don't, in that sense. But now it's like, okay, like, it's great that the Sims are still around. There are nights, of course, we're doing these, and there's just a lot of stuff going on. It's like, I'll throw a lineup into the Sim. I don't need to watch. But then you're like, I can go watch that because there's not as much sporty stuff happening.
Throw it up on the big screen.
So we appreciate it that you guys are, however you consume us, however often you consume us. Thank you for being here.
Second screen, third screen, no screen, and you just make a lineup, whatever. As long as you're interacting, we love it.
We love it. Christian McCaffrey is 75% owned overall in the $250 DraftKings free roll. 24% the captain. Wow, what do we got for a score in this finals game? I don't have it up. I'm just...
Bucks are winning by like 22, so you were right.
Wow. I saw it was 15 at half. I kind of saw this coming. I don't know about you.
I didn't. I thought the Suns were going to roll. I really did. They feel like a team of destiny to me. I still think they'll win it in 5.
They still could,
But
I just mean this game specifically. Like, game 3s for Milwaukee.
You thought they're going to come down to life.
Milwaukee in the postseason. Oh, Teddy, that must have hurt.
Oh, the offensive lineman's trying to make a move.
Milwaukee's been awesome in game 3s the whole postseason. And for Phoenix, as dominating as it's been, Phoenix is their worst games in this postseason have been Game 3. So I like the Bucks big coming into this game. 3rd and 27. Teddy, end zone. Oh
no, that would have been nice for me.
Kyle, it's true. The Connecticut Sun, not the Suns, the Sun won the Commissioner's Cup. Kyle, they won the East. They're gonna represent the Eastern Conference in the Commissioner's Cup. And I didn't see today, and we're gonna get a field goal here from.
Explain to our viewers what that is.
I'd be happy to.
Because I don't know.
Okay, fair. It's new. It's inaugural. It's the inaugural Commissioner's Cup in the WNBA. Remind me, who is the kicker for Carolina? Joey Sly?
Joey Sly.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Sly guy.
Hold on. I didn't see who won the. Who won the West today?
Was it the Phoenix Mercury? Was it the LA
Seattle Storm? Seattle Storm.
The defending champions.
Yeah. So real quick, the Commissioner's Cup was installed in the WNBA. Think of it as a first half competition. Meaning, that'd be like in minor league baseball, that's how they do playoffs. If you win the first half, you make the postseason. If you win the second half, you make the postseason.
Okay.
And then your record resets. So, real quick, because I know some of you are like, who cares? But I think some people might be interested. The WNBA installed the Commissioner's Cup as a way to make regular season games in the front half of the schedule more important. The idea behind it is there's $500,000 in total prize money. These women are not paid as well as players in the NBA, so this is a big deal for some players who only make like $60,000 a year. A chance to win. If you win in the championship game of the Commissioner's Cup, that's a nice catch. Is that Howard? Nope, it's Tyler Johnson.
Tyler Johnson, okay. I think he has a nicer season this year than he did last year.
So the Eastern Conference has a representative. The Western Conference has a representative. The Connecticut Sun are the team representing the East. They will play in a game on August 12th against the Seattle Storm in Phoenix. The winning team, each player gets $30,000.
Nice.
Which is a big deal for them.
Get off me, child's play!
Evans! Wow.
I'd take 30 grand.
Yeah, it's great. Losing
nice
team,
money.
each player gets $10,000.
Oh, so either way, there you go. That's good.
Yeah. So it's kind of like I said, it's a first half competition. It's their way of trying to give these ladies an opportunity to make a little more money.
Awesome.
So, and then throughout the schedule, Tom, each time. So say I'll give you the Sun, for example. Each conference game you play against your 5 opponents in your conference, your first home game against a conference opponent and your first road game against a conference opponent was considered a cup game.
Okay.
So Connecticut went 8-1 in cup games.
This sounds like something that would be more prevalent in like international play. I feel like this type of stuff happens in
exactly. Great. Yeah. It's exactly like pool play. Same deal.
Yeah.
That's all.
I like that. That's cool.
So, yeah, it's just so. And Kyle drops that in the chat. Like, you all have kind of.
Kyle is a legit Sun fan. Like he's always dropping Sun facts in here. He got a 100% on his last humanities test. Wow.
Dude's crushing. So it's 7-3. Mike Evans with the touchdown. Evans, 58% owned, 16% in the captain. So you asked how the last sim went with Koff. You know, we made a discovery. Have you seen shaved LaMarca?
LaMarca shaved his head?
Oh my God, you haven't seen it yet. Go to LaMarca's Twitter.
Oh my God.
He didn't shave his head, but he just look.
All right, let's see. Where is it? LaMarca.
As he's doing that, real quick, as a reminder, we've been saying it throughout the night. Tate from Ops is here. He's training Bailey, new member of the ops team. So please be patient. We appreciate it. We understand you want to see your scores updated as fast as possible. We're just welcoming more people to our team here, so it's part of the deal. That's how you get. That's how you get.
I have seen the picture, and I gotta say, looks great.
Looks good, right?
Looks really good.
So do me a quick favor while you're on the phone.
Okay.
Go to my Twitter and see if you see the resemblance.
Let's see.
Last tweet I put up.
Yep. I see it. I see it. It's perfect. That's Steve the Pirate.
I think it's great.
This is perfect.
I'm talking to, like, I'm with Coffer, like, we're calling the game, and I'm like, wow, he's got like Steve the Pirate vibes going on right now.
That's awesome. Glad LaMarca got out of the house and did that.
Yeah.
He's been saying he wanted to do it for a while.
Well, he's on vacation now, I think, so I think he knew he was
doing,
okay,
there you go.
Like, doing stuff.
Nice.
So, yeah, good for him. He looks good.
He looks good.
If I had to guess, I think he's lost a little weight. Like, he looks good.
Yeah. He should probably rock that without the hat.
Yeah.
Show off the hair.
That's what I'm saying, though. The little comb over, it looks Steve the Pirate-esque.
It is very much so. End of dodgeball, Steve the Pirate-esque. That's fantastic.
About 40 people on Twitch. 200
What's up, Twitch
plus,
fam?
200 plus on YouTube. I think it's a great call. Whoever said that in the chat, I think it was Giovanni. If your NBA lineup stinks at this point, we're all you got now. You got to go watch Sims because there's no baseball on. What else is on? Is there anything on tonight? Any shows?
I think this is kind of a dead time of year for content, isn't it?
Right. Well, you know how you know, and you know this. You used to work at ESPN. The ESPYs were last night.
Yep.
What do you make of those? You watch those? My favorite ESPYs was with Justin Timberlake.
I used to watch them when I was younger, but
yeah,
they've lost their luster for me.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. I'll watch clips. Like Paige Beckers from UConn was awesome last night.
Yeah, no, same. I'll watch. I mean, it's not something that I would avoid actively. Like if there's nothing else on, I'll throw it on for a few minutes. But
yeah,
it's no longer appointment television for me.
Agreed.
It just got boring for me, you know?
I think that's happening for people our age a lot with a lot of content. If you agree, I don't know if you agree with me on that one, but
no, I do.
So plus we're here, right? So and you were probably doing Sims last night. Yeah.
No, I was at a wedding last night.
Oh right, you were at the wedding. Right.
Yeah.
You actually sound okay for a guy who went to a wedding last night.
Yeah, you know, I took care of myself at the end of the night. Made sure to sleep in today.
Gatorade before bed?
Yeah, well, a ton of water before bed.
Good man. You know the deal.
We're good. We're in good shape.
Norm Macdonald was the best host of the ESPYs.
I don't I that might have been before my time, but I have to imagine he was excellent because Norm Macdonald is hilarious.
Dude, JE, that is true. Like Shark Week is this week, I guess.
Oh, there you go.
I actually watched a little bit of that this morning.
They probably strategically timed Shark Week for this week. This is typically the slowest sports week of the year because All-Star break, usually the NBA and NHL are done by now. NHL is done. NFL hasn't started yet. They're not even in training camps. This is typically the hardest week to produce radio and sports radio.
Because of vacations.
And then dudes take vacation around it, right?
Is that why? And right. I see your point, right? Because there's nothing happening.
There's nothing to talk about.
Right. I mean, maybe we'll get some Aaron Rodgers stuff this week. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be great. My station here in St. Louis would try and schedule like themed weeks around this. They'd call it like Decades Week.
Yeah.
And then they'd have like all guests from like on Monday it's 70s Day, and you get guests from that were important in the 70s and 80s Day and 90s Day. Little hokey.
And DJ Moore, it sure is. I forget that DJ Moore has superstar traits in this game.
Why?
Why do I forget that?
No, why does he have superstar traits?
Good question. He's got like one trait. It's like short out elite or something.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, it was in the December update from last year.
Huh.
So, DJ Moore, if you have him, great. Shout it out in the chat if you got him. DJ Moore, 33% owned, 3% in the captain. We've got Tate from Ops. He's training Bailey, so please, if the stats don't look right, I know, we get it. We really do. Please, we thank you for your patience. We've got producer Michael with us. Tom. Chris Adams says, I can't believe the stats are once again messed up. Well, you can't, Chris, come on. I just told you why.
It's the same group of people, Chris.
And I don't mean to pick on Chris. I'm using Chris as an example. Like, we got someone new training. And the only way they're going to know and figure it out is by getting on a sim and being here.
Yeah, relax.
Live. But I get it.
God sit high and look low saying, hey, Tom, what did you have for dinner? I had a burger.
They will be updated. They always will get it right at the end of the game. And we'll keep you guys updated on who's scored. Mike Evans caught a long ball for a touchdown. Moore just caught the touchdown for Carolina, and then a field goal for Joey Sly. So there you go. Yeah, so I got you. I had to remind myself to let you know about LaMarcus Hare.
That's good stuff. I'm happy you did that.
Hit the like button for us if you don't mind. Something about. Oh, can I say something too about?
Sure.
It's kind of sinking in now with this sports calendar, as you kind of pointed out. Like, we're not used to having the NBA Finals / Stanley Cup Final at this part.
Right.
I want it back to where it was.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll happen at some point. Is next year going to be screwed up a little bit still?
No, I think the plan is to go back to October, back on track.
Okay, good.
And they'll have, as we've talked about a lot on these streams since the postseason started, they are going to have that normal, like the normal rest between now. I guess the difference would be a month. But then you got to factor in the Olympics.
Yeah.
For some marquee players, man. They're going to play in the Olympics. I mean, that means they're going to get 2.5 months off.
Hey, with the way they looked against Nigeria yesterday, maybe they should just take the Olympics off. Maybe we don't send a team. How does Team USA lose to Nigeria in basketball?
Great. I mean, I didn't watch the game. Did you watch the game?
No, but I saw that they lost, and they shouldn't lose to that team. That is not a team that is good in international play in basketball. We are the best by 70 miles. There's like 3 teams that Team USA should lose to. That is not one of them.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an expert on Nigeria basketball, because, I mean, okay, did anyone from the chat watch the game? Anyone from our production team watch the game? Was it a complete no-show? Just like, did they not try? Was it like even right? Because to your point, even reserves should beat that team.
Exactly. Our worst Team USA team should beat that team by a lot.
Oh my goodness! A fumble for a touchdown. Dean. Tampa defense. Who's got him?
Not me. I always forget to put them in the lineup. They have a very solid defense, which is crazy. How can I forget? That is the reason why they won the Super Bowl last year.
Alec Caldwell. Yeah, I am ignoring your proposition to take over on Ops. Nice try, though. Your application just doesn't make the cut. Haha, laughing emoji.
Team USA suffered a stunning and sobering defeat in its first exhibition game before the Olympics, getting outplayed by Nigeria in a 90-87 loss on Saturday. Coming into the game, the Americans had been 54-2 in exhibition games since professionals started playing in 1992. And just 9 years ago, beat Nigeria by, this is correct, 83 points in the London Olympics. 5 years ago, Team USA beat Nigeria by 43 in an exhibition game. Nigeria has 7 current NBA players, and that talent showed, particularly in its physical defense and three-point shooting. But the Americans started 5 all-NBA players and were unable to deliver against a team that appeared to play more together, a common challenge in international competition. Insane.
(10-7). They brought it back. So no touchdown. It's not there. Not happening.
It might be good that Team USA lost to Nigeria, though.
Like a good loss to like, hey, wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it was exhibition. It doesn't count. Like the article said, it used the word sobering. It kind of woke them up. And was like, okay, yeah, let's play like a team here, boys. They just beat this team by 43 in the last Olympics, and they have an 83-point win within the last decade against Nigeria. 83!
Wow. I mean, I'm looking at the box score here. Like, Kevin Durant shot 4 for 13. Damian Lillard was 4 for 10. Bradley Beal, 1 for 7. Not great. Looking at some of these, I know Draymond was playing. Kevin Love's on the team?
Yeah, you don't remember that whole controversy? Everyone was really mad about Kevin Love being on that team.
That's kind of a joke.
Because they were, remember that play from this season where he just like inbounded the ball to the other team and they got a wide open layup? Like, if a guy's going to show that effort, he shouldn't be representing our country. It's a whole thing.
Wow. Like, hey, Kevin Love, like, dude, why don't you get healthy and play an NBA season before you play in the Olympics too, right? Like,
this is my argument why guys shouldn't go to the All-Star game in baseball. Like, yeah. Mookie Betts, I'm completely fine with him skipping for the Dodgers. I think the Olympics should be treated the exact same way.
Craig Martin, what's your question? Fire away. Bridgewater looking for Anderson. Can't hit.
He's saying you have to answer it.
Okay, well, what is it? Just ask. I used to hate those kids in middle school. Raise their hand. I have a question. I think you just like to talk. How about just ask the question? Let's go.
Yeah, Glash was like this in middle school too. He's always been like this.
No, never. I wish I talked back then. We've been over this with my nuns and the Catholic school background. The touchdown for Carolina, DJ Moore. Tampa's touchdown, Mike Evans. If you're
Craig, I'm going to answer the question instead of Glash. The answer is USA's performance. We're the greatest basketball nation on planet Earth. The new guy or gal is training on stats.
Really, you guys are being a bunch of babies. Please. We literally tell you every quarter that there's someone training.
The numbers are going to be correct.
I don't want to get mad. There's a lot of you that cooperate, and I appreciate it. Christian McCaffrey, nice run. Hurry up, Tate. Add up the odds.
Instantaneous.
The ops team, they do their thing. It's actually a completely separate department from us. They just join our Zoom call. And this is how they train. I got nothing else to tell you. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. If you think it's not the way they should train, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's not mine. I don't have a call.
Send it over to DK support.
Mm-hmm. But typically, once they get going, they're really good. Like, remember Frangelico? Frangelico! He was like one of our first guys training. And you all barked at him, and then he got good, and now he's great. Joey Sly, field goal. Make it 13-7.
Just an unruly bunch, the DK Sim fam.
All right, good little battle here. By the way, Tampa 9-7, the defending champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers in real life. They are 9-7 in the 2021 simulated schedule. And the Carolina Panthers. So Tampa is 9-7, tied with Atlanta, a game back of New Orleans at 10-6. That's going to come down to some tiebreakers. Carolina is 7-9, so they're out. They're out of this thing. That's where we're at in terms of the season. Postseason starts on Wednesday.
You think that Tampa's going to repeat as NFC champs?
As conference champs?
Yep. This upcoming season.
Probably not. As much as I want them to.
Who you got?
Oh, see, but not. I don't love anybody else.
I kind of feel the same way.
I think, okay, that NFC West is loaded, right?
But they're going to beat each other up.
Correct. I don't know if one could emerge because they're all pretty good.
They're not going to be seated as high as you'd want them to.
And
I think the Rams are the second best team in the conference on paper for me.
Okay. I don't know what to make of the North with Green Bay and that whole thing.
I was saying earlier today with you, I think it was with you, that if Aaron Rodgers leaves the Packers, maybe it wasn't with you, but I'm going to say it again. If Aaron Rodgers leaves the Packers, I think the NFC North could become like the NFC East. I could see a mediocre team winning that conference, like a mediocre record team. 8 wins, 9 wins, maybe even as low as 7. Now, you know what? It was Bry Guy. The counterpoint to that was, okay, if Rodgers leaves Green Bay, that means you're saying that Green Bay is going to be bad. Therefore, maybe the NFC North champion gets an additional 2 wins that they wouldn't have gotten before.
So,
against
okay.
Green Bay.
Here's my latest thought, and I want to go back to what you're saying just to kind of make this make sense.
Go ahead, yeah.
I think Green Bay is going to be fine. I think Rodgers is staying. They're going to get this thing worked out. But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Brady at the end in New England. I think they're going to patch it together, but Rodgers still wants out. Mm-hmm. He's going to get out of the contract after a season. So they might go like 12-5 because he's too good.
And then lose in the first round
I don't think they're a legit
team.
Yeah, I think that could become unglued behind the scenes. But they're too good. Their talent's too good. And he's too good, Aaron Rodgers, for it to be noticeable. And their division's not that good. It's just not. Unless Justin Fields can play and he's an absolute baller.
Right.
Or even Minnesota, a healthy Minnesota team.
There's really just no evidence of a rookie quarterback other than Ben Roethlisberger ever coming out and just balling out right away. And even if they do, the teams typically still lose. And I know the Bears made the playoffs last year, so there's clearly talent on that roster. But there's really no track record of it. Even Mahomes was a second-year quarterback. We're talking first-year rookie quarterbacks. Roethlisberger's the only guy. Right. And he didn't really even play out of his mind that year. He was just on a great team.
9,273 entries in the $250 free contest. Thank you all for getting involved. So when you really, really think about it, it's Tampa, Green Bay, and the NFC West.
And Tate bringing up Herbert. And like I said, they might ball out, but the win-loss record never is fantastic.
Oh, more and more we talk about it, I'm like, well, they should be in the NFC. They should win the NFC.
Right? Because you look at it, the Saints are going to take a step back next year. Tampa should be head and shoulders the best team in their division.
Yes, they should.
And realistically, they're going to lose probably one division. So right away, that's 5 wins.
Even so, all right, I'd be even.
They're playing a second place, and remember, they're playing a second place schedule because the Saints won.
Right.
Because the Saints won last year, the NFC South.
Right.
So that helps them out as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing the AFC East. So they're playing the Jets. They're playing the Patriots, who kind of stink. And they're playing...
and they're going to get New England at the beginning of the year, which I think
Right.
helps Tampa.
Exactly. And you know Tom Brady is not losing that game. I'm sorry. There might be some people that say, oh, Belichick's not losing that game. Tom Brady is not losing that game.
I'd give the Patriots more of a chance.
In hell.
I would have given the Patriots more of a chance if that game was in December. Assuming they figured it out with whoever the quarterback would be at that point. But the fact that it's early, a lot of new pieces, I don't think it's going to be Mac Jones by week 4. I'm with you. So keep going. Sorry, keep going.
And they're playing the Dolphins, who are, who knows what they are yet.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a schedule that Tampa Bay should not have really that big of an issue with. They're complete. They got everyone coming back. A full off season, a real off season for Brady with this team. Their defense is amazingly good too. We saw what they were able to do this postseason.
They brought the whole thing back, which
yeah.
Historically, though, you look at that.
It's really hard to do that, though.
In other sports, running it back doesn't always go well, but in football, it's unprecedented.
Exactly. In football, it's really hard to do that because when you win a Super Bowl, all of those tier B and tier C guys that are important for winning a Super Bowl, they go money and they leave and they become A guys for other teams. Tampa Bay is running it back all the way across the board with the same coaching staff and everything in a weaker conference. I really like Tampa to win the NFC again. And I didn't think they were heading into this past season. I wasn't picking them. I wanted to wait and see with Brady with Tampa. I did.
Mm-hmm.
But
it makes me wonder too. So it's 13-7. Joey Sly's kicked a couple of field goals. Mike Evans has a long touchdown in this one. And for Carolina, it's DJ Moore. Our ops team is working hard to get you caught up. We've got Tate and Bailey. So once again, we appreciate the patience. We really do. We get it. You want to see how your lineup.
Some of these messages are hilarious.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Guys, it's always manual scoring. Just because the manual scoring takes a little longer when a new person is working on the broadcast doesn't mean it's not going to get done. It's just slower because the new person is training for the millionth time. It's the same product. It's the same result at the end. Nothing changes. If you win the contest, you don't win the contest in the middle of the game ever. It's always when the stats are done, that's when the winner is determined. Nothing is changing. Nothing's different here. It might be a little different of an experience, but just, that's how the world works sometimes. It's manual scoring. It's a human being writing down the numbers and, typing it in. It takes time. I'm sorry. Some of the messages, I'm not even going to read them, but it's just like, what are we doing here, guys? I almost feel like they're joking. Like I'm being punked. All right, sorry.
You
may
good?
Proceed.
You good?
You may proceed. I know you've gone on similar rants in the past.
No, no, for sure. No, I'm. Trust me, I know. I got you.
For some reason, it just got to me today.
You know why I care though the most? Because I think Tate and Bailey are trying. They're good people. They're working.
They're not just sitting around eating cheese puffs. They're working. They're learning the new system. They're new. That's how it works. Like when you get a new job, do you know how to use the internal systems at your new place right away always? Probably not. Your first few days on a new job, you train. These people are training. Let them train. Shut up. Nothing changes for you.
Wow.
Okay, end of rant.
This is the Freeze Pop Sunday service right here.
I mean, come on. Nothing changes.
Shady McCoy, nicely done. Alec Caldwell, we're having a blast. Thanks for being here. Nate says, keep sleeping on Minnesota. We are healthy, added a lot of talent to our lacking D. We have an underrated offense. I don't know if it's underrated because everyone knows who Justin Jefferson is now. Everyone knows who Dalvin Cook is. If anything, what Vikings fans must be annoyed with is like, oh, if only Kirk Cousins just wasn't Kirk Cousins. Like, he is what he is.
I think Kirk Cousins is properly rated as mediocre to semi-bad. And that's the problem.
Kirk Cousins is the kind of guy where everything around him has to be perfect. Perfect. And that's a hard ask.
Imagine switching out like Kirk Cousins with so many other dudes in the league, how good the Vikings would be. There's like 15 quarterbacks that you'd rather have than Kirk Cousins that the Vikings would be like the best team in the league.
But I think Nate's right as far as the defense. Like, they were banged up last year. Like, I think they're going to be improved.
How great would it be if Rodgers signed with the Vikings as a free agent? Pull a Favre.
Oh, my God.
How good would that team be? Get to play the Packers twice a year. That's
Also,
why Favre signed there.
Oh, wide open receiver. Brady to Scotty Miller to the 23.
Scotty.
Brady's up over 200 yards passing. You guys want to write that down because it's not up to your speed. You know something though? Like, talk about a team that like drafts good skill players. Like, they always seem to get it right. Oh, that'd be great. Bless you.
I want that to happen now.
Alex says Rodgers is going to San Francisco.
I don't think so. They just drafted a dude number 3 overall. I think they're committed.
Oh, that would be so awesome. I never thought of that. Aaron Rodgers to Minnesota.
Playing indoors.
But doesn't he? So I think he can get out of the contract next year. Or there's a way he's more movable at the end of next season. Let me check that again. The Rodgers contract. I love that.
Because I was thinking about the interview we did with Favre on Great Dane Nation a few weeks ago, and he's said this over the years, so it's not anything revelatory, but he mentioned why he went to Minnesota after his year with the Jets when he was a free agent. He said he wanted to play on a team where he could play the Packers twice a year because he was pissed at the Packers because they gave up on him.
Yeah, real quick.
I feel like Rodgers would be the same way.
Yes, Aaron Rodgers has an out in 2022.
Imagine him with Thielen and Jefferson, because Thielen's still going to be good in a few years. I think Thielen he hasn't shown that much regression to me. Jefferson will probably be hitting his prime. And Dalvin is a beast. Dalvin is Aaron Jones's ceiling. He's never going to be Dalvin Cook. But, really good pass catcher, good between the tackles, running back. Touchdown Mike Evans, his second of the game.
If you're keeping score at home, it's a second touchdown. Mike Evans in our contest, wow, big number. 75% owned, Mike Evans, 27%.
I never roster him. I feel dumb every time.
Yeah, I used to be a big Godwin guy. Now I'm like, Evans is always like the dude. That's just, it's worked for me in the past.
Maybe I'll grow up one day and become an Evans guy, just like you guys.
So is this basketball game over?
It is. The Bucks won.
Bucks won. Beat him by 20. I'm telling you, I thought that was the easiest prediction ever.
So I do think the Suns win this series, but there is a part of me that wants the Bucks to win the finals just because of all of the bandwagon Suns fans. Like, when everyone jumps on a bandwagon, it does bother me. And I do feel like the Suns have become the bandwagon team because they have cool uniforms. And people are all in on the CP3 narrative. And Booker dates one of the Kardashians. /Jenners. And Phoenix is a cooler place than Milwaukee.
CJ71 I'm just scrolling back up on Twitch. What was your thought that I'm stealing from you? Oh, the Guru just got your message. Nice job with the lineup. We had similar lineups. Played an NBA contest tonight with the Twitch fam. I think I won it. I did.
Michael's saying that he heard Rodgers do an interview over the weekend, and it sounded like to him that he'll be showing up to Packers camp in a couple of weeks. So that fits your narrative, Glash.
Yeah, I think they're going to get it worked out, but I just don't know if it's going to be.
I can see this, like you said, I can see this being like Brady's last year in New England. Like, none of us Pats fans wanted to admit it, but the writing was on the wall that Brady was going to be his last season in New England.
And like
he handled it in a much more coded, passive-aggressive way than Rodgers has.
Yep.
But all of the warning signs were there. Us diehard fans. I mean, I know I was telling myself, no, his house is for sale. Who cares? Rich people put their houses for sale all the time and just buy bigger ones.
Yep.
You know, all the little tea leaves that would leak out as the season was going on. I would always dismiss it. I'd find an excuse to be like, no, that's this. Oh, no, you're crazy. And lo and behold, that was what was happening the whole time. We're just seeing a much more public version of it here with Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, so CJ is saying Rodgers not leaving Green Bay until next season. Been saying that all year. Okay, fair enough. I don't memorize all of your takes. I'm sorry. No, like I love CJ.
Add it to the take ledger.
I love CJ. He's always interacting with us on Twitch and Twitter. Like, love you mean. I didn't remember. It's true though. It's coming to fruition. Your take is making his take is making way more sense now. Whereas in the moment you're like, well, wait a minute, they're not gonna fix this, and yeah, they've got it fixed. Or I think they're gonna have it fixed.
David asking what happened to Frangelico. What happened to Frangelico? Wait, I don't hear his name anymore.
Oh crap! Maybe he left. I don't know. maybe that was a bad example.
I never hear his name anymore.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a good question, David.
I'm not the freaking secretary here, okay? Like, I'm HR. Just show up and do what I'm told. And I'm trying to just back up my coworkers. These poor people. They're trying to help you guys.
No, I know for a fact you're not HR because I texted you the other day asking for a contact within HR DraftKings, and you literally had nothing for me.
I didn't respond to you?
No, your response was, I don't know a single person.
Right. Yeah, okay. I'm like, oh, no, I didn't text you back. I hate when I do that because sometimes I do. You have those moments where you read it, you're driving, like, I'll answer that later.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that.
It's the worst. I feel like the worst person in the world.
I was like, Glash has been at this company for how long? He doesn't know a single person in human resources?
Well, dude,
that's what he said.
It's kind of true. Like,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing for you.
People won't believe you though because it's me, right? It's like,
and just for full transparency, I was asking because I got my friend a job. I helped my friend get a job. Touchdown, LaShawn McCoy.
JD!
I helped my friend get a job, and I was trying to see if I was entitled to a referral bonus, even though I'm a contract employee. Turns out I'm not, which I knew, but I figured I'd ask the question. Why wouldn't I ask the question?
I don't blame you. Well, when you said it, I'm like, he ain't getting this. But hey,
it was worth a shot. I went in thinking I wouldn't be getting that, and that was the case.
Brian Whelan says it's because Glash has never been in danger of being fired. That was before we hit the pandemic, and then I had a microphone.
You guys don't remember the suspension?
Yeah, I've been suspended a couple times.
Oh yeah, what's the buzzword? Mike asks.
Ooh.
We still got a ways to go, but
big buzzword tonight because I didn't do them. I didn't do the buzzword this past week.
Yeah, people were complaining.
Mike Bizzle's first one. He's like, "Oh, what a fraud!" Glasheen selling out because of his voice.
A bunch of people were telling on you to me and others when we were on Sims. Like, hey guys, Glash isn't even doing the buzzword anymore. And I had
Guys
forgotten
changed.
I'd forgotten you lost your voice. So at first I was like, wow, what a fraud.
What a loser.
But then someone on Slack reminded me you lost your voice. I'm like, oh, okay, it's fine. With that said, you guys still should have done a buzzword within the YouTube chat.
Oh, well, someone had a suggestion. I should have done what you did months ago, when you recorded it into your phone and then just played off your phone.
I think I still have that. Let's see. I gotta find this. Where are my voice memos?
Jordan Lindenbaum. Buzzword has to be stats.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself just because I don't want to play this, and if it's not what I think.
Mike Bauer says, Glash is totally in danger of getting fired. Any day, someone from the WNBA could tune in for the buzzword and bam, gone.
Congratulations. That was the buzzword that night.
Who are we congratulating?
I don't remember.
Me either.
I can't be expected to remember these things.
Oh. The chat, though, it's like callers in sports talk radio. They just remember everything, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's
No,
so
it's the
cool.
best. That's why this whole world is great.
The memories.
That's why I think that's why you and I like it so much, because we love sports talk radio, and this is so similar to that, you know.
Yeah.
This is my 289th sim.
Yeah, what number?
289.
Wow, dude, what are you doing for 300?
I was just kind of thinking that. I don't know. Maybe I should dress like the main character of the movie 300.
Funny story about that. Who do you think was good? Who do you think for Sim 300 at the company put on a cape, had blood dripping down his face with a spear? Who do you think did that? And then Then the manager showed up in the Zoom call and was like, during these sensitive times, I would just be Matt Patricia tonight. Put on a backwards hat. No, I am not joking. Sarah is my witness. I literally was ready to be 300.
How long did it take you to get that all together?
I quickly had to watch. Oh, for the 300 costume?
Yeah.
10, 15 minutes. I swear to God, I was all ready to go. And then the manager's like, wait a minute. No.
No.
He's like, sorry, but go wash your face and be Matt Patricia. Dude, that was
a time
where...
Of course, one of our bosses was there that day.
Trust me. That was when I had to be dressed up as something every sim, or then I was a real fraud. Never mind the buzzword.
Are you happy that it's evolved out of that? It's less pressure on you now?
Happy. I wonder about should I be doing it still, but see now I can finish a sim and go out in public.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
As opposed to
it gives you a lot more flexibility of life than having to worry about all these costumes.
As opposed to the costume, it's like, all right, I'm dressing up. Well, I can't leave the house anyway.
Well, maybe after the WNBA season ends and you have a little bit more free time, you can get back into it.
No, but you know what I'm saying? If I want to go grab dinner with friends,
understand.
I'm walking out the door.
Right.
Whereas during really the heart of the pandemic,
there's nothing to do.
Whatever. I have red face paint from 2 days ago still on my neck. Who cares? You know?
Juan Flores saying the buzzword should be patience. I like that.
Ooh.
I like that a lot.
We might have never done that word before.
That's a good word.
Love it. Well, and yes, Jake Williams brings up the eyebrows. That was the whole point. My thought process, people thought, you're crazy. I'm like, well, yeah,
but you weren't leaving your house. That
wasn't leaving.
It was awesome.
No public interaction. Wasn't calling any games anytime soon. The amount of texts I got from people from people I don't speak to on a regular basis. They're like, dude, what are you doing? Those might not grow back. I'm like, it's a risk I'm willing to take. We're not going to be able to leave for 6 months. So it's going to be all right. I'll live. Actually, I don't know if you know this, but you know that I had some prior experience with shaved eyebrows before.
No.
And you want to know why? Because when I was home from college once, my dad did my haircut, and he's like, "Oh, let me trim your eyebrows."
Oh, and he just went zzz.
He sawed them all. Like, it wasn't clean shaved, but I'm like, "Dad, I look like a moron." Like, you
So
totally
did you just
messed this up.
cleaned it up, so you started from scratch?
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, so I kind of know what it feels like, but not quite when I put a razor directly against my head. I remember doing this. The live stream still exists. Live stream has 15,000 views. It's pretty cool. Raheem Mostert watched the stream. He's in there. I have a screenshot. Raheem Mostert has watched the stream.
Bubbles saying Houston 97.5 ESPN Sports Talk Radio has a Twitch, and you can see them and even hear them talk while they're on break. I listen to the station religiously. Doesn't the Sports Hub broadcast on Twitch?
They do, the morning show.
The morning show does, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Bubbles, I know what you're talking about, because you might remember this, Glash, because you're in this world. There was like a massive fight between a host and a producer on their Twitch channel during a break, and like it exists on the internet. You can go look for it. And I think it's that station in Houston. They just go at it. Host sounds like the worst dude ever. You got to find this thing. Epic. Go Google it if you're interested, guys. It's a window into what producers deal with high ego talent on occasion.
Here we go, up the middle. It's Fournette. Tampa's up 8. Less than 5 minutes to go. Tampa needs the win here to kind of stay in the contention for the postseason. Looking at the schedule for tomorrow, Saints are at the Falcons at 2, and I'll be on that game with Christian. We're on tomorrow night as well, Bad and After Dark.
Hell yeah.
Thank you to Tate and Bailey from Game Ops. Thank you all for tuning in and being here with us. Now that the NBA Finals have wrapped up, no baseball, of course, because of the All-Star break. So thank you all for tuning in and displaying your patience. For real. As much as we go back and forth here, we get it. So thank you. AD Poker, is Stephen A's yelling at the TV again?
For those curious, I posted a link to the fight I was discussing on the Twitch. I posted the link on our Twitch channel. I think the link that I posted, I believe, is them fighting on the air. I don't know. It's hilarious. You guys just got to look this stuff up. Tud.
Ooh. Gronkowski.
Gronk.
All right. Well, it's no longer a competitive game, but Rob Gronkowski in the free contest. Let me find it here. Well, in our contest, Gronk owned in only 28.6% of lineups, 7% captained. And Gronkowski in the $250 DraftKings free contest, 38.5% owned, 5.6% in the captain spot.
You want an anti-Yankees stat that I just got sent to me?
Sure.
MLB teams are 493-2 when leading by 4+ runs entering the 9th inning this season. The Yankees have both of those losses.
This year?
Yes.
Say that one more time.
This season, teams that are leading by 4+ runs heading into the 9th inning are 493-2.
This season?
This season. The only 2 losses are the Yankees.
Wow.
That warms my heart. That warms me heart on this Sunday.
Are they above 500?
Let's check the AL East standings. They ain't good.
No, underperforming big time.
No, they're 3 games above 500. They're 46 and 43.
Which, not recently, but before COVID hit, you know who was a frequent guest of ours at DraftKings? Aaron Boone.
Ah.
I interviewed Aaron Boone. Nice guy.
So I worked with Aaron Boone at ESPN.
Yeah.
Gotta say, not my favorite.
Okay. He was always good with us. He actually broke news to us because Aaron Judge was coming back from an injury. Might have been Judge or it was Stanton. But he broke news to us that one of them was back in the lineup from injury. So that was kind of a cool day. DraftKings broke news on a story. Like,
there you go.
Typically, you know, it'd
according
be
to
Jeff
DraftKings. Yeah.
But DraftKings reports, or Aaron Boone tells DraftKings that Giancarlo Stanton is back in the lineup after being on the 10-day IL.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, it's weird, kind of a weird thing. It wasn't like anything groundbreaking. It was an injury, but still, I mean, it's kind of neat.
You gotta take your wins where you can get them.
Yeah. 3 minutes until the buzzword. I think we're gonna make it there.
We're going with patience.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Do we do buzzwords during post-game shows?
It's been done before.
Okay.
I'm willing to test the boundaries. Plus, I am due for one.
Yeah, big time.
We are due for one.
Yeah, you can't skip it.
I'm sure the chat will be behind this word.
Oh, yeah. They love patience.
Carolina, like, moving downfield pretty quickly here. 16-yard line, Bridgewater throws on the run. That's a touchdown.
Finds him.
Wow.
Nice play.
Curtis Samuel, nice play is right.
Where are you in the contest?
For now, 59th.
I am in 115th.
Ooh. Booth review. I think they're good. I think the stands. Let's watch it again. Oh yeah,
he got it.
Drags. He's in.
Chef Duke saying, "Damn, no buzzword." Not true, Chef Duke. We're less than 2 minutes away from one, and we will be doing one regardless if it is in regulation or the postgame. Because Glash is due.
That was actually an awesome play. Monster 01. How do I know Curtis Samuel scored? Oh, God. That's funny.
Alec Caldwell, those are our current positions in the contest.
No, I know what he's trying to say. He's saying that because it's not updated yet.
I know. This is getting to me tonight. I'm breaking.
All right, it happens.
I'm being broken.
What'd you say? Sim number 280?
289.
About every 80, you have one of those. Just, you know. I don't know.
June was a big month for me. I did 52 sims in June.
We talked about this. Yeah. You did a lot in May, too.
Yeah, I did like 48 or something crazy.
Wow. Alex says, love you guys. You're the best. All right. Well, we'll read those too. See, we read the bad ones and the good ones.
All right, I'll get this timer.
Oh, right. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Okay. 10:58. If you've never heard of the buzzword before, quiet hours here at the Glasheen residence at 11 o'clock. So to troll my building, we yell for 1 minute. A word that unites us.
To get lubed up.
Yeah, please.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Patience in 3, 2, 1. Patience.
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 Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience. Patience, 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 patience,
I can't say the word anymore.
patience, 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 patience. No.
Wow, I missed that. That was by like 30-second mark. I'm like, oh, I can't. This is a hard word to say over and over again.
The chat did well.
Chat did really well. You guys came to play.
They
Dislikes
missed it.
went up, but whatever.
That's it. That's what happens.
Still
Engagement
interaction.
both ways, brother.
Yep. Jake Williams, that was dope. I love that. Litzow, love this.
I missed the buzzword. It's been a while.
Been a while. Mm-hmm.
It's been a while.
I love how there was no patience yelling the word. Patience.
It's the dichotomy that you're looking for, you know?
See how we all came together like that, everybody?
Beautiful. This is a beautiful community.
That was great. We're all friends here.
80 Poker 89 was impressed with my intensity on that.
Yeah, you were locked in. You were locked in.
It's been a long time.
But as I started to struggle, you did not. You kept the thing on the wheels, man, or on the track.
You know why? It's because I lubed up before. Got a lot of water in there. Got to be extra wet for the buzzword. Need a wet palate. Can't dive in dry, baby.
This is not over. From the 26th, we might get overtime, for crying out loud.
Panthers want it.
Teddy!
Yeah, Tate gets it.
You got to go to the end zone. You got to throw to the end zone. No!
Oh, Riddle.
Jake Williams. Tom was like a wizard doing a spell.
That's how I felt.
Nice job, Tommy.
The Wizard of Patience.
So Tampa improves to 10-7, Carolina 7-10, so the Panthers are done. Tampa's in the mix. If Atlanta loses tomorrow to New Orleans, I said it the other way around. If Atlanta beats New Orleans, we'll have 3 10-7 teams in that division.
I'm giving McCaffrey the Babysitter Billy Award, less than 10 points in the flex. You got to do better than that, 82% ownership. And you have Mike Evans in your lineup. How did he do? Because he feels like the Krusty Koff wooden nickel.
And he was highly owned, and he performed.
That feels Mike Evans.
38.1 on the captain.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and give that to him. So, hey, Mike, if you're ever in St. Louis, a free mini cone on me at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. Congratulations.
So, hey, Tom from our production team.
TP.
To do the favor for the chat, can we go back to the quarterbacks? We'll read through the stats, since some folks are really curious, and we can read through them bit by bit, so you guys know. And then you're still going to have to wait for ops to get it in there. So here we go. Ready? Tom Brady, 21 of 25, 293 passing, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Bridgewater, 22 of 27, 234 passing, 2 touchdowns, no picks. We'll go to the running backs. McCaffrey, 11 carries, 71 yards. Shady McCoy, 7 for 94 and a touchdown. A good game for him. Fournette stunk, 4 for 14. Teddy Bridgewater, 1 rush, 8 yards. He fumbled at one point. Receivers, here we go. DJ Moore, 5 for 71 and a touchdown. Ian Thomas, 5 for 82. McCaffrey, 5 for 27. Samuel, 4 for 22. Evans, 4 for 94. 2 touchdowns. Chris Godwin, 4 for 77. Gronkowski, 4 for 26 and a touchdown. Shady McCoy, 3 for 20. Robbie Anderson, 3 for 32. Scotty Miller, 2 for 43. Leonard Fournette, 2 for 13. Tyler Johnson, 1 for 16. OJ Howard, gotta have him.
Gotta have him. Not today, baby.
Not a gotta have him night for him. 1 for 4.
Stinker.
Yeah. So there you go. Them's the stats. All right, baby. There you go. So keep your eyes on the Game Center. Tate and Bailey doing their thing. Once again, we thank you for hanging in there. Can I just say something real quick too in terms of the results, and then we'll get out of here?
Speak on that.
So you know how we're talking so much about the NFC West like being this crazy division? Mm-hmm. So remember what I just said. If the Falcons beat the Saints tomorrow in the sim at 2:00, there is a possibility where you could have 3 teams at 10-7 in a division race. And I only bring that up because I was curious, by adding a game to the schedule, how would it make the final couple of weeks look in a competition to win a division?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what you're looking for right there in terms of competition, in terms of just being intrigued. 3 10-7 teams.
Games mattering.
Yeah, we're going to get that. Tiebreakers are going to matter quite a bit. So, I know that can happen in any year, but with the extra game,
the extra game is awesome. That's a win. That's a huge win.
It just looks weird. Like to read 10-7 as opposed
totally.
to 10-6.
I just said to Geoff earlier today, for like a decade, we're going to screw up record predictions before season starts.
I agree.
Like, we're going to be saying, oh, that team's 10-6 for like literally the next 10 years, when we should be saying 10-7 or any other number of records that are correct based on the new amount of games.
Right. So that was just something I thought of in the moment. Okay. Joe Spencer, you can find Madden standings if you search in Google DraftKings Madden stream standings. It's on the playbook. Same spot. Not the same spot you go for depth charts, ratings, and all that good stuff. It's a separate page. Let's give the people the schedule for tomorrow, and then we can go. Unless you have anything else to add.
I have nothing left to add. I've bet on 4 sims today. I've said everything I need to say.
Yeah, it's bedtime. Okay. The Sweat gets you started tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. If you want some insights on the Home Run Derby, check it out. NBA Finals reaction, check it out. Starts at 11. Leads into the first Madden sim of the day, noon Eastern. Patriots, Dolphins. Kaufman and Tara Lynn to get you started. 2 p.m. Saints, Eagles with myself and Christian. Then you'll get the Green with Emerson and Reed.
Nice.
Which will then lead into the slate. There will be a break in between, I'm pretty sure. The slate will be with Chirag and Julian. They'll have an NBA version of the slate, which leads into the 6:00 sim. There are only 5 sims tomorrow. And that is the case because that is how the season is now coming to a close. If that makes sense. We're running out of games in the regular season. So as we
There's only 5 games left.
Right. Good way of putting it. And there's 5 games on Tuesday. So 10 left.
So there's 10 games left.
10
so
games
we're spreading
left.
those 10 games across 2 days.
Well said. So that's why. And then 6 Wednesday, and then we'll keep you updated as the week goes. But we're getting into the postseason soon. So there's going to be less sims for that reason. Not because we don't like you. Seriously, 6 o'clock, Titans, Texans.
We love you.
We love you. Titans, Texans at 6. Rossi and Kenny. Kaufman comes back at 8. We'll have Steelers, Ravens, Kaufman and Rossi. Then, after the 8 o'clock sim tomorrow night, like we've done with the match, like we've done with the NBA, we are going to do a 3-person booth home run derby follow-along tomorrow night. There are free-to-play pools available on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now. There's a $25K pool for the entire derby. There's a $25K pool for just the final round. And there's plenty on the DK Sportsbook that you can bet on and get involved. Live betting will be a component. Myself, Kaufman, and Steve Buchanan, our baseball guy. So Steve loves to give me and Koff crap a lot. So it's going to be a fun, rapid-fire 40 minutes or however long we're going to have. But it's going to be fun. So the three of us, Steve's the baseball guy. Me and Koff are just the two talking heads that will ask him questions and he can make fun of us. That's what we'll do between the 8 and the 10. Home Run Derby, watch along, follow along. Come hang out. We'll have a good time. And if you want to bet on it, good spot to hang out. Final sim, 5th sim of the day tomorrow, Jets, Bills. You'll get the two of us tomorrow.
Back. Another buzzword.
I think we're good. I think I covered everything.
I think we're done. I think we should get out of here.
Okay. Thanks to producer Michael, to Tom, Ops team, Tate, Bailey. Way to be. See you tomorrow night. And yeah, have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend from what's left of it. And see you tomorrow. Good night.
Bye.